charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action. Getting to the top and I do it with force. Everyday fresh when I'm dripping in sauce. My destination, I'm staying on course. Yeah, right on track. They wanna test me, I've been through wars. Never boxed in, I've been breaking down walls. From a whole team, I've been opening doors. Run that back. Getting paid, been doing my thing. I stay fly, it's like I got wings. I'm on top and I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action.
Oh my god.
Getting paid, been doing my thing. I stay fly, it's like I got wings. I'm on top and I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action.
Bobby's really on one, climbing up the walls, screaming at the top of his voice. Running lines like they're going out of style, drinking like there's no tomorrow. Lo and behold, he's down from cloud nine, telling me much he really loves me. Well, I'm hanging by a thread, but I'm bracing anyway. Sometimes it's easy that way. Friends, mean everything to me. If only it was that easy. Friends, mean everything to me. If only it was that easy. Seriously, mate? Are you for real? Nimble as a cat and as subtle as a punch in the face. Storming a teacup, bull in a china shop, laughing at the wreckage and debris. Wind! You're naked! And bite your tongue! Wind! You're naked! And bite your tongue! Mean everything to me. If only it was that easy. Friends, mean everything to me. they come a-creeping, coming for your pay. Yeah, not me tomorrow, baby, not today. Here we come a-walking, talking with big mouths. Don't look to us, cause this ain't our town. Here they come a-running, coming for your pay. Not me tomorrow, baby, not today. Here they come around and coming for your pay. Not me tomorrow, baby, not today.
corrupting all your thoughts. Run no more, you're caught. All you need to know is lost.
that set you free. I am fire. She don't know how to say goodbye. She's got nowhere to go, nowhere to run. So I gotta get up, no matter what they say. So I gotta get up, no matter what they think. So I gotta get up, no matter what they say. So I gotta get up, no matter what they think. The pressure clouds
here.
Good morning, Birmingham!
Woo! A very good morning indeed. It is time to have the best teams in Dota 2 fight here in Birmingham on a new patch period.
New patch doing battle for your amusement!
Yes!
The reason ESL keeps coming back here is because the Birmingham crowd is the best crowd, so thank you guys!
Hands down, already showing up big time because, of course, today, a lot of blood, Ted, a lot of blood because...
Blood will be spilled all over this stage! Well, not on this stage. Not on this stage. Virtual blood will be spilled!
3 teams eliminated out of the 8 we have here. That is intense and very scary.
It is indeed. And, ladies and gentlemen, how lucky are we to have the anointed queen of Dota herself, Shiva. We get a round of applause for Shiva.
Thank you, sir. It's the time.
Oh, I think it's time. Do you guys think it's time to see some notes?
All right, then. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Birmingham!
Let's go!
Super excited to have made it this far. We're pretty close to reaching the final now. Just one more series.
Yeah, I think we have very good chance to win this tournament.
现场有观众抵打比赛肯定是很开心吧，就那么多观众。
I think like since we have like young players, they might be nervous.
Better to do the wrong thing together rather than just do the right thing separately.
Playing in front of a crowd can make me energetic.
Can we handle it? Can we do this? But I think, yeah, we can.
Maybe in front of arena I play better, maybe.
Macropire from the high ground, punched up, epicenter, everything they've got, and still BZM is going to be the one to die for it. Why did they try that? That was insane. He's going to get a triple kill. None of them can take down the Bat Rider.
Look at the damage from Satanic. He is ripping them to shreds, nullifying up the Necro, and GG is just called.
But there's the Arena Spear onto 2. Both of the cores, Punk and Kunkka, go down Nightfall.
Round Lasso coming out onto him though to make sure that Tomato will go down. They're looking for the return kill. They've taken down the first side of the Raid King and Snake King as well.
The Ravage don't catch him as soon as he comes in, and he's caught by the Hex Farm. They're coming in with the damage.
Oh my God!
And he's gonna turn around and lay out the damage buybacks, but it ain't gonna matter. Towards Arme. Arme gets the life steal off the back of the Manta. Can they finally burst him this time round? They cannot. Arme down to 5.
Here turns, he fights, and alongside BZM, they're gonna wipe PARIVISION again, man, a rampage.
We won last time we were here in Birmingham, and we're going to do it again this year.
Only the best Dota 2 action coming your way from Birmingham with the best teams, and of course with that the best panelists. And this has been a very long time since I called the man on my left a panelist. How are you doing, Blitz?
I'm doing great. Just waiting for Liquid to play, you know, preparing ourselves whenever we show up, you know. I'm excited.
It'll happen.
Yeah. We're at the end of the day.
So good. Hey, Jenkins, how are you doing this morning?
It's great to be here. I love to see the early morning, Friday, middle of the day crowd. Those are always the most insane Dota fans that we have. So shout outs to you guys. Thanks for showing up.
And showing up loud as well.
Yeah, we're pretty full today.
We are in great form today. Bert, how are you?
Doing great. It's been a great tournament so far. We've got an awesome patch, so excited to see what's been cooking in the last day or so. A lot of scrims happen, and we're going to see new strats for sure.
we are gonna see so many crazy things. I can only imagine, because also lower bracket does bring out the best in teams, or the worst, depending on how you look at it. Of course, they're all fighting here for the grand prize of first place, and it's very important, but this is also the third and the biggest stop in the EPT, Jenkins.
Yeah, and we're on an entirely new patch, so there's, you know, some unprecedented territory that we're getting into going into the playoffs. But as you can see, 35,460 points. This is the LAN. I would not want to miss this one. If my team missed it, I would be horribly, horribly disappointed as an individual.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad that we're here, playing last again, like I said. After everyone finishes, we'll have our match.
It's all good. It's all good. I mean, you're on the list at the moment.
Let's go.
8th there. Of course, keep in mind, top 12 gets a direct invite to Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. So you want these points, and on top of that, and something I bet, Will, that you are going to be a little sad about, that you're probably not going to get enough points to get direct invites to to future tournament, rather.
Yeah, I think we have to play the Dream League qualifiers, and that's actually just a lot of time that you have to use. So for these like bubble teams like a MOUZ or something, the ability to just skip that, I know burnout was a huge issue for them, and so for them to just be able to transition and be like, we're safe, it's not just getting enough points, it's being able to skip the qualifiers. It's a big deal.
It is a very big deal, and we already saw that was the updated points with how far teams got so far. But of course, they can go further by winning a lot. Purge. We have a prize pool, and we've divided it in, obviously, money, a lot of money on the line, club rewards, and points.
Yep, that's the point distribution that we're looking at. We're at top 8 now, so every single further step you get gives you a giant chunk of points. If you go 2 or 3 rounds in top 3, that's a huge amount of EPT points. It basically guarantees that you're getting an EWC, is likely what I expect. So these matches mean a lot.
They do mean a bunch already. Top 8 secured means 1,300 points, and that means the first 2 matches, especially today, goes from 1,300 points to 2,800 points. That's a massive increase there, more than double with just 1 best of 3. And of course, yesterday we already had 2 best of 3s being played in the upper bracket, and we just wanted to make sure you guys were aware of all the things that happened yesterday, because those were the first upper bracket matches played on the new patch, and both series went the distance, Jenkins.
Yeah, there was a lot of awesome stuff that happened yesterday. We saw a feeding to the Tormentor, which is really hilarious, and then still Aurora was able to defend with Night God getting a Rampage. The Spirit versus Yandex game. I mean, this series was just like insanely high skill, and we saw a lot of new stuff as well, like people using new items, people trying new heroes. You know, Muerta with like the infinite scaling looks really interesting. The off-laden item, Consecrated Craps or whatever it's called, Blitz, this one seems to be completely broken. The new Ghost Scepter item, like there's a lot to be explored and discovered on this patch. And we're seeing people like hyperbolic time chamber this shit, because you got it right now. Like, this is playoffs of a major tournament we're talking about here.
You know, we saw incredible performance as a whole from Yandex here. Watson had a crazy 20-kill Beastmaster game. That was one of the earlier clips. We saw a ton of Alchemists in this day in a mix of things. A couple of Laurel reactions. Seems a little frustrated, but understandably. It's a really big series, so not being able to move farther towards winner bracket semifinals or winner bracket finals.
Noticed also had a crazy performance in this series as well, which it's kind of cool because on both series we have people that had stand-ins for them and a team performing very well without them, and then players who really want to prove themselves. Like you have Makoto in one of the series, and then Noticed in the first series playing super well.
Yeah, and on top of that, Will, I believe you at some point played on a Dream League where you also had to play in the playoffs
this was
right
so
on a new patch. That's extra pressure, surely.
It's also really fun, though, because you have no idea what's going to be good. I remember at that one, we were theorizing like Zai was rushing Travels 2 on Necrophos every game, and we thought that was the wave. It turned out to be dog shit, and we didn't do that past then.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just kind of shoot your shot, and the funny part is, like, if you're a good team, it'll work, and people will get baited into believing that your ideas are correct, and so they'll just kind of blindly follow it. But yeah, always a really, really fun time.
I think that's a very important part you mentioned, because there are just some teams that are taking other people's ideas and work them into their own, and there's a bunch of teams that come up with their own style of playing. You've got to really balance it out.
Yeah, for sure. It's just whoever's the nerdiest.
Who is the nerdiest of the teams that you see here in the bracket, Will?
It's Tundra, 100%.
Okay, we all knew the answer.
I had Neta on my team. He's going to be sitting there in demo mode, just trying out like 90 interactions. I think you remember when Shovel came out? He had me and Jabs shovel to see if it was giving enough gold or if it was giving too much gold. So me and Jabs just shoveled for like an hour and a half. We were just clicking the shovel button and counting the amount of gold.
Coaches do. Oh my god, what a juicy gig. Yeah, they are cooking. Absolutely. Like they picked Alchemist in every single one of their games yesterday, they being Tundra. And then they drafted a whole lineup that was around like having Aghanim Scepters, and the build was like
it's about time.
Radiance, Ags, BKB, Ags. You go for an item, and then you go Ags after that item, and then an item, and then Ags, and it's so funny.
It is unique styles for sure, and we're going to see all the random stuff teams are coming up with still today. And it's not just, you know, heroes that you see come up. It's also, there's a bunch of new items for people that haven't watched Dota up until this point. Yes, new patch, loads of different changes with a lot of teams experimenting, but also a bunch of new items you'll see. And maybe you'll see one a little bit more than the other. And I'm talking about the Consecrated Wraps. Am I saying that correctly?
That's right. It's called the Consecrated Wraps, but we're going to call it today the Consecrated Slaps because this item slaps hard. In the previous day, we saw 2 offlaners building this item. It gives you way too much. You're basically getting like 2,000 gold worth of stats for a 700 gold recipe. So if Neta is going for something, you know that it's efficient and it's too broken. And then I can't remember what the smaller item is called on the right, but I think it's like a shawl. 10% magic resist for 450 gold. It's super valuable. And this item has, the Consecrated Slaps, of course, has a 57% win rate in pubs, which is insane considering there might be somebody on the other side with the item as well, and still the win rate is 57%. So it's overtuned. This always happens in Dota when a new item gets added. There's some active component, and so the stats are higher because it's more fun that the active doesn't get nerfed when a letter patch comes out. So if you want to win a lot of MMR right now, just go for the new items, especially this one.
That one's very popular in offlane heroes mainly.
Yeah, but I think we'll be seeing it on other roles as well.
Okay.
Like especially if it's some like Kunkka, Queen of Pain mid, some hero that like they just need to not be bursted. Like it's really, really good on these heroes.
Yeah. How much are you looking at the teams that are playing now? Or do you feel like next week is all different?
I think right now the meta will probably shift pretty heavily. Like this item right now is probably just way too good, and so stuff like that we'll look at. But at the moment, I feel like it's hard to know. Just because the only way to really test anything is to scrim.
Yeah.
I doubt these guys have played more than like 5 or 6 games as a team, and so it's hard to know every interaction. And right now, you have some weird internal meta. Like maybe a week from now, Alk won't even be good. But right now, obviously, he's being picked all the time. And something new will always pop up. That's the cool part about Dota. What I love is just what you thought was like 2 weeks ago, oh, this is uncounterable. You will find a solution to it.
Yeah, something new will always pop up, like 2 fresh faces potentially somewhere in the crowd. Or actually, where are you guys, Gareth and Lacoste? Where are you hiding?
We're over here. Hello, hello.
Where?
Hello.
Oh, hello. How you doing?
Trying to find us. We're up on stage.
There you are.
Yeah, we have our own booth, Shiver, and super excited. VIP booths, exactly. But I do love the team, I gotta say. As a Pudge enthusiast, this is one of the best looking teams we've ever had.
That's gorgeous.
You're ready, also ready to make some noise for the crowd and have the crowd react to every single... You gotta be really funny. And Lacoste, this is the real test. Because you are funny.
Oh, now I'm under pressure. Now I have no jokes left, Shiver.
Now you gotta know like, every single one has to hit. Or you get live feedback, which is always good as well. Surely.
Ooh, I'm really nervous right now. I'll have to dig deep.
The Birmingham crowd, they'll cheer for anything.
No. Last time Birmingham crowd was amazing.
Show the
Cobalt and the Cup, and they're going to be good.
Easy. I mean, we'll get that for you. Of course, we're at the start of the day, so maybe the Cobalt action, you know, will ramp up towards the end of the day. I can only imagine that many cups will ramp up towards the end of the day.
Oh, yeah, they will. I remember.
All right, we'll come back to you when the series begins. Love to have you there. Love to have you part of the stage at this point as well. And it is at this point also very soon ready to start a first series. But I still want to hear some final words here from before we head into the series. Purge, what do you reckon is going to happen with Xtreme and MOUZ?
Ooh, it's really hard to say. I think MOUZ is in a precarious position. They have kind of a unique style with their picks, and I feel like that may not be great for like 4 days past a major patch, so it could be a little bit tough for them. I feel like Xtreme's gonna pick some really standard draft that fits together in good ways with some slight new ideas, and they're going to crush with it.
How about it, Jenkins?
I think Ame enjoys cooking. He enjoys cooking on patches where he can pick bad heroes and try to make them good. But I think right now he can't pick bad heroes and make them good because you just don't know what's bad, right? So if he wants to play like Spectre, Juggernaut, whatever it is, he can get that. It might actually work. So I think this patch really favors Xtreme Gaming going into this one.
Are you echoing that sentiment?
For me, it's kind of interesting because I think MOUZ is like the litmus test for how good are you at holding the line. Because if you're bad at it, you're just going to get run over and lose in 30 minutes. I feel like MOUZ is one of those face rush teams. There's no backup plan. It's either we're going to win by 35 minutes or like dominate by this point, or we're probably going to lose because we don't really play the map. And so I think it'll be kind of interesting in a new patch whether they figured out a way to enable that style. I think, if anything, this patch probably helps them because they're just going to do their thing anyways. It's not like anything will change for them.
Okay, it's going to be a fun match, that is for sure. It is time to focus our attention on our first series of the day, MOUZ versus Xtreme.
就到帽子这个战队就，当他们可能就五五开吧，就他们也不是一个弱队嘛，然后他们打得好的时候，就他们进攻性也很强。
I think my team confidence level right now on the scale of 1 to 10, it would be like 6 or 5.
Everything they've got, and still BZM is going to be the one to die for it. Why did they try that?
I mean, right now, I don't think everyone knows truly about the patch yet. Like, actually, people just play their own old stuff.
我觉得就在这个比赛打新版本嘛，就可能会打得更舒服一点吧。打他们的胜率可能就会高一点吧，因为之前我们都是对到他们都赢下了嘛，对，就对他们可能胜率会比较高一点点。
They are decent, you know. They are not bad. That's why they are here. And for me, it's like if I lose, I lose.
Boom is in, and Kurtic, he's in big trouble. Crystallis on the backline punching away Jimmy K. He's just dead. That is a Beastmaster with a buyback, but not much else to work with. And Kurtic surrounded.
With MTS, they're going to pulverize down with Arena. Spear, XXS is here. Oh, annihilation. You call GG mid-team fight. That's how good he is.
The action is only moments away. MOUZ and Xtreme, they'll play one best of 3 for almost more than doubling the EPT points they're getting out of this Birmingham, and elimination on the line is spooky for sure. We're going to focus our attention on MOUZ first. In particular, Perch, first of all, actually, let me just quickly say, yes, we did change people. We got T-Gov and Kezi joining myself and Perch. How you doing, T?
I mean, I just replaced Blitz, so I'm so sorry, everybody. I am so sorry I'm here. Yeah, Blitz will be back at some point, but yeah.
You're gonna do great.
Why couldn't you stand here, man? Like,
I'm sorry, brother.
Great.
You had to take the L.
You're replacing Jenkins.
Yeah, I'm gonna do great. You know, I stole his hat. I'm here for him. I'm gonna try to crack the jokes. Let's keep it up.
All right, all good. We are going to take a look, Purge, at some of the heroes that have been doing really well, particularly in relation to MOUZ, because as we heard from Will, they're doing the same stuff anyway, and they'll just rush it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's been a recent patch. There haven't been that many pro games. Only, 4 teams have shown what they did in the last day. So these are the pub win rates for heroes that got the biggest win percentages. This isn't necessarily going to mean everything for pro games, but if these are your mechanical, these heroes are just better, this is a good way to look at it. And a lot of these heroes have been very popular in the last couple days. Leshrac especially. We've seen tons of teams play this hero. Doom Techies just does more damage, so even when he dies, which he's great. And Wraith King also got squeezed in a lot. Now, MOUZ played some of these heroes in their matches. They got smashed 0-2. That might mean that they are trying the heroes out, which is good, but I'm a little bit worried about how they're going to integrate these new heroes into their playstyle because they have kind of stubborn hero picks. They're 5-position players like playing heroes that are out of the meta. They want tower pushers. Are they going to be able to adapt their style to a brand new patch with heroes while cross-referencing that to what heroes are the best in the patch? I have some doubts. I think it could affect their team. But with that said, they're very good players. They had some other weird picks. You might see Mid1 play something goofy that he feels confidence in, and that could also give them a big chance of winning.
I think Mid1 and Yamage could be the players that you can look at. I think especially with the graphic, Yamage plays techies. I want to see this hero. I think it's really good, so bust it out.
Yeah. I mean, Leshrac. Just give me Leshrac every single game. I'm a simple man.
Everyone wants Lesh.
Everyone wants Lesh. No, Quinn actually paid me to say that. That's it. But no, it's so good on the hero.
Yeah, as we do have two players that do like playing together quite a bit.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, everyone always talks about, you know, Ame here, Ame there, the Uncron King, but you know, it's about the duo. Like X-Nova and him, they've played a long time ago. They both placed second at TI twice together. You can see here, it's over 600 games. It's a 60% win rate. And it's not just in the stats, like also in this patch, like when you look at some of like their drafting, you know, their heroes, the way they do it now, there's like a small shift where they pick the heroes like very closely together. They've got like the buddy-buddy system, you know, they're kind of the besties, not just in the game, but also in the draft and with how they play. And I think, you know, with these two players, it's just, you know, it's China, you want them to do well. Like this team, you're expecting more. They had the second place at TI, and since then it's kind of been downhill, and now I think they're on the way up.
On the way up, that is very much needed, because their consistency, they've been doing well, and then the consistency is just not there, T.
No, it hasn't. I think XG, they always suffer from whenever the pacing of the game changes, because they always seem to be stubborn in how they want to play the game. It's the traditional team fight, the slower game. Even though I feel like we say it every tournament, they keep doing it every tournament, right? So maybe at some point it might switch, but no, they are going to be that stubborn late game team as always.
Yeah, they probably will be, which is going to be definitely against MOUZ an interesting combination, as we did say. MOUZ likes to play relatively fast, or Xtreme Gaming is trying to play relatively slow. And I do believe, Tigov, you do really like Leshrac, because you wanted to talk about it more.
Yes, more Leshrac, yeah. Bring it into, show me the graphic, show me the itemization, because of course it's 7.41, we did have the addition of some new items into the play, so I think of course we are seeing that from NTS, the utilization of Bloodstone coming back into meta, getting that 12% additional spell damage around you. Of course, Leshrac is just a big boy who wants to be in the middle of any fight he's in, so I think we are going to be looking at the battle between NTS and Mid One. I think this hero, to me, I've already said it twice on this panel, it's quite a one note I'm hitting, but it is going to be so important in this series, I believe.
Yeah, it's also like, this seems to be like the new Exodia item build, at least on this hero, right? You have the Shiva Squad, you've got the Bloodstone, you got your AoE Gosha with the Cresselia, whatever it's called. Like, you know, you slow everyone. It seems so strong, and we've seen it in multiple games. This, you have to look out for it.
Yeah, I think the hero just kind of fits a perfect draft as well, because you know it's strong, you pick it first, and then you just pick any other stun, and now the hero is like a crazy guaranteed kill. So he's like a strong mid hero who can push towers, who can solo kill, who does AoE, who's a little bit difficult to kill, has a great item build right now, and if any stuns happen, boom, you're getting solo kills. Like it's great.
It is great. It also means that maybe a little bit extra pressure on that mid lane coming out in our upcoming series. And who's putting that pressure on, other than the mid laners themselves, is of course the supports. And one of the supports of MOUZ is Celery, who got the chance to talk to PARIVISION earlier today.
Hello, I'm here with Celery from MOUZ. Celery, first of all, how are you doing? You guys had a bit more time to prepare and look at this new patch we're playing on?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Chen still not the best, so not the best day, but I slept well. I'm feeling good.
Nice. And what have you guys done in terms of prep? How much of this was just pubbing and scrimming, if you've had any scrims, preparing for today's, running over the new patch, trying to find all those little weaknesses to exploit?
Yeah, we also had some time to watch the other teams, the upper bracket games yesterday, so that was nice. We didn't end up playing any scrims together. We just played our own games and talked and watched some games. Because we need to understand what's happening ourselves. It doesn't do that much to try to play as a team when you don't know what's happening yet. So, but we're feeling good. We had some nice time.
Awesome. And obviously, like you said, you've been watching the other teams. Who do you like the look of so far? Who are you thinking, gosh, those guys have got their finger on the pulse in terms of this patch?
The teams from our group, right? We were in the hard group, of course. Yeah. No. I think Yandex really understood how to move the map well, so we looked at their movement a lot, and I think we learned a lot from it, so hopefully we can show that today.
I do like that conversation topic where, yeah, there's two teams in the upper bracket finals already, in Tundra and Yandex, and both of those did come from Group A, where indeed MOUZ was as well. Purge, how much of an inter-group meta do we think there was?
I mean, I think it's a little impactful, but it's so different now because the vast majority of the group stage just played old patch. So like the stuff that we learned, you can slightly throw it out the window, but you can also retain it. Some heroes are still okay. Batrider's still okay. Beastmaster is still good. So there's going to be a little bit of that lingering, but there's going to also be new creative stuff. And since we're on close to elimination games, like it's gonna matter. Teams can't make mistakes here.
I guess you can talk about the skill, but yeah, when it comes to like the patch, like this, I will take it with a grain of salt. Like so much change. So like, because most of the days we're on the old patch, so like let it do the talk.
I mean, all that matters is MOUZ actually tried to do new stuff, right? They already played the Bounty, they tried the Venomancer. Like, MOUZ came into the patch and was like, we are going to try and invent. Other teams, they're a bit boring. They're still playing the old heroes. Boring, you know? So MOUZ, I think, might become a crowd favorite with some of the flair picks that they might kind of surprise us with.
Techies. That's what I want.
The crowd favorite, surely. Come on, guys. We're in the freaking butcher shop.
That's right.
Pudge is the crowd favorite. Actually, I know also who is a crowd favorite, and we're going to check in with him right now. Parivision.
Hello, sheeps. How you doing? Wow, the crowd's looking lively already for a Friday morning. I'm still waking up myself. Got all kinds of people here already, sir. May I ask you quickly? I'm going to have to sit down because I'm old. Have you been to Birmingham before?
Yeah.
You been to see Dota here before?
No, I was upstairs.
What happened upstairs?
Many things.
Fantastic. Let's find someone else. This guy's been around. Let me look at this. Oh, wait. Whose signature is that? That's mine. All right. Have you been to Brum before? Is that where you got all these signatures last time?
Ever since 2018.
Ever since 2018! Fantastic. And which team are you liking the look of here today?
I'm liking the look of Team Spirit.
All right. Of these two teams, though.
We'll figure that out as we go.
We'll figure that out as we go! I recognize this fella from last time I was in Birmingham. Big man, can you stand up for me, please? We've got Axe here! New patch, he's not red anymore, he's just English. Give us a fucking flex there, bud. You look even bigger than last time. Damn! What team you liking the look of here, buddy?
MOUZ and Crystallis.
MOUZ and Crystallis specifically, very cool.
Having the biggest forehead in Dota.
Wow, all right, well, we're bold, we can say that kind of stuff. Have a sit down, have a sit down. Who else have we got, sir? May I? Were you saving this seat for someone? No. Okay, good, that's kind of sad. All right, have you been to Birmingham before?
Yeah, I have been.
And which of these two teams are you like, man, I came out here this morning to watch?
MOUZ.
MOUZ! Have you been a fan of them for a long time? Because they're sort of one of those old names in Dota.
No, I am a fan of Falcons, but of the two teams, I picked MOUZ.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, Falcons are a pretty good team. All right, sir, who are you here to root for?
Sorry?
Who are you here to root for?
I am Spirit, Tundra. I have been so out or so busy traveling, I haven't had time to keep up with the tournament so far.
I haven't kept up with it either, and it's my job, but it is also my job to welcome our first team to the stage here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for Yes. And they will be facing Xtreme Gaming!
It's not even noon yet, and I saw my first picture, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! That was quite something. I have a very important question, because one of the men on that very stage plays the signature hero of the tournament, and if he's not playing it, nobody is. So I still have hope. Because I still have hope. Will Yamich play Pudge?
If anyone will, it might be this guy. I will say I think the hero's been... he didn't get the nicest changes in the patch, but if anyone will do it, Chiefs, I think it's my boy. Because you have hopes for the Pudge, I have hopes for the Techies. I think he will show us something cool no matter what.
Okay. If no Pudge, then Techies.
There we go. Lock that in.
Lock that in. All right, we're getting very close to getting the teams, of course, in that lobby and starting the draft, and that gives us some time to focus our attention on what we expect other than the Leshrac and other than Doom being banned. Because I wanted to focus a little bit on the offlaners, because both XXS and Boom, I feel like even though both teams, Purge, have such different play styles, both teams are still very reliant on their offlaners doing well and setting a pace.
Yeah, I think they have a little bit of hero crossover, but Boom's definitely more of like the team fight or AoE type guy, you know, Underlord, Tidehunter type heroes, XXS on the other side. I'm expecting him to play playmakers and to get things done. His Mars is fantastic. It is like a big staple of their team, and it sets up really nicely for possible draft combos. The Mars plus Phoenix, for example. So we're going to see slightly different styles, but they will have some head-to-head stealing each other's heroes.
Yeah, and the Mars, he survived the patch really nicely, right? Like, the fact is, he can buy Refresher compared to other heroes, right, in the game, right? You can utilize the double arena, and then, yeah, very strong.
Easier than before as well, because it has less mana cost. Like, he doesn't care as much about the BKB. It's about getting 2 ultis off and stunning 4 heroes.
And Aghanims. You casually buy an Aghanims in the late game.
That one is quite good.
That is crazy.
What does it do now?
It's like old Victory Feast facet, but it's now inside your Ag. So you have to buy that for that, you know, pop
and
of
it's like,
regeneration.
I think it's higher percentage. Like when I saw yesterday, when it popped up in a game, it healed so much. It was actually nuts.
You get surprised by it. Like when you hit like 40 minutes, you're like, oh god, he just picked this item up. Like you're not ready for it.
We are ready for the draft for game 1 of this best of 3 elimination series. We are going to have MOUZ on the Dire, and they will have first pick for this first game. So we're going to learn a lot already from some of the bans. The Doom, we're going to see banned out almost every single time by the second pick team, because nobody will want to let that through, especially not in elimination. Respect put on Celery's Enchantress there as well with the first phase.
And MOUZ also protects Boom's typical tanky melee offlaners by banning Ursa in the first phase. So they're definitely ready for both things that they're expecting, and they're not going to let Xtreme get Phoenix +1 either.
Quick question, because Boom especially played a lot of Tidehunter at the start of this season, and he picked it up again also this event already. Never mind.
It's
my
gone.
question is moot. It's out.
Do you want to ask it? Or?
Yeah, with the Ursa out, there's not really any... There are carries that can work well against it, but that was by far the best one. And if that hero gets off to a good start and starts collecting his little fishies, watch out, you're going to block 5 extra damage.
Yummy, yummy. In the land of fish and chips, you know?
That's true.
Very
no
true.
comment. Anyway, so yesterday in the upper bracket, we did learn about Alchemist. That was a hero that we saw quite a lot. We even saw Nightfall, of course, play it a bit earlier in the tournament as well, but that is a hero that I want to at least consider later on in this draft. As MOUZ, they go for the Largo on the first pick. Again, Tundra with 33, utilize the offlane Largo. The damage is now locked into your Bull Belly Blitz, so you do need to get some levels for it to really get flowing. But, you know, I think we showed how strong it was because it takes longer, but it still does the same thing.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like after reading the patch, I wasn't too sure where this hero stands, but it seems like it's still, well, obviously very high up, you know, on the rating. Like of the teams, he has won, he has looked good. So I want to see like a little bit more, because of course, you know, new patch, everyone has a lot of new things to process. What heroes do you like? Are there new counters to him? But you know, new patch, same first pick, Largo, has looked good so far.
And there's the Mars we already talked about as well. We talked about that would be the overlap for both of these offlaners, and has a great record so far.
An exceptional hero. Like, I don't think you can really fault Mars, of course. I have no idea what really happened to Kez. I'll be honest. There's always one hero.
He had a couple of nerfs.
Sure, but do you have in patch notes one hero that you just refuse to read on first pass? Maybe not you, Purge. Like for me, Kez is the guy where I will just ignore, and then maybe in like 2 days' time, once I've digested other things, I'll go back to Kez.
It's like Kez, it's Meepo, and like whoever has like 20 lines, I'm like, I'm gonna get to you tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, cool.
I'm gonna let the players do the playing, and then I'm like, okay, this is what this hero does.
I bring it up because Kez is the hard lane counter to Mars, at least in 7.4. Who knows? We'll find out some information in this draft at least.
Yeah, and if Crystallis is comfortable enough on it, of course, as well. One of those heroes. We got the Templar Assassin banned at this point because both teams have, I think, most likely selected their offlaners. Largo, we see sometimes on Falcons being put to support, and I know Liquid has done it in the past as well, but I don't think MOUZ has. So for now, I'm assuming it's offlane.
I assume so too. I mean, the Ursa ban would have protected from it as well. Surprisingly, very few Pause 5 bans, whereas that has been the normal for the previous patch. Tons and tons of Pause 5 bans, but most of the really strong ones did get nerfed, so kind of curious to see what ends up filtering out and saying, like, this is the new Jakiro.
Yeah, or is it just still Jakiro?
It might be.
It's still Jakiro, guys. That was the fakest nerf I've ever seen on a hero. 20 mana, ooh, whoop-de-woo. Like, I buy mana boots. I've got the little wizard hat and my twin-headed dragon. Like, yeah.
And you have no other mana cost to level 1 anyway, so it's like, oh no, Liquid Fire when I'm not spending mana anyways.
Of course, Twin Terror doesn't exist, right? So there is less damage in the lane phase, but your tower progression, the ability just to exist on the map, is there. So yeah, we are going to be seeing Jakiro on 7.41.
Also a lot of damage.
Sorry, I got carried away. It's Friday.
And I think also like having supports, because every support can choose Greedy and Sharon on tier 2 and 3. You
Love
can,
that.
if you have supports that can like build into bigger items or have good Agon Scepters, which like this guy does, pure damage later it's a very broken concept, it's very strong. But XG, you know, they value their team fight, they're gonna have it already. And for MOUZ, I think heroes that they've generally played on Crystallis so far is like DK plus some other ones. I wouldn't be too surprised if that comes out later. Or is Lifestealer? Lifestealer is also still in the pool. Like this hero is so high in the win rate, and the one game I've seen it, he is scary.
Yeah, no, Lifestealer, it's got a lot of nice buffs there, that's what I was trying to say. But for MOUZ though, I look at their heroes, and there's so many combinations in play, right? Venomancer, when you get your Aghanims, that's magic resistant reduction. You then have Tusk with the tag team. The Shard is insane. I don't know why, but Spirit earlier, Panto, he didn't buy the Shard on Tusk on the new patch, but getting Drinking Buddies at 1,000 cast range.
And it gives armor now, right?
Yeah, it gives armor. So,
and movement speed.
And move speed. But you're just dragging an ally from 1,000 units. You meet in the middle at 500. You always get that snowball save. It is going to be an insane kind of skirmish lineup from MOUZ. A lot of layering and damage between all three heroes.
Now, Veno is one of those supports that has been seen some play. You did see the record. It's not great. It's 1-4 right now, but I think there is a little bit of understanding left to the hero that needs to be explored. But your new second skill deals damage to the enemy extra if they attack. So in these early fights, which usually result in little 2v2 skirmishes, you can almost guarantee that the enemy hero dies.
I have a question.
Ask it.
Yes.
I know
the
what's
hero
up.
attacks twice.
Yes,
was
it
wondering.
does. Proc twice.
It does proc
twice, yeah.
Woof.
But that would mean you'd have to play the Veno in the lane against Jakiro. They're both typically more like 5s.
True.
So are they going to match up against each other? Less likely. And at that point, I don't think I'm just not going to attack as a Jakiro. I just don't care that much, you know?
The fun thing with the Veno and that Snakebite, it's like, how many points do you want to put in it, right? I think White Moon, he only put 1 point in it, going 1-1-1, then maxing Plague Wall to farm the jungle, because there's, you know, these easier camps next to your tier 1 tower. So like, it's kind of easy for a Veno 5 to just, you know what, I'll go back, I'll go farm a jungle real quick, I'll come back to you. So I'd like to think that's probably going to be the standard build. You don't really want to over Snakebite on the Venomancer, so it might be a bit of a bait.
Yeah, it seems like a very good one-pointer, to be honest. And also, like with what you said, you know, with the earlier, you know, potential neutral items, if you do have a small moment, maybe whoop, quick jungle, you come back. And overall, I also like what MOUZ have going with like their support duels, like putting these heroes together. You know, Tusk plus Veno, there's a lot of pressure, no matter who they go with, no matter which core they go with. And Xtreme Gaming, I think you kind of should be anticipating some of the 18 picks that MOUZ could be going for. You know, Largo, he wants the partners that have high magic damage and the tankiness. You know, T-Governor loves the Leshrac. I think MOUZ could, that's what hero they could be looking at, and other things too. So XG, they go with the Puck for now, at least a very classic answer. Tusk can't really gank me, I'm chilling.
I just have one question now. Huskar, is it still a hero? Because when you're picking Puck like this, when there's a Clockwork as well, the little cogs, like 7.4, you're slamming Huskar here without even batting an eyelid, right? But with Cauterize getting moved towards the Shard, like, is that enough? Also, the percentage damage going from like current to max, like, there's enough changes that the Huskar players might just hate it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised the Lesh hasn't been touched yet. Obviously, Xtreme's not going to go for it now, and I don't like it as much on the MOUZ side, because with the Veno support pick and the Largo offlane, they're lacking setup stuns, so I feel like the Lesh is just going to get dumpstered. Like, he'll be killed repeatedly by multiple stuns and ran it. But I'm also surprised to see Clock a little bit with the removal of the Cog Facet. That was arguably the reason that the hero was good, but it still can work, certainly. And in terms of trading damage, like getting battery assaulted, like battery assaulting on top of a Veno, that's probably a fine trade. You don't have to worry about right-clicking as much. You can force some kills. You can gank Largo a lot in the early mid-game. Like Xtreme Gaming with all 4 of the heroes, they are ready to go fight MOUZ heroes and not let them play slow.
I mean, this is an iconic draft from XG, right? It's 4 dudes that can set up the map for Armade to be, you know, the main character of the show.
So previous patch, Monkey was avoided against Puck because he just wasn't that good. Did that change? Is he good enough now?
He did receive some small buffs, but I don't know if they're like super like strong when it comes to the laning. But it is MOUZ. Yeah, you have to talk about, you know, carry Monkey King, the flex is there. Veno Monkey King is a nasty lane. Like you get galed and slowed, and the guy's just gonna beat you to bits. So overall, I think MOUZ have, you know, at least XG. They don't really know where it's going, but yeah, I think I understand, you know, the voice for it. You can assume it's Crystallis, take out the heroes that they want to help you catch the puck.
And also the map play, right? MOUZ's entire lineup is built on get some early levels and just run through the map. Monkey King now has the 0-second cooldown on his Tree Spring, so be it from the mid that mid one can play or the carry, you're going to see just movement across the map, a lot of pressure getting applied. But XG, they have all the tools to deal with that. They invite this aggression, because you run into an Ice Path, an Arena, a Coil, a Hookshot, a Cogs, like, you will disappear. So actually, they already have the tools to deal with a very kind of scripted MOUZ's lineup.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how well the Monkey works. He's not as strong of a laner as he was before because of the lifesteal, but he's going to be against a double melee lineup, so that part looks pretty strong for him.
And so MOUZ do have to pick out of phase. You're looking for like a mid-1 hero, at least most likely. I think one that like gives you some catch in the draft.
Is he going to do the Nyx that he's been playing against Puck in the last patch?
What happened to that hero this patch? I don't even know.
I think he does more mana burn with all of his spells, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I guess Clock is annoying for you, but you know, it's mid-1. I think this guy always has some spice available. I think something more casual, maybe it's like some Ember Spirit, I think is quite okay in this game. It's not like the hard lockdown. Maybe there's something else that gives you like a more secure catch on the puck.
I kind of like it because, I mean, Mage Slayer is arguably a little better on the hero. You do physical damage and you're going to reduce the magic damage they deal, so fast Mage Slayer against Puck, against Jakiro, against Mars could really save his allies. And with heals paired on top of that, AoE heals, I mean, maybe that's going to be enough to give him the oomph.
But there's also the debate where does MOUZ want another lockdown, right? It would simplify the draft, but they could also go for some of the, the Natured Prophet that's got a couple buffs towards the core role. If you want to go for map play tempo and just break the game,
they used to do that.
They used to do that, right? But I kind of agree. I think the safer answer is going for one of these like skirmishy stun-based heroes because it gives your your entire game kind of an insurance policy.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I wonder what else would like stick out. I mean, I know that like mid-1 he's a very, very unique player. Like he will have reads on this patch, like just a few games in, he's like, yo, Immortal Faith, this hero is good, you can take me this and it's gonna slap.
That's a Sand King.
That's safe. I mean, they didn't have that much AoE damage prior to this pick, so I think this was definitely a good thing to frontline with. If they do some disable and they get an epicenter in there, that could really just clear up the fight in a big way.
It's also a very good Largo combo. I don't know who it was in the groups who had like a 10k comeback. It may have been Falcons or someone else. You know, you get the axe at a nice timing, you croak it up, and Sand King just goes ham squeezy in like a fight.
But if
it's doing a lot more damage with reverberation.
Oh, yeah.
But if Lifestealer is a hero that's getting first phase banned, surely into MOUZ's heroes, isn't it pretty good? Yes, there's a task, but it's an option to consider.
Maybe like some BKB guy is also kind of cool in the mid game, or like high range. I don't know if range heroes will go so-so because both Monkey and Tusk can aggress on you, but if you get through the game with a range carry, it's kind of nice to like space.
Oh yeah, we have a hype man at the front. Hell yeah.
The balloon man is here. I can tell by the balloon quality.
Yeah.
Oh.
There it is. Okay.
And that's the Lifestealer.
Well, he's got to worry about Tusk Punch, so he can't rage TP, but other than that, and Monkey King ulti is a little bit annoying, but you can definitely fight the hero. Looks fine.
They do have some major damage problems on XG. I think their entirety of their draft is setting up other people to succeed up until the point where Arme has all the items to kind of do the killing blow, right? So for MOUZ, they have to identify that. I want to see the overlapping of their cores, really kind of play through each other early on. Don't allow Arme just to cruise control his way to a Radiance and then kind of conduct his team to good fights.
Yeah, because it is a pretty scary Lifestealer game, I think, for MOUZ, like later on. Like the one thing I do see from MOUZ, and it's generally how they win, I think they want to play fast, and they can. Like they can, collapse on the safe lane, go onto this Lifestealer who needs a lot of time. You have Crystallis on his Monkey King, which is arguably like one of his two best heroes that, he can play. Yamage as well on the Tusk. So for MOUZ, I would definitely look for them to like speed up the early game, look for your good lanes, go to mid-1, make some stacks, and keep aggressing and keep playing on high pace.
How does this translate? How does the whole translate to what we talked about before the draft even began? If this does go late, will MOUZ run into a wall? Because it sounds like they won't with the Largo and the Sand King combo.
No, they quite literally will. MOUZ will be able to play Arena and Pressure. There'll be two walls actually they'll be running into.
I mean, I
set that one up for myself.
I have a little bit more faith in Monkey King in the late game because he's going to be so mobile. That should increase his GPM a little bit because sometimes he does struggle to have as much carry potential. I don't know if he's going to go like a Battle Fury build or is he going to go on the same vein as his other heroes, which is get shit done to buy time for a Largo to get Ags. Those tempos and those choices are going to change a lot, and one of the best Monkey Kings in the world is going to make probably a good decision about that.
You would hope so.
See what he does.
Yeah, I would assume he plays on high pace. I think Crystallis, he's not like the pure type guy who's I'm gonna go Battle Fury, I'm gonna go Radiance, I'm gonna farm it up. He's like the guy, I'm gonna win my lane, mid-1, I'm gonna make space for you so you can do your thing. He's more like the type of team player. But I also think that's what he should do in this game. Like Xtreme, they're kind of slow. Abuse that, play fast, make it happen. Because XG for them, I think their lanes could struggle a little bit here.
Their lanes could potentially struggle. That being said, Largo has also got a little bit of a slow timing to him.
No, for sure, yeah. Largo is all about the early efficiencies, right? He's got to get his early levels, he's got to farm those camps. If he gets blocked out, he's going to struggle. So Largo, he has to try and find his early game.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. It is time for our first series of the day. MOUZ versus Xtreme Gaming, Game 1.
We may not have had a Pudge pick, but MOUZ are still doing a bit of crowd pandering, drinking buddies from Tusk, a pint of snake bite from Venomancer, and Grunky Monkey Kung Fu style from the Monkey King as well. Now, Lacoste, how do you think this is going to set up tempo-wise against Xtreme Gaming?
Oh, MOUZ, they want to set the tempo. They want to play this one fast because if you look at their heroes, this is Crystallis, is one of his best heroes and one of the best heroes in Dota in general to be able to go through the twin gate, try to backstab the enemy carry, and you can see that Largo needs a little bit more time. Like Sanking from the mid lane, he comes online pretty quickly, he buys that Blink Dagger, and then you're going to be seeing maybe a little bit more extra aggression. Yamich on his signature Tusk.
Oh yeah.
Venomancer, still a bit of a question mark for me to see how much he's going to be able to get from the lane, but it is still a very strong lane. This is slow, and you also have Monkey King with the stun in the lane against 2 melee heroes, so not going to be the easiest lane for Xtreme Gaming. We'll see if there's going to be a lot of wave dragging, and you also have Clockwork, a hero that has been nerfed. He doesn't have his facet. He has the worst facet, actually. The
power.
Yeah, the one that doesn't give him much.
Yeah, we do have the off-lane meeting, you know, a little further away from that safe lane tower, so maybe that's something they can play into a little bit, but it's a tiny, minor improvement in quality of life for them. We'll see how it goes. I mean, already Xtreme Gaming trying to drag things out by pausing the game, making sure MOUZ can't get off to a running start. Well, that's the name of the game, right?
Yeah, yeah.
We've heard so many times in interviews, you know, XXS, a bunch of Chinese players from Xtreme in particular, saying that they, you know, in China they want to try and drag out, they've got 3 or 4 items, wait until that mid-game, whereas MOUZ are literally just run at you.
Yeah, so if they can't harass them in the lane, they should also pause the game and harass them in the alt chat. Seems like that would be the case. But yeah, they are a bit on the slower side when it comes down to the way they play. MOUZ, they are a team that do tend to end their games in like 35, even slightly earlier, depending on the draft that they do have. I'm slightly worried about their ability to end the game with the heroes that they do have if they really want to push the tempo, because these heroes, they don't have much tower damage. Sure, you have some like Veno wards. We'll see what build Monkey King is going to go for, but other heroes, they really don't do any tower damage whatsoever.
They rely on team fight and killing before they get there.
Yes.
Before they get it going. And how do you think that whole storyline settles on a new patch? You know, is there more room for error, or is it going to be more difficult expectations-wise with new heroes and changes?
I think the games also in general might be slower because of the refresher BKB nerf, because you don't have the double BKB. And this is something that players did use, especially certain teams like Falcons building multiple refreshers and making sure that they have that double BKB. They have that like 35-40 minute timing to be able to go for the high ground with the Aegis. But we'll see how much they're going to be able to get out of this lane. XXS, I always talk to him. I always talk about him that he is in the top 3 Mars category. He had some extremely good performances in the last 2 games that he did play. And not an easy lane, as we said. So they're going to need to manipulate, try to make something happen, because they can't really square up against these 2 heroes.
No, they made a 3rd lane for themselves.
Pretty much.
The waves around. Yeah, we saw the highlights from XXS earlier on. He had some real cracking Mars spears into those arenas. He's got to get through the laning stage first, though, against this Crystallis Monkey King, one of his signature heroes that we haven't seen all that much recently. As down at bottom, Yamich doing a very similar thing to what the clock has been up to, dragging wave. Not going head-on into the lane, but against a Jakiro, he's taking a tremendous amount of damage. Already harassed down to about 200 health. Such a fun part, Dota, isn't it? Dragging waves. Let's just move these creeps over somewhere else where we can farm them safely.
Very interactive gameplay indeed, and we're seeing it from both of the offlaners. They really can't play the game. And looking at the mid lane, nothing to say. He's off to a really good start. He's currently sitting at 13-4, mid 1. He's going to catch up. I also want to see how many stacks they're going to be able to get in the triangle for this tanking. This is also something that Largo wants to be farming. Maybe first he farms the outer ring, but Tusk is also a hero that can't really stack 2 camps at the same time unless he uses his shards. So it's quite a lot of mana commitment for him to be able to get those stacks going for his tanking.
It is, and that's a pretty good point as well, the fact that MOUZ do rely on these stacks to get to their items. Sanking, Largo, item-dependent heroes, where we look at Xtreme Gaming more level-dependent with the Mars, Puck, Clockwork, needing level 6s before they can really start off fights. Nova still has access to large camp, so he'll get that pull across. Yamich, double dire sentry. Trying to keep control of this area. Lifestealer will get his free farm going up the top there with 17-5. Lifestealer, a hero that we've seen race up to the top of the board in terms of win rate. As Xnova is going to get licked back in. The kill coming in for a boom. Largo, of all heroes, getting first blood.
That's a good start. This is what you want to be seeing on Orgoba. You want to have him starting very good. Like, we've seen this hero getting completely ruined. There was one game where Falcons played it from the off lane. He was like 0-9. It was very difficult for him to play the game. And this hero has been nerfed, so you definitely want him to have a good start. And this is also pretty similar to way that Dawnbreaker plus Tusk have been playing when Dawnbreaker was a really popular hero. Keep them inside, have that extra bit of a damage with the tag team. And now Largo does the same thing. With the Frog Stomp, you catch them inside with the Ice Shard, use the tag team as well. Nothing to say. Not in too much trouble, but boom, he's gonna be fine.
Yeah, he's all right. Even has a salve, and boots are coming out on Courier too. Still not able to put any pressure on Arme though. That's the big problem. While top lane, Skellery is under pressure. The Spear and Cogs push back, sends him on the tower though. Now FY's the one in trouble, but he's denied.
That's the deny.
XXS says absolutely not. A Monkey King giving chase. And Jingu stacks now all taken out. MOUZ doesn't have mana for Spear, but it looks like he's going to be okay to survive. Meanwhile, Yamich continuing the lane dragging. Does keep the aggro on him, so he's able to pull that wave all the way across again. Has Spear into Cogs, though. Funny interaction.
Yeah,
pushed and bounced around.
Yeah, small cogs also look very funny nowadays because nobody was playing with it. It's much easier to like bounce them back because with the big cogs you needed to get out and then maybe try to stop it. But now you can just do it the old school way.
Item-wise on Crystallis, what are we thinking? For now, you know, going treads, going to these laning items. We saw a bit of Diffusal Blade. FY's giving it to him.
Yeah, let's see if he wants to go more for a scaling build, so just that they have something for the late game, because we said that, you know, this type of a lineup, they're very good in the first, like, 30 minutes. Can definitely fall off in some of the later engagements when you start to have, like, multiple ways of resetting the fight and not sitting inside of Wukong's command. But also the team fight is going to be strong, having Wukong's command, having this Sanking with the Blink Dagger, Aghanim Scepter. So the scaling in the mid game is still fine. I'm just slightly worried if this game goes like super late, if they are not going to be able to close it out, fighting into Arena, fighting into Puck as well.
Boom. Going to come across and help out Yamich. Nothing to say. Can come in here with an orb, but they've already finished off the Jakiro while Yamich gets back to high ground. Very firing up, and a burst strike in onto the Puck. Puts Nothing to Say in trouble.
Battery hits him.
Another orb back away. And FY bodyguarding Nothing to Say means Mid-1 has to fully retreat.
Nothing to say, unable to finish off the kill. They definitely need that coil to connect. We've seen pretty much hate. I think this matchup, we've seen it multiple times throughout the group stage where Puck just uses a coil onto Tusk. Doesn't matter if he's playing 4 or 5, so that he can get the snowball off because of the leash mechanic, and then they deal with the rest. Very good start for MOUZ. 1k gold lead already, 2 kills on the board.
Yeah, I mean, on that topic of Monkey King, I guess the worry for me is if you go for some kind of Battle Fury scaling build, there's some overlap with your Largo, Sand King farming jungle.
Yeah, I think you want to be getting something active for the early game. Like, we've seen good amount of mage layers from the mid lane, like even Pango's going for it instead of the Diffusal Blades. So this might be the item that he wants to pick up.
They're all coming in here to try and contest the shrine. First onto X-Nova to find the Jakiro, with Crystallis showing his face down south. Mid-1 picks up the Shrine of Wisdom as they're on FY as well, so another couple of kills going their way. No deny on the neutrals. Mid-1 getting involved feels real good as the lick back into Boundless Strike. Army's a lifestealer though, so doesn't particularly care.
Ame should be okay in most of these early engagements, but Crystallis, this is why we said Monkey King, one of the best heroes in the game to go for TP or twin gate rotations. You can always be active, and now he's scouting things out. Maybe thinking about sticking around.
FY. No easy access through the portal, even pushing him down from the trees. Very irritating for the Monkey King.
Yeah, Monkey doesn't like carrots, he likes bananas that Venomancer can feed to him.
And FY just goes through the gate himself.
What's on the other side?
He's ready and waiting for him. That doesn't stick around. Nothing to say though. He's got to spend a defensive coil here. Orbs back to high ground. Shards not going to be there. Unlikely to get the kill anyway. Not been easy for this Puck in the middle lane.
Top lane.
And they've caught Crystallis inside the cogs. Arme's also rotated up. Monkey King trying to stand and deliver. He can't really get the Jingu stacks up fast enough. Dead as he gets surrounded by Xtreme. First kill up on the board for them.
And Ame's the one who got it. Lifestealer is the hero that got like the biggest buffs pretty much in the whole patch. His win rate went up by like 7 or 8%. He received 10 damage in the laning stage, which makes this hero very difficult to lane against. Like we've seen a series for PARIVISION, they were losing pretty hard. Thanking, he's going in mid one.
Wanting to get active, play into these side lanes as often as possible. Should be a simple one here on Xnova. Hero just trying to defend himself with what he can. Mid one even fake pumping the epicenter.
Yeah, but to go back to the point, we saw Lifestealer having that like 0 and 4 start in a PARIVISION game, and then he didn't die a single time. They also had the same exact combo with the puck, so this combo has been, I think we can go back in time 15 years ago. It was still super popular, the Infest bomb, so you always have something to kill off the heroes, especially supports in the back line. Maybe even find Largo, especially once you get to that like 3rd, 4th item on the Lifestealer.
Yeah, because we had a long period where Infest was used as like a saving tool, or this ability to, you know, Aghanim jump into an enemy carry. Now we can see that Infest bomb come back into play. As FY does get protected by the spear, but the Wukong's command from Crystallis is going to clear out the clockwork another time. MOUZ showing they're really not afraid just to throw bodies and numbers at these early game skirmishes. So far, Xtreme Gaming holding that line though, like the panel was saying, right? You want to weather this storm against MOUZ in particular as a team. 10 minutes in, you're down 5 kills, 1k net worth difference as well. Not a drastic situation for them.
Yeah, I've seen Xtreme Gaming having like 5k gold deficit and still winning the games. They're a bit on the slower side. Any kind of a kill they can get is going to feel good.
Exactly.
XXS also not committing with the arena, so they're going to have that available as well.
One of the good things here for MOUZ, though, is that Largo hasn't really been shut down in lane, right? We've seen him maybe struggle sometimes and have to rely on farming back through jungle. Boom has got a lot of lane farm, which is obviously much more efficient for him to get to that Aghanim Scepter faster.
Yeah, Lifestealer might be good throughout the game against Largo, but in the laning stage, you just don't have enough damage to push him out. Something that we've seen other Chinese teams do, pick Marcy and then go try, like completely go ham onto Largo where he's unable to play that lane. Lifestealer, a bit of a different hero. That's why we're seeing Boom having a much better game.
Oh, this mid one, Sand King, Phase Boots and Blink Dagger, 11 minutes in. Already eyeing up a jump on this mid lane park. There we go, with the first strike forward, Snowball's coming, and nothing to say, he gets connected on. MOUZ play the park again. A killing spree for mid one, and they've got a catapult behind them.
Perfectly executed, and the timing is also rather perfect. Playing with the catapult, as you said. Celery, level 6 available. He's putting multiple points into Plague Ward, so he can get some extra bit of a farm. He can put some pressure on the tower. XS,
yeah,
he goes in.
Bend the arena.
He puts him in.
In the snowball. Venom will dodge back. Still going to die to God's Rebuke. Yamich in trouble as Ahmed comes in. Trying to unload the damage, but he's saved up, and mid one's still in here with a Sandstorm Burrow to get another kill.
It looks like
down. Oh, you just FY's level 4. He's got nothing to give in his team fight.
Yeah, like this is pretty much the old school build as well, because with the cogs being nerfed or you don't have that facet anymore, I think you need to go for battery assault, so which is going to be slightly more damage, but you don't have that follow-up initiation with the hook shot. Sure, like there was also a very nice save coming out from Yamich. This is why his Tusk is such a menace to play against.
Oh, mate.
It puts him in mid-spear.
Yeah, it was so good. See it back. It just delays the whole fight. So XXS can't go for the Tusk. He's like, oh, fine, I'll go for the Veno then. Then he gets Snowball saved. Ice Path is too late. It just ruins the fight completely. And then mid one's able to jump back in with that nice 2-man stun. Finish off the 2 supports. It seemed easy for them, clearing out the tower while it's all happening. And now, very swiftly down into that bottom lane. Crystallis going for the Mage Slayer. We're going for one of these earlier items.
Yeah, Mage Slayer, an item that has been changed, so you don't get the 30 attack speed anymore, but you get extra bit of a damage. Damage has been changed to physical, plus also on top of that, you are dealing more damage per second over those 3 seconds. Mid one, another find.
That's turning up the heat, isn't it? He feels it now. With his Phase Boost blink, he can keep chasing people down. Veno throws some goo here at XXS as mid one will come in to finish him off. I think Crystallis wanted that final touch. He won't be handed it.
Seems like they might not be done.
They're not. Yamich sees nothing to say.
Pop the case.
Trying to reposition here, and the coil already spent means it's a free reign opening for mid one to jump NTS. Lacking the follow-through damage though as Yamich is taken down. Mid one, speeding forward with Crystallis there. Found a strike across 2, but Army's arrival might be tough. Another one from mid one! The big stun. NTS has the jaw to the left, but this tanking keeps on chasing. Stellary Crystallis, they're in tow, looking for the final blow on this puck. One more touch will do the trick there for mid one to pick up a double. Arena out from XXS, wanting something. Mid one's low,
The stun
but
off.
Crystallis with Celery, they'll blow him up.
Oh man, MOUZ, they're super aggressive, playing behind the enemy lines 14 minutes in. And let's see, they're probably going to be able to steal the XP rune on top of that as well. Mid one, he is popping up, but this is also a pretty big kill. He was on a massive streak. Yeah, XXS, he gets 600 gold from that one. All they have to do is get some return kills, because right now, MOUZ, they are playing a turbo game, while the rest of the Xtreme Gaming, they're playing normal Dota.
That's what it feels like every time MOUZ play. Well, mid one's just running at you non-stop. These burrow strikes are just gorgeous, though. Every single time he's able to line it up. Was it 3 in a row here? Oh, spectacular. And Arme, this life stealer, is like, please, can I just stick on a target and kill someone? And it's not happening.
Arme right now, he still doesn't have the damage. Maybe he can get some like infest save on one of the allies, but the damage is definitely not there. Still needs another component to be able to finish off that Radiance.
It's well done by XXS to gather anything from that fight, right? It looks a little bit wild going in there and dying, but value-wise, he gets a pretty massive takedown.
And it's a massive influx of gold for him, because he was really not having that good of a time. Still needs another 400 gold to finish off his Blink Dagger.
And when you lose your streak like that as mid one, the pressure's off now. Like, okay, well, I can just keep playing aggressively. Do what I want, nothing to lose anymore. 7-1-3 on the Sand King.
It's not like that streak actually stopped them from playing aggressive. This guy's one of the most aggressive players that we've seen from the mid lane.
He's crazy. We've cast a few games where he just buying back 12 minutes in.
Yeah, there was one game where he bought back twice in the first 18 minutes. I think they're one of Wallach's.
Crystallis. Gonna force FY to hook shot back towards Arme. That was Xtreme Gaming looking for a play in that top lane. Not going to pay off.
This Mage Slayer is going to be causing them a lot of issues. Pretty much all abilities that they do have is magic damage. So reducing that by 40%, it's going to be super effective. A Life Stealer, even like his Radiance damage that he is going for, until he starts to put in some right clicks.
Yeah, reduce all that spell damage.
And I also like that Monkey King is going for Deso. We talked about them not maybe having enough tower damage. This is going to be another item that is going to be speeding things up as well, allowing them to go for Tormentor, go for Roshan, and also take towers.
And Largo has got through the most difficult part of the game now, hasn't he?
Yep, now it's easy peasy for Largo.
It might not be in a moment, because the hunting squad is coming in. XXS wants to have a nice Blink Dagger debut. Pairing up with FY and trying to roam through that bottom jungle. So far, no contact. Largo's tucked by his tier 1. He will walk over a Radiant Ward though, but MOUZ are already preparing with their 3 heroes through the Twin Gate, laying into some vision of their own. So quick to get across the map. Fowler Strike into Burrow Strike. The puck waiting Rift and Phase Shift. Can NTS slip away from this?
He cannot.
No, you can't. And FY also being tagged up by Celery. Farming Cogs as mid one. Would have had a chance there.
Also, one of the issues that you have when you're playing against Venomancer is you need to be able to use smoke, especially in a losing game. So every single time you want to make a move, Venomancer will take certain area of the map, just park himself there, steal your farm, reduce the vision. XXS, he does have a Blink Dagger ready.
Mech on Venom now as well. Like, the timing there, you see, oh, Lifestealer's got Radiance. Yeah, that's great for Xtreme Gaming. But it's Largo, Ags, Mech, Veno, Roshan time for MOUZ.
Infinite sustain.
They come back to thinking, okay, so much weight on XXS's shoulders to find the right targets in these arenas. And Xtreme, they're wrapping around to try and find some exit kills out of Roshan. Maybe steal it. FY is in. Roshan dies. FY snatches it. Aegis grabbed by the clock, but XXS is dying in the pit. There's a big Wukongs, and Xtreme will pay. They got a minor victory, though. Snatching that Aegis under the noses of MOUZ. Sneaky.
That was pretty massive. Not allowing them to get the tempo, get that Aegis on your Monkey King, who can go in and try to maybe kill these tier 2 towers with the freshly bought Desolator, but he does go in, and it's still like team fight on their side is still pretty insane. You're fighting into Wukong, you're fighting into Epicenter, Veno ulti on top of that.
I got a bit confused because Celery denied a shield rune at the same time.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, did he deny Aegis? No, FY snatched it. I mean, it's something out of nothing for Xtreme Gaming. Incredible scenes. But this is what Xtreme need to do. Delay the game, drag things out. Don't let MOUZ have any more momentum. Slow things up as much as possible.
Good for Ame, as long as he can get the farm. Right now he's sitting at almost 10k, 19 minutes in, which is still pretty good. And always be careful about XXS. This guy, whenever he gets the jump, they have really good follow-up. They have also good amount of team fight. Couple of circles, you have a coil, you have ways of snapping the coil as well. With the cogs, like some small interaction there, with the spear of course, but also Jakiro. Never underestimate the amount of damage that this hero can deal. I think X-Nova is maybe on the less greedier side, but we've seen Yandex, Maladich, whenever he plays Jakiro, he buys one small item, goes for the Aghanim Scepter. Most of the time it is drums.
Yeah.
But X-Nova, I think he realizes if they can finish off this game, you have greedy GPM always available as a tier 2 and tier 3 neutral enchantment, which does allow you to farm your items.
Yeah, go for the scaling.
Yeah, that's why I like this Aghanim Scepter a lot. Yamich, looking for something.
Snowball onto X-Nova. Mid one's going to go for the Epicenter Blink. Mars Arena's here with a spear though. Largo can't keep Yamich alive. They're on to Boom with a lot of damage out of Ame. And mid one now he burrows in with the Epicenter damage. Oh! MOUZ! They turn and slay them. Nothing to say, still ticking over inside the Roche pit. But MOUZ, that's all they can get.
It feels like every single time they get something done, there's also going to be a kill in return. MOUZ ready to respond, tanking damage through the roof. Aghanim Scepter, steering, taking it, and if he's playing with Largo as well, if he gives him Croak of Genius, there's gonna be a lot of that extra damage coming through. One,
Ame is not invulnerable.
Definitely not.
The dodge on that hook shot, so good by mid one to sidestep it. And then in with another two-man.
Mid one has been connecting these Burrow Strike onto 2-3 people sometime, and we see Amar as well giving the thumbs up from the crowd. ATF approved.
Crystallis nearly had a jump on Clockwork there. But by the metrics though, looking at that fight recap we saw, it wasn't too far away, you know, between gold swing, XP swing. Even though it seemed like MOUZ having the upper hand, Xtreme Gaming is still getting something and dragging this one out.
Even in a longer fight, if they can keep Largo alive, which is gonna be the key for MOUZ, because they want him to play the longer fight, and then maybe he can get another Croak of Genius, another Burrow Strike. Venomancer loves to play longer fights once that damage starts to kick in.
Easy solo kill.
Another Deso charge.
Number go up. Nothing to say, had a pretty quiet one. We'll get a coil on Stellar in this mid lane. Pops the mech and has mid one by his side. Yamich coming in with a punch. Boom, running around, strumming as FY. Gonna get finished off, and Ame pops out and dies as well. They go for the Veno and they pay big time.
This is not the target that you want to go for, especially because there's still a tier 1 tower in the mid sitting, so you know that the rotations are gonna get there.
And that fight recap, not so good for Ame.
Usually we say it's good for Ame, but not this one.
Not this one. I mean, the fact of the matter is they didn't have XXS there. He is be-all, end-all of their team fight. He's the guy that's got to go in.
And we can see the difference in damage numbers. Like, Venomancer is dealt more damage in these team fights, more than any hero on Xtreme Gaming.
Parasma definitely going to help the puck out in that department. Like you said, the Aghanims on Jakiro are going to add in things as well, but that's a long way down the road right now. Currently, the main goal is get XXS to this BKB.
Crystallis, he also purchased a shard of his own. You are playing against Clockwork, you're playing against Mars, even Jakiro. So you want to be able to get out of these very annoying abilities, and also going for a second round of managing to stay out, which is going to be BKB. Be careful. Luckily, they have Largo. We've seen something very dramatic happening yesterday. Celery again, first point of contact. Arena onto him.
They want to kill his Venom real bad, and they'll get him. MOUZ, though, going to jump back in. Clockwork's in the rear, going for a hookshot play, but it's the Sand King onto XXS. Takes Xnova with him, and Arme, he's going to run and bail again. Crystallis has opened up to kill off FY. That initiation in the rear didn't pay off. Nothing to say, has to blink back. Oh, Arme still being run at.
Rage in 2 seconds,
They've
always
got the
boundless.
vision.
They got him!
They've got the damage!
Oh man, mid one, he's really popping off. In every single fight, he's doing way too much work. This Aghanim Scepter steering Signet playing with Croak of Genius is just doing way too much.
With 21 out of 27 kills. What a monumental performance from mid one. And another big swing for MOUZ. 4 heroes die in that team fight. Xtreme Gaming now starting to struggle as they bleed out. They held the line for so long. But a 10k lead for MOUZ. Looks like they're going to be aiming for all these tier 2 towers now.
Yeah, we hear the crowd cheering for MOUZ. They like what they're seeing. They're playing extremely fast Dota. Mid one popping off, and they have a lot of these circles. They have Sand King, they have Monkey King as well. Basically, Sand King Kong version, if you want to call it. It's pretty impossible to take some of these fights because they have no pipe. From the offlane, Mars, this is not the item that he wants to buy, and most of the damage they do have is magical. And on the other side, MOUZ, they have Guardian Greaves, so they have at least 1 aura, plus also Mage Slayer from Monkey King, which reduces all of that spell damage by 40%.
So I've got visions of the Sand King climbing the Mars arena now, swatting Clockwork helicopters around. FY out on the map, trying to do what he can. Big goal here for now. Keep these waves away from tier 2s. Try and spread the map as best they can. And Xtreme Gaming do have some pretty good heroes at doing that. And Puck, one of the slipperiest in the game, can definitely go and cut waves and drag things out in one lane. MOUZ are very good at tightening up and playing as 5. Wherever they go, destruction follows. On here. Hey, who's this? Big man. Oh, you're gonna come out and kill the creep wave. Monkey King role-playing is an ancient Croaker.
Croaker of Genius, he was there ready to maybe get a surprise kill. And with the Deso, they have more than enough. Also, a newer big timing where you can actually go for the high ground is going to be 2nd Aegis and 30 Catapult. Double Catapult wave, something that we've seen before was on 35.
Oh, the earlier ones, yeah.
Yeah, so 5 extra minutes earlier. Could make a lot of difference in the way the teams want to be closing out the games.
Oh, for sure. See Xtreme just trying to play out on the map as best they can. Clockwork shoves that top lane. They've tucked Arme away in the pocket, farming safely for now, but MOUZ are approaching. They want tier 2s. Park out in that mid lane might be on the menu. I'll focus on the objectives. They show the Monkey King and Venomance bottom lane, but the other 3 heroes hidden off map for a good minute now is absolutely a cause for concern for Xtreme Gaming. Yamich nearly had the jump on Nothing to Say. Park will get away, and Invis Rune disengage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
On your front, man. A minute and a half till Roshan, though, so a bit of time here for Xtreme.
Yeah, because he snatched that Aegis and also used it immediately. We haven't seen like even more aggression put on the map by MOUZ. That would definitely love to have that one. Ame still trying to farm up with these Manta illusions.
Mid one. Does he find them?
He finds 2 of them.
Oh, he does! Xnova gets out the ice path. Nothing to Say didn't get chain stun. Celery also dies to XXS, but Crystallis has found NTS. Another orb and Jaunt is ready. Thinking about jumping to the right, but Blink's northwest instead. Look who's waiting for him! It's always mid one!
All right, check this guy's PC. This is some back stuff going on. Just
check
kidding. Mid one's playing too well. He knew exactly where Puck is going to blink.
Oh, what a read. Really godly stuff from mid one. And Crystallis, he's feeling it now. They're hunting Arme. Lifestealer, very early rage. Infest into one of these ancient croakers to try and run away. Can he slip out of here with the speed he can? They'll lose FY though in the meantime. And the big man on the map, mid one himself, finds another bit of assistance to give Boom the kill.
He's playing so fast. The change to Monkey King where he can 3 dance with no cooldown whatsoever. So he's anywhere on the map. He also didn't go for the cast range on level 10 because you are playing carry Monkey King. You have that Jingu on level 15 as well, so no cooldown on the Primal Spring as well. But he is ready to go. They have BKBs available, one available on Sand King, that's a 9-second BKB, and also Monkey King did not use his at all.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they're in the right place as well.
They know Roshan is up.
Right outside the pit. Already triple dire observer wards all the way from mid through to bottom lane. They will see every approach coming as long as they can keep someone to smoke break on the front lines. Roshan has roared. MOUZ just going to sit in the pit. No little soft retreat, no disengage, just full on sending it into that Roche pit. They know Xtreme Gaming are wounded right now.
Venom's also bringing in another big item. This is your position 5, pretty much having the offlane items, having Guardian Greaves, and also having Pipe, plus you have the Mage Slayer from the carry roll. This combination between 2 items plus Mage Slayer has been looking so good. We haven't seen it as much in the previous patch because Mage Slayer was like a very, very situational item, but when the item was busted and the Pipe was still a good item, like we've seen this combination, especially against the lineup that deals only magical damage. Like, you have some right clicks from Lifestealer, but you can see that he doesn't feel too comfortable sitting inside of Wukong's command versus the BKB piercing tool. And once the rage is down, they have enough to lock him down as well.
And we had that long period where Leshrac was popular and Ember Spirit was just, okay, I buy Mage Slayer.
Every single game.
Lord buys...
We might see it back because Leshrac right now seems like a must-ban hero.
Yeah, it definitely does.
If somebody doesn't ban Lesh, we're definitely going to be seeing the Mage Slayer.
A little lull in play, give it this Xtreme Gaming time to buy up that basher on Arme.
And this is the big timing that we talked about. 30 minutes, 2 catapults are approaching. They are right across the river right now. This is the timing where MOUZ, they want to be finding something. Croak of Genius again onto Sand King.
They've seen Arme retreat from this camp, and they'll jump with Yamit. Started off with Punch, Snowball, Burrow Strike in, the chain stuns. They're good. Arme dead with no buyback.
Also not allowing him, very good shards from Yamich, not allowing him to get close to the creeps and maybe get the infest like he did in the previous engagement. Monkey King, this is also another item that I wanted to see when it comes to outsieging the high ground. Deso plus Aghanim Scepter. If you could just sit there with Venomancer wards, and again, 2 catapults, they are approaching. Ame, he just bought out.
He did?
He doesn't have buyback available.
He bought out for Basher. So now with the Roshan's banner, double catapult, this tier 3 looking worse for wear. They can go bottom as well. Top lane has a tier 2, but bottom lane could be opened.
That's one side. Xtreme Gaming, they don't want to take fight here. It just feels way too difficult. Like even with the Lifestealer, fighting into Aegis, fighting into Banner as well. And it seems like they potentially want to close it out. 30 minutes in, MOUZ, they seem pretty strong. They are feeling themselves.
I mean, they caught them there with Arme having no buyback. They're also catching the Jakiro elsewhere. Well, Puck makes a play on the Venomancer. Snowball comes out, and Veno with tons of auras stays alive through MTS's initiation. FY has died to Crystallis, and Xtreme Gaming. Oh, I don't know how they come back into this now. It is a real rough one. Maybe one fight left in them.
It's 4v5. Jakiro doesn't have buyback. Clockwork, he did use his buyback. Refresher ready on XXS. Let's see if he can land 2-man arena.
So reliant on this jump from him.
They need it twice. Immediately on him.
His tracks by Yamit. Monkey King focused though. The damage onto Crystallis takes the first life down. Aegis gone, but mid one's in. The 2-man's done. Arme's done.
I think this might be it, Gary.
They've got it now. MTS gonna get cleared out under his tier 4 towers. And MOUZ look to close it out.
Oh man, what a fast team. Like, sure, they sacrificed one of their heroes, but the rest of the team, they are ready to clean it up. They also don't use the BKBs, and they are feeling themselves. 50 seconds without Ame. Sanking again, he goes in. I also want to see the amount of damage that the mid one did in this game, because it's pretty ridiculous. Oh, Arena doesn't connect.
He whiffs it. Crystallis got BKB up. They'll focus the throne. Jakiro's down. Mars forced back to Fountain. GG called. And MOUZ take game 1.
This is the type of Dota that we expected from MOUZ. These are the type of drafts that you want to see. You want to see something fast, you want to see something new, and they are bringing in some old stuff, plus some of the new stuff. This tanking from the mid lane completely dumpster them.
Just bow down to the king, your lord mid one. Incredible performance. He doesn't look particularly happy though, does he? Just there chilling.
Another day in the office. Yep.
Incredible scenes. MOUZ taking game one in their classic fashion, speeding the game up. And Xtreme Gaming, yes, they held that line for a good 15 or 20 minutes, but they broke.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the damage number, Gary. Mid one did almost more damage than all 3 cores on side of Xtreme Gaming combined.
No way. 33,000. Massive, massive numbers being pushed up by him. And a very good start for MOUZ. Maybe a sign of things to come as we head back to the panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. MOUZ, they set that high tempo and they do not give Xtreme Gaming any chance to put their foot in that door, Purge.
Yeah, they did a great job. They were constantly being aggressive across the map. They were getting kills. They were rotating to side lanes. Monkey King rotated for the Wisdom Rune. Like, they're taking Roche fights, and yes, the Aegis got stolen, but they still convincingly won this. Nobody died in this thing, except for that one guy.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, everything about MOUZ, though, is like, when they want to go aggressive, they did it together. They were a team the entire time, like a pack throughout the map, just like, they see hero, they kill hero, and that just wasn't a thing for XG. Like, I'm going to be critical on Army. My guy, he was hitting more jungle than enemy creeps, but Kobold makes his return to Birmingham. He did get a damage buff in the patch, of course, for Brum itself, but yeah, I gotta say, XG, they were just kind of victim to this pressure, and they never really found a time to take a good fight.
Oh, yeah, MOUZ definitely had their number. Like all the rotations you guys are talking about, and I mean, it shows here in the highlights too. I think mid one had an insane game on this tanking. Like, you know, the early game, the mid game, they talked about the damage numbers. Crystallis is like as well on his Monkey King. It is his staple. It always has been. You know, 10, 1, and 14. I really liked his build, and I mean, I agree with T. I think XG, they were caught a little bit slipping. I think they have a ton of deaths on their supports. You know, could be, you know, day one, you're playing on stage, get the nerfs out of the way. Now game one is done. You know, go into game two clean. But MOUZ, they looked incredible in this game.
What allowed Boom to be basically that active on like Largo, which we've in the past, even before the changes, has said, you know, you want to take some time to get all your items online. How come he could be so active so early?
I mean, mid one, of course, popping off in the Sand King, he's a natural Croak target, right? If he gets buffed by the Croak, you're going to even do more damage. That's why he had like, what, 33,000 damage. Probably Croak is buffing that a bit. And I think the fact that you have to rush Ags to use Bull Belly plus the movement speed song, that alone makes you go, maybe I join my team a bit earlier. Like, there's no argument of maybe I go Kaya or whatever from old patch. It's like, you just want to be with your team, with Sand Kings, and just making moves happen.
It's also nice that he had this draft where everyone is like already fighting, and he can just like join in and like, you know, give a little buff here, throw your frogs, and it's like kind of easy to connect because everyone, like we already talked about, they made nice moves around him to like make space for him and make it easy. So I think both MOUZ and Tundra, they're very good at understanding how you want to draft the frog.
Yeah, and the frog was first pick, and it played out very nicely, as we also got a couple of extra clips for you to look at, Purge.
Yeah, that's right. Let me look at what they did so effectively to make space for the Largo, to basically, as a team, do cohesive things. They took turns participating in fights. Here's the Wisdom Shrine on the Dire side. You're going to see the Monkey King teleport from the safe lane. He's going to go fight here. He's the classic Wisdom Shrine fighter. He loves being here. He's going to end up getting a kill. He secures Wisdom Shrine for his team. In fact, mid one ends up getting it. They get a double kill off of this. And you might think, oh, that's the carry. He's supposed to hit creeps. That's not his job this game. His job is basically to set tempo throughout the game. And once he's done, here's mid one at 11 minutes with his Blake Dagger. They kill a puck. They take another fight around the mid tier 1 here. This tower ends up dying. The fight that happens there is not that bad for them. It goes fine. And here's the next fight. They're only 1k up, but they've got 6 more kills over their opponents, and they're being aggressive again. They landed a 2-man stun from Monkey King. They land a 3-man stun from Sand King. And on the Xtreme Gaming side, they're just like desperately trying to slow this down. But Ame's not really doing that much damage. He doesn't actually have Radiance yet. The Mars eventually shows up trying to get something out of this, and he does end up eventually killing mid one here. But it takes a little bit of doing for him to be successful on that. So like they're trying to go even here, but they're not really matching it. And look at the smoke at 16 minutes. XG smoke doesn't hit at all. And on the other side, MOUZ starts invading this area. They're going to end up finding Puck here over in the jungle, getting the follow-up stun, getting this kill. So the moves that Xtreme are looking for aren't actually hitting on their side. So it's making a really big difference here for MOUZ. They got to play the early tempo. They hit their stuff. Everything went well.
And speaking of moves, just a quick intermezzo or just a quick interruption. If you're in the arena right here, don't move. You'll probably want to be in this arena during the break, but I will not head to yet, but that we'll have a little bit later. So keep that in mind, as I do want to go back to the game that we just witnessed, and I think one thing that was very important were the last pick. You gotta kind of compare the overall first pick, which is the advantage you get from first pick, with the overall last pick, where you get that gotcha, lifestealer, Tikov, gotcha.
Got nothing.
Nothing.
It was
Oh,
kind
that's
of
sad.
a little redundant, unfortunately, because Arme, again, he had the lifesteal, looked good on paper, but the time he needed to get online was not the same when you compare it to Crystallis, right? Crystallis, 728 GPM on his Monkey King carry, but his itemization, right? Going for the Mage Slayer, it is now physical damage, then going back for the Desolator, utilizing the fact he has a 0-second cooldown on Spring, taking the Twin Gates, like Purge was mentioning, being very active on the map. I saw a carry in Crystallis that wanted to win this game, and for Arme, he just never, it was not the same. It's like night and day difference between the two of them.
It's also, I really like the itemization on Crystallis. Like, I want to talk about Mage Slayer was buffed, and he wants to play this aggressive way, and he does. Like, the Mage Slayer into the Deso. And like, with what he is mentioning also, like, I think Arme, like, he's like the type of hard carry that takes time in order to win the game. And I think sometimes these carries, you know, like the Crystallises and the Skeeters, the Mickeys, you know, it's not as easy for them to like get the like limelight, you know, because they're moving around, they're not going to have the most network, but they're making all this space and all this stuff happen on the map. So I think Crystallis, he cooked in this game.
And maybe they have to shut him down, right? In game 2, XG, rather than first picking the MOUZ, they need to find an offlane duo that can stop Crystallis from making these moves, get the early levels, because if he's active, MOUZ just on paper will be the faster, more clinical team in the early game. So maybe it's less about Arme and more about, you know, the other side lane. What can they do to stop this inevitable aggression that we are seeing already, again, with the gold lead that they had in the highlights?
Yeah, the Clockwork didn't solve that problem, and on the other side, look what Veno accomplished. He was a strong laner, and he transitioned to Auras, which was perfect when they're already winning the game, and Largo has heals. You have this pause 5, he doesn't care about some little Glimmer Cape. He's like, I want to dump tons of HP into my teammates, which just made these fights even more one-sided when they went well for them.
It's also like something I saw in XG, because maybe it was also not like, I think Nothing to Say didn't have the best game himself, but like Mars, Puck aren't like incredibly high damage heroes. Same with Clock. You're playing that into Largo, which then kind of made it hard, I think, for them in like the mid game to make a comeback. So I think XG need to make a small swapperoo for the game 2 here.
This is also, previous patches wasn't the case, because Monkey King wasn't that good. In the past, whenever Crystallis was on the team, the other team would always ban Monkey King. That was just, there was no debate. He's the best Monkey King, so why wouldn't you just start banning it again? Considering the hero, apparently he's back.
I mean, they might start. This is one of those moments in a tournament where there's a new patch where you just get a gimme game, basically, where you're like, oh, this is one of my best heroes. It's perfect for the game circumstance. They whipped it out to get a win, and now they just need one more to move forward in the tournament. So it's a big moment for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the treat of new patch, right? Like, when you look towards MOUZ, it's going to be the Monkey King. Tundra, they had the Pangolier that's getting banned against them. The Alchemist, like, every team is going to have 1 or 2 very flavor-specific bans, where in future tournaments, it probably won't happen. We'll see a meta develop, but in ESL One Birmingham, it's all about, like, the respect of their hero pools right now.
It's also like, it is literally, like he said, it is the problem of like a new patch. You have so many different things that pop in your mind of like, oh, I want to play this hero with this item build, this hero got buffed, this hero, and suddenly like you forget, you know, this guy plays this hero and it's really good, but it was trash the last 1 year, so you kind of just end up forgetting. But I wouldn't be too surprised if, you know, in the next game you take it out.
We have Lifesteal. That's a first phase ban for some teams, right?
Yeah.
Here it's a 24 pick, last pick in the draft, and it just loses the game, right? So maybe there's also overreaction to certain heroes. And again, Lifesteal is still very good, but I love when teams just let the heroes through. Don't just follow this script of Doom is broken. You can beat Doom with certain aspects. Like, the best teams in the world right now will exploit the fact that people very quickly come to conclusions that this early in a patch will be fundamentally probably wrong.
Yep, we also saw a lot of carry bans in that first game, and maybe they will just be higher priority now to pick up earlier if you want to get the one that is the best. We're going to, of course, find out what happens in game number 2 and with the draft of that. Before we do that, though, there will be a break. But if you are in the arena, do not go anywhere, because I believe something is afoot. We'll see you soon.
If you guys are in the arena, don't worry. We got something to entertain you, something to keep you busy. It's a quiz! Everybody loves quizzes. All right, so if you want to win, you can only win if you're in the arena. If you're at home, you just have to watch and follow along for fun. There is a QR code. Scan the code. There's not an app or anything like that. Scan the code and you can win this fabulous commemorative coin. could be yours. So, there's the code, scan that. I guess you'll have to zoom in. And then I'm going to ask 5 questions. Speed is of the essence. There's a leaderboard. Whoever's top of the leaderboard, you win the coin. So here's the thing. If you win and you're on this part of the arena, just come see me. If you're up here and you win, come to the fence and wave like mad, and we'll get the coin to you if you win. So, look at all these people registering. Fantastic. Countdown is adding to it. Very exciting. The music just stepped up in tempo. We're nearly ready to begin. The suspense, it's crazy. The suspense is insane. Remember, if you're watching, you can just play for fun. If you're here in the arena, you can actually win something. So, apologies for those of you who are not here, but you should have been here. It's very simple. You should have got off your ass and come to Birmingham. All these people managed it. This is the trophy. I've been told, do not touch the trophy. No, I'm not going to touch the trophy, believe it or not. All right, this is a Pudge-themed quiz. Question number 1, in 3, 2, 1. When was Pudge the Butcher first added in Dota 1? 2004, 2007, 2001, 2008. Fastest finger is important. You got no time to cheat, there's no looking this up on your phone. Fastest finger. Oh, look at all those answers, 620 answers. If you're answering now, come on. You've got no chance. 2004, 2007, 2008, 2001. People have gone for 2004. What was the correct answer? Happy Pigeon is top of the scoreboard. Whoever Happy Pigeon is, he's waving. There he is. All right, congrats. Question 2. What unit in Warcraft 3 was Pudge based on? Was it the Butcher, the Abomination, the Boomer, or the Ghoul? Have a little think. Take your time. Just kidding. You've got to be quick. The Butcher, the Abomination, the Boomer, or the Ghoul? 5 seconds left on this one. Oh, it's close. The Abomination, Happy Pigeon. He's crushing it, this lad. Who voices Pudge in Dota 2? Sir Action Slags. Gabe Newell, James Tyrell, or John Patrick Lowry? If anyone puts slacks for this one, you're disqualified. On just instant disqualification. Slacks is on later, don't worry. Gabe Newell will not be here, spoiler alert. He's too busy. It was JPL, of course it was JPL. Oh! What is Pudge's real name in Dota 2? Pudge, Josh, Butcher, or Bomb Bomb? I think it's Bomb Bomb. It could be Josh. That sounds right to me. Happy Pigeon knocked off the top spot. He's shaking his head. Don't worry, I'm sorry. Maybe you got quick enough now to get back on top. What is Pudge's real name in Dota 2? Pudge, Josh, Butcher, or Bomb Bomb? Ooh, it is of course Pudge. Mighty Dog. When was Pudge first added in Dota 2? This is the final question. It all comes down to this. Original release, 17, 18, or 19? Fastest finger first. The answers are flying in. This is exciting. Remember, this is for the commemorative coin. It's stuck in my pocket, but I will retrieve it when the time is right. Original release, 2017, 2018, or 2019? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the answer is original release. Let's reveal who's top. Mighty Dog! Where is Mighty Dog? Are you waving? There's Mighty Dog, he's all the way up there. All right, just make your way to the front of the fence there, and I will scurry down and get you your prize. Do you want to just go along this way a bit? Keep coming. Fantastic. All right, well, thank you for playing. Thank you for playing along at home. Thank you to everyone that played in the audience. And let's get back into the Dotes very soon with Game 2 coming up. Don't go away!
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
Xtreme Gaming has a fantastic track record when it comes to taking series to a third game of the series. And on top of that, the last 3 times they faced against MOUZ, they were the ones on the winning end at the end of it all. So you'd imagine that they have what it takes to bounce back and force that third game out against MOUZ here as well. And they need to, because elimination is on the line. MOUZ, however, had a fantastic game 1 and looks to be on the form that they were at the start of the season, Kezu, when they looked on fire. They are so again.
Yeah, no, they look great. And I like that they went back to, you know, the comfort and I think playing fast, which is obviously very good for them. I think XG during this break, there's like a high chance that what they talked about isn't like necessarily hero specifics, but more like this minute 8 to 15 was a problem. We couldn't fight them back. It was rough, so, you know, maybe small adjustments.
I mean, that's where the thing, the small adjustments. Will it come from maybe the mid lane matchup, so NTS can try and thwart mid one? Will it come from the off lane matchup? Is Arme going to change his playstyle coming into a game 2 of a lower bracket best of 3? Probably not. So you are going to look towards all the other elements to amplify them, but actually they can do it. They have so much experience, the understanding of MOUZ, like Shiva was mentioning with the historic matchups that, yeah, we are going to see it already. And with a Venom answer, that is a statement of we are going to try and start winning some lanes.
Now, the ban difference is we saw Batrider in the first phase instead of Ursa. This could open MOUZ up to some stronger offlane heroes, which gives them more options here when they're already up against a strong laner with the Venom. So we'll see if that shifts their priorities here or gives them a good idea.
Yeah. They're just consistently putting respect on both Ench and Tidehunter.
Yeah.
Right? The promotion of Largo to the first phase ban, that is their read from the previous game. It isn't the Monkey King and all the other aspects that we could have maybe analyzed. It's just, you know what, let's get rid of Largo.
It'd be really good against Venom as well. You could catch you lick off the annoying debuffs that he provides.
I also thought that the Monkey King into the Mars, I think a few times we saw the Monkey King ult overlaid on the arena perfectly. It might sway you away from Mars a little bit doing that again.
Yeah, definitely it's one thing to think about, because if you're like XG, I think they love Mars and they love XXS's Mars. I think they would also like over-analyze in terms of like, how can we pick it again? Like, how can you make it happen again? Because I think it's one of like his best hero player combinations. But yeah, absolutely. I think Crystallis in the last game, he kind of put a stop to that one.
I feel a lot better about the Mars combo if you pair it with Phoenix. That's like a obvious gimme. Or if you have other like jump stunner heroes. Puck doesn't integrate with it extremely well. I think there's a little bit of overlap in that they're teamfight control. So I feel like I'd rather pair it with like a stunner nuker rather than like a disruption mild nuker.
I mean, it also helps when you see the enemy pos 5. Like, if the enemy pos 5 like a Warlock, a more static style position 5, you know the Mars can apply more pressure elsewhere. On top of that, you are then going to have, like you mentioned, the 4 position matchup and all the other elements. But yeah, I just wouldn't be surprised if Mars was a later phase pick for XG.
Tusk is, I think, a hero that has really just been regained the equal value between last patch and this patch. Teams were consistently opening with it early. It gives you everything. Basically, there's obviously something. It's like a jack of all trades hero. BKB, piercing stun, you have saves, you have good lane control, you have a varied skill build that you can get based on what you want. You can gank side lanes. It's just so safe opening.
It also helps that it's one of Yamaja's like absolute best heroes. I think he had a while where he picked it like 15 out of 20 games in a row, where obviously this guy is very good, and I think like now you have the tag team. Later you can still get the drinking buddies if you want with the shard, which honestly I think that's quite cool. And I think also when you have Boom in the offlane, it's quite nice to pair it up. I think Boom is kind of happy, you know, if he leaves you be, he gives you some space.
Oh, yeah, this is what I'm here for. This is what Birmingham's about. Hell yeah, this is only the first point, guys. We have or 3 more days of this. So please, be ready, crowd. When the camera is on you, of course, drink responsibly. If you can't, it's okay, but here it is.
Oh, and that one was completely full too.
There we go. Beautiful.
Well, there's 3 pints on left.
The whole crowd has to do it. Sorry, mate.
That's a Jakiro. Jakiro obviously on the losing end of the previous game, but still a very stable hero to go for as a position 5.
Yeah, MOUZ pretty much setting the foundation of you're not showing anything to us, so we're not going to show anything to you, right? When you pick supports like this, such strong laning supports, it just means that all the cores will have a lot more information to be able to counter-pick.
Can we learn something from MOUZ being on Dire side 2 games in a row? Obviously, that means that the teams prefer where they are at right now.
It's going to be outpost control, right? With the swap of Roshan moving, you want to have the closest outpost to Roshan, and whenever it swaps, whatever team that has it, you're going to take it.
Oh my god, those are big.
Oh god, I'm sorry, lads.
Kill.
Keep it up, brother. You can do it.
Come on.
Keep it up.
We are proud of you.
No, you keep it up. Let's go.
It counts. Yeah, we'll take it.
The Pangolier has seen a bit of a resurgence here. Higher stun duration on the ulti, slight buffs on the second skill, and it was kind of trending up a little bit. I definitely like it against Tusk, I would say. You have nice area control. It makes it harder for Tusk to do his job. You'd have to worry about ice shards, but as a whole, nice itemizations, good item buffs that the Pangolier can take advantage of.
It's like overall good pivot, I think. Like you can tell that XG very likely at least did have a talk like MOUZ, okay, you know, it's new patch, they're playing fast, let's give us some more stuff where we can actually battle back into them. So for that reason, I do also like the Pangolier, and I think with the double sub, I want to see where MOUZ take this. And I will also need to talk about other Crystallis' heroes. I don't know how people view Pango overall. Obviously, he's very good. You know Crystallis? Yep, that's the one. His Bloodseeker. It's like the age-old counter to Pango.
Yeah.
Because Rupture, yeah, see you later. You don't want to play into that spell.
Just feels so nice to be MOUZ in this position. They had draft that could go anywhere, and then you see finally a key here, and you're like, okay,
this one.
Here's our identity.
I mean, that is just such a beautiful benefit of having the double supports. But for XG, like Kez was mentioning, it's actually really cool, the idea that they're matching MOUZ and going, you know what, we're not going to let you outfight us. We want to be able to fight you. But then, yeah, surprised by a Bloodseeker. That was it his shard now? It's just the percentage damage on his click? Like, is that the main?
It goes pure BKB, through BKB.
Right,
That's one of the changes. May have received something else. Don't quote us on all the changes, guys. It's tough.
Is this then Crystallis' patch when Monkey King and Bloodseeker both pickable? Yeah, that's mad.
Yeah, I mean,
it could be.
MOUZ might be pretty happy.
Yeah, like I can't tell if it like I don't even know if he knows whether it's good. But I think on a new patch, like a few days in,
you gotta do
Pango,
it.
yeah, you're taking the invitation to like, give me this guy, give me this guy.
I mean, you also have heroes already that want to go find kills, that want to put people to low HP. So Bloodseeker will look pretty happy. Yeah, fair play. Again, you don't have to do it, guys. If the camera's on you. It is optional.
Okay.
Oh.
You can do it.
Oh dear. Killer nails. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Still
good.
It's a good try.
Good try, guys. Good try.
We respect the hustle.
Oh, there we go.
You're stealing a drink.
No, that is. It's a team effort in Birmingham.
Team effort. It's true. It's true. Team.
Well, he has to finish it now. You
By
can't.
the end of the draft.
Yeah. You can't like take the drink and then not finish it. That's kind of. Oof.
But it looks like it's more red than beer.
Oh.
And to the next person.
Double it.
Double it.
All right.
Razor also picked up on the side of MOUZ. I'm going to assume this one is not for Crystallis, even though that's his third hero.
True. Could play, but yeah, mostly it should be your mid or offlane.
Yeah.
At least when you look at Bloodseeker Razor, there should be heroes that like I think kind of own them because they both rely on single target, like run you down during their BKB and like, you know, Rupture, Link, like some range carries potentially, or like Faceless Void if you want like the Giga carry matchup, but I think that's very slow. So for now, they just go with Brewmaster. Seems chill.
Seems chill, and of course is the thematic hero of previous Birmingham, so I bet that one is also a crowd favorite there. And it's time for our final couple of picks coming out. What are we lacking? It seems like on the side of Xtreme Gaming, we are looking for a carry because I don't think Ame has his hero yet. On the side of MOUZ, if we are assuming Crystallis has taken the Bloodseeker and the Razor will be either for mid one or boom, we are looking for either a mid laner or an off laner coming out. With Bristleback being removed, it implies that Xtreme Gaming is thinking off laner.
Yeah, XG will have a problem for where MOUZ will just have so many tanky cores, right? If you have to deal with a Razor with potential auras, Bloodseeker who naturally wants BKB as like second item, there's just a hurdle you have to overcome. And then for XG carry-wise, like part of me just wants to see a Terrorblade but I'm worried about the pacing, right? Like the eventual Mantis Guardian, it's like I stand my ground, you never kill me as a Bloodseeker. But can you get to that point after how we saw the first game kind of unfold?
They kind of have like two problems, right? They have to worry about getting ruptured because you don't want to give Bloodseeker like multiple targets to like pick and choose throughout the game. But in the same vein, yeah, if you stand and fight your ground, then you're kind of bad against Razor. So do you want something ranged? If you get ruptured, you can still contribute to fights. There's a couple different options they could do, I suppose.
TP I definitely could see. I think it's good against these cores. If you feel like that with the bans, you know, you could cover it like nicely enough. I think that's one of the heroes that can come out. I just want to pose, like, I feel like I see a bit of a problem for XG. So you're now playing mid Pango, potentially either against Razor or a counter pick, and into Rupture. And most like this is not an easy position, like, for your mid Pangolier to be in. So I do hope that actually can find like this middle ground of carry that, yeah, he does do the stuff later. I like this, where you can also like in the mid game do some stuff, but also,
I don't know.
I need to see his item build because Rupture is annoying.
Yeah, like it's great outside of Rupture. If he gets Rupture, he's gonna have a bad time. They're gonna be putting ice baths. They're gonna be chasing him down, like forcing pressure, and he's gonna have to like time lapse or Saguchi away.
10 seconds.
It solves the Razor problem, but it's spooky against Bloodseeker, I feel.
At least it brings the damage, right? With the Desolator build, I think he has to go Desolator. Luckily, for the sake of the series, Arme and the Chinese region has always thought about Desolator more than the European Weavers, and that will be a thing to lean on. Yes, Rupture is a problem, but if Weaver's getting Ruptured, Pango's going to shine. If Pango's getting Rupture, Weaver's going to shine, right? And I think the fact that Brew, Willow, and Veno all complement that aggression, you have to... I think they have the tools to 45 certain fights during Rupture.
That's true, and they are way higher tempo than the previous game. They're ready to go from the laning stage on. They're going to definitely match what MOUZ wants to bring towards them. But if they do hit a lot of these ruptures, the slight chains is perfect this game because they have moderately mobile heroes between the Pango. It's going to beat up the Weaver as well. There's definitely more problems that they have to worry about now.
Yeah, MOUZ just... It feels so simple for them to play this game, right? The supports will secure the side lanes, and then they'll run through mid, get a rune for the Ember, then they'll go break the bot tower. I think at MOUZ, it's like, it's all about how good they are with their skirmishing and never allowing XG to, you know, you want a full Ags on a Brewmaster, you want a Lincolns and maybe a Blink and another item on Pango. Same thing for Weaver. So I think XG have got more aggression in them, but there's still this kind of like tempo that I'm looking at MOUZ having the kind of the early game advantage.
I like the adjustment from XG, but I'm fully on board with the fact that what XG need to do is like, you need to fight together. Like if Pango is eating the Rupture, Weaver has to make use of it, and vice versa. Like fight together with the minus armor, you combine the split with the roll, fight together, bring your Weaver. Because MOUZ overall, I think they're once again very happy. They have very many staples. Like mid 1 Ember is a legend, like even of the past. You look at Crystallis Bloodseeker, kind of same story. And I think if you play this game like very casual on XG, I don't think you're getting very far, but I like their adjustment, and I think we will see a lot of skirmishes in like this early to mid game. At least I hope so.
I'm a little bit worried about the damage potential of the XG side, because once they get like a Pipe, Greaves, maybe a Crimson Guard on the Razor, could really stop a lot of the damage output of the enemy squad. But the Dark Willow looks amazing this game. Bramble Maze against Razor, against Bloodseeker, against Ember, all excellent. So if FY can sit in the back and drop mazes like crazy, it could really disrupt their fights pre-BKBs.
I think my main question would be if the mid game is where Xtreme Gaming this time is able to show up big time, and MOUZ is still going to be able to play the same type of tempo that we saw in game 1, a lot of it will also be decided then in the laning stage itself. How is that looking? Is there any team over the other that has just a stronger laning stage with these 5 heroes on the board per team?
I guess you've got Weaver. Weaver Veno bottom should do quite well. I think even if it's Razor Tusk, I think you can fight through that. Whereas mid, I think both are kind of happy farming, so maybe both the safe lanes are quite strong, I think, for the respective teams.
But outside of lane, also supports. I think both teams have the ability to rotate to mid to make the aggressive move first. Whoever makes that first move will waste the enemy's TP, will break the map setup to then find other kills through smoke. So I think both supports, they have the ability to own this game. So I think it's really on who can make that first move.
It's time to find out. Can Xtreme Gaming extend their stay here in Birmingham? They need to take down MOUZ to do so. Let's see if they can do that, or if MOUZ will take this one 2-0. It's time for Game 2.
Well, Xtreme Gaming looked good against MOUZ so far this year, only dropping 1 game with 3 series. But it all goes out the window with a new patch, and now they're 1 game away from elimination as MOUZ have run at them relentlessly.
Oh man, I'm just excited to see Bloodseeker back in action because this hero did receive a lot of small buffs. Nothing like too crazy, but I think he's in a good spot to be played right now, especially because Pango's back in the meta. This is one of the hardest counters in the game against Pango, not allowing you to get the roll. Pretty much you have to stand your ground, and some of the changes that did happen to Bloodseeker is Blood Rage. You can't use that on enemies anymore, so it's only for yourself. It doesn't silence anymore. But also the amount of damage, the amount of scaling damage that you do get, I think one of the biggest changes is Shard. Now also is pure damage, but it also does go through debuff immunity. So you're always going to have that no matter what. And one of the heroes that can stand his ground and take the fight. They're coming. Crystallis.
They're in behind. The Bloodseeker, the smokes break. Crystallis, the first point of contact. Throws down the blood right, but the blood grenades go his way. He's a thirsty boy, but he doesn't like that. First blood for XXS. Xtreme Gaming showing the no slouches now, already playing very, very quickly.
Yeah, this time around they did have a bit of a different approach from what they need to do. They wanted to have heroes knowing that MOUZ plays extremely fast, so pick heroes that can actually do stuff at these early engagements. No real big cooldowns. Sure, you have Rolling Thunder and the Brewmaster split, but you also have super active carry who can join some of these early engagements, something that Lysa doesn't like to do as much, especially when there's like a BKB piercing tool like we've seen in the previous game. And Pedal also discussed about the support rotation. I think I would like to see MOUZ rotate to the mid lane relatively early on, because you have one of the best rotating supports, insane amount of damage, a lot of things that you can combine with your Ember Spirit. Mid one, he completely dumpstered the previous game, and now he's playing Ember into Pango. Both of these heroes are kind of back, especially Pango. We also have to see what kind of item build he's going to be going for. We've seen good amount of Mage Slayers as well in the pubs as well, and I think we've seen it in one of those games. But the Fusel Blade is kind of king on this hero.
Yeah, it is. I mean, especially pre-level 6, trying to catch this mid lane with your two supports.
And also something Panel talked about is this off-lane duo for Xtreme Gaming. This is a super strong duo, which, especially once they hit the level 2. You have Bramble Maze. Nobody outside of MOUZ likes to play into Brambles. Bloodseeker, he can't maneuver through them. It's very good against Razor to stop his static link. And Ember Spirit on top of that as well. FY, off to such a better start compared to previous game.
Oh, that Clockwork.
Yeah, I think Clockwork, I don't think we're going to be seeing much of this hero anymore.
Yeah, a real horrendous time for him. But you're right, the way that MOUZ kind of operate once we get into that mid-game portion is dogpiling on people, right? You throw this Rupture, Static Link, try and chase someone down, then you're like, oh, Terrorize, Bramble Maze, all these chaotic spells can disjoint you from the team fight. First up, though, laning stage, we've got to get through that. Mid one, 8-1. And the tail 3 Pangolier, nothing to say, coming out ever so slightly ahead.
Pango did receive some of the good buffs in the previous patch. Hero was one of the most annoying heroes for the past like 2 or 3 years, and then it got completely dumpstered, and we buffed him up. Blood Grenade, they have no stuns available until Jakiro hits level 3.
TP back from Willow to the tier 2.
Yeah, but to go back to Pango, his Swashbuckle slows now for 0.2 extra seconds, his Shield Crash is better, and most importantly, Rolling Thunder. It is a stun that is 1.2 seconds on all level compared to the previous patch where it was only on level 3.
They feel much nicer. And there's the Bramble, just making sure they can't advance onto XXS. The Brew did start to get pummeled down a little bit by Crystallis. And last hit from the Brewmaster. We should be able to stick around and gather up what's left. Nice little maneuvering though by the Bloodseeker to hold the Radiant Wave in front of his tower. And they've got that longer lane to chase people down. In the mid lane, mid one. Bottom lane, boom. Already with the poison on him.
Couldn't get it.
Arme takes him out. Might be looking for the bonus kill here as well. A few more hits as he does get that red attached to the top. Can't quite chase it down. And mid lane, really, both of them on a knife's edge. Very low HP values between the Pango and Ember.
Usually we say good for Ame, but this is good for Crystallis, having that extra bit of a move speed in the top lane. And we're seeing the items as well on Bloodseeker. Double Fairy Fire, the turnaround potential, maybe he grabs a kill. They're really pushing the limits here.
Both of them, yeah, just poking at each other. Seeing how far they can take it. And Pango with the stick does allow them to keep their health topped up a little bit. Even delivering tangos 4 minutes in. Delivering tangos to mid. Trying to keep playing out this lane. And so far,
Dire are scanning.
we'll see these supports rotate. 4-minute rune, like you said, pretty important to try and control. Yeah, it's already galed. Well, nothing to say. Bottles up the water rune. Ember Spirit won't get his hands on one because F1 has already made the move. Top lane, that leaves XXS isolated and exposed, but no way to stop his TP back to tier 1.
A little surprised Celery didn't go for a point in Ice Path. Sure, you have more mana to use in the lane, because right now Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost cost 20 mana to use. But also knowing that you have nothing to stop the TP with, this is the second time that they managed to get out of trouble.
Do you know if the Kobold camp can deal with waves now? Because this was the most pathetic small camp in the world. But they buffed a bunch of the numbers, and it looks like it wasn't enough. They can't deal with waves.
It's never enough. They got 2 damage, Gary.
I was like, well, please, let the Kobolds kill a wave. No. We'll manage to drag it back onto tower anyway. As FY comes back up to player's lane. And it feels like Xtreme Gaming with that first blood and TP's back. They got into more of a rhythm here. Not allowing MOUZ to steamroll them in the first 5 minutes of the laning stage. But we don't have any of those big lane counters now.
No.
We're looking more for the mid-game team fights with a rupture into the Rolling Thunder kind of thing.
MOUZ, they also have pretty limited amount of stuns. They have like shards or maybe a snowball punch, but these are all relatively difficult skills to get before you can get your blink daggers as well. Ember needs to pop off, and it's not the easiest way to set things up, because your offlaner is Razor. He's going to be going for Aura, so in terms of lockdown, he's not going to be providing much. And something that was nerfed for Razor is that his old innate or old facet, I'll call that thought.
Yeah, Xnova's out in the open. Boom is losing a lot of health though, as these threads of Arme giving him even more potential to keep gap closing, chasing, and dishing out the damage.
20%
also a
extra
kill on
damage.
mid one as Arme is opening up 1v2. Might even get both of them for his troubles. Another Chikuchi forward. Yamich gets under tower, and it looks like Arme is going to give up on the chase because the creeps are more important.
Yeah, and he's also very close to level 6. This Threads of Fate, new innate ability for Weaver. We just saw it in action. It gives him extra 20% of the damage. On a hero that has Geminate attack, that has Shikuchi, it feels really good. And now Ame is level 6. So throughout the whole game, I think he's going to have a good matchup against this Razor. He's never going to be linked. I also want to see what the itemization is going to be. Panel had kind of the same questions. You are playing against Bloodseeker, so you might want to be getting Lincolns later on, and whether he's going to be going for like more right-click oriented build if they feel like, because most likely this is going to be Deso. You are playing with Pango, so there's a lot of synergy. Very good Bramble from FY.
I mean, such a big vibe shift here. Xtreme Gaming
right, who's linking
pretty
Ku?
Fast on the tower. Arme does get the time lapse off in the nick of time. Shikuchi off to the right-hand side. Wisdom Shrine attempted to be contested here by Xtreme as they bring numbers down south, and a TP out from FY successfully gets him out of danger. So double Wisdom Shrine here. Incredible start for Xtreme, as they've also already shut down mid one, who was the king of game 1.
Yeah, I think they understand who's going to be the playmaker in this one. If they can maybe kill mid one more time, if he overextends, we know that mid one likes to play super aggressive. If he uses his remnants, it's going to be a much easier game for Xtreme Gaming. You see Pango, he's level 7. XXS, he did pick up the XP rune in the top lane. About to crack level 6. A couple of nerfs did happen for Brewmaster. His Cyclone doesn't last as long. His Turbo as well. No ulti on Ame, but he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, the lack of control really being shown off there. Maybe just have to shoot you away. I think Xtreme, all the fears of being run over game 2, now dealt with. The nerves are gone, and they have settled into a very nice, comfy laning stage. 8-minute rune about to pop up. Yamich and Celery guarding down bottom, but that Swashbuckle puts the fear into Yamich. As mid one will bottle up their haste and chase towards Xnova. The Venomancer, again a slow, sluggish support, does get caught out and gives a freebie to MOUZ.
Mid one also picks up the urn. He was in the range to be able to get it. Even Crystallis, he was thinking about maybe coming to the mid lane, getting something done. He wants to be able to ruin this Pango. That's going to be his job throughout the whole game.
Try and lift mid one up a little bit. 2,700 net worth, not where he wants to be when the Pango's already about to hit 4K. The Fuser Blade well on the way here for nothing to say, and that is a massive power spike for Xtreme.
Yeah, pre 9 minutes, that's going to be super strong, like especially against the supports. Bloodseeker, he doesn't use that much mana. Razor's going to be A-okay. He does have Arcane Boots available. But against the supports, their mana pool is pretty limited. XXS still yet to see his first Primal Spit being used. So I want to see a rotation to that lane. I want to see him get something done out of it, because you want to be grabbing the kill, and you want to be grabbing the big one.
Ah yeah, it's a kill into tower, most likely here. And Xtreme will move in onto Yamich. FY with the Cursed Crown starts it off.
NTS is steeping.
Snowball can delay things. XXS is holding that primal split for as long as possible. Thinking about it now. There's three of me. Now he's going to throw it in, and Yamich about to die as the Ice Path does come in, looking for FY. Crystallis and Boom will get the kill before Yamich falls. A primal split now, a disengaged tool for XXS, trying to get away from here. Should be successful. Throws the pebble back, but another Blood Right comes in, and the chains hold him in place. Doesn't get the distance. There's nothing to say. He'll arrive and try to keep this Brewmaster
in the back lines.
But damage is good to take out XXS, but you're right. Ame in the back has finished off the Bloodseeker. TP out from Ember, but the Razor's now left alone against the Rolling Thunder and a Weaver. Tethered up and killed. NTS with a double. Mid one. He's back in on this. The slight chains with the Urn Charge going, but he's rooted up. Remnant gets a bit of distance, but Ame's giving chase, and that kill is there for FY.
Oh, this time Xtreme, they are bringing in numbers. Ame came in slightly later, but he was ready to clean up, get pretty much the kills, and also making sure that he's collecting all of that XP. Right now, you can see that XXS, he is not afraid of going in, knowing that they don't have enough damage, they don't have enough silences to burst him down from 100 to 0. And every single time this happens with the Brewmaster, it feels like you have to you need to get an item, something that can control him, some kind of a silence. Sure, you get it here, but he also has extra bit of a status resistance, and he's super tanky, switching between the stances. Sure, he's gonna die, but the rest of the team is gonna be able to clean up. These are very elusive heroes. This is Spango with the Diffusal Blade, pre-10 minutes, and also Weaver, who's super farmed.
And an incredible amount of damage coming out of Xtreme.
And this is the classic as well of mid-one move, where he likes to overextend.
I thought he could find something there. A bit of frustration kicking in. Massive difference between his performance game 1 and here in game 2, as he's going to get run at again in this mid lane. Remnants into the root, feared now by FY, and Ame coming in for another try. Bedlam there from FY, and a TP out, cancelled by the Snowball. Yamich is going to gap close onto Weaver, but now he's out of place. FY focused down by mid 1 and Boom. Ame, and nothing to say though, chasing forward, good shards, blocks out the Rolling Thunder.
Time-lapse is ready.
Ame inside, but he's got the time-lapse, you're right, to get away from danger. So they finish off the Tusk, NTS on the killing spree. Shield crash, but stuck, trapped in between mid 1 and Boom. Tanking through it though, until that Flood of Fist will finish him off. Ame, on the run. Let's see if they can get in on top of him. X-Nova could offer a bit of protection. And MOUZ realizing they can't keep chasing while XXS, he's come back in with another primal split. Cyclone stops the TP. He's onto Boom's Razor, and Ame can come in and unload more damage. The Razor, he's done for. The XXS Brew comes in big time.
Oh, I was looking at Bloodseeker. He was trying to get into a fight, then he comes back, but the rest of Xtreme Gaming, they are also willing to come back into the fight. Again, killing Razor, who just finished off the mech. I think with the mech, it could have been a slightly different fight, but right now, it feels much different game for Xtreme Gaming. They are ready to take some of these early engagements.
Xtreme Gaming have the same amount of kills now as they did in the last game, which took 33 minutes. Way, way better from them. Desolator done for the Weaver, they are ready to go. And X-Nova always making a little base camp here, able to farm through the jungle. Very similar to Chen, where this support is very good at laning, then can dip into jungle, farm into the aura items, and actually kind of scale through the auras.
X-Nova, different thinking than Celery in the previous one, going for a bit more damage-oriented build, knowing that this item is going to cripple Bloodseeker, and also damage over time. They are going to be playing longer fights with Fever, with Pangolier. These are the type of fights that they really enjoy to play. Oh, Crystallis, he is struggling. Lowest network core right now, like slightly above Ember, but needs a little bit more time to finish off his Maelstrom, which is a farming item.
FY level 6 on this Willow. Tucking into the trees, placing vision down, but hunted by Celery in mid 1. Terrorize into TP. Nothing to stop it, eh?
Celery, he got hit by Terrorize, and immediately on the other side, Ame with the freshly bought Deso. He wants to get involved. He wants some of those Deso charges to go up, and they're Hirosh taking potential, like even Tormentor is going to be through the roof.
NTS has been scouted here though, under dire vision, so mid 1 with a double damage rune. Snowball forward into the Blood Right. The Pango is going to be punished here as Crystallis will get the kill. That was Xtreme trying to set up for some kind of backstab in towards the Wisdom Shrine, but instead they lose Pango and probably the Veno here now as well. getting mid one involved. A nice boost to morale there for MOUZ.
MOUZ realizing which heroes they need to go for. They're going for the heroes that then don't have that many escape abilities. Instead of going for Weaver, instead of going for Brewmaster, they are focusing on different heroes, grabbing them kills, and then going back for farming. They know that they are playing from far behind. They would definitely love to get the next round of items. Bloodseeker would definitely love to have his BKB. Razor to buy another aura. Mech is finished. I think full Guardian Greaves is getting delivered as well. This is something that we've seen from the offlane Razors most of the time, building into 2, sometimes even 3 auras.
Yeah, it's like Greaves, Crimson, BKB, Pipe. Buy all the fun stuff. Rolling Thunder going to cancel the TP there and give Arme the dominating streak. Number go up on Deso. Good for Arme. Mid one going to get scouted by FY. Xtreme are in the vicinity here. That's a little recon play by the Dark Willow just to spot out a couple of members of MOUZ. We don't have much vision in the area. MOUZ with the high ground ward. FY will come and de-ward. Xnova has the same idea, so a couple of sentries spent.
Ame is drawing on a minimap. He's showing where he wants the rest of the team to play, so he can easily join, because he is playing relatively close by, and now Shard coming on the courier. This is the big damage increase. This also allows him to kill the wave much easier. Boom. Continues to farm up. And it seems like MOUZ, they want to stabilize a bit. Maybe get a pick off, but don't go for anything too crazy.
Yeah, the pick off on the Pango kind of lets them put the thumb on the scale, level the playing field a little bit. Because this game was starting to spiral as Xtreme Gaming just keep maneuvering into these positions and finding snipes. Got 2 supports now paired up on another little warding mission. FY Xnova maneuvering in towards mid lane potentially, where nothing to say is ready. And a radiant scan gives them that little extra bit of information. FY guarding top rune. Mid one getting started on. They don't have the best lockdown for him either, so it's pretty free for mid one to disengage like that. As long as he doesn't get caught by a bramble again. So it does mean neither of the mid laners get their bottle filled up by the arcane, and Yamich have to take it himself.
Yeah, and we see some of the downsides of MOUZ lineup where they can't really start a fight. They are waiting for another round of items. They are waiting for this second aura to come out on Razor, and Mage Slayer is being purchased by Ember Spirit. This is the item that did get buffed in the previous patch, and we're seeing it more and more. Especially with, even though they have a bit of a mixed damage, and they have quite a lot of physical coming out from Weaver and Pango.
Brewmaster now is a level 18 hero though, isn't he? Academic Scepter, level 12. He's got 3 points in ulti. A massive power spike for Xtreme Gaming as they ready themselves with this catapult. Do a lot of damage to tier 2, and so far, MOUZ not really mounting a defense, just letting it fall. Like you said, splitting the map and trying to find that extra bit of gold to head into these items, but it gives the entire map to Xtreme to do what they want. We'll come back and defend mid though. Celery, who shows his face. They make a play onto the Pangolier. Xtreme Gaming trying to react, but the damage comes through too quickly. A flurry of spells, the death of the Pango, while bottom lane, boom. Well, he was the target of choice that Xtreme wanted to try and play into. Yamich, TP home, successful, back into Fountain.
MOUZ, right now they are outplaying them. They were waiting for NTS to come to the mid lane, and this is also going to be a tower. And we also said that MOUZ, they don't have the most lockdown. Neither does Xtreme Gaming. It's very difficult for them to start a fight. Both of the offlaners are not Blink initiators by any mean. I want to see if maybe XXS wants to pick it up, or if he has something difficult, something more different in mind. Mid one, pushing that extra bit of a wave, using Remnant, and then going back.
The Stone Feather Satchel on Ember Spirit. Going for the Pound of Feathers. Speed himself up.
Not a bad one. It's a good way to disengage a fight if you can still hold on to Cobalt Cup on one of the supports, have that extra bit of a movement speed, because, again, there isn't that much lockdown. It needs to be Brewmaster, who's using his ulti, slows coming out from Venno, or just Bedlam / Terrorize to be able to control them.
Immediately changes into his tier 2 neutral item, though. Gets the nimble mana draft. Arme and FY, they found a kill here on Yamich. No real chances of survival. Just snowball, delay the inevitable. Yamich meets his demise. More damage for that Deso of Arme. The threads of time and fate, they're snapped. Reminds me of the old days when we had Darkseer, like 80 minutes into the game. All these animations and stuff popping around.
Yeah, in most of these early engagements, you couldn't see if it was Razor using the link or if it was Thread from Weaver. Another Aura about to be purchased, and you see that Boom is going for Shard. That's basically his old facet Thunderstorm.
Is it scary for Xtreme looking at this timing of MOUZ? Because it feels like there's a pretty big swing in terms of BKB Bloodseeker, the Aura's on the Razor, Mage Slayer, Ember Spirit. When MOUZ group up as 5, you think Xtreme Gaming have the defensive tools?
They feel pretty strong. You see Brewmaster, you said level 2 ulti with Aghanim Scepter is basically level 3 ulti. And also Weaver. Ame didn't die a single time, so now they are swapping things around. Azure also swapped Roshan and Tormentor position, so they want to be killing this Tormentor in the bottom part of the map.
Still feels so unnatural, swapping the sides of Roche and Tormy. Sets up nicely here for the Radiant Boat. Plenty of damage to dump into it. MOUZ scan it and they know what's going on. No illusions of contesting it, though. That might be the Brewmaster Blink Dagger now. Big 5-man smoke from Xtreme Gaming. They've gone through the gate top. Yamich with some good shards. Blocks the advance of Arme. Full retreat. MOUZ was just saying, okay, evacuate this area. Play back together. Maybe try and get a move to work out bottom lane. Or XXS, his smoke breaks and he just walks on forward, blinks in onto Boom. Ice Path though, holds back NTS. Boom trying to break free of this one, but he's cyclone for now. Brought back to the ground with a thud. And in comes the Arme Weaver. Blood right thrown in though. They can't get the gap close on this Razor.
Snowball ready.
They hold the line with a snowball save. They pick them up and turn to kill off the Brewlings. XXS has to pop out of the ulti. Turns and tries to whack into them, but NTS with the damage.
The Plague is spread.
Pango, and the Plague is spreading. Tyler's back by Arme. They've killed them off with Crystallis though. Pango's dead. Tuscan Razor with the Jakiro. 3 fall on the side of MOUZ. Xtreme Gaming come out on top so far. Where's Big One going? Zipping.
No Bramble available. Another big victory for Xtreme Gaming. Even though they lose Pango in this one, XXS, he's too difficult to deal with. You always have ability to cancel the split, even if the Brewlings are dying, and you also don't have that much AoE. It's not like you're playing with Luna, you're playing with Sven, who can actually kill these Brewling while also attacking something else. And we're going to see that fight again. Going on to Razor immediately, a little bit of they were not on the same page with the spell, even though he used it immediately after, but it took them long enough time to be able to kill this Razor. And another good save. Bloodseeker, he goes in and also pops his BKB, and then damage coming out from Venomancer. It's not just Veno ulti, it's the Spirit's Vessel, it's his innate ability, Plague Ward, and he also does have Searing Signet. And at one point, they almost, all of them kind of explode. Crystallis gets a little bit of a heal, but it's still not enough. They don't have control for Ame. I don't think Ame also used ulti at all in the previous fight. I think that says quite a lot about how the fights are going.
Right, starts to look so good for Crystallis there, but yeah, you've already spent this Rupture on the Pango, who rolled away and hid in the trees. Was actually able to wait it out before returning to the fight. Xtreme is having so much in the tank to continue these fights. And that starts with XXS and MTS basically 2v5 jump in and say, we're starting this, whether you like it or not. I was looking for some kind of retribution here. Trying to force out the Pango spell. Nothing to say. He'll roll, then cancel, hold his ground as Crystallis BKB TP. He wants to get the hell away from here.
He does not want to take this fight.
They've got a Cyclone on Celery on the right-hand side as well. Finding a kill on the Jakiro.
It's Roshan time for them. They have more than enough damage with Deso, with minus armor from Lucky Shot. And the most difficult part of the game, I would say, is behind Xtreme Gaming. They are playing with 8k gold extra in their pockets, but also they are getting very close to their Lincoln Spheres, and then it's not going to be Lincoln's. I mean, you can't link him with Razor, you also can't rupture them. I see Aghanim Scepter being built by Crystallis, which gives you 2 charges on it, but also not many abilities that you can proc the Lincolns with. That's also one of the issues.
It's going to be a real challenge, isn't it? So then you can start pre-placing Lincolns on the Pango or the Brew, send them forward, let them tank some spells. So Arme Weaver has been a real nuisance.
Not dying a single time in 24 minutes. Feels really good, and he's also going to be buying into some smaller items, some cheaper items, going for the Hurricane Pike, because you already have Dragonlance, so he can push himself against the Link. Again, MOUZ, they don't have the control.
So then where did they get it from? Have to buy a Hex on Razor or something? Who's buying it? Like Basher on Bloodseeker?
They might need to have like Basher later and the Hex that you mentioned, but this is really, really far away. We're talking about potentially like 15, maybe even 20 minutes, depending how the next fights are going to go.
I've got to think right down the line here. They've got a Yule set up into Terrorize Fear, damage from the Bedlam, and mid one, slight dodge with a jump to Remnant, not enough. The Cursed Crown lands. Game 1 dethroned here in Game 2. After 40 seconds, that's a lot of room now for Xtreme Gaming. 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. They can play out multiple lanes and get some tier 2s. MOUZ really relegated to sticking together and farming as 3, holding hands and trying to cut waves wherever they can.
Bloodseeker's BKB is also down to 7 seconds. This is the new 6-second BKB. But it seems like he needs to do a lot during those 7 seconds.
FY toying with Yamage here. He says hello to the Tusk and then goes to the Shadow Realm TP. Just showing the MOUZ hand there to make sure there was no sneaky maneuvering or smoke gank coming. Ame, though, is going to step up in towards Celery with a slight chains catch. Lincoln's pop, time lapse already spent. Ame getting stunned up. They've got a catch on the Weaver, but he's going to Shinkuchi off to the right-hand side. And first life, he's died. In comes XXS, though. BKB from Crystallis trying to deal with the Weaver. Focus onto Ame. Kill off the
silence. They got him
into the ground. They've got a big kill. That's what they needed as MOUZ. As mid one goes for more, but he can't quite kill off the Veno. And
that's a massive kill.
He's out of there too.
Popping 2 of the auras, Crimson Guard and Guardian Greaves, keeping them alive. And finally, we see damage coming out from the Bloodseeker. 4,000 damage. Pretty much the whole squad from Xtreme Gaming did the same amount. If he can get the right clicks going. Problem is your Blood Rage, you can't use it to pop the Lincolns anymore.
Replay. Deja vu for mid one.
Oh, they brought an extra one.
This time, a little different in the outcome. But Yamage is going to try and turn it. With Boom and Crystallis here, they'll trade out for FY. Mid one dying one more time, though. A painful experience. Has nothing to say.
Nice
the
charge.
Yards block away the rolling thunder, and MTS can't deal with Yamage.
This is the...
Off you go.
You have Tusk King on one side, this is FY, but Yamage also, he's been pulling some weight with this hero. Like, if you remember his performances during Wallachia, like a couple of, the one that they won, I believe was Season 6, I think he had over 90% win rate on that hero.
And people still weren't banning it, which is pretty wild.
And this is the hero that also received a huge buff. Not many things have changed around the hero, because I would say that in the past 10 years, this has been my favorite position for. It does have everything. BKB piercing tool, you have good ways of saving people, roach taking potential, and now he also got drinking buddies for free, potentially, if you can get the Tormentor, which was another facet, so it feels really good. It gives armor now, and you can also save people, have another way of pulling people out of the trouble.
Still kind of insane to me that it feels like mid one has had, a torrid game, but he's still up there in terms of damage dealt. Doing plenty of this Ember Spirit. Even though he got shot down quite a lot, and his net worth is reflecting that.
And the big difference is coming out from the supports. So both of them are holding onto greedy enchantments. They also got Shard from the previous Tormentor. Veno's farming quite a lot. Tusk can't really farm. I think one of the downsides from his Shard is you don't get to clear the waves as fast anymore. And Jakiro as well has been quite silent. He does have Solar Crest, which is going to be super strong item that you're going to be throwing onto your Bloodseeker. I think this Blood Rage, it needs to get dispelled. You have now upgraded Shard, which gives you 2% of target's max HP as pure damage, which goes through debuff immunity, but Brewmaster needs to be the one dispelling it, or even use the Yule Scepter. You're reducing quite a lot of damage from him.
And it would be great if they could use it against the Brew. But with no Orchid, no Hex, no nothing. It's pretty easy for XXX to get off the ulti.
Yeah, it's not a... Before, maybe it would have been... Not maybe, 100% would be better, because you could silence people. Remember when people were abusing Silencer plus Bloodseeker in the lane?
Yeah. Smoke breaks. They see Boom first up. That's a straight primal split. The damage out as Veno and Weaver. Tremendous as they fear up Boom and clear out the Razor immediately. And now mid one with the Cursed Crown on him. Getting bonked around by this Rolling Thunder. He's got the remnants to disengage. Cyclone's there on Crystallis as well. Ice Path and cover as they get onto Ame. The Weaver though, time-lapse is back. Xtreme perfectly fine now to give chase. As MOUZ, they get separated and cleared out. The Bloodseeker's down. Ember Spirit trying to hold his ground. Nothing to say, Pango's taking a lot of damage, and Razor has come back in. They've got the mid one Ember down though as NTS falls. Weaver can keep dishing it out. And Boom, well, he's got FY in his sights. A double kill for Yamage, but Ame's still alive. Xnova and XXS can still keep going as well. This Weaver is unstoppable. One last snowball, a last hurrah for Yamage to blink away some safety and a TP home. That's successful, but Xtreme Gaming just dumpster them.
Still a massive victory for Xtreme Gaming. This is also dieback from Razor. He's the first point of contact. They take him out easily. XXS realizing that he can just pop the ulti, and with all of the Brewlings, they have more than enough damage. Even through Crimson Guard, even through Guardian Greaves, it's still more than enough. Extra bit of a minus armor now that they have. It's starting to add up. Lucky shot to Deso and Weaver, Swarm, and also full AC completed.
I just feel so easy for them.
Yeah, it feels like Crystallis needs to do so much. They also don't have enough to bring down this Weaver from 100 to 0. They tried, and they were unable to do it. And again, you see Liquid Sphere in action. It's not going to be doing as much. It stops completely what Bloodseeker wants to do with the Rupture. It looked okay-ish for a second, but then again, the way that they can reset the fight, they're super tanky, fighting around Venomancer with the Guardian Greaves.
Like initially, they trade 3 cores for a Pango in that initial fight. Then they buy back Razor, die back out of Boom.
Problem is they don't have explosive damage and they don't have control. So a lot of the times you see Xtreme Gaming taking a slower fight and just waiting to see how the fight is going to go. They don't necessarily have to respond immediately with the time lapse, with a BKB, or with the Primal Split.
MOUZ have got to pick up the pieces somehow. Get some of these individual kills. Like Xnova is out here trying to push wave. He's pretty safe and protected by Plague Wards, by Radiant Vision that they've got up in that top lane.
Double damage.
And Xtreme Gaming showed the Veno top. Little twin gate as they prepare for the next Roshan. And we know how long it'll take to respawn. Xtreme Gaming already readying themselves.
Oh, his courier got killed as well.
Eagle Song on it. Plus a freebie as well on the Jakiro. Nobody's going to come and help Celery here. He is left stranded and slain. Ame dominating. This means this entire territory now belongs to them. Outpost grabbed, tier 2 in their sights.
They cannot kill Brewlings. XXS, he can go in, use the Primal Split, and just control pretty much everybody. They're trying to buy a little bit more time, but FY this time around, he's been on the money. Build Scepter into Bramble Maze, into Terrorize if necessary to have extra bit of a control. And we see 2 catapults now spawning at 30 minutes, doing the work, getting some gold for MOUZ, but still 20k gold lead. Crystallis.
This is risky business. Mid one's gone in to try and find Xnova. He'll get the kill, but now kind of stuck as Crystallis has the BKB TP, and they've lost the Ember Spirit again. Costly indeed.
Oh, he died way too many times. 6 deaths on mid one. I think he needs to play a game like this, otherwise you're going to be getting out-farmed too much, so he needs to risk it, get out of the base, go for this type of a play. Xtreme Gaming, they were quick to respond.
That's a good idea for MOUZ, but an even better read from Xtreme. And now Crystallis. Damage from Ame! But does he get the solo kill under tier 3? You bloody kidding?
Good
what
for
a
Ame.
monster.
And now he's level 24 as well. Once you get to that level 25, I also want to see which one he's going to be picking up, because we saw, what is that, like 2,300 damage coming out. Like, even if he has BKB there, he's still dead. That's not going to protect him against Fever. But once you get to 25, the big damage increase, 1 extra Geminate attack. MOUZ, they have pretty much one more fight. Right now, Xtreme Gaming, they are ready to potentially close it out.
You got no Bloodseeker for a while, though. No buyback. Miles away from money for it. So it looks like tier 3 just going to be claimed without any noise being made by MOUZ. having that Lincoln's popped on him. Pure protection from Xtreme Gaming as they'll fall back and start thinking about the Roche pit. MOUZ have got to rally somehow. It's starting to feel like a foregone conclusion. As Roshan roars and they're still not moving. Now you've got to deal with two armies. Yeah, is it two or is it three armies when he's got time lapse?
It's going to be 3, and it's going to be also 2 Brewmaster splits. If Tusk can somehow, if he can get the Aghanim Scepter, maybe that's going to be a bit of a different case, because he's holding on to Greedy. Extra 100 GPM definitely helping out, but still far away from it. Needs another 1,400 gold, and seems like Xtreme Gaming, they are ready to go for the high ground.
A super difficult hold to be made.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
MOUZ.
Immediately, split used.
We'd usually say they've got defender's advantage, but buyback-wise, it is just the Tusk. So a set of barracks being demolished. MOUZ's base being shaken here by Xtreme. They do pick up the butterfly on Bloodseeker, and they're looking for an angle. Not going to find anything, though, as Xtreme. They'll retreat to push out the lanes. Smoke already broken as Ame shows in that mid lane.
1,200 crits coming up From Ame. But he's going to be next to Pango and next to AC from Brewmaster. Plus also Vladzora has just been picked up on X-Nova. It's a lot of damage.
I mean, your Venno is about the same net worth as the Ember Spirit, hey? 14k versus the 15. Like a 16 if you round up. If you're nice, you're kind to mid one. Ember's got a BKB cube. I'm not sure he'll get there. This smoke has to pay dividends for MOUZ. One last investment, one last play to come out of this middle lane, but they have been scouted and rustled by FY. The Dark Willow, I mean, does she even die here? Yamich with the snowball, the catch on FY, the punch and the kill. Yes, they've got it done, but nothing to say is in. On to mid one, the damage out of Ame nearly annihilates him. Mid one has to fall back. TP BKB out of the Razor. Boom is out of there too. So MOUZ, they sweep through, get a kill and retreat. A little victory. XXS always been turned on. The Brew's got too far forward.
From 100 to 0.
Oh, dead for 80 now.
Can they reset Ame? He's still chasing.
They'll find Celery. The sacrifice here. Is it a sacrifice that
they're keeping him alive?
Fight with it. Oh, Ame stands his ground, but he's about to die. The kill on Weaver's huge here for MOUZ. Aegis down. Venom in trouble. Crystallis and Boom inside the Blood Right, trying to get back towards them. Yamich doesn't quite catch in, and this Bloodseeker's dead. Yes. Can't retreat. Ame just opens up with FY alongside. Nothing to say. He's getting focused by mid one and Boom. Razor with the help of Ember dealing with a Pango. Where's Ame though? In the back, clearing out one by one. The Weaver damage too much. The crits land. Boom nearly dead. But Yamich, he's got the stun with the
time lapse.
It's so close.
Can he get it off? He cannot.
Ame kills Boom in his dying breath, but MOUZ have hold on.
MOUZ, they're holding it. Now they're chasing. They want another one.
Mid one can feel it now.
in a second.
They're punched. Getting forward onto FY. That dieback out of him. It took a couple of buybacks to MOUZ, but they hold the line.
Oh, it's a 24k gold lead, but the fights, they don't look like that. Look at the damage coming up from Ame. Brewmaster, 31 damage in the previous fight. He did not get the split off. It might be time for him to queue up some A on this to make sure that he can get it off. And do not underestimate the damage coming up from the Bloodseeker as well. But you could also see damage.
What's he doing?
He's going in.
He's going in on the barracks. Oh, fair enough. XXS says my job is to kill off buildings. I may have gone in and fed in that last fight, but I'll get the job done one way or the other. A second lane of barracks falls.
That's not Panda action, that's Rat action happening right now. XXS level 22. But also, I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing the fight again. Crystallis, he was dying to everything from Venomancer, damage over time. He also got a Spirit Vessel on him, and then he also got stuck in the Bramble.
Oh, there's no way to run from FY and all his spells.
Yeah, a bit of a longer fight than Boom. Manages to get relatively good static clank off. Bit of a split-up fight than Ame. Unfortunately for him, time-lapse, it was on cooldown for like 2-3 seconds.
It was super close. Well, his final touch, he does kill off Boom, but Yamich on this Tusk. The buyback from him, just keeping the fight going, adding in that layer of lockdown, which they so desperately needed.
And he also switches the item build. I thought he might go for that Aghanim Scepter, but does opt to go for BKB as his item on Tusk. Wants to have extra bit of a protection, wants to have that save. Most importantly, he wants to have save because Terrorize and Bramble Maze can be very, very difficult for you to get it off, like even Rolling Thunder. Flare's Boda on Ame. That's a big damage increase on top of everything that he already has.
What's to stop Xtreme Gaming now, though? Just going bottom lane, splitting, refreshing, splitting, and getting Mega Creeps?
I thought that's how they wanted to play it, but seems like they took a fight in a bit of a different place. Refresher is going to be ready for Brewmaster. Another split ready in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I guess the idea now is just keep the waves pushed out across the river and play through bottom as Xtreme. But a new lease on life here for MOUZ as they show that they can fight. They've got the damage. It's just a matter of finding the targets. Like in that previous fight, target acquisition from MOUZ was spot on. MTS now with a basher. Mid one, Skadi on top of his Kaya Sanj.
He's super tanky, 3.5k HP, sitting at 30 plus armor. Extra bit of a control. If Crystallis can get to his basher, he has insane amount of attack speed.
No buybacks again, so a kill here is big for Xtreme as they get onto the Razor. Boom, feared up, Rolling Thunder crashes on him. Yamich couldn't get a snowball save, he BKBs and then dies. 2 dead for 90, Gem on the floor. And XXS with his Primal Split gonna be looking to open up the door in his bottom lane now. Celery TPing from in front of his tier 3 to Fountain. As XXS splits to go for buildings.
These buildings are gonna make you melt. You are playing against Mega Creeps. XXS, he is controlling the back lines where Ame is taking care of the buildings. So many Bramble Mazes, so hard to maneuver.
Ember Spirit, they just straight up dying. Has the Remnant back to Fountain. The foundations of MOUZ's base shuddering here under the weight of Xtreme Gaming's damage. Tier 4 towers being shredded. Only a 5 versus 3. Mid one can try as he might. Get onto XXS, the damage looks good. The Brewmaster's dead. Mid one gets a kill,
rooted,
but he'll lose his life for it. He's gone as well. Crystallis and Jakiro alongside, trying to stand and deliver. But there's too much for Xtreme Gaming. The Bloodseeker sent back towards Fountain. Cyclone into kill. They're all gone. And GG's called.
Oh, Xtreme Gaming in this second game, they were ready to punch back. They said, we don't want any of this nonsense, any of these shenanigans that MOUZ did put in game number 1, where they overwhelmed us 30 minutes in. So they picked the heroes that can fight back early. And you see Ame, he's the one who's getting early on, like he's getting active, he gets this Deso. They are controlling pretty much every single objective, but also lacking a little bit of control on MOUZ, and I think this is the issue that they're gonna need to fix coming into the third game.
That's got to be remedied for sure. Xtreme Gaming, though, showing a really nice smoke maneuver to start that game off, not allow them to steamroll the laning stage as we head back to the panel.
That's the way we like it, going to a third game here with their opening series in Birmingham, and of course Xtreme makes it happen. They go for a three-game series every single time, T-Gub.
Yeah, I've got absolute whiplash watching this game, right? Game 1 Army to game 2, completely different story on the Weaver, you know, conducting his team, going for the early Deso, just leading the charge. Also got to give a shout out to FY on this Dark Willow. Like, the map movement he was bringing, they set the pace of this game, and they did not let it off. They did not allow MOUZ at any point to have the grouping up that they had in game 1. Like, again, like I said, I'm in pain watching this second game. Like, XG is so different.
Yeah, I feel like they took game 1 personal, and I think like all of their players, they kind of woke up. Like a lot of the early moves, you know, they're going together and actually like making stuff happen, whereas in game 1 it was all MOUZ, but in game 2 it's them that strike back, which really leads me also to think that in game 3 you're gonna have both teams like clash even more and even harder, and like the battle of the Venomancer, because this hero in both games has really led the early game, like from start to finish.
Yeah, it was a really nice pick against the Razor, because it just made all the early fights pretty good. The Weaver pick ended up being really fantastic, I think, against the MOUZ lineup. And one thing that I think was a little bit off about their draft in hindsight was the Ember Spirit was not quite the right mid-hero. The disable that it provided is great against the heroes he was playing against, but they actually needed to pair it with like a damage dealer, because Razor's going like aura items. Who's killing the guy that's ruptured? And there's no way that you're going to kill Weaver in a rupture duration without more single target damage. That was not what Ember brings. Ember brings mitigation, survivability, like Mage Slayer and an AoE. So it was just really hard for them to do anything to Ame for 30 minutes. And at that point, he had a huge advantage. His innates are just strong, so yeah, hard game for them.
Yeah, super difficult game for MOUZ. I mean, we talked about how it should be a fairly brawly mid-game, but at that point, MOUZ was already on the back foot. I kind of felt like we saw one good fight from them, T-Gov, and then that was still, by the time that happened, they were already 27k called down.
Yeah, I mean, it was testament to kind of the first 7 minutes from XG, right? The fact they get the double wisdom. When you look towards Jakiro Tusk, you want them to get some wisdom runes to keep compounding that aggression, go towards mid, take a tower. Like, Ember's going to look like a good hero when he has supports to play through. If they don't get wisdoms, if they're not actually winning the side lanes, Ember's kind of on an island going like, what am I meant to do, guys? Like, I need you to help me to help you. So yeah, I think XG identified exactly how to win this game, and it was that first 10-minute window of the game.
It's also like what you said, like with the Ember, because I agree now, at least looking back, but also what happened, I think at minute 4, like they camped his water rune, because you would expect mid-1 to do better in this, like because he's the one saying, I want this last pick, like this is the one I want to do good in this matchup, which didn't end up happening. So I think that's definitely something that MOUZ will talk about now during this break. But what I just really liked is that XG did like a big switch up from game 1 to game 2 with how they played, how they moved, going together with the heroes, because that's what we want to see.
Yeah, and we also want to see a little bit more of the game we just already saw, just to relive some moments with Purge.
Yeah, well, the early game was a big advantage for XG, in fact. They had a 2k advantage just before the Wisdom Shrine fight, and XG brought that advantage in big ways. This is a big deal. If you look at the net worth in the upper left, Ame is way ahead. He's playing so aggressive, tanking the focus of 3 heroes, barely gets his time lapse off in time, throws bugs. Taguchi, he's going to heal basically up to full with the wand. And nobody ends up dying here, but what ends up happening is they take both Wisdom Shrines as a result of this. They use that early net worth to transition into an experience advantage, which is a big deal. Because as they continue and take these fights, Yamateer's level 4, 9 minutes into the game. So this early pressure that we saw game 1, this early pressure that we see game 2 for either teams just transitions them into this really good team fight situation where Crystals has to play safe. They don't really necessarily have great Rupture targets. And they do get some kills, but ultimately Brew Split and things like that are going to make it a good engagement for Xtreme Gaming. They finally do get a good jump at 17 minutes, and 6k gold advantage here is massive. They end up putting everything into killing the Pangolier, and in the bot lane, Yamach, I believe, on the Tusk ends up barely surviving. So things were looking a little bit up for MOUZ here, but ultimately what ends up happening is it's kind of just same thing after same thing. Big team fight wins for Xtreme Gaming. They're able to slowly run down their opponents. They make it really hard for MOUZ to actually kill any heroes between the Brew Split, between the Weaver being survivable, and the supports playing in the backline. So Rupture gets counteracted here. They get to take this really long eventual fight here where Ame's poking on the backside. And ultimately this all just added up to Xtreme Gaming winning way too many fights in a row for MOUZ to have an easier chance to burst them down. Ame was just too out of control, to be honest.
Yeah, Xiao 8, I think he really cooked like this round. I wasn't like super sure if like your Weaver looked good, but he could have some trouble in the game. But him together with the Pango and all the clips you showed, I think you can just see how strong it is. I think also the new innate with like the threads where he gets bonus damage, it showed, it did a lot in this game.
It did do a lot. And I'm also curious, the difference between Game 1 and Game 2, also, it was a very different archetype of offlane heroes we saw for this game, T-Gov.
Yeah, but one thing that we do know is XSS, no matter what offlaner he's playing, he will have presence in the game, right? Even in the MOUZ game, you could feel like he gets the refresher, he feels like he's making the moves. In the Brewmaster game as well, we saw the highlights from Purge, right? Like, whilst Weaver was farming side lane, Brew makes the moves. And then when Brew wants to sit, when Brewmaster wants to sit back for a second, that's when other people step up. So I feel like for XSS, even though the fight participation stat doesn't look too good for him, he was, a thorn in the side of MOUZ, and he was, I mean, the Brewmaster, you could even argue Christus had too many good Rupture targets, right? He had, Rupture paralysis the entire game. Like, we didn't really see that come into play because of the Brew Split, because of the Pango just having a Lincolns, the Weaver as well, how skirmishy they were. I think it is really built around the offlaner quite a lot.
It's so hard to get the good Rupture off. You're basically like, I'm here to stop the Rolling Thunder, but if that doesn't happen, then I have to play safe. If I engage the fight, I have to use BKB, and if you use BKB, then he's got to deal with Willow, Brambles, and other mild disables. So it was like very tough for Bloodseeker, I think, to get the right circumstance. Unless they could say, Rupture this guy, kill him within 5 seconds, and then we take the rest of the fight. That would have made it easier for him to play his game, but like defensive Rupture, and it can't be Weaver because they don't have enough burst damage. The game just got really complicated for him.
With also lack of burst damage, you can't... Earlier this week, I heard someone say that the current Brewmaster, if you want to kill him, it's not about killing him before the split goes off, but it's about killing the pandas. But if you don't have burst damage, how are you going to kill the pandas?
Yeah, they have horrible panda killers. Like, none of these heroes really do it. They're all very single target. Maybe if you go into like the next game, if you're MOUZ, you could look at, okay, like player comfort, yada yada. Of course, Boom, he can play whatever, but he generally looks very good, I think, on like the bigger team fighters as opposed to like the single target, I'm Razor, I buy my mech and whatnot. But for XG, I really like the Tricore. I think they played incredibly well, and they should be feeling very good going into Game 3.
I just feel like this game around, like I'm not looking at XG going, why is this core not here, right? In the first game, there was multiple moments where like there just wasn't any synergy. It just kind of felt like they're just surviving the game. This time around, like they really had just a clear idea, like you need to be in this fight. If you're not here, you can farm, that's fine. Hence why Brewmaster's kill participation, it looks low, but that's because they were very effective. So I just want XG to maintain that as they move to Game 3.
Yeah, do we think that this game is a little bit of proof of, okay, now Xtreme is awake, so Game 3, they'll also be more on the ball? Or what are we expecting from Game 3? Because both games were so different.
More fight. I just want both teams have shown that they've won the game through early aggression. So I want Game 3 to keep leveling that up. I want that aggression to be just two, battering rams running into each other, because they've shown that that's how they can win a game in this best of 3.
Yeah, I definitely think we will see like very similar tempo, and for MOUZ maybe just tweak it a little bit, because they were the good ones in Game 1. Now in Game 2 it was hard for you to fight back. So in Game 3, like put it all into like this one clash in like this early to mid game.
With that said, I don't want both of them to pick rock. I want the draft is all about rock, paper, scissors, no joke. It's about the counters. You have to get the right draft. Otherwise, this early aggression isn't going to work.
We'll see if they both go rock or scissors, rock, paper.
Why does
we'll
paper
see
beat rock?
What's going to happen in game number 3. What?
Why does the paper beat the rock? Like, seriously.
Because the rock can't beat the paper, and eventually the paper will win if you wear it. No, whatever. Well,
Paper surrounds rock.
Semantics, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the, well, if you're in the arena, I hope you guys enjoyed the quiz. We're going to have another one before our game number 3. We'll see you soon.
Don't go away. Stop scurrying away. If you're here in the arena, stick around. You got a chance to win this fabulous prize, a commemorative coin. Oh. You can feel free to play along at home, of course, but we're going to have a little quiz. Now, a QR code should appear right there on the screen. Scan it with your phones. There's no app or anything like that. Just scan that. You can see the number of people will start to shoot up as we start to get our participants. There they are. Now, this is going to be a 5-question quiz. It is timed, so you've got to be nice and quick on the button. Getting it right is not enough. You must defeat all the other people in the audience who are also smashing the wrong answer as fast as they can. And just to cover something, getting this, if you win it and you're on this lower part of the arena, come to me, I shall hand it to you. But if you're up in the gods up there, wave your arms like crazy, come down to the fence and we shall hand it over. Keep on signing up, scan that QR code. Scan the code. Elegant Walrus I saw. Mighty Hawk, that's a good one. Mystical Bag. Some of these names are better than others. So remember, scan the QR code. If you're watching this on the stream, you cannot win anything, but feel free to play along. Feel free to play along. Okay. I think that'll do. Let's get this quiz started. 5 questions, remember, speed is of the essence. Question number 1. It's just an ESL One themed rather than Pudge specific. We're just very egotistically a quiz about us. When was the last time ESL One came to the UK? Oh, was it Brum 2024? ESL One London 2025? I wish. ESL One Cornwall? Fuck yeah, that would be amazing. 2020. ESL One Glasgow, take your pick from that one. ESL One Kerno 2020, I think that was the one, wasn't it? Get your answers in, you got 7 seconds left, fastest finger. If you're answering now, you're way too late, but it's Birmingham, it's clearly Birmingham. You put Birmingham, there it is. Who put Glasgow? Very wishful thinking in the crowd there. Great Dove is in the lead, Great Dove. Wave your arms around like crazy, who's Great Dove? Can't see them? No? They're here somewhere. Anyway, what was the most watched ESL One of all time to date? Was it the ESL One Berlin Major 2023, ESL One Birmingham 2024, ESL One Kuala Lumpur 2023, or ESL One Raleigh 2025? I have no idea on this one. Couldn't tell you. Can't help. Most watched ESL One of all time to date. Berlin, Birmingham. Oh, what was it? Oh, it's a real spread. It was Brum 2 years ago. We did it. Hell yeah. Inspired Octopus. Wave your arms like crazy. Inspired Octopus. Wow, they're playing it KG. All right. What ESL One had Falcons win versus Betboom with a clean 3-0 sweep? Raleigh, Bangkok, Birmingham. Wait, Birmingham 2026? Shh. Don't give the script away. Betboom are already out. It doesn't matter. Raleigh, Bangkok, Birmingham, or Birmingham. Quick as you can. Fastest finger first. Get those fingers ready. And the answer was, of course, Birmingham. It was 2 years ago. Space Cat. It might be out in the lobby. Who knows? What event am I thinking about? God, this is existential. I'm thinking about? ESL One Birmingham, ESL One Genting, ESL One Raleigh, or ESL One Bangkok? That's very confusing. Which event am I thinking about? Well, I'm thinking about Birmingham 2 years ago. Let's see if that's the right answer. That's a very confusing question. What event am I thinking about? Brum, Genting, Raleigh, Bangkok. It was Brum! Of course. That's where we are. Space Cat. Can't see them. They're here somewhere. What ESL One was ATF's first international victory? Brum 2024, Malaysia 2022, Stockholm Major 2022, or TI 2025? I actually know this one. Makes a change. Brum, Malaysia, Stockholm, or TI 2025? Which was ESL One? Which ESL One was ATF's first international victory? It's not the international, obviously, because that's not an ESL event. Let's find out. I reckon it was Stockholm Major 2022. It was! Who got that right? Majestic Rooster! Where are you? Wave your arms around if you're Majestic Rooster. Where? Yes! We shall get you your fabulous commemorative coin. Untouched by human hands. Until now! All right, stay there. We'll get the prize to you. Don't come down here. Thank you guys so much. Looking forward to Game 3 in this series. Let's go!
A deciding game between MOUZ and Xtreme Gaming coming your way here live from Birmingham, and the pressure is on because one game is all that it takes to continue here in trying to get as many points and as deep in the tournament as possible. We've seen two games, we've seen two very different games, and of course with different results as well, and it will lead us to Game 3, where I'm hoping that we're going to see the best of both teams come to light, Purge.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting third game for sure because of how the games have progressed from first to second to now third. I do think draft is going to be extremely important here. It's about hero counters. It's about do all these aggressive pieces fit together in creative and good ways. And sometimes it's really hard to do that with this much stress in a game after this much history.
Especially on day, what is it, 3 of the patch?
Yeah.
Very low. Like also when you're in the lower bracket now and you're in Game 3 and it's kind of hard to go from some of these matches that you're losing. You need someone to also understand and chat up and be like, this is why we're winning, this is why we're losing, this guy is a problem, this guy is not a problem. And at the same time, I would also say that both these coaches, even though it's a new patch, I think they have shown us new things, which is good. Because I can speak for both of them that they are kind of known to be very stubborn. Both Zhao8 and Immortal Faith, they have it's their way or the highway. So I just want to see what they have in stock for us here. And if I remember correctly, both games have been won so far by the first pick team.
Yeah, and also you have the Venomonster, right? Which is a big theme of Game 1, Game 2. XG promoted it into the first phase of bans, where Tidehunter, it used to live there for XG. That's now available. MOUZ, they jump on it straight away.
What will be their response? Because you need this hero, always has been the case. This guy needs to be checked. If a Tidehunter is unchecked, it is so incredibly hard to play the entire game, and especially team fights.
How do you check a Tidehunter? Because Ursa is out. What's next?
Gyrocopter for me is like the second place, right? With the barrage, the chase down in lane, the fact that you have 5 positions like Tusk and Clock really becoming potentially prevalent once more, you can just keep killing him, play on the back foot. Tidehunter thrives when he has a good lane, he gets to walk up front with, you know, the Kraken, the Blubbers, getting a free Shivas eventually, the Aghanims, and just standing his ground. So just find ways to kill him in the early game.
Speaking about Shivas, I think it's kind of interesting where the item is in a place, because it did lose some of the things it did, like the anti-heal aura and the amplify magic damage. But in some ways it's better. Like if you just want a armor item that can AoE slow your opponents, it's just better. You get it faster, you can hit these timings, and that's one way where Leshrac can become really scary, because you can just have Bloodstone, which gives you heal, and then all of a sudden this 17 armor item that makes you effectively immune to physical damage if you compare it with like the lifesteal you're getting back. So that item is very, very interesting right now for sure.
Yeah, I'm just happy with seeing Leshrac. I spent a good hearty amount of the pre of Game 1 talking about the hero for it not to be picked, and now we do get a hit. But yeah, it is going to be, you know, the mid Leshrac playing for just the Bloodstone, all this kind of nuisance damage. You're going to throw yourself into fights. Sure, NTS might have 4 or 5 deaths to his name, but he's going to take down multiple heroes with him.
Yeah, pure damage is just really nice, and like being able to run over like a Tidehunter, because he's slow. He wants to be in this one place and be like the guy, you cannot kill me, you know, I dare you. But Lesh can kind of over damage it, which is also why sometimes you see heroes like Timbersaw have always been great against Tide. You've got the pure damage, stuff like this, or whether it's heroes like Slark that can, you know, stick on him and just kind of be happy with that. But when you play Tide versus Lesh, I think you can play on like the minus armor aspect of like Gush and maybe going the Aghanims with like a range carry, because it's the same on the flip side. You need to stop Lesh from not being the guy that just perma-running into you. You need to stop this guy.
You also need to think about how the map is played. When you have a Tidehunter, your 4 position is freed up quite early to make moves on the map. We've praised both teams in Game 1 and Game 2 at how quickly the supports have made these moves. So if MOUZ already have set this foundation of freeing Yamich, I think XG need to respect that with their support picks. Like, make sure you can mirror the moves, either through killing the Tide, so you drag the 4 into the lane, or when he leaves the lane, you follow him. And Tusk, I think, is a good example of having that freedom to make moves on the map.
Taking some comfort away from Yamich. This will be the first game of this series that he will not get his hands on his Tusk. Leaving options for...
The Pudge and the techies that you wanted. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. Sorry if I stole the one line there.
No, that's fine. That's where I was going.
That's
it was
how you
pretty
win.
obvious.
That's how you win lanes, right? You just pick the 2 biggest hero models possible.
Yeah.
Can't kill both.
Easy.
It's definitely like added value. Like we said, you take it away from Yamich. FY, of course, himself needs no introduction to the hero. And it's super good. You get the save with the Lesh. And it can be 4, you know, it also can be 5. Maybe you're thinking of like, I want range carry against Tide, then Tusk can still be there. Maybe you want him offlane. He can also TP in within the first couple minutes to the Tide lane. So I definitely like the setup here for XG.
In the mid lane matchup, also so scary, right? Tusk, if you TP to the tier 1 tower, under cover of the nighttime vision, you just snowball in, shards, you're going to die to the edict.
Well, we saw PARIVISION do this?
Yes.
In the tiebreak?
Ducalis has played it. He has showcased the return of Sacrifice. Hell yeah, what a great spell back in the game.
It is a little different. You don't get until I think 200
Thank
seconds
God.
in a game or something.
We don't
2
need
minutes,
that from minute
3
0.
minutes. I assume this is going to be their pause 5 though, most likely, since we do have a lot of other celery heroes out. This is going to be a lane winner. It's going to give some physical resistance. So whoever Tusk goes on, you can just pop the Frost Shield on that guy and he's not going to die.
Yeah, it's always been a very nice like answer to the Tusk. And it's also nice, I would say, for like 4 Tide. Sometimes you run into this situation where he gets Silver Edged later in the game, so having like a pseudo save or bonus armor you can throw on him is great. But overall, Lesh doesn't really care too much like about Lich. Obviously, you overpower it, you don't care about the shield.
Question. If we're going to put a lot of extra pressure on the mid lane, in this case the Leshrac, is it worth it? Because every 2 minutes he has the sacrifice starting at minute 2. Is it worth it for the Lesh to move over to sacrifice something in the mid, or you don't think that's worth it?
I think it's too early on to really know how important it is. Because it's so late into the laning phase, it feels like kind of a casual thing you'll just be throwing down in your lane. But again, I think you might be right. There might be some tech down the line.
That's Nyx Assassin, and it is a mid-1 specialty hero.
But it's still flex potential. This could be for Nyx.
For sure.
But
that is quite cool.
The hero has a lot of mana burn now. I think this very realistically could be for him, like his mid hero. Because you're playing against a Leshrac, what better way to beat him? You're doing percentage-based damage, I believe. Or does it just drain? I don't know. It does do a lot of mana drain. Drain his mana low. Don't give him the capability to spell lifesteal because he's got no mana.
I mean, MOUZ have just constructed a draft which is all about the burst, right? Lich with his shard, with the chain frost. If you go too deep, you can get soloed by a position 5 Lich. That is something that you need to know. A hero that is forgotten in multiple tournaments of the past. If the pro players aren't ready for it, they will be surprised by the damage. And then of course Nyx, with Vendetta, you can do the same thing. So for MOUZ, when Lesh goes in by himself, you'll get blown up. That's why I think the Dazzle pick's actually quite smart, because you know the Lesh is a major target throughout this entire game. You got Snowball Save and Grave. If MOUZ don't get a kill with their big spells, they kind of might lose a little bit of steam in their fight.
XG have played this exact the exact 3 heroes before. I think just a few days ago, the Tusk, Lesh, Dazzle, it looked incredibly strong. Now they do take the Monkey King themselves against the Tide. I need to see where MOUZ take this. Like, obviously, if you put Nyx Tide in this offlane, you're pulling waves and you're calling it an L. Like, you're straight up taking it. Maybe then you can offset it by like having a mid hero where you can then go around with Nyx plus Storm or Nyx plus something and like have this kill combo. Okay, that works for me.
But that also reveals instantly that it is Nyx Assassin support.
Yeah. So the lane's going to be bad, but once the Invoker gets Ags, or at some point, they're going to be doing stuns into dead heroes. They've got Grave, so that's one solution, but you can't Grave the whole team. So if you do get like a Monster Ravage, that could just be a 1-team fight at some point, and that's going to add up over the course of the game.
Okay, I mean, it helps the Nyx a lot, like later. You're not necessarily shutting down the Leshrac early as an Invoker. Like, we all know that Invoker loves to scale like through the game, but now it's also important, okay, what is going to be your carry matchup? Like, you want a guy that can abuse Alacrity. Having overall, I would say range carries are nice. That's why also like DK, obviously kind of a pseudo hero.
They could also be going for EMP drain, like you can get the shard on Invoker to do more mana burn. So they could be doing mana burn on mana burn.
Oh, that's
as
cool,
well.
actually. I like that.
It is kind of interesting, the idea that Invoker now has like choice throughout the game, right? The fact that you can load up the Ags menu, you got 3 options, you can kind of read the game. Of course, if you make the wrong choice, now you're kind of stuck with it, but being able to make the choice mid-game is quite a fun concept for a hero that used to be very kind of, you know what he's doing from minute 0.
Oh, he's ready.
Oh, that's good speed.
Keep it up, brother.
Keep it up.
Yeah.
Keep it up, brother. You got this one.
We are proud of you.
He got it.
Big cup.
Very good, very good. So we need a offlane hero on the side of Xtreme Gaming, a carry hero on the side of MOUZ. For the offlane hero still in the pool that XXS likes to play, what are we looking at? Because Mars and Slardar have been removed, while Xtreme Gaming does remove the Razor in one of Crystal's specials.
I kind of think, I mean, they will see the carry first, obviously that helps. Some form of jump or team fight, like kind of generic heroes, I would say, like for him.
It could be as simple as like taking the Centaur, having another like way to find the backline, you buy a couple auras. I think they've already got all the fight, but alas, MOUZ, they are to pick first, and they take the Wraith King.
And Purge, this hero was visible at the very start of the day of a list you were showing.
It was, yeah. He's got automatic skeletons here, which means Leshrac can clear them, but you can farm faster. The old Spectral Blade thing is built into your shard now, but it does 75% instead of 50, so you have to pay for it, but it's going to do 25% or 50% more damage than it did before. So you have a lot of good single target damage, pairing him plus stuns with his stuns. They've got tons of stuns on MOUZ. There's so many stuns over on that lineup.
They have so many stuns, but we're talking about the aggression, how they won their games. Now going to Game 3, MOUZ is all about the efficiency of their farm, right? All their damage is locked behind getting levels. The Wraith King needs items, and Invoker, of course, needs like Aghanims.
Tidehunter needs fish.
He does need fish.
He loves fish.
He loves fish.
Yeah.
So MOUZ, they're going to be playing on the counterplay, right? They are, like, XG is all about go break the map, go make the moves.
It kind of feels like the roles are reversed.
Exactly, that's why, yeah.
Overcorrecting?
Honestly, I feel like both teams have actually done a really fun job in this draft to kind of concoct what they want. And they do take the Brewmaster for XSS. I think it helps a lot, right? Like, when you see how formidable MOUZ will become with time, just being able to cyclone up one guy, like a farmed Tidehunter, like, yo, chill, bro, you're now Cyclone, we don't care about you. Putting the Wraith King up, I think it can be enough to overcome some of the kind of the tankiness that MOUZ might have in play.
I really like the Strike Core from XG. Like, the Brew, Monkey with the Lesh together.
Can the King do it?
Yeah, oh, that's
my
holy gulpa.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, easy.
That was speed running. But for XG, I'm a little bit afraid for MOUZ. I think when these early fights break out, like Lesh running in with the 2 supports behind him, you have Bruce split. Like, if you lift this tide, I think MOUZ's draft really falls apart with these other heroes. They need to do well in lanes and like stabilize and keep the game together.
Yeah.
Bruce going to get split off, basically, almost always, and that it is like the perfect solution against these like chain stun lineups. You're going to break up the backline. They're not going to be able to layer their stuns correctly. If you get to go first and you kill Brewmaster first, or if you manage to kill Dazzle first, maybe there's fight potential here, but MOUZ is going to have to execute it well, or they're going to have to... They're not going to win lanes, probably, so I'm a little bit worried for them.
It sounds like there's a lot of pressure for MOUZ on Yamich to be able to find the target, so they can basically have every fight be 5v4.
Yeah, it's about finding the target, buying time, because once you get online, MOUZ's draft is very scary, but this entire series has been who's been more aggressive. The defensive team has kind of failed, so it's interesting that MOUZ opted for this route, but maybe when you look at these heroes, like, you know, the simplicity, like, if as long as we get to 30 minutes, we're going to be fine.
The one thing I see from us is that they have like a lot of ghost push. You have skeletons, you have forge birds. Maybe you can like, you know, squeeze them around and have Xtreme Gaming like split them up a bit to give yourself more time. But yeah, overall, I would have more faith in Xtreme Gaming here for this game 3.
Purge, I still see you frowning. There's still something on your mind.
No, not really. They have a rough laning stage. I like the Nyx. I like the interesting heroes. They got the mana drain. Like, they can maybe exploit Leshrac a bunch, and they've got good team fight if they can execute it, but I'm a little bit worried about what the Brewmaster provides on those side lane fights.
There is so much pressure on this 3rd game. That's obviously placement, and you want to go as far as possible. But the amount of points, you more than double your EPT points by just winning this one game of Dota 2. And that surely, would that be on their minds, T? Maybe it wouldn't be. But in the game, it's like, out.
They're not thinking about that at all. After, sure, then it will sink in, they'll go, uh-oh, we fucked up. But outside of that, this is the type of game where I want it to be a 60-minute game. I want to see the, you know, the refreshers of a Tidehunter ravaging multiple cataclysms.
Invoker.
I want to see Tidehunter eat so much fish, he doesn't fit in the screen anymore.
Okay, that is, I don't know if it's even
need a
possible.
lot of kills
we can check it. Maybe this game can do it, but I feel like if there was a game that it deserves to go the full distance, this game would be beautiful if it could.
Yeah, I think the main thing I want is, it doesn't necessarily need to be 60 minutes, but I do want...
70? Okay.
I want both teams to have their full game plan come to fruition. I want, you know, the styles to clash and everybody to have a fair shot. Obviously, it's nice for the team that it can blow the other team completely out of the water, but I feel like this series, it deserves that little bit extra.
No, for sure. And also, like, for MOUZ, like, if I just envision Falcons playing this draft, you know, you have the Wraith King, you have the Invoker, you split some stuff around, you keep getting pickoffs, like, you drag the game out more and more, the Invoker gets one item, he gets another set of items, you get the Cataclysm, and, like, you slowly, like, get your way back in the game, because for them, they don't need to be even. If they're down a little bit, it's fine. It just cannot be, like, this catastrophic moment as in Game 2 where XG just keep upping the gold lead. If MOUZ can keep it chill, they're fine.
Can they keep it chill? It's been a while since they have played in front of an audience with this much pressure on the line. We're gonna find out as we are heading into the final game of this series.
Game 3 time, and a change in tack for both sides as we see almost a role reverse. MOUZ with their poor lanes into this big team fight unison draft where all of the pieces have to come together, while Xtreme Gaming, 2 saving supports behind a Leshrac and an Arme Monkey King. Man, there's a lot of tempo.
It really is. A big fan as well of the double saving supports, especially in this one, because you have like changing of the guard with the Wukong's command. You have Leshrac, who likes to have these saving supports behind him. He likes to have some really big front line in front of him, like a Brewmaster who can control the fight, and then he can pick and choose which start that he wants to go for. And we've seen Leshrac being highly contested ever since the patch drop for a good reason. This hero just looks like a menace, being able to go together, kill the tower, take the fight. Boom. He is trying to get into Roche pit, but
well, his
kind of
great.
isolated, yeah.
And then FY and XNova also having the same happen to them. Now, Xtreme Gaming, the little wraparound trap set doesn't quite snap into action as they would have wanted, so well done by Boom to have a little read on that situation. Make sure to not spring the trap. High ground ward already de-warded by Celery and mid one as well. A decent start. Good luck, have fun thrown into the mix.
Oh, you don't say good luck to enemy team. Like, we're talking about them getting like all the runes, messing up hill and stuff like that. They're just
doing max damage on your hits.
Exactly, just do have fun. That's enough.
Give them the weighted dice now as well. Wow, this Arme Monkey King cosmetic set, it freaks me out every single time. What a monster. all the teeth. Spooky looking guy.
Really is. This is going to be the lane where things are going to be quite difficult because you are playing with Dazzle. You have like a stun plus the slow, and I see Xnoa starting with the boots of speed. The Nyx Assassin doesn't have, he has Wind Lace only, so he wants to be able to give him click. He wants to be able to follow him around. If he wants to be dragging the creep wave, this is where this Boots of Speed is going to come in very handy.
Yeah, and usually we think about Bane, Shadow Demon as two of these heroes that stops the lane shenanigans from happening.
Yeah, I don't think Yamich is going to be able to do it. He's going to give him the clicks, he's going to give him the slow on the other side, and Blood Grenade is also available.
And top lane, Wraithfire Blast into Blood Grenade there, puts FY very low.
Now Yamich is in a lot of trouble here.
Is he just going to get clicked down and die? No, he's got a TP to get back to his tier 1. That means the jig is up. He's not able to drag that wave around, leaving Boom out in the open against the Monkey King. Fresh catch for the Tide. What is that? Leviathan's catch for the Tide. Enemies die near him, he gets some fishies?
Yeah, you get some HP, you get some attack range and bonus damage block. He gets fish for every single level. Kind of like that one, because all of his voice lines are he's a different kind of sea animal whenever he levels up. And we can check later his efficiency, how he's going to be doing.
How long have you been sitting on that one?
Ever since I read it. But yeah, I think we also need to talk about the support duo from MOUZ. Like, Lich, this is a bit of a new hero.
Oh, hello.
Strike. They're going to let mid one take it.
Very nice. Retribution as Yamich and Boom actually play out of the lane, helped out by mid one, and they give him the tips. Making sure they get that kill means they can actually play the lane now. Get some wave dragging, maybe even sniper courier. That has unlocked MOUZ's potential big time in that bottom spot.
Yeah, it's going to be a very scary lineup to play against once they get the ball rolling. Nyx Assassin plus Invoker, this is going to be such a deadly combo. And also, Nyx Assassin does have break ability built in now. You don't necessarily have to buy Shard. There's a lot of these changes that we're going to be talking about throughout the whole game. Boom.
We're taking the full brunt of the Jingu stacks. Arme trying to get that final touch for another round, but can't quite get there. The boots on that Tide Hunter let him slip by to that tier 1.
Yeah, the big change is Nyx Assassin, his newer ability, because he does have mana burn built in. Every single ability, even the right clicks, is going to burn some mana, which is going to be super annoying for Leshrac. This has been always one of the better, if not the best, like position 4 in the game against Lesh. It doesn't allow him, like, you need to buy a relatively early BKB in this matchup. It doesn't allow you to get what you want, lock onto a target and kill it. You get stunned, and there's a lot of follow-up damage that MOUZ can do afterwards.
Especially when NTS wants to stack up all that int. Try and get his AoEs going. The mid one currently 13-1 though against a 21-5 Lesh. In fact, across the board, Xtreme Gaming having a better laning stage as expected. As the panel was saying, it's going to be reasonably difficult for MOUZ to challenge and contest early doors here. And that means there's a lot more openings for Xtreme Gaming to play through Twin Gates, because they can leave these self-sustaining core heroes in the lane pretty happily once we've developed and got a few levels on them. Decent lane still up on top for Celery and Crystallis, though. Hold the wave in front of their tower. A lot of protection and lane damage from the Lich. We've already been shown onto the tusk. But down at bottom, once again, the pairing up of Dazzle and Monkey King bullies the Tide away, knowing that Nyx Assassin is nowhere to be seen.
I like what Celery did. He did place Observer near the Twin Gates, knowing that he is playing against Monkey King, so he wants to see those rotations. This is one of the best, if not like the best hero in the game to rotate through the Twin Gates, jump on the trees, find whoever is farming near the small camp, and FY trying to get something done here, gonna drag 3 out of 4 creeps.
Range creep does get aggro to the small camp, so well done by Celery to get something from it. As Xnova fights over some ward spots in that bottom jungle, XXS will gather the wave, take a Frost Blast or so on his way through, and a Courier Snipe for a Lich. That's Observer and Sentry down. Already FY is angling towards that middle lane, trying to get a play towards the Invoker, because that is a hero that you can absolutely get on top of and slay early on.
I'm keeping a track of mana on Celery. Lich, even with this sacrifice ability, it feels like he has less mana than he did before with his other innate ability, with the creeps dying around and then him replenishing it. Right now, he's not even using that much mana, but still keeping his mana very, very low.
Time to spam mangoes again. Just needs to buy the new arcane boots. He'll be fine. Get the wizard's hat. And overall, it's not been a disaster for MOUZ. Boom is still able to get his levels, playing some old school Dota, hiding in the trees, gathering XP whenever he can, and dragging these individual creeps out with the aggro to make sure he can get a last hit every now and then. And Nyx is what? Just focused on stacking, so you've left Boom completely alone bottom. Level 4 Tide, being run out again, but he's got Boots, Windlace, Bracer, and under tower, he's perfectly fine to stay alive.
That's only 1 point in Kraken Shell.
Flash Rack. With the tusk, Sunstrike thrown in, Yamich turns, Snowball saves, and swings back to kill off the Nyx assassin. Even bringing Dazzle here as they try and guard the rune. In the end, though, it's going to be the haste up top, which Celery probably grabs. He's going to have to click it.
They definitely needed extra bit of a damage coming out from Lich, level 4 right now. One thing that they can't allow themselves to do is lose the XP Shrine. Like, these two supports in MOUZ, they definitely need to have it. Lich getting level 6, and most importantly, Nyx Assassin getting his level 6, since you have Invoker on the team, which would allow you to grab some of the kills on the side lanes. Monkey King, one of the better heroes to go and try to contest the enemy XP rune, but this seems like it's gonna be the case.
The real threat is when the laning stage breaks down, right? When these two Radiant supports start pivoting, the Monkey King, you said, through the Twin Gates, he can play quite actively. MOUZ have a lot of stacks to farm, catching up to do, to try and get themselves towards Invoker Aghanim Scepter, the Tide with his auras. And so far, they're going to get their hands on the Wisdom Shrine trade. And Wraith King Invoker, but it's farming very well through their lane.
Red King has built-in skeletons now, and he also does have his old shard. By shard, I mean old facet, which is going to be Spectral Blade. Still slightly better, but you also need to invest gold for it, but it also gives you super strong scaling. We saw Falcons play it the other day, and it looked pretty good.
Yeah, same old build as we used to see, right? There's Radiance into
Blink Dagger, Orchid, yeah, Bloodthorn, BKB if necessary, AC. There's a lot of ways that you can go for with Raid King. Pretty much every single item feels really good as well. And MOUZ, I think they're okay with having a bit of a slower game until they get to that level 6 with Nyx Assassin, until they get Meteor, Celery.
He's in the middle of FY, nothing to say. Mid one with Forge Spirit's Cold Snap though, and the Snowball save gets Lashrak out of danger for now. Trying to turn back on Celery, but there's Sunstrike coming in. Clears out the Lash, mid one's taken down as XXS makes his appearance well known. MOUZ lose 2 for the price of 1.
Their damage is a bit limited at these early stages, especially because you're playing with the 2 saving supports. Even XXS making a move to the mid lane. If he managed to get something done with the Primal Split, could have been an extra kill, and maybe they could have gotten tower out of it. But very good start for Xtreme Gaming. Again, XXS, he is the one who is getting quite a lot of farm on this Brewmaster. This time they have slightly more control, so he's not going to feel as comfortable coming into a fight just blinking in, because pretty much every single hero on their side has some kind of a lockdown.
Like last game, he didn't have to buy Eon Disc or BKB
no, not
or
at all.
anything, right? He had nothing to be afraid of. There's something that maybe you do have to be afraid of, though. Back in the old days, we used to pick Monkey King into the Wraith King, right? You kill him once, then put the Wukong command on top of the Wraith King when he's respawning. Is that still the same kind of situation?
It kind of is. I also am seeing Ame's item build. He's not going for the Diffusal Blade. Instead, he wants to get a bit of a older / newer tech, especially because Echo Saber upgrade got pretty huge buff. You can use it on the trees as well. Yamich. Yeah.
2-man stun. Has already spent his carapace, though. Try and run as far away from his teammates in his tower as possible as he dies.
Yeah, but to go back to your point, having this Monkey King, having Lashrak, whose Diabolic Edict can reset in a fight, it's a relatively short cooldown, 19 seconds, so if you can kill Raid King once, control him with either both of the supports, or if you can control him with the Panda, it's gonna feel really nice. Sinister Gaze, gonna connect this time.
Back. He's got the Dazzle behind him as well, but he's going to roll in with a Snowball towards that Nyx stun, but a Grave and Lashrak's arrival.
Shield Rune, he's going to pick it up, maybe. Oh, didn't want to. He did not want to use it. I guess he said, man, screw it. I'm going to give it to him. I'm not going to say we might get extra value out of it.
Just let my Lash have it. Maybe they can get a core kill off the back of it. It's funny though how you say it's some newer but old tech, just showing how cyclical Dota can be. You know, it's from the old days and it comes back again.
I would have picked up that shield rune accidentally on purpose.
I'm sure you would have. Then Fog would be screaming at you. Oh, mid one. He's going to get caught out in this mid lane, trying to push tower. Yamich holds them back with a nice stun, but the snowball gap close. Gets nothing to stay on top of mid one. Good damage here to clear out the Invoker. And that's what the shield rune's for. Keep the Lashrak alive and play aggressively through MTS.
What do the supports on Xtreme Gaming? They have the defensive tools. They
The trees are moving.
Ash Legion Shield on both of the supports, plus the double save, and Leshrak also has extra bit of a move speed, having Wind Lace and having Kobold's Cup.
The trees are moving, Lacoste. Is this a Monkey King I see before me? Boom is going to pop the Ravage here. Hey, it's on 4 of them. Nothing to say. Graved up, and the Wukong's command comes into play. Crystallis is TP'd in to try and battle back, but loses his first life immediately. Sunstrike's good. Can they finish off? Nothing to say. With Boom chasing forward, they can't quite catch up, and Crystallis has been left alone. Monkey King jumps over the canopy in towards the Lich in the back.
A lot of Skellies.
And Crystallis focused down by the Primal Split.
They all die.
Trapped inside the shard. Skelly's all dead. The Wraith King falling. Only his ghost remains. And Boom with MOUZ on the run back as they'll snowball forward yet again onto mid one. All the damage is done. MOUZ bleeding out in his middle lane.
They have so much sustain on their side using the Primal Split. This is enemy carry, by the way. He TP's in, but he doesn't have a single item. He has 2,000 gold saved up, so that's also missing in a fight. They would love to have Lich being level 6 so they can combo Ravage, but unfortunately, as we said, if they're not level 6, the team fights are going to be much more difficult for them. In Xtreme Gaming, they kind of realize that, and again, 2 defensive supports, 2 Ash Legion shields, keeping them alive in these engagements.
And this XXS Brewmaster, just such a bully, brawling his way through everything. With like he's bought Hand of Midas to scale and still is able to fight through his ulti. And now Xtreme Gaming really feeling the rhythm here with a 4K lead.
Oh, nothing to say. He's coming in. Amplify damage plus a Blink Dagger ready.
And Monkey King is here as well. Onto Boom, surrounded by 5 of Xtreme. They know the Ravage is down, so it's a freebie here on the Tide. He wanted to just blob himself down on this tower and protect it, but doesn't have the chance to do so. And this is that tempo shift. This is where Xtreme Gaming really just pick things up. Speed through this mid-game.
They can easily go from lane to lane, group up, as you said, Brewmaster, whenever he has ulti available, they can try to make something happen. Nyx Assassin also not level 6, 13 minutes in. They would definitely love to have that so they can pair it up with the Sunstrike, maybe find one of the supports, try to get the kill on them. Some massive stacks.
Leshrak is 3rd place. Behind 2 of his actual teammates. Wants to catch up. There are all the Ancients. Get himself to 6k net worth. Very quickly moving into that Kaya. Doesn't clear them all out though, so there's going to be some left over. MOUZ, as of yet, unable to put all the pieces together. It's still a bit of a waiting game for them. And their main combo is that Ravage Cataclysm. And Wraith King is yet to scale into his full potential. How's his Radiance looking?
Oh, still needs another 1,500 gold to finish it off. Gonna be quite difficult fight for MOUZ, especially if they don't get the combo off in the next fight. XP Rune is gonna go their way, so both of the supports are level 6 now.
This is where Xtreme can just keep using these minor resources. Smoke into the high priority areas. Try and make sure MOUZ don't get to clear stacks and farm efficiently. They've got Dust here onto Yamich with a snowball and some shards. They should be able to hold him in place. And Monkey King actually jumping in to get the kill.
2 of them.
Take him down, mid one, also in the shards as the Chain Frost bounces away. Arme trying to focus in onto mid one, but they've lost track of him. Instead, focusing Celery with nothing to say, picking up the double. No reveal though for mid one's Invoker. Just Ghost walks and walked it off.
And now straight to the bottom tower. They know how strong they are right now. And this Monkey King, I think we're going to be seeing more of the hero, especially because you have 0 cooldown on your 3 jumps. So you can pretty much be in every single fight. And with the build that he's going for, that's going to be a lot of tower damage as well. It gives you double hit, it gives you Deso. It also opens up Roche, it opens up Tormentor. Nothing to say. We talked about his itemization specifically for this matchup against Nyx Assassin, so casual Kaya, just to have that extra bit of a mana, and then going straight into BKB, knowing that they have no abilities that go through the debuff immunity. Even with his 2 saving supports behind him, he still kind of needs to have it.
Relic ready for Crystallis. He's also got a little mushroom inventory. There's nothing they can really do to bully Xtreme Gaming away from these lanes. When your opponents are farming 3 lanes plus jungle, it is a rough spot to be in. Really relegating yourself to stacking camps and hoping for the best. Boom, at least, is able to play out this bottom lane. Buying the item of the patch, apparently. Consecrated Wraps.
Yeah, this has to be one of the best item, if not the best item of the patch. I think other teams are going to start to, like, maybe the more nerdy teams, they're going to be picking up more of those. Tundra most definitely. They probably did the math on it. It seems like the most cost-efficient item in terms of how much like you're getting, because it gives you everything. It's pretty much like the Gale Guard of the previous patches, where you would see like 7-8 Gale Guards in every single game.
I wouldn't be surprised to see everyone buying that. We saw it day 1 from Triple S on his Bristleback. Crystallis, he's got his ulti here. MOUZ trying to bring back up into the area, but that's first life down, and the Wukong's command gives us around. The chain stuns come in, and Crystallis dead again. MOUZ with no chance of any kind of answer. Losing their carry like that, but they've got a jump on the Leshrac, blowing up Nothing to Say. Something finally going MOUZ's way here, but the 2 supports are going to get chased down by the Monkey King, the Dazzle. Lich is in trouble, clapped by XXS, and the shard there from FY.
And this is something
a double.
Something Panel did mention is that Leshrac, he's not going to be too afraid to sacrifice himself for the greater good, where even though he has 2 saving supports behind him, rest of the team is going to be able to clean up, because he already did the damage. And we're seeing the kind of the downside of this matchup, Monkey King against Raid King, where they kill him once, he respawns inside of the Wukong's command, and then dies again. Yeah, it really does.
So what can you do as MOUZ? You don't have this Ravage Cataclysm anymore. Like, okay, if there's a Blink Ravage Cataclysm, sure, you're able to turn this fight, but that's 10 minutes down the line, at least. Very simple stuff from Xtreme Gaming. And yeah, Nothing to Say, maybe overstepping. Definitely overextending his welcome. As MOUZ did actually get that kill. Gave it to mid one as well. A dominating streak is a nice bit of cash. Influx there for the Invoker.
Ooh, that face says it all. They know they're in a lot of problemo.
Deep water. Well, we've lost Arme. We'll be back momentarily, I'm sure. But we're now 800 gold away from this Invoker Aghanims, a pivotal item here for MOUZ to have a chance in this game. So the next sequence rides off the mid one to be able to get that bit of gold. So he's farming the enemy side of the map, just looking for any little pocket where he can hide and gather gold. It's pretty good, like the panel's saying though, at this ghost push. Not committing a hero, just sending Forge Spirits and Skeletons.
That's how they need to play. They need to get the most out of the map, and finally, Radiance has been completed 18 minutes in.
Yeah.
Not the best timing.
It's pretty rough, especially when that's kind of your farming item. Still needing to scale through. Xtreme yet again, eyeing up a play on Boom. They start with FY. Wukong's command spent here to deal with the tide. MOUZ, they are trying to approach the area as Boom has survived the initial flurry of spells, and Xtreme Gaming might be overexposed here. Yamage is lurking, hunting. And an XXS Brewmaster with like 2,500 health, not really the first point of contact they wanted to go on though.
Testing the waters to see how much damage they need to pump in to be able to kill Tidehunter. Consecrated Wraps plus his Kraken Shell is just way too much damage.
Well, look at MOUZ. They've come in and found a snipe on the Lesh. That's perfect to buy themselves some time.
They need these type of kills. This is pretty much the first time we're seeing Nyx Assassin going in with Invoker. And big item on Invoker. Aghanim Scepter about to be completed. Now he gets to choose which way he wants to go. Yeah, that's the wall of text. That's the whole book.
And encyclopedia of spells.
It's pretty much all the facets that you could choose from, but now you get to choose it later.
Yamage. As he dusted up, Trying to carapace and stun, turn back on the brew, but that means he's now been sharded. Caught out. Army wanted to try and secure it for himself, but it belongs to FY and XXS.
Xtreme Gaming, they are prepping for Tormentor. Both of the supports have insanely good shard. The Dazzle, this is a bit of a newer one. It's applying weave to an ally, heals them for 60 seconds per stack of weave. And also Drinking Buddies, which is the old facet on Tusk. So you have another way of saving people. You also have Hold a Locket coming on Dazzle in the next couple of seconds. Ame.
He's found Boom here.
Let's go for round 2.
Trying to go for the chain stuns.
This time he has Frost Shield on top of it.
He's very tanky. They'll Ravage and try to Cataclysm. They've got the Monkey King low, but the Grave's going to come out into play as Yamich falls. Celery is dropping, and the Wukong's commander zone them all away. Xtreme don't lose a single soul, and they're on to Crystallis as well. First life of the Wraith King gone. Arme and NTS with a stun out of the Split Earth. They found the Wraith King, all locked up, held in place. Tries to turn and kill the Lash, but he can't quite keep up. Oh, he does though. Burns him down with the Radiance. The Ghost is fighting back into the Monkey King, but MOUZ is still gonna lose out in this one.
At least they get something. Cataclysm does connect Snowball, I think pushes him into 2 Cataclysms, so they share a good amount of damage, but the sustain is definitely there. This is Dazzle, this is Tusk we're talking about, so quite a difficult one. And again, we're seeing the downside of the Wraith King. He dies instantly and can't really fight back. Usually a lot of the times you see Wraith King, even though this is a rare occurrence from the hero, he wants to jump in, he wants to be able to deal the damage and maybe set things up for the enemy team. And
yeah, they all share the Cataclysms, don't they? And that Grave on Arme stays full health. Wukong's command too much to fight into. MOUZ have to do a full reset. And of course, XXS is just cycloning people, zoning them all out, and having all the control in the world. Frustrating game for MOUZ. That was their first big shot to try and land their combo, and it doesn't pay off. Seems the only person they can kill has nothing to say.
not going to be as easy for the next fight. Nothing to say does have new 9-second BKB that is coming up.
We've also got this Blink Tusk. I'm assuming FY is going to think about a BKB at some point, right? So
yeah, I think so. Saves. So you can jump in, not care about the Ravage. You don't care too much about Nyx Assassin as well. They want to kill the Tormentor. We talked about how strong their shards are on both of the supports. And it's go time, knowing that the Ravage is still on cooldown for another good 20 seconds, and they're also showing in the lanes, which means that they can go and try to take Tormentor for free. It is a stronger Tormentor, so it takes a little bit more time.
A lot of damage back to them.
Another saving tool, Drinking Buddies. It's also going to give them 10 armor.
That's pretty handy already, because we've seen the Tidehunter doing up the Aghanim Scepter. Looking for that long-range poke against the Lashrak. It's pretty handy. The MOUZ need something to do to tip the scales here. Look for a big team fight. Start a battle on their own terms. Vision is lacking, though. They've got that one Dire Ward, and the process of elimination kind of says that Xtreme Gaming have gone through the gate and played up the top. Arme showed on the map. He's going to get Blink, Ravage, Cataclysm, but Snowball, FY, saves him. And now Arme can BKB up and punch back. Oh, MOUZ, you tried your best, but you're going to lose out in this one. Down goes the Tide, and full retreat time as mid-1 dips back to Fountain. Celery, same story. Yamich just going to tuck in the trees and hide next to a Centaur who has to go for a walk.
Tusk King in action. What can you do? A bit of unluck, and now they can go for Roche. Problem is with that MOUZ, they need to heavily commit. They need to be able to get this Ravage, get the Chain Frost, and get the Cataclysm. If they don't get the stuff done, they're losing the fight 100%, because you see the heroes on Xtreme Gaming, they are going to be taking longer fights. And again, XXS on Brewmaster, going for Refresher, not dying a single time. Blink Dagger, Aghanim Scepter completed. We'll have Refresher ready in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's so rough to be so far behind with an execution-based draft as well. And MOUZ need these items, need these levels, need a level playing field. There's Xtreme Gaming that's going to be ramping up to about a 10k lead, holding Aegis now on the Monkey King. A comfortable position here for the Chinese team. There's always a chance, though, with these Ravage Cataclysms. Crystallis, Yamich, FY says no. Don't you dare. They'll still continue and try and fight into them, though. Killing the Dazzle first. In comes XXS. Cataclysm. Well, it's not going to really land, and Yamich is going to get hunted down by FY along with the Brew. Crystallis in trouble now, too. Lich, Nyx, and Wraith King all dead. And Arme, which says, I don't even need to Wukong's command. We've got the gap closed with NTS popping BKB to dodge the stun. The Cyclone tries to hold them away, but the chase forward will find Crystallis here. Arme will clear it through the Wraith King. The Wraith tries to chase, but FY, nothing to say. They got away. Another resounding victory there for Xtreme Gaming.
Now, Crystallis, he can't stand his ground and take a fight. He is getting controlled by the Brewmaster, one of the reasons why he's going for a BKB immediately after he picked up that Blink Dagger. He doesn't want to get controlled. It's way too much damage taken out from every single fight. Mid one. As we've seen in the previous game, he's the one who's trying to split push using his Meteor Hammer, as he did on Ember Spirit. Try to get something done still on the map. 9k gold lead for Xtreme Gaming, but the fights are not going to be getting easier at all, I would say, because all of these items that they are getting, especially Refresher on Brewmaster, it's a scary one.
It feels like it is fight dodging time for MOUZ. Just try and progress the map where you can, push out lanes, sacrifice a few lives here and there just to make sure that Xtreme can't really approach your tier 2s. It is an uphill battle, though, for sure. And that's what happens in an ideal world. Actually executing it is a completely different matter. Tusk sitting up top. I think they've caught a whiff of what's going on with this Nyx and Invoker, both lurking in the shadows. Nothing to say, and Nova both nearby as well.
Mid lane, Ame going for the solo kill.
Oh, it's easy, isn't it? Celery. Oh, maybe not so easy. I spoke too soon. And now with Cataclysm on Tusk. Oh, distraction. Smoke and mirrors out of Celery. Everyone look over here at the mid lane. While mid one and Yamich getting a kill on FY. Monkey King wants to make a meal out of this one. He's going to jump across, get stunned as he tries to come down from the treetops. Nothing to say, though. We'll land the stun and find the Nyx assassin. Thankfully for MOUZ, mid one escapes unscathed.
If they could keep dodging these fights, maybe get a kill with Nyx Assassin, sacrifice him. This was his 8th death on Yamich. They're still okay with these type of trades, as long as Xtreme Gaming is not getting too much out of the map. And we gotta check efficiency on Tidehunter. How many fishes did he eat?
How many?
Only one.
Only one?
Yeah, he's sitting at 0, 2, and 1 at the moment.
Very upsetting.
But he tanked a lot of damage, okay?
Easy tier 2 for Xtreme. Trying to pivot bottom as quickly as they can, but it's a long walk to the Twin Gate for the remaining 3 heroes. And all things considered, it's not been that bad the past couple of minutes of play from MOUZ. They've managed to dodge away from any massive consequences of this Aegis. Losing a tier 2, losing out in the farm. An Invoker, oh! Did Harley not have Boundless Strike?
No, he used it on a creep wave.
It's unfortunate. Mid one very happy about it, though. As that's bought them time now to get BKB on the Wraith King. Invoker really utilizing these boots of travel just to bounce from side to side. Confident enough to play through middle. Watching your tier 2s die, of course. Not really going to make a concerted effort to come back and defend them. These objectives are not worth losing the game over, which is probably what you'd be looking at.
MOUZ has done a good job in the last couple of minutes trying to stabilize the game. This network deficit, where they are still getting something done. They are getting the farm, dodging the fights. Exactly what they need to do.
What's the big set of items that changes the game for them, though? What are they actually waiting for? Because it felt like the Cataclysm was meant to be it. Now it's the BKBs.
BKB on Wraith King, so he can get the right clicks in. We saw him suffer against Brewmaster. You're now going to be playing into 2 Brewmaster ultis. Problem is, Brewlings are not dying. This is level 3 ulti, soon to be on Brewmaster, which is kind of level 4 with Aghanim Scepter. And with level 15 talent, extra 600 HP. Makes them almost unkillable.
Oh, Yamich. He shows on the wave. Does get off the carapace, so the Boundless Strike is held back, and now I'm going to scuttle away. Pretty quick Monkey King. Can't quite catch up to that very speedy Nyx.
Nyx now has break mechanic by default, but also needs to purchase his shard if he wants to have the old facet, the scuttle facet, so that he has haste and that he can move through stuff.
Dire are scanning.
Seems like the read is there from Xtreme Gaming, knowing this move is being made.
Brewmaster.
But he's going to refresh, try and split. FY again. Snowball buys time. Ravage counter does come in, though. Graved up the brew. Can he get a split off? He's here. And the ulti's there. Wukong's is out. Celery's dead. Yamage falls. MOUZ, they thought they had it, but Xtreme Gaming, they outplay them.
Oh, regen on the ground.
Mid one's already dead. Boom picks up the regen, but Crystallis, he's got the BKB and TP home. Try and run best you can. The saving supports, man.
It's so hard. Like, you need to be able to get to jump them. It seems like, oh, why don't they just jump the supports? It's very difficult because Xtreme Gaming position has been top tier. They're keeping the distance. And as you said, kind of having to read what's going to happen. A refresher or popped immediately. He gets graved. He gets snowballed as well. Allows him to get that split off. And again, they can't really fight the inside of the Wukong, so man. Even though you have Tide Hunter, you have Solar, Frost Shield, it's still not enough. Red King doesn't feel too comfortable sitting inside of it.
Nice watch FY. Then X-Nova. The layering of supports is beautiful. Perfect timing to keep XXS alive. And then the next round of spells comes in from Ame and nothing to say.
Yeah, and as we said, MOUZ, they need to get stuff done during their big ultis. Once the ulti's down, it seems like they are running out of steam.
And now Boom is in trouble. He's stuck between trees and shards. Dead in that bottom right-hand corner. X-Nova, he sees mid one up here. Turns him into a little piggy. Snowball forward, Invoker completely caught. Well, jump from one side to the other. Core after core. Kill after kill for Xtreme Gaming. 27-9 with a 14k lead.
It's crazy how fast Monkey King moves through the map. With the, he did go for a 3 dance cast range on level 10 and also 0-second cooldown on the 3 jump, so he's going through the twin gates, putting quite a lot of pressure on the map. Whoever shows on the map, if they find somebody with either Tusk or with Leshrac, he's ready to join.
And honestly, we sing the praises of XXS, MOUZ, Centaur, Batrider. This Brewmaster this series, though, has been phenomenal.
It looked insanely good. 0 deaths, split's ready. He can pop it, and they can go for the buildings.
They'll force the glyph initially. Now they'll split. So they can Cyclone in the back, stop any kind of play from MOUZ. Crystallis going to try and deal with one of the Brewlings, while FY, nothing to say. It kills off Celery, who immediately buys back. MOUZ hold their base, at least for now. But Xtreme Gaming know they've got the entire map to play.
And after that play, Brewmaster's like, I don't want to die a single time in this game. Picks up Aeon Disc for himself, so he has double Aeon Disc potentially with the refresher, double saving support behind him. Multiple saving abilities. Holy Locket, Snowball, Grave, even Drinking Buddies from Tusk.
You can't double Aeon Disc anymore, can you? With the refresher.
I think you can. I mean, the Aeon Disc is still gonna proc unless something changed that I missed. Because it's gonna, like, you're gonna have Aeon Disc and then again you're gonna take the damage with 1 instance of damage afterwards.
Oh, the first time, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Smoke up for MOUZ. Trying something. Going on a fishing expedition, but they'll heal the Roshan Roar. Xtreme Gaming going for the reset, feeling something coming, but they'll very quickly realize that MOUZ have gone for a Tormentor steal. Hang on, we could have just been taking Roshan this entire time. Swing back into the pit and go for it.
One of the issues is you are kind of low. If you don't have Greaves, if you don't have any kind of heal, now the Tormentor being much stronger, it doesn't allow you to go for Tormentor into, like, Roche contest potentially through the Twin Gate, so that's not happening. You can see the amount of HP that they do have, so everybody needs to go back. Another Aegis for Ame.
Another big damage item nearly done.
Bloodstone is the big item on Leshrac, and it gives him so much sustain. This is going to be the item of a patch. One of the reasons why the hero is popular is you have change coming to his Diabolic Edict, again working on the towers, being pure damage, and then also with the combination of the Bloodstone. It is so much lifesteal, or spell lifesteal, should I say.
I love how on a bunch of items we've got huge walls of text for the changes, and then Bloodstone is just item reworked. Too much text to put in there. Round 2 in his top lane, though, for Xtreme Gaming. No glyph for MOUZ currently.
Yeah, the aura around it is the big one. It increases the damage output by 12%, and it's 1200 AoE. So pretty massive. XXS, one more time, going in with a jump. Slow and methodical from Xtreme Gaming.
No need to risk anything. Even Arme gonna pounce onto the trees. Think about the re-entry. Now, the Primal Split dealing with the barracks. And no real commitment here from Xtreme Gaming. Nothing that MOUZ can bite onto. They'll just lose buildings without any answer, and XXS is also just blinking away simply. An entire set down, and Xtreme Gaming can just come back, reset, hold a high ground somewhere. So you know that MOUZ would want to come out of their base and try to do something with a smoke. A Blink Ravage, a Cataclysm, that's how their draft works. They need to get there.
Double Ravage now available, and he does have mana to use both Ravages. 325 for Refresher and 325 for each Ravage. Can they find the jump? XXS, Aeon Disc is ready.
Very difficult to bring down, especially with the 2 saving supports behind him. Like, who's the ideal target? Like, going on Monkey King with Aegis seems rough.
You can't even jump the supports. It's very difficult. Dazzle also has Aeon Disc, Tusk has a BKB, so if he gets that off, you're kind of wasting the Ravage. Multiple BKBs on all the cores, another Aeon Disc on Brewmaster, so very difficult fights. This is something that we've seen during Wallachia when people were picking up like 4 Aeon Disc playing against Mars, unable to get the jump. It feels very difficult, and knowing that playing a longer fight is not in your favor.
It seems like they're drawing on the map. X-Nova has been on the money with the reads so far, knowing where MOUZ are trying to come from and where they're attempting to go to. XXS just going to face tank this one and walk into Crystallis. Aeon Disc into Primal Split, but in the back, mid one's blown up. Invoker dead for 70, already gone. Wraith King, same story. First life out of here, and he's going to blink northwest to try and disengage. Has he somehow slipped away? Nothing to say. He's going to have something to say about this one. Clips him with a stun. Move out from Yamich, though. Keeps the Wraith King in the game for now. But no, Invoker for 50 is a big one. You don't have your wombo combo anymore. Xtreme Gaming will just pummel your buildings. Tier 3, even through that Frost Shield. Now with the Primal Split going again onto the barracks. A second lane being lined up by Xtreme Gaming. They force the glyph out of MOUZ. Boom will try and step forward. Can't even anchor smash before he's cycloned into the sky. Another Frost Shield delaying things out.
It's
but
not enough.
He's got his eyes on the prize here to take down the buildings. And that's what Xtreme came for, and that's what they'll get. Methodical.
Every single time he is getting control. Wraith King just dies immediately, and they also manage to take down Invoker, which is the big piece of the puzzle. Like, it's you need this combo to go off. If you don't have Invoker, you don't have enough damage to take the fight. And you were right about Aeon Disc. It did not refresh it.
So many changes, it's hard to keep up, to be honest. Lucky guess.
And this is also pre-AC. They're also getting another aura, which is going to be another aura on top of that. So Vlad's about to be completed. AC still relatively far away from it, but we'll get it in the next minute or so. There he is. He just sold an item, and he's ready to go.
Already picked it up. Now with Invoker alive, and Aegis expiring in 15 seconds. His 20k lead seems insurmountable, but MOUZ have got to do something to keep their tournament hopes alive. A game away from elimination against Xtreme Gaming, who have been so dominant these past 2 games. An Orchid on Wraith King, that could be the difference maker if they can get on someone and blow them up. But they've got to, again, they've got to find these supports. It feels like FY and Xnova are invisible the entire time.
They're not on the map. they're not existing. And also another big upgrade, Shiva's Guard, which was super, like, very good item in the previous patch. It's still a very good item in this patch. You don't have the reducing healing component, but you do have quite a lot of armor. Now sitting at 17 armor from a single item, and it also pierces through debuff immunity, so your attack speed is not going to go through. We've seen Wraith King struggling to deal the damage. Now with this Shiva's Guard, it's going to get even more difficult.
Even without Aegis. Xtreme approaching this bottom lane. They scanned that right-hand side, and it turned red for a moment. They'll have an idea that someone was lurking, or vision was planted.
It's time to repeat what they've been doing. Try to go in, push out the waves, and get a split. Get this refresher of cooldown. Make sure that you are going to be playing against Mega Creeps or with Mega Creeps on side of Xtreme.
Invoker is holding buyback this time. Doesn't want to have the same situation happen again. Because we're at that stage of the game where one big core kill could just swell into a game-ending move.
Yamich acting as a ward. He's stuck on the high ground. Does have Vendetta ready.
XXS, Gem jumps
forward. Procced.
There it is with a primal split to go. He's safe and sound, and he's actually chasing forward here. Xtreme Gaming not really rallying around him, just letting the Brewlings step forward and go to work. They'll see that MOUZ are all sat in their base, so a soft reset here for Xtreme Gaming. Then they're in no rush. They know that they can choke this map out. Potentially wait for next Roshan. If MOUZ do step up, they're going to match them, meet them in a fight head-on for sure. But they don't have to go diving tier 3s.
Yeah, I think it might be time to disassemble this Radiance and get Nullifier instead, so you can at least deal with these Aeon Discs.
Yeah.
They've been very annoying to be able to get the jump and get the kill. They can definitely burst down this Brewmaster.
Feels like Crystallis has been an item behind this entire game. That delayed Radiance really hurt his chances. Xtreme will come back and gather up all the resources on the map. Top lane to be pushed, Ancients to be farmed. And in 20 seconds, a rune to be grabbed. Potentially a Roshan to be grabbed as well if it's a fast spawn. And the speed at which Monkey King can play, that macro maneuverability can get him from one side of the map to the other very quickly.
Yeah, he would also love to have level 25 for the next fight. They also want to reset the refresher, reset Aeon Disc on XXS.
Oh, mid-range respawn, minute and a half. Bit of leeway here for MOUZ to play out the map and maybe delay things until that next round of items. Yeah, I'm actually going to go for a Wisdom Shrine steal. Nothing to say here with X-Nova. Reveal placed on the floor. Mid one trying to give some covering fire, lays it down to give Yamich some space, but it was never enough.
Nothing to say. He's had enough. Pops the BKB and grabs the kill there. Let's see, mid one. Maybe they're going to be able to find him. They are holding the gem on Brewmaster. Level 23 on him. Monkey King just hit level 25.
Oh, the Ghost Walk hit Ame. He knows Invoker was nearby, but they weren't quite able to catch up in time. Still going to gather up around him. 40 seconds till Roche is back up again. Celery and Crystal is going to try and reclaim a bit of control over an area near them, near their base. You can't just be stuck by the tier 3s. You need a bit of space out of the base to actually try and fight into when you've got a big combo like this. Because if you let the Xtreme formation actually get to your tier 3s, you never have a chance of fighting this.
Yeah, if they get the Wukongs, especially the level 25 Wukongs, and they get split or a double split, you are not going to be winning that fight. And again, you have heroes who are not that great at dealing with Mega Creeps anyway. Wraith King, he doesn't have that cleave talent anymore. It's long gone.
Yeah, what are all these neutral items?
It's just tankiness. Just give me any kind of tankiness to survive. Rattle Cage, Dandelion, Amulet.
Prophet's Pendulum. 30% of incoming damage delayed over 5 seconds. Pretty big ones there for Xtreme. And Roshan lets out a bellow, knowing that he has been started. It could be a decent spot for MOUZ to go in and try and collapse on that small choke point area with the combos they've got, but they are just not comfortable, not confident in their map space. Well, that means Yamich gets sniped out in that top lane. Could be freedom to go and gather up this Aegis now for Arme. Swing into the pit. A bit of wiggle room here for MOUZ to push out bottom, maybe get in towards mid. Do what you can to keep the lanes at bay.
Yeah, you said if they park themselves in front of your tier 3 tower, you are losing the fight most likely, and you are also going to be losing your barracks.
Actually, it feels like game over if that happens.
Refresher now completed on Invoker, so double Cataclysm, double Ravage ready.
Cheeky attempt. Mid one wasn't far off of that. But it's the Radiant killing Roshan, Arme gathering the Aegis. Springing quickly into action here. FY thought maybe mid one will stick around and farm down south. Now he heads north. The Tusk God is going to find the
got it with the shards.
In onto mid one with Arme's damage. He's dead. That's rough for MOUZ. FY really showing off some prowess here.
Luckily for him, his refresher didn't show. It was coming on the courier. They would definitely know that he does not have that buyback, but they're still going to go. No matter what, you still want to get the buyback out if he has it, but unfortunately for them, he doesn't. And this is the scenario that you talked about. If they get themselves in front of the tier 3 tower, how do you take this fight?
And all the hard work done by Celery. Warding, dewarding, setting up this area, going to be cleared out by the gem of XXS. Lich on the run out of that middle lane. A low HP range creep giving nothing to say the target. It's a boot to travel to, and FY here again to claim some names. Yamich, he gets the stun, start off on the Tusk. They've had enough of FY and his nonsense, but that's a BKB Tusk running circles around you while you lose your bottom lane of barracks. BKB TP home. FY, bye-bye. MOUZ, what have you done? They've left their base completely wide open.
And they popped the glyph. 18 seconds without Invoker. Full Butterfly now completed on Monkey King. He has double Wukongs as well ready if necessary.
And a refresh up from XXS. No glyph. Ravage spent.
Where's the follow-up?
Invoker's still dead. And this Monkey King can open up with the damage now. Boom and Crystallis in trouble. First life claimed already. Wraith King will respawn. Has nothing to say. Dives back in onto Celery. Jumping the Lich. Bursting through the Ghost Scepter. Mid one has come back into this one, but the throne is being pummeled by the Brewmaster. The Cyclone on the Tide buys even more time for Xtreme Gaming. Yamich taken out by the beyond godlike Monkey King. Another big stun there. Catches Boom in mid one. Xtreme can't quite finish the job though. MOUZ have held on just for a little bit longer, forcing the Arme Monkey back. XXS on the right hand side. Cataclysm coming in, but Snowball dodges. Arme's graved on the left. Yamich tries to get there, takes him down once.
He got the refresher, it doesn't work on BKB.
There's another Kata, but the Lashrak, he's dead. Yamich finds the kill. In comes FY though, with the Monkey King alongside. XXS claims another life, and Boom's in trouble. 5 are dead, and GG's called. MOUZ are out, and Xtreme move on.
Oh man, what a performance coming out from Xtreme Gaming. Arme not dying a single time, XXS also not dying a single time. Just playing together as a unit, and Tusking, he would be my MVP for this game. The saves that he did, keeping everybody alive, are allowing everybody else to get the second round of spells, completely breaking formation of MOUZ and what they want to be doing with this Cataclysm and Ravage combo. It just didn't go off. You did not feel the damage because of these snowball saves.
You can see all the pieces were there. They were just lacking the instructions to try and put that Lego building together. You know, MOUZ, they had all these tools, but they couldn't quite execute because Xtreme Gaming showed in Game 2 and 3 they're not just a mid to late game team. They can actually smoke gang, first blood, outlane you, then out-execute and outscale.
Yeah, they definitely did the right adjustments after losing that game 1 in 30 minutes, knowing that they can't allow MOUZ to play super fast Dota like they used to play, and now Xtreme Gaming, Game 2 draft, Game 3 draft as well. Zhao 8, he really cooked, and everybody on the team was hungry, and they were also hungry for getting that victory here.
Hungry for the Tidehunter fish as well.
Yeah.
Gathering it all up. Sad to see MOUZ go, but happy to see Xtreme Gaming flourishing and thriving here on a new patch. Who better else to draft than Zhao 8, you're right. Really cooking and doing very well for himself. Bringing things together with some nice, classic, simple stuff. Gotta say, XXS Brewmaster though. It's a hard shout between FY and XXS. We're gonna head over to an interview now.
Yes, indeed, I am here with Arme from Xtreme Gaming. Yeah, let's give it up! Jin will be translating. First of all, Ame, I'd like to say, after a slightly rocky group stage, you guys must be feeling great to get back to winning ways. How does it feel to win the first series here on the main stage?
Amy 就想问你，因为也知道你们在小组赛打得比较坎坷，现在你们总算好像运气又转了，开始获胜了。那这次你们在这个淘汰赛当中，你们又顶进了一轮，成功的战胜了 MOUZ 战队，感觉怎么样呢？
感觉就 B 组太搞笑了，就一场没赢都能进来了。
We found that Group B was like an absolute clown fest. We felt like we didn't win a single series, and somehow we managed to get into the elimination series. So I'm not sure what happened there.
Okay, fair enough. We've seen you play 5 different heroes in the last 5 games. It really feels like you're either experimenting a lot with different heroes, or you feel like I already know what's good. All of these heroes are good. Which is it?
那新版本出来之后呢，你们打的这5场，你也用了5个不同的英雄。5个不同的1号位，那你是因为已经知道这些英雄很强了呢，还是你是相当于以打代练，然后再尝试不同的1号位英雄呢？
一般根据对面的英雄来选吧。
Well, I'm still picking those carries based on what the opponents are picking. If I think that this carry is good for them, good against them, then I'll pick it.
Fair enough. All right. Next up, you're up against Spirit. How do you think you guys are going to do? How have you prepared to play against them? What are you expecting when you play against Team Spirit in the next round?
那下一场你们又要对战这个雪碧战队了，你感觉你们将如何备战去对付他们呢？
就抽陀螺或者被抽啊。
Well, against Team Spirit, it's either we are owning them or we are getting owned. So 50-50.
Fair enough. And I know that we've got some Chinese fans here supporting XG. How much does it help you guys when you're playing on a live stage event to have those Chinese fans here cheering for you?
那在我们现场也有很多来自中国的粉丝到现场来支持你们，给你们欢呼。那就是他们的欢呼是否有振奋你们战队，让你们发挥得更好呢？
有的，谢谢大家。
Absolutely, a big thank you for everyone who's cheering for us here.
Fantastic. Let's give it up for Ame and XG.
From being 6 and 8 in the group stage for Xtreme Gaming, tying most series, losing 2 others, and then winning 1 series. I could see where he comes from, as he said, like, wasn't the greatest showing of them to being in this elimination stage. And I think somehow being on this stage, and maybe with a little bit of help from the new patch, it creates the best for Xtreme Gaming.
No, for sure, right? Utilizing that first game, sure it didn't go their way, but all the experience they gained from it, it was a completely different team in Game 2 and Game 3 from the draft, from the play. Like, you could feel like just a shift, and that took MOUZ off guard, and it's why XG are able to kind of progress through the lower bracket today.
It's also like why lands and like just being in between these games is so important. I think Zhao 8, like all the adjustments we're talking about, I think they did them very nicely. And I think not just that, but also all the gameplay and I think connecting your heroes and being deathless. I think in this game, like XXS and Ame didn't die. They were in all the moves. You can see it in the highlights. You know, the supporting cast coming through with the clutch saves and like all the right moments. Honestly, XG in this series compared to all the ones I've seen before, at least in game 2 and 3, they looked very clutch.
Yeah, they did. The game kind of got out of hand really early, though, I feel like.
Yeah.
I mean, MOUZ's heroes were a bit interesting. It was a little hard for them to coordinate. I feel like I never really felt like Wraith King was a big threat, ever. That he just kind of got blown up almost every fight pretty quick. Second time, he would usually blink to safety and run away. Didn't really feel like he got to man up and engage. And the support duo as well on the MOUZ side. Cool on theory, but very difficult to execute against the snowball saves, against the Grave, and against the Bruce Split.
I said it needed to go to 60 minutes, guys. It had to go the full distance,
Yeah.
and for MOUZ, it's what, 47-minute loss. If only they could claw it a little bit longer, but they needed like a whole week, I think, for this Brave King to get online.
Yeah, we said that, ideally we see a very close game 3 where both teams get the best out from one another, but it just was very clear that one team was just, especially within the series, one step ahead of the rest. And that does mean that we have, winning side with Xtreme Gaming, but it also means that we are saying goodbye to MOUZ, and PARIVISION is going to do just that with Boom.
Yeah, thanks, Sheeves. I am here with Boom. Very sadly, we're going to have to see them leave the tournament. I've got to say, I thought at times you guys looked fantastic in this tournament. The first game of this series, everything went your way. What do you think went wrong in the other 2 games?
I have no idea. It's just a bit random. Like I felt we were not like super well prepared on this patch, and like some heroes coming out, like some Weaver that we're not ready for, and just some. Yeah, I don't know what went wrong. You know, we're just not consistent.
Did it feel like perhaps because this patch dropped mid-tournament, all the plans and everything that you had to toss them out the window and sort of quickly adapt? Do you think that in a situation like that, it's just literally about maybe a little bit of luck? You land on a hero that's busted and good, less time to prepare?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but it's always about luck, you know. But I mean, when the patch hits, I guess it's a bit more. But I felt very well prepared. Like we felt very ready before the patch dropped. You know, we were actually playing really good, I felt, and you know, it happens.
It does happen. We're very sorry about that. Overall, though, taking aside the exit here, are you guys happy with how you performed? You think, actually, you know what? The patch kind of screwed us. Other than that, we did pretty damn well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at our recent results, I think it's pretty good. I'm happy with my performance, like individually, so that's all I can have.
Thank you, Boom. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. We're sorry to see you guys go. Let's give them a big round of applause. Boom and MOUZ Esports.
Yeah, they did perform admirably. Top 8 is nothing to scoff at, but it's Xtreme Gaming that will make it to top 6, and we'll get the chance to play against Team Spirit in the next round already later today. We are going to still break down this game that we just witnessed a little bit more, because there was a lot to say about the way Xtreme Gaming played, and a lot to say about the movements, Purge. There were so many movements coming out from Xtreme. They played so fast.
Yeah, they did, and that's what we saw the first 2 games. The early mid lane was kind of interesting. They had tons of vision control at the 6-minute mark here. They had sentries being placed down across the board. They fought over them. It looked like the average low MMR, oh, you dewarded my sentry? Well, I'm going to deward your sentry kind of thing, which does happen sometimes. I was like, is he going to place it? He did. He wanted to make sure that they controlled this area and get this, and FY goes and does the exact same thing. They're trying to make sure that the next time that they fight around the rune, that they're going to have a favorable engagement. And the game was very, very equal here. Celery gets to reduce the damage dealt him. It looks like nothing to say he's going to die instantly, but that snowball save was fantastic. He gets so many ulti pulses off before he does end up dying. And ultimately, they end up winning this little engagement, which kind of starts cascading. 10 minutes in, 2k gold advantage. They're ready to dive this tower. Boom recognizes how dangerous it is. They stack their stuns, unfortunately. They don't have Chain Frost there. It would have been absolutely perfect. But because they don't have Chain Frost, because that lane goes bad, because the Wraith King is a little bit underleveled, this all just starts to produce nothing, unfortunately. Dazzle heals are helping them. Yamage is looking for kills. All of these engagements just don't go that great for Xtreme Gaming. I'm going to jump forward here at 16 minutes. Same thing. Dive on Wraith King. He doesn't have Relic yet. He pops. His ultimate ends up not being useful. We're going to jump ahead to the ideal fight at 30 minutes for MOUZ. Look at this. They chain stun onto the Brewmaster. The first one gets dodged with a snowball, but this was the first good Cataclysm. And with the Grave, he still doesn't die. So this fight was supposed to be a win for them. They finally got perfect conditions, but they still didn't win this fight. So it was MOUZ fighting uphill the whole time against these better heroes, against the better draft. And they just couldn't quite execute it the way that they needed to win the game.
It's so difficult. I think like for their draft, which is also like at the end, you're like, you're a bit scared for MOUZ over because you can get ran over, and like having Invoker against these supports, like you can see it in the highlights. Like they're just saving each other like all the time. You don't have like this backline jump with like a Storm or someone else. So I think MOUZ, obviously, you know, it's a new patch. You can talk about luck because there is luck involvement, but you choose your heroes at the end of the day.
Yeah, and speaking of saves, I mean, of course, that fight that we saw, that should have been the fight for MOUZ, it just meant that Xnova was on the right position to not be hampered to make sure that he could get that Grave off T-Gov, and that's why we highlight position 5.
No, yeah, I feel like the position 5s in this game was, you know, had the tale of a Dazzle versus a Lich. Of course, the Dazzle, we saw in that final clip how much work he could do. Unfortunately for MOUZ, they were trying to experiment with the Lich, see what it could do, but that's where you're going to lean towards Xiaowei, and like, he sees the draft here, and he goes, you know what, I'm locking in Xnova, he's going to play the Dazzle, he's going to be able to make all these moves, and Dazzle Tusk, it's an iconic pairing of historical play, right? Strong lanes, they run through the map, and you could already see from everything that Purge broke down that the supports of XG, they gave a lot of life for this game so that the Monkey could run in, so that the Lesh could run in, so that Brew could get his split off. Like, if the supports didn't play as well as they did, we probably wouldn't see XG in this position because they were really just allowing them to push themselves to the limit.
Yeah, and they will potentially be pushed to the limit themselves today. Let's take a look at where it puts them in the lower bracket. Still, scary place to be. But they're good company.
Oh, Purge. A lot of good teams down there. Team Spirit did fall yesterday, but they took it close against the Yandex, and that they won one game. So that's going to be a tough one. for Xtreme Gaming to push through. And even if they win that one, they have to win the winner of Aurora Gaming versus somebody else.
It's crazy.
And Aurora's incredibly good.
Yeah,
so.
it's stacked. But this Spirit versus XG, yeah, we all know how this series goes every single time.
It's one of the best series that you could ever ask for. In like modern day Dota, like these two teams against each other, like
it's just a banger.
It's a banger every single time.
Yeah, we might be burning the midnight oil for that one. Already Xtreme Gaming, of course, pushing into distance in this one. But the third series today will absolutely be a blockbuster. But that's, to be fair, every single series today is a blockbuster. The next one is no different because it's Falcons versus PARIVISION. We are going to take a quick break, but when we're back, it's time for more Dota action here for ESL One Birmingham 2026.
The best crowd in the world. Don't go anywhere. I know you guys like to go out and, go to the restroom, go eat some stuff in between games. Those are the weakest Dota players. A true Dota player sits their butt down for 8 hours, loses 10 hours worth of games, and never leaves their chair. Am I right? Who's still in this arena? Fantastic. Well, we're going to reward you guys who are still here in the arena and you guys at home with another little game of Kahoot. Here's how it works. There will be a QR code on the screen. I need you guys to scan that code at home. Now, I know if you guys are at home watching us on a stream, you don't see a QR code. That's because this is not for you, but you can still play along at home because only people here at the arena get this incredible prize. A commemorative coin to show that you were here today. This is not an NFT. It is actually worth something. This is a real coin! Woo! All right, let's get this Kahoot game started. It's very easy. It matters how quickly you answer and how fast you answer and how accurately you answer. So make sure that you're getting the right answer as quick as possible. We've got 5 questions, and we have people coming in right now with some very actually, PG-13 names. So I'd like to thank you guys in the audience for not doing anything disgusting. All right, my friends, you have 10 seconds left. Don't forget, you guys at home can win for incredible prizes of your ego. But watching Dota is a win in itself. Don't you worry, my friends. All right, the time has come. Are you ready to Kahoot? Here we go. Question number 1. Of course, this is hero ability names. 3, 2, 1. What is this ability called? Ooh, a tough one because nobody plays this hero. Don't say I do in the audience. Don't lie. You've got this. 20 more seconds. I did see one guy play this in the entirety of Pro Dota, and that guy's a panelist now. So if you are a person that plays this hero, move on, my friends. Completely worthless hero unless you are in a high MMR. Here we go. It was, of course, Purifying Flames from Oracle. And that is Eager Egret. Well done. Here we go. What is the next ability called? Oh, there we go. That's a good one. A lot of answers coming in quick. You'd be surprised at how many support players are able to make it to these events. Carry players usually can't make it because they die on the way over without someone walking them to the event. So very, very interesting. So yes, support players in the building, you can see they're instantly locking in. Let's see what that answer is. Do you know what is the Sinister Gaze? There you go. And I'm gonna give you guys a hint. All the answers are A, as you just saw. The rest of them will be A as well. No, just kidding, don't do that. The next ability, my friends. Ooh, this one's for all the furries out there. Easy, easy, easy. You guys have a great time. Shout out to Admiral Bulldog and all the other freaks who go on that one Reddit that we don't go to. Here we go. I'm giving some very good hints. What could it be? All right. There we go. It was actually C, Bushwhack, Hoodwink, of course. Powerful Sloth. Oh yeah, that guy's definitely a furry. Next up, here we go. Oh, wow. Now that's a tough one. Have you ever played this hero? Do you know what this little creature does? Is this hero still good? We will find out. What? Hello? Oh, wow. Someone showed me a picture of the little guy on their phone. That's the background. Someone's sitting together with someone else, and the person sitting next to them is not the background. It is, in fact, a cute little frog. That's not good. That's okay. Here we go! Frog Stomp! Well done, well done. It is very tight and tight. I think it's almost a tie there. Here we go, 5 and 5, last question. Ooh. Ooh, I like that one. Ghosts! That is what I say every single time I walk into a dark room as loud as possible. Ghosts! Here we go. What could it be, chat? A toughie indeed. But we will find out very soon who the winner will be. Thank you guys so much for playing Cahoots. And we will give you this commemorative coin that in 100 years, there we go, they're calling, that is right. And our winner is the Delightful Salamander. Who is the Delightful Salamander? Right, wow, really? All right, we got him right there, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the Delightful Salamander. Don't you worry, my friend. We will get this coin right to you. Take a picture on your phone or your friend's phone. Don't you worry, and find us. Someone will give this to you, and if they don't, I will take it. Good luck to you, sir. All right, everybody, that is some Cahoots. Thank you guys so much for playing in the arena, at home. Don't go anywhere. We got more ESL One Birmingham coming your way.
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
Hello! We're glad you're still here. Oh, thank you, Jay. Hi. Oh, yeah, there's a real knot there. Ah! We've got another game because everybody loves games, so don't go away. My glamorous assistant Samantha is holding up this fabulous sweatshirt that you can win. One of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who's this guy? Has he just added himself on the end?
What are you doing here?
A certain number of people whose names have already been provided to staff can win a sweatshirt. It's going to be spin to win, but first we're going to meet our fabulous contestants. Your name?
Adam.
Adam. Let's give it up for Adam. Adam, what do you say your chances are?
I have no idea.
It's 1 in 6. Yeah! Well done. What's your name?
Matt.
Matt. Good solid name, Matt. Well done. Lovely to have you here, mate. What do you think your chances are, lad?
50-50. Either I win or I don't.
That's true. He either wins or he doesn't. That's good. Thank you, Matt. Your name?
Hamza.
Amzir? Amzad?
Hamza.
Hamza. Do you think that you've got what it takes to win spin to win? Because this is a game of pure skill.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, definitely. I like that confidence. We got 1 in 6, 50-50, 100%. Where can we go from here? Your name?
Zai.
Zai, do you back yourself to win? We've got a 1 in 6, a 50-50, 100%.
I got this on the bag.
He's got it on the die.
On the bag.
In the bag! I'm sorry, I'm old and deaf.
Time?
That's a made-up phrase that I thought I heard. Your name, please?
Helena.
Helena? You got to defeat these lads who have apparently got it in the bag. What do you think the chances are that you're going to be able to pull it out of the bag and take it home with you?
I think for me it's like 6-7.
No! Eliminate her! You cannot participate any longer!
The meme police officer have shut that down immediately. Your odds.
Hi.
Your name.
Keen.
Your name is Keen, or you are Keen?
My name is Keen.
Awesome. What's this top? There's a Falcons jersey. He is keen. All right, well, we're about ready to spin to win.
What about
have you
the
ever
Smurf?
been more excited? I don't think this guy's in the competition.
He's the Smurf. Let's just show the Smurf.
Wait. Are you in?
Show the Smurf.
You were asked. I apologize. I was told you were not in and to ignore you, but I'm stepping over the line and I'm asking you, what is your name and do you think you're going to win?
Low odds. Name's Liam.
Liam gives himself low odds. I like that confidence, Liam. Good stuff. All right. We're going to spin to win now, Jake. Are you ready? I would like you to give it your best spin to win announcer voice. Helena, Liam, Matt, Hamza, Keen, Kata, and Adam. Here we go. We're ready to spin to win. Do it, Jake.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're spinning to win! Who's going to be the winner? Could it be Adam? Could it be Helena? Could it be Matt? Could it be the other guy? Could it be the Smurf that's not actually going to be here? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Birmingham! It's getting close! Could it... Helena! Oh, not the 6'7" girl! We got Liam!
I've already forgotten your names. Which one was Liam?
The Smurf!
The Smurf won! Unbelievable! Wait!
It's Matt!
Liam, you've been robbed!
You're banned, you bastard Smurf! Get out of here!
Matt! You're not Matt! Matt!
He's Matt now!
He's won! Where's his jersey? Here it is. Hand it over.
Go, Matt! Take
Hold
off
on.
your shirt and put that one on! No, don't do that. No, don't do that, Matt! JK.
That was so smooth, it went perfectly. Perfectly, Matt, you must be delighted to win. You gave yourself 50-50. Turns out, no, you said 100%, didn't you?
No, I was 50-50.
God, I'm shit at this. All right, well done, mate. We're gonna go back to a break or something, and then there's the next games are coming up. Cool.
Oh,
yeah!
Yay!
I think there's definitely a little bit more additional pressure because we are the reigning champions of ESL One Birmingham. It's definitely a sign of relief that we made it to the playoffs. I think we're a bit stressed. Our performance as a team hasn't been great lately, so I think being able to make the playoffs was definitely a sign of improvement for things to come in. We're happy.
Free to safety and he gets out of the doom, gets off the face shift and might just live. Instead, Lasso out on to nobody actually. Skinner's getting beaten down. Tomato still alive on the front line. Saberline has fallen though, and Tomato's going to go down as well. That might be it.
Had to fight in tiebreakers, but we made it to playoff. I think Falcons is worse. Don't think they're in prime. I'll say 50-50. We'll just try our best. I think we're super fast all that, but I don't know how other teams like that.
Face shift and can turn around and run. The Medusa, she'll be left stranded. Does she have backup? Here goes Invis, no one hunting, and the back lines finds GPK. Satanic moves on now. They disarm Medusa. Going to work and burning through the mana. Heritage in trouble. Katobi, can we save her?
A bit of mana. Don't keep
on Medusa. 100 seconds. No Heritage. Katobi's in dire straits as well. PARIVISION swing in hard.
I'm super excited to play in front of Arena. Yeah, we have good ideas about new patch. We're gonna be strong.
To me, it's not relatively that important to leave a legacy. I just want to enjoy and achieve it as much as I can in this time. I just have to really live in the moment, try your best, and make the most of it. We won last time, and we're gonna do it again this year.
Love it for both teams. They're looking to enjoy some time on the new patch. Let's see how deep their run this ESL One Birmingham will be, as they will have to win every single series from here on out to stay in this competition. Falcons versus PARIVISION coming your way, and for it, we've changed a little things on the desk. We got ourselves Quinn. How you doing, Quinn?
I'm doing very good, and I'm excited to be here. Birmingham's an awesome crowd, and it's a pleasure to get to be a part of it.
Yeah, it is a good time. Effie, how about you?
I mean, same. I love being in Birmingham. Last one was amazing. So this one's got really high expectations. You guys better get loud today.
It has already gotten pretty loud, and there has already been a lot of reminiscing from, that was a word for short, to the previous Birmingham with a lot of points here and there. It's been a good time. It's been a good series as well. We're, of course, hoping the best, of course, for the upcoming series. And rightfully so, because both of these teams, they're defending champions, Quinn.
They are, and I think that, Snaking said it adds a little bit of pressure, and I think it does. I think when you've won a tournament in the past, when you come back to it, there's this feeling of not quite deserving, but you've been there before, you know what it takes, and I think you want to be able to repeat that, and it's true for both of them. No one has won Birmingham way back in 2018, and Falcons won it last time, and so I think that changed the dynamic a little bit, and I think it's very exciting and it's cool, and I'm honestly looking forward to see how both of them do. I walked, past their team booths in the back, and I think you could feel the tension. I think both of these teams, I don't know if either one of them is fully free and chilling. I think they can feel the excitement. It's the first stage game, and like you said, it's lower bracket, so that adds that extra dose of every match, you got to win it or you're cooked.
Yeah, not just lower bracket, right, but new patch lower bracket, which is even more stressful. And we heard from the interview that maybe Snaking was feeling a little nervous, that it's been a very stressful time for the team, whereas on PARIVISION's interview, they sounded comfortable. They're like, we have good ideas, we're quick to adapt to the new patch. We might see a difference here in terms of how quick to adapt.
Yeah, potentially for PARIVISION, the patch came at exactly the right time because they were struggling a little bit before it. Also, important to note, and this is something, and then correct me if I'm wrong, Quinn, but in players' minds, this is playing a big part. So whoever beats the other team here, or rather, I was just saying, whoever loses the series has to go through qualifiers for the next Dream League. So winning doesn't guarantee you to skip them, but it gives you a higher odds, and obviously otherwise you're out guaranteed. How big of a thing is that? That's big.
It is a very big deal. I mean, essentially going further means you have a chance at a vacation, because otherwise you're stuck in the gridlock of qualifiers and stress. And here we go. But if you get to actually make it and you skip those qualifiers, that means you get a break, which is huge for those later tournaments in the year if you're going into EWC and stuff. So it is very important. I think they care more about that than they do most other things.
That's interesting, because I would also wonder like how many teams go through qualifiers and stay at a good peak. Because if you have that break-off, some teams, they slack a little bit too much, and then they go in the next tournament, and they maybe don't make it out of group stage, and that affects the morale and other things. So I think there's a lot of interesting different ways to look at the positives and negatives of the routes that these teams are taking. But ultimately, I think this refresh of the patch was good for both of these teams, because both of them were underperforming what they expected.
Yeah, and there's one player in particular that might be reinvigorating with the patch, with the heroes changed. I'm talking about the position for PARIVISION, 9 class. Purge, this is normally a player we saw on all the weird heroes, and for a while he couldn't do that, but maybe it's all back.
Yeah, this is some of his recent games here since the patch. He got to play Rubik twice. He played a Nature's Prophet with a Daedalus and a Mjolnir, and he played a Weaver as well with 2 new items here. So this is the guy that was kind of doing wild stuff at TI. They stuck with the same roster. He kind of gave that up a couple months ago, and they've looked okay, but like not amazing. So I think this new patch is definitely going to give him lots of creative ideas, and he's the guy that wins games for his team because he picks some weird hero and he plays it in a way that nobody else is playing well, and that's the kind of stuff that like destroys best of threes sometimes for your team.
Yeah, and if you look at his item build on his Rubik and Weaver games, he's buying Essence Distiller, the new Earn item, and even in a game where it looked like a good Vessel game, he was like, nah, I'm trying the new stuff. He's always the type of player to just embrace any kind of new idea and not be overwhelmed when it comes to patch time. And I think having a player like this is such an advantage.
Yeah, if anything, he thrives on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you look at their drafts even as a whole apart from him, and they're very weird. Like, both their games in the tiebreakers, I didn't understand what was going on with their drafts at all, but they won anyway. And so I think that goes to show that maybe they have a little bit better of a patch understanding than other people, but also I think this is a team that's always been willing to sort of throw draft integrity out the window and pick comfort, pick stuff they think is cool or interesting or play in a specific way. And so I think going against Falcons, they need to be very careful because this is a very wily, wacky, sort of Wile E. Coyote team.
Now, this is a difficult question. Who do you think has deeper pockets when it comes to comfort heroes? Between Falcons and PARIVISION, mind you, that is high-quality teams with deep pockets, but comfort in particular.
Do you mean deeper pockets for newer heroes that we haven't seen before?
Any heroes?
I'd say Falcons are the comfort team.
They still win?
Yeah, when you think about players who specialize in certain heroes, I can't think of a single team that beats Falcon and how many Grandmaster heroes they have on all of their cores. And it's been a patch where all of their heroes were meta, and that's not working for them. So now that their heroes have been slightly nerfed, we're going to see the same heroes, just with different priorities. And if we do a quick patch check-in with Falcons, I wanted to look at how they played on the last day of group stages, and it is a lot of the same. You see the Bristleback, you see the Sand King, you see the Puck, the Shaman, the Largo, but Skeeter did have a new hero in the Wraith King. This used to be a Skeeter specialty way back when he was on Tundra days. It's one of the heroes he loves the most, so if we ever see a Doom come out, that Wraith King is very likely to come out as well. And if we look at ATF's heroes, he did play an offlane Void Spirit. It was really strange. I don't know if it was experimentation or if he believes in it as a concept, but he won on that game. It looked good.
The hero got buffed in terms of some right-click damage. His old innate, well, it's the same innate basically, but it's better. Gives you like extra bonuses for the stats you buy, and he actually just did okay damage. It kind of was reminiscent of the patch where universal heroes right-clicked very, very effectively. So with just like stat items, survivability, and good gameplay, he can actually DPS okay while staying alive, and he definitely was a really big nuisance that game. So I expect him to have other stuff like that up his sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention all that, but I also think their first phase has been helped a lot by some of the heroes that were buffed, like Batrider becoming more of a support, and also Doom becoming this insanely giga-broken first phase ban every game. Those are two heroes that Falcons are very comfortable on, snaking on Batrider and the Doom in the offlane. So that means 2 bans are freed up, meaning potentially you get your Razors and Vipers and Huskars and all the stuff that was getting banned before. Now they can actually get it maybe later on in a draft because there's a couple more bans that are must bans, and I think that stuff helps them a lot because this team wants their ABC of you pick your poison, and last patch they had no poison. There was no picking of anything, and now I think they've got a little more poison up their sleeve.
So let's get real. Which one of these teams do we feel like has the upper hand going into this series? Because the way we're talking right now, I feel like it's kind of leaning Falcons.
I mean, it's hard to say because PARIVISION are so comfortable when it comes to patches, and from their interview, they sounded really confident. Honestly, listening to them talk about the new patch made me think, oh my goodness, are Falcons in trouble? But with PARIVISION, like Quinn mentioned, on Tiebreaker Day, they had a bunch of wacky drafts, and they won because they were confident and they played better than their enemies. But Falcons are a team that aren't going to get overrun just by you playing better than them. They always press their buttons well, it's just their strategies haven't been that good. So it's hard to say, but I wouldn't count PARIVISION out at all.
And I feel like before the patch happened, I would say Falcons were definitely playing better than PARIVISION as a whole. So multiplying all these things together, it's definitely hard to say, but I think Falcons also has the potential to pick weird heroes. Almar's been that kind of guy for a while, so they might have stuff up their sleeve and might match what the kind of stuff 9-class is doing. They might have some of those strats ready to beat the weird 9-class heroes that he was picking. They're going to keep that in their mind. They're going to have stuff that they can potentially ban. So there's strats given away on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but for me, the decider is that this is SSS's first time on a Tier 1 LAN stage before, and that's a lot of pressure. That's a lot for the newcomer, and I think offlane is a very important role for this team. And so for me, I'm looking at this guy saying, this game 1, show us what you're made of, right? Are you going to clutch up? Because if he does, then I think they've got a great shot at the series. But if he looks shaky, if he's a little fragile, then I don't know how they're going to be able to handle Falcons, who as a team is incredibly veteran players, some of the most maybe of any team.
We will see if PARIVISION is ready to deal with that pressure. I do know that both teams are ready to take the stage, so we are going to head down to Parian.
Hello! Thank you, Sheaves. Going well so far, I think. As you can see, the crowd are all here waiting for this match, Falcons against PARIVISION. I'm going to go and test the waters and see what they all think about this. Good heavens. I don't want to tread on any of these balloons. Who's sat here? Me! It's a trick question. All right. Where'd you get this?
The balloon guy.
The balloon guy, of course. Did he just make this for you? Is it Oscar the Grouch from Sesame Street?
No, this is Tidehunter, man.
Let me have a look, may I? That's pretty bloody good. That's pretty bloody good. I think we're gonna be seeing more of Balloon Guy later. Who do you think is gonna do well in this series, PARIVISION or Falcons?
Falcons.
Falcons, you're a Falcons guy. You don't think PARIVISION could upset the apple cart, so to speak?
Oh, I mean, apple cart cider. I'm down.
Hell yeah! You got a Tidehunter hat as well that goes with your balloon. Well done, well done. Nice. All right, we'll see. May I trouble you guys for a prediction, if I may? Oh, my knees. Okay, so we've got Falcons, PARIVISION coming up next. You seen much of these two teams?
Yeah, I saw them last time here.
Nice. And who do you think is going to win, Falcons or PARIVISION? Give one of those two teams all of your energy.
Definitely Falcons.
Falcons. Fair enough. Do you believe that?
I agree, Falcon.
Falcons. We're the PARIVISION fans. Any PARIVISION fans? Really? There we go. Those lads are all about PARIVISION. But first, we're going to start introducing the teams. The first team, of course, coming out is Team Falcons! And their opponents today, PARIVISION!
least, were in favor of PARIVISION, both of them at Dream League Season 28, at Dream League Season 27. But I think a lot more people might have a clearer memory of this matchup on the main stage of the International and the upper bracket finals where Falcons knocked PARIVISION down. I know PARIVISION, they have a new offlaner, a new coach, and they're ready to return the favor by eliminating Falcons out of this ESL One Birmingham. We'll see if they manage to do that. It will be one best of 3, deciding which one of these two teams moves forward to tomorrow. And we're going to talk about what they might be looking for. Now, we're assuming there's a whole host of heroes that's going to be banned anyway. Is there any odd one out that normally doesn't get banned anyway, but we will see potentially in this series?
Something to get banned or?
Something to get picked.
Something to get picked. I think we'll definitely see the Weaver.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think either support or core, I think it's a very high chance. I'm curious to see if they prioritize Nature's Prophet. It's something that we saw them first pick in one of their games in the new patch and then ignore otherwise. I haven't seen many teams picking it up, but they have shown that they could not care less if another team is doing it or not. And so I'm really interested to see if PARIVISION goes back to the Nature's Prophet, what type of style they play. If they pick more teamfight, or they continue to pick just solo heroes that do their own thing.
It's so interesting because all these heroes we're talking about, we didn't even see them in the, with the exception of the Weaver carry. We didn't see them in the last series. So like teams still are developing their identities in these new patches, and it just makes drafting against them so hard.
Yeah, I mean, on Tiebreaker Day, they did have odd drafts, and not in the sense that the heroes were strange, but in the sense that they didn't have any inherent synergy, and there was no real game plan, but they were able to win anyway. What I worry about the Nature's Prophet is that it did work in that one game that the patch came out, and it got banned a couple of times actually, I think during tiebreakers, but I don't think it's the kind of hero you want to play against Falcons. I feel like they're too used to playing, they're too disciplined to lose to a Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, that's the balance, right? Falcons, everybody knows them as this structurally sound team. We always hear about the hard work and the structure and the way they talk about team fights, but there's the counterpoint to that is, can you play fast enough to break that? Can you play so fast they don't get to the point where they have structure or not? I think that's the reason that PARIVISION in the past has had good matchups against them, is because they play this sort of crazy wacko style in the early game, 9 classes causing chaos and nonsense happening, and that, you know, messes up the game. I think that goes somewhat to the Weaver you were saying, which is sort of the most chaotic 4 he's been playing recently, and so I think there can be that match of, like, you know, PARIVISION with the nonsense, weird, speedy draft, and Falcons saying, we're going to sit, we're going to chill, we're going to do our thing, fire blink daggers, and then we're going to out-team fight you.
Yeah.
If we're saying that the main pressure for PARIVISION is on a triple S for the offlane, is on 9 class, also offlane position 4, where is that type of pressure for Falcons, if anywhere?
I mean, I think this mid lane is really, really important. Malrine, he's got a few heroes he's been playing. He's been playing the Puck and the Sand King on the new patch. But I think when you take some of Malrine's core heroes away that he's playing every single game, I think his hero pool can lack the depth because he's not the most versatile player. He wants to play his Grandmaster heroes. He wants to play his guys, whereas I think no one has a much wider spread. So depending how the bans work, I think there can be a situation where no one gets a favorable matchup, and then things can start to shift in their favor.
I think there's also always pressure that could come from Skeeter here. With his hero pool being a little bit more diverse now, we could definitely see him getting active in early fights. And if they win those fights off of these rotations, it creates space for Omar or Malrine or whoever else to get extra net worth. Could be snaking, you never know. And they're going to be able to channel that into items that impact team fights in a big way, and it could just be a slow economy victory after that.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think the Skater plus Snake King safe lane is where they should feel the pressure to shut down the offlane of PARIVISION. We talked about how they're the key that we're looking at, SSS, because he may be nervous. He's the first timer on a stage like this. And 9 class, because he's kind of got all of that pressure on him to be the one with the good ideas. If Snake King plus Skater can have a really strong, fundamentally sound safe lane and shut down SSS, who knows if he'll be able to recover it. He's not used to this kind of nerves.
He is not. But he's got good leadership and good teammates to get used to that real fast. Trial by fire also, if you will, but a lot of experience on the side of PARIVISION, a lot of experience, of course, on the side of Falcons as well, and we'll see which one comes out on top with our first game of this best of 3, having Falcons on Dire. They have first pick. PARIVISION will be Radiant with second pick, and that means that Falcons has just a little bit more freedom to ban more flavorful heroes, if you will, whereas PARIVISION will be having to ban out the usual suspects, or rather the heroes that either are A, too strong, insert Doom, or maybe heroes that people haven't really fully figured out yet. Although that is an unusual one. Quinn, Pango already out.
My boy, yeah, I mean, Falcons, I think they're the best Pango team in the world. They've got 2 incredible Pango players, so if you're going to ban it against anyone, you're banning it against them. But I think Falcons taking first pick, it's somewhat normal, but I think especially on a new patch, first pick is generally preferable because you get to sort of call the enemy's bluff on if they think it's as good as you do. So if you have some really good idea about a hero that's really powerful, then you sort of get to see, do they know? And if they don't know, then you sneak a free win in there because this hero's broken and they don't know it yet. And so I think there's that special quality about the first phase, especially in a new patch.
Another question is, the Nature's Prophet that PARIVISION showed us they believe in, and then you've had, how much do they really believe in it? Because they've got pick of it if they want it. Falcons have not addressed it at all.
They ban out more Skeeter heroes with the Dragon Knight, who's seen up and down success. Some builds that were just like Blink BKB were kind of weak, but damage builds from Dragon Knight have been semi-successful. But Falcons is going to go for the Venomancer opening. We saw it last series as well. 2 out of the 3 games. Third game it was banned first before any picking was possible. And it just looks great for stabilizing lanes.
Yeah, and that fits along the line of wanting to really shut down PARIVISION's offlane. They want to not give them the means to play into that mid game.
Yeah, I also think it fits Snaking specifically very well. When you think about his playstyle, it's, you have a dominant lane, you make good moves early, and then you sit in a side lane, you farm, and you get really fat. He is like one of the 5s with the highest net worths. There's a reason he's the best Chen in the world. He's a former core player, and I think all the former core players who switch to support have this tendency to get a little more gold and also potentially use it a little bit better. And so I think this Venomancer, not only is the hero very strong, but I think it fits Snaking really, really well.
It goes through the gate as well, which is a Snaking signature. If he wins lane, he loves to make these level 3 rotations to the enemy safe lane.
Watermelon Man.
So this is a kind of good solution against this. I mean, you will get some Dispel against the Venomancer, which isn't terrible. And you're just relatively tanky. Looks fine.
Isn't it also, though, I kind of feel like PARIVISION now has to ban out the Ursa, and they only have 1 ban in the next phase.
Yeah.
That limits him on that front.
Yeah, Veno Ursa is a nasty lane, especially against Tidehunter, but really against anything that's melee, you will just kill them 100,000 times. So it does open up options like, we haven't seen Huskar that much recently. The hero did get changed quite a bit. You don't have the Cauterized Facet anymore. You're essentially forced to have Incendiary, so you have the extra damage on Spear, but no Dispel anymore. So that's a hero that is historically very good against Tidehunter. And they do have 18, so it opens up things like the Huskar, more of these cheesy Falcons picks later down the line, because I agree, I think the Ursa ban is somewhat forced.
Well, the hero we wanted to see on 9 class, Nature's Prophet, is eliminated. Expected. Falcons doing their homework.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good homework across the board. I mean, look at all these bans from Falcons. They're so targeted.
Yo.
3 against 9 class here.
The funniest thing though about PARIVISION's bans is I feel like throughout the last 2 years, you could always open up your draft against Falcons with banning these 4 heroes. Like nothing changes throughout the years.
Yeah, this could have been 6 months ago. We wouldn't know.
Or a year ago.
All right, well, there's the Ursa ban. Let's see. PARIVISION, they knew that was coming, so they have a plan how to deal with what's coming in the rest of the draft. It is PARIVISION that have overall last pick, but indeed it does mean that Falcons, on their 4th pick, they will pick a hero that PARIVISION has to kind of anticipate. And that's tough.
It is tough. You have to have a really structurally sound draft going into that pick, to the point where you don't really care what they pick because you've got all your weaknesses sorted up. Either you've got a flex or you just have heroes that work really well together. So even if they have some gotcha lane pick, then you're still fine as you go into the 15-20 minute mark. You're strong enough to fight the Tormentor and keep the game solid. They're thinking about it for quite a while, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still a trick hero. I feel like even though the hero's gotten nerfed, he does a lot by way of securing lanes.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Tusk in the previous game as well, but I would imagine that they might want to get their hero for Ducalis, as that normally is the safer, more nothing-saying hero, although that is an Ancient Apparition coming out very early, but it does prevent potential Huskar.
That's true. It's just a non-zero chance.
Or a potential Alchemist. That hero has been trending up, and especially if you're a dire safe lane, it does feel easier to connect to those camps that you can now stack since the Ancient Camp has been removed. Plus, Skeeter does love to play stunning safe laners like the DKs, the Wraith Kings, that Alchemist fits into that. Chaos Knight we haven't seen yet, but I'd be curious.
I guess Lifestealer counts as well with all the Armlet heroes. Yeah.
Sure, yeah. You could combo it there. I'm just surprised they spent so much time to pick AA, though. Feels like they didn't necessarily plan to be in this drafting position.
Yeah, I mean,
they have their next picks figured out, I feel like, already. In some ways.
I mean, Venomancer is historically a hero that's quite good against AA because, well, first of all, you buy auras and you get farms, so you'll have pipe and things like this to survive through the AA blast. But also, you've got these random snakes all over the place. You see AA, you know where the blast is coming from. AA drafts are typically about the jump, about bursting some hero, and now you have Luna Manta illusions on top of the Veno snakes. It's not that easy for AA to just see you and blast you and jump you with a stun because there's all this stuff giving vision, pushing wanes.
And normally AA is really punishing against any carry, but Luna can resist the damage by base 20% now, 30 if she buys her shards. So she has some counterplay to the anti-healing that's coming against her.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I would imagine it's just a somewhat standard 4 right now. I mean, on PARIVISION side, I'm curious to see what 4 they go for, as Venomancer Luna is not a lane you can really pull waves against that easily, because if you try to pull, Veno is going to gale you and hit you. He might just solo kill you, honestly, if you try to pull the wave. So they're going to need to try to lane it straight up. And a lot of the ranged heroes in iClass has been playing, right? The Weaver, Furion, and Rubik are all banned. So I'm curious what his 4th string is.
There was always
Where does these
Rubik
come
option.
from? There's so many.
Oh, shoot.
Sorry, I got very much distracted.
There's so many.
You're giant.
Oh,
fun,
one's
though.
coming our way. Oh, I can't reach it.
Jump for it.
That guy's done it.
Take off the headset first, though. The Earth Spirit's kind of interesting for Falcons. Crit's been playing it through group stage. It got further buffs since the patch, but it's very good for pushing people out of position or pulling an ally to safety. So could be really useful against an Ice Blast combo. What?
Useful against
They
Rapid.
have a plan.
Oh, it's my combo!
It's back! Take that.
Io Lesh, holy, yeah, get me up there right now. Move over.
This is a wild draft for PARIVISION.
It really is.
I'm telling you, these guys, they could not care less about other people they're picking. AA, Io, Lesh, I would not have predicted any of these 3 in this order. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that. They came to play for sure. Whether it will work out, we'll see. We know that Falcons is normally one of the more stable teams. We'll see how they deal with this on the fly.
I mean, it makes the AA look a lot cooler, right? Because like the counter to an IO draft would have been an AA, and they respect that the enemies could have taken it out too. But about IO, so IO got changes, and now on his overcharge, he gives Spell Amp. Before you needed a shard to do that, now you just gives attack speed and Spell Amp. So when you're playing with a Lesh, that makes that combo even stronger, even earlier.
Yeah, there's
the one thing I worry about, though, is I worry about their initiator right now, because their support duo is an AA and an IO. So yeah, Lesh can run in, but it could be one of those situations where you struggle to like land your spells super effectively. You struggle to have like 3-man AoEs hitting. That's what I'm worried about for him.
No, I fully agree. I think it's a great point, and he's also playing as Viper, right? So it's one of the hardest counters to Tide in the game. Like you said, he's their only jumper with 3 sort of heroes that want help, that want start, and Tide has been counterpicked in lane by Luna, and he's also playing as Viper. So will SSS, who's already playing on his first land stage game, will he have a good enough game to actually get in and be that initiator that their draft needs?
Is that something like a weakness that you can also make up for in your final pick? Have a carry that kind of does similarly?
10 seconds remaining.
Active early, maybe also pairing well with the IO. Gyrocopter comes to mind.
Yeah, that is very possible. It's just you've got this weird balance of you have to lane against Viper, and there's not a lot of carries that want to lane against Viper. The ones that do tend to not be the space-making ones. They tend to be the hyper carries that have the longer range or have some mechanic to abuse Viper. Holy crap, that was wow.
I think one popped.
Gracious.
Sheesh.
As an American, that noise is not good.
That was bassy.
Oh, I got one! Oh no, I'm stuck.
Yeah, I think the carry for PARIVISION's in a bit of a tough position anyway, because it's Viper and Earth Spirit. Like, that AA is basically going to feed.
Oh, wait!
Damn, she hit that one.
We hit it so hard, our headset fell off.
So sorry, my headset fell off. I whacked it good, though.
You heck owned it.
Well, look at the team fight from Falcons, though. The Sand King looks excellent here.
You got it, Quinn? No?
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's going.
Oh, no.
There's an updraft that's going the wrong way, guys. Oof, that's a workout. Sand King. Cool.
I gotta get this.
All right. The rest talk about the travel. Purge is doing more important stuff.
Yeah, like I was mentioning, this PARIVISION carry is going to have a tough time regardless of what you pick, because AA cannot withstand a Viper in Earth Spirit lane. So it's either you go for something like a ranged carry, and the 2 potential ranged carries that would have been good are already banned out in Medusa and in Terrorblade with his Metamorphosis. Now it's just kind of like you have to dig deep into your pockets. you have to even think about, like, do I want to play Faceless Void? Are we going really old school? What kind of melee hero who can provide stun can sustain on lane versus Viper?
Yeah, this is a very risky draft with IO Lesh. This combo, if it gets online, is incredibly powerful. But if you fall behind, you're running into a pipe, you're running into Viper with innate magic damage, you're running into a lot of heroes that have a way to kite you and space you to get away from that Edict, which is most of Leshrack's damage. So if you're not ahead in this game on Leshrack, you can run into big-time problems.
Quite surprising that Falcons still wanted to have the 1 minute of extra bonus time they did end up using, as that's another balloon that pops. I don't know how much that translates to the microphone, but all viewers at home, that's what it is. We have a Naga Siren carry coming out. Thoughts?
They had to do something weird here because they were looking for a carry that works well with IO, but also lane's okay. That isn't. I mean, there's a lot of AoE damage on the Falcon side, so I feel like the Illusions are going to die, but that's what they need to do. They need to avoid fights. They can do song setups and to relocates. Like, I think it's the right way to go for this game.
I mean, Satanic loves this hero. Ever since this hero got changed, he hasn't really been able to play it that often, but he is one of the best Naga Siren players in the world. And when you look at the wave shove that this hero provides for PARIVISION, on the side of Falcons, it's not that easy to address it. Like, Venomancer is quite slow and doesn't enjoy moving from lane to lane. He likes to just kind of establish a base on a side of the map. Earth Spirit doesn't do much by way of wave shove as well. So you're going to be dependent on your Sand King plus your Luna to push out these lanes. And you have to be able to deal with the Naga Ghost push if you're going to make any moves. So it does give them a bit of a map advantage in that sense.
Yeah, there's definitely pros and cons to it. It's traditionally quite bad against both Sand King and Luna because they're both good at pushing out the waves, and you don't really do that much to them. Luna naturally buys Manta, so you can purge the net, but it's great against the other three heroes, and so it's a mixed bag. I think PARIVISION's draft is very odd, very kooky, but there is some validity to this Naga Siren. But I do think the burden of execution is on PARIVISION to play better this game and to be very clean, or it can be tough.
We start, in case of PARIVISION, with the pressure on Triple S and 9 Class. 9 Class is playing an IO this game, which is not your typical, like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna do crazy things by myself. And as it says, is on a Tidehunter, which is very solid, but those ults do matter a lot. How do we feel like they'll do with these two in particular?
I think 9 Class is going to do his best, but he's paired up with a hero that can be slowed by like 3 different targets. So I'm worried that they're not going to get to outmaneuver their opponents as well as they want to. They need to split up the enemy squads so that the Leshrack can snowball slowly. They need to not get super outlaned by the Viper. It's going to be an uphill battle, I think.
That's the one lane that I'm really concerned about, is that AA plus Naga lane. I feel like Naga is going to have to hit the jungle really early, but I'm excited to see what 9 Class is going to do on the IO, because I feel like IO and Lesh, with the new changes to IO and Lesh and Bloodstone, can really do a lot this game. Like, if they start snowballing, it might be hard to deal with for Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, it's some fancy tech. I think SSS is the sacrificial lamb this game, and they're setting up Nolan for success. So they've chosen who their superstars are this game. It's Nolan and Satanic, the classics on the team, and SSS will have to, he's smiling right now, so it's a good sign. He'll have to suck it up and play for a little bit of a later timing.
Yeah, we're talking about IO and Lesh being able to set a high tempo. Naga is traditionally not the hero that joins high tempo games. How do we feel like that's going to match up, or is that just going to buy more time for the Naga Siren?
I think it is a buying time sort of thing. Naga Siren is interesting because the hero is a hard carry in some ways, but also doesn't scale the best. So she farms for like 15-20 minutes, gets her timing, and then she wants to help her team.
Okay, we're gonna find out. Game 1 of Falcons versus PARIVISION. Elimination on the line. Let's see who takes the lead here with Game 1.
ESL One champions on either side. A TI championship winning team versus a TI championship winning coach. PARIVISION versus Falcons. There's been a lot of questions about the PARIVISION roster, and it seems like our panel had even more questions about their draft.
I think both these teams have a lot of questions they want answered as well in terms of what is your form right now. These two teams stood out to me in this tournament in terms of coming in with a lack of confidence and trying to build it up here, trying to run the gauntlet, especially from the position they're in this lower bracket. This is where it all starts for these two squads. one of these is going to leave really disappointed in this event, right? Because I think the expectations for both these squads are, we want to win it. Like, we're here to win another ESL One. We're here to stack that trophy room with yet another first place. It's going to be a long road for both these teams.
Yeah, absolutely, especially under the guise of a new patch, having to battle through all of that, make sure that you're ahead of the meta when it comes to the rest of the teams. It feels like Falcons have picked up what is a little bit more stock standard from what we've seen from the first couple of days, while PARIVISION opting for pulling back the IO Leshrac, which has a lot of potential here, especially with some of the new items coming into play. The Naga Siren carry, though, that one felt out of left field for me. I do not see why they picked this hero.
Does give you a lot of map pressure to play with. Maybe you're concerned about the lanes coming in. Who's going to push the lanes out, set up for some of the relocate ganks? Who's going to help you around the Roche pit? You really want to get an Aegis on this Leshrac as many times as you can and just play through him. Though I will agree, maybe the Naga doesn't help your IO Leshrac the most directly. I think it can indirectly help set the map and set the stage for this IO Lesh to shine. You have to imagine this combo is pretty terrifying with the new Bloodstone coming in. You put a Shiva's on top. Io's giving you Spell Amp. He's giving you heal. He's giving you some attack speed. There's a lot of buffs coming out from this hero. You have the Equilibrium now as well. So you're giving more damage output when he's full, more heal when he's low. You kind of have to pick your poison with this hero. 9 class could definitely be the X factor in this game. That said, you look at this Falcons lineup, they have so many signature heroes. It's kind of disgusting. And all of these signature heroes are disgusting. There's Veno and Viper on the same team. How dirty can you get here? We have the return of that Maureen Sand King that was an absolute menace at TI. There's a lot of firepower in this lineup. Like, I'm just looking at this lineup. You have IO Lesh, a pair that has to run into the enemy. You have to get close. You have to get on top of them, deal the DPS. Is this a lineup you want to run head on into? It looks miserable.
It does look miserable. We talked a lot about how Falcons coming into this tournament. It seemed to me that they came into this tournament saying, screw it, we're just going to go back to what has made us successful.
Absolutely.
And, you know, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then you have this new patch coming into play. And I felt like this would give teams like Falcons, who already have the structure in place, an advantage over everybody else, right? It's more of a question of what does this patch allow us to do within our skill sets rather than what's good.
I would agree. And I think that's why they're busting out some of these heroes that they're super comfortable with, but we haven't seen in a long time, right? It's almost independent of the note. Maybe they're good, maybe they're not, but hell, we're going to play Viper for the 8,000th time in a row, and they're going to bust out that crit Earth Spear, which to me is one of his signature heroes. Very cool to see him back on this because it has been a long time since I've seen crit bust this hero out on land. I mean, this goes back to, you know, like Manila Major 7 years ago when he was playing this hero as an absolute beast. One of the best 4-position Earth Spirits to ever play this game. Another, of course, Jerax, but somewhere he's probably smiling right now. Let's see how much you can get done with this hero. It's looked pretty successful in the last patch. I have to imagine it can do some similar things here. Got some small buffs. You get a little more stones early now. The ult does a little more damage. Be curious what items he goes for, but if he can get the levels, he's so much lockdown for a lineup that just has an insane amount of damage to output as long as you can keep heroes close by.
What do you think about this mid matchup? Not necessarily as heroes, but as players. No One versus Maureen. I feel like these are two different styles of mid lane.
It's like old school versus new school, right? You have Maureen who does all these lane shenanigans, abuses the stack, and you have no one who's more of a traditional, I'm just going to beat you in the isolated one-on-one mid and try and play for some of those better matchups. Has some of his cheese heroes like the Sniper and Invoker as well that Maureen, he kind of shares some of that pool, but also doesn't play a lot of those traditional spellcasters, whereas no one will. No one getting the better of him here early with the ranged hero against the melee. I think this draft is centered around no one a lot more. See if that comes into play. Skeeter, he's very low.
Getting low. Glaives trying to keep him alive, but it's 9 class to snipe out the first blood.
Level 2 into the Spirits. Maybe not expecting the extra damage coming in. You gush him, you hit him with the Spirits, you run him down. It's Io getting some aggressive action done for Pari here early. And I mean, they're kind of cruising away with a triple lane victory. These lanes are not going Falcons' way, whereas you invested a lot into the early game here with the Viper and the Veno on your 2 side lanes. Mid, you're okay losing because it's a Sand King. He can always recover. He can always make those comebacks.
Maureen might be in some trouble here. Pop of the Glyph to try and keep this Sand King out of position, unable to kill the creep wave, and no one just cleans him up with the Diabolic Edict easily.
He won the Sentry battle. He places the Sentry, goes for the kill. There's a Sentry now on the Sand King, but if you have that vision control early, you can go for the kills on this hero, and it's super valuable, super important to try and shut him down in the lane. You do not want to end up in a situation where Malrine disappears to the jungle, you don't see him for 5 minutes, and he comes out the highest net worth hero in Dota.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Malrine hasn't done any pulling of the lanes, and
he played it straight up.
Yeah.
See how many stacks they build for him as well. You got to start thinking about these stacks for this team in terms of, like, you remove that other Ancient camp. If you stack Ancients for the Sand King, you give it to him. Is this Luna going to have anything to play for?
I love that. No one just gives him the Sentry battle, and he says, that's fine. I'm going to get double water runes. So you come back in full resources, well, I'm going to be full resources too.
He's almost a level ahead. So could absolutely go for that kill at 6. I think this IO is also a pretty nice response to the Veno, because to me, Veno is one of the most dangerous laners right now in the patch. The fact that you can go 1-1-0, 1-1-1, and just have so much damage to pour into enemies, it's very difficult to trade against. IO is a traditional counter to this hero. You just sit there, you sustain, you buy an early headdress. We saw 9 class rush it here. It's a lot of regen over time. Just helps you get through this early DPS. I feel like Snake King's, his impact's been a bit muted here. And if you don't win the lane early with the Veno, the offlaners can oftentimes run away with it. You have a great pipe fire in this Tide. There's some sustain in this lineup. It looks pretty good for them.
Titanic getting low, and he's going to take out here. Finally, Falcons find a win here in their off lane. The Viper begins to cook.
This lane has really strong kill threat if you're going to leave the Naga alone. You see the A going mid, so Ducalis, you have to make up for it with something here. Force Malrine off of the creep wave. They do have a catapult timing mid. Power rune coming up in 30 seconds.
And Crit is already here with the counter rotation too, so that mid lane clash, whatever it's going to be.
Kind of hard to fight this rune if you're Falcons, though. You don't have the epicenter. The Lestrak is already level 6. The IO can also just TP into mid or walk to mid and tether into this Lesh.
Right.
He could have stick charges. He already has a Lotus. There's a lot of extra HP they can pump into the Disco Pony here. Not an easy power rune for Falcons. I think you just concede this entirely. Maybe Crit tries to roll in and steal it.
Yeah, if it ends up being away from the Leshrac, but it is not. It's a regen rune. So this the Lesh with an IO and a regen rune. He is damn scary on the map right now.
The sustain mechanics part you're going to have in this game is it's going to be an issue for Falcons. They don't have a lot of burst damage early. A lot of their early game damage magnetize the Viper DPS, the Veno DPS. You want to kill heroes over time if they just sustain up.
Roll in. They actually try for something here, but Crit, he whiffs it, and he just makes a run, but he's just going to get run down by the Diabolic Eating. He tries to go for the kick back. It doesn't really work. Now Malrine is left alone. We'll see what PARIVISION want to do here. Do they keep pressuring this mid lane?
Yeah. You have
they
regen
go for
running.
the Wisdom Shrine.
You have the regen running on the left, so you absolutely just dive here, force the Sand King out. There's going to be a lot of tower damage if Falcons are unwilling to bring the supports back into mid here.
Yeah, look at no one just zoning him out, not letting him get back into the tower and hit a good sandstorm. Just gone. Mid tower gone.
I like the support rotations from Pari. They know who they're playing through this game, and they know that Falcons are not going to want to respond here. The Earth Spirit does not want to roll into this mess mid, and the Veno wants the jungle, which, by the way,
not going to be jungling for long. Easily run down by PARIVISION.
This is getting a little out of control. This is a lot of extra gold and experience for no one early. A lot of extra experience for the IO, too. Sometimes you can get a little level starve. So the fact you're getting kills, he's already level 5.
Yeah, especially since they didn't do any stacking for the Tidehunter or anything like that. Now circling around, catching Skeeter from behind. Skeeter not seeing this one coming. Slowed down by the lightning and is easily run down yet again. Falcons, it feels like they got to wake up.
This is a sleepy start for sure.
I mean, that was a rotation that just went through mid. You saw that coming. Then it ran through the jungle. Okay, maybe that was a bit of a surprise, but they already took mid tower. Like, where else are they going to go but top?
It's also a really easy lane to rotate into. You have this Tide getting to level 6. If the Luna's there, you just ravage them into some kill. Sure. Super straightforward.
And even 9 class is actually farming some of the stack neutrals on the Falcon side.
Just about to have reload.
Yeah,
this is an insane lead. This is one of the largest leads we've seen on this new patch. This game is snowballing incredibly fast. Falcons lost 3 lanes. They lost early tier 1s. Didn't get any of that.
Going after Skeeter again. Skeeter tries to show up in lane. They ravage him. Honestly, was it even necessary? They had him dead to rights. PARIVISION, they could do anything they want in this game right now. A 5,000 net worth lead at 8.5 minutes.
Your reload's online. I mean, your IO is almost higher level than your Naga. That is how much this pair has gotten done early. Yeah, gotta eat that fish. Oh, you killed the fish.
Yeah, okay.
Crit, he doesn't like fish, you know?
Guess not. The meat man himself.
Lost value for Triple S, though.
And I think that it really sucks for Falcons because one of their strongest heroes is this Viper, but I feel like Leshrac Io, when you're ahead like that, a relatively immobile hero like Viper, is going to be very easy for them to run down.
Also,
any sort of setup and a relocate, he's just kind of screwed.
Yeah, look at the stacks. They're here for Pari. They're not there for Falcons. 0 stacking done on that triangle. So an even larger gold injection. And the entire time you're playing around all this mid action, your Naga just sits bottom. It's a great hero to put against Viper. Viper can do nothing against Naga in the vacuum.
Sure.
She just sends illusions to the wave, clears that out. There's nothing for Amar to hit bottom. He's sitting in an empty lane saying, guys, I would like to fight right now. I'm fairly strong. And all I see are Naga illusions for the last 5 minutes here. This does hurt Satanic's experience a little bit, but he's super chilling. I mean, he might not have to interact with this game the way the early game has gone. 10-minute power rune, looking for something juicy on this Sand King.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Power rune's kind of the only way to get Malrine online right now. Otherwise, it's waiting for the Blink Dagger. But it's an Arcane Rune bottom. Another one scooped up for no one, an Arcane Rune at that.
He's got some nice early runes here. Buys an early Shawl too, just straight into the Consecrated Wraps. He's going to be very tanky with the extra magic resist, IO buffing him up. I think if 9 class gets to a mech here before Falcons can make a move onto no one, he becomes invincible in this game.
Malrine, he can't sit underneath his own sentry. The other sentry just outside of range a bit. Yeah, this Shawl is going to be nasty. I feel like the Consecrated Wraps, the early meta of this is going to be some of these heroes like Leshrac who really take advantage of that tankiness that this item provides, because it does feel like a bit overtuned. So anybody who just does damage through tank is going to really benefit from it.
Oh, we're absolutely going to see this item a lot this event. The early EHP it gives you is insane.
Mass rotations here from Falcons to this bottom lane. It's a 9 class no one smoke that didn't find anything. They are now going to go through the gate.
Still have to be a little careful here as Pari not overextending into a Falcons turnaround, because they do have a lot of AoE they can put into a clumped IO pair.
Oh, absolutely.
This is a very sneaky maneuver.
It breaks a little bit too far away, though. Mask Command is popped and full movement speed to get on out of there.
Yeah, no gap close. Downside of not going that old Blink Lesh build.
Sure.
Making solo plays like that's a little difficult, but you're farming so much, you're scaling so well here. There's a net. Does not land. It's an AO down.
Oh, Lamar maybe had an opportunity for a kill there. But Falcons playing pretty skittish.
Well, again, you have to think about this reload.
Yeah.
You overextend on some of these heroes. There's a song that can potentially come out. There's a reload that can come into that play. Tied 100 TPs. That fight doesn't look as appetizing. They're eyeing up Triple S. This guy has 2,000 HP.
It's a hard kill to get. And on the Power Rune, too, it's not going to spawn there. They kick him back into the Sand King and hit with Viper Strike. He's broken, but he did manage to get the cleanse just in time to get off a good Ravage that completely halts Falcons' momentum there. They will still be left on 1 kill. Maybe Sand King with his damage over time. Looking at Dakalis, Damar's going to join him. All right, they do manage to get a kill.
Yeah, something around this mid lane. Bringing a lot of heroes. They get a Power Rune for the Sand King. This should finish up Malrine's Blink here.
I mean, nice for Malrine, but I think PARIVISION as a whole are completely unconcerned about that.
Oh, they're just farming on the Leshrac.
Yeah.
Almost surprised they didn't reload into that, considering how well this early game has gone for them. But again, you look at what they're farming around the map right now. The Naga's clearing out bottom. The Tide is continuously farming those ancient camps, and the IO Lesh are playing top, so they're utilizing the map a lot more efficiently right now. Still need Magnetize on crit too. He is...
Oh man, still not level 6 at 13 minutes.
He's a couple creeps off.
And it hasn't happened very often to him. And here it comes. There's the ensnare into the relocate, so Amar is going to be surrounded, and Crit really can't pull heroes far enough away. In fact, he's just going to give up an extra kill to PARIVISION, who now hit that all-flame tower.
Very clunky early game, to say the least, here for Falcons. Just unsure of where they're supposed to make the move. Traditionally, you would go into this Viper lane where Amar is creating some pressure, threatening to take the tower.
There's the wraps for you. Peter, he's just going to be run down. 9 class, nice body blocking. They don't really have to blow much of anything here.
And that's the mech. The mech's done for the IO. The wraps are done for the Lesh. So your EHP just went through the roof. Even if you get this Magnetize, Are you going to be able to kill anybody with it?
Yeah, if you get to the pipe on SSS, they put it all together, then Epicenter and Magnetize and all of that magic damage may just be but a whimper.
You might get to a point where you can just sit there and face tank it for 10 seconds and then start the fight and maybe still win that fight.
Gauss, he tried to sneak something there. 14-minute wisdom shrine.
All right, Falcons are going to smoke. They've had enough of how this game is going right now. They need to find something. They also need to allow Amar to push in bottom lane without getting reload ganked, which means you kind of have to go to this Viper lane right now.
He made a move to this side of the map before, and it's
hard,
but it is going to break on Satanic here. And Satanic trying to activate the song. Got off the Epicenter, chaining up the sun. Nope, the Manta dodge, but it's still enough. They have enough AoE to be able to cover the Naga Siren for sure, especially as she's alone.
That is a beautiful find. That relieves so much pressure in this game right now. You get a good core connection, and it's on the slipperiest hero.
They're trying to get the map right now, but look at what PARIVISION are doing. They're playing for greed right now. They're going to glyph up the tower, TP in, go through the gate. Here comes an Ice Blast on its way too, and Amar has already been caught out. He's going to die. He's just going to try and slow down these heroes as best as possible. Falcons yet to take a tier 1 tower at 15 minutes.
And they brought 5 heroes bottom. They get the core kill and still rebuked on the map. Just can't open up the map control. The lead continuing to grow. It'll be another tier 1 for Pari. The pipe is done. So that's going to complete your early survivability trifecta here.
And how far do you take this? Like, you just run around as 4, right? And just let the Naga Siren clean up the lanes?
No, I think you want to keep the Iolash pair farming. You're either setting stuff up with the Tide reloading in, or you're just threatening people with the Iolash. You're letting the Tide farm. But you definitely don't want Naga in any of this. And you want to keep pushing the waves in as much as possible.
Back to crit. See if he can get a roll away. He is fine. But it's not even like PARIVISION were really itching for that kill too much. They just want to keep the lanes pushed in. Threaten these Falcons heroes. Keep them always guessing.
Just got to force heroes off the map right here. At least Snake King got to Pari's side of the map.
Forward from Malrine, gets the other side of the Tidehunter and does manage to get the amp damage. They relocated on him too, so he manages to force out a relocate for PARIVISION that finds nothing.
Not too bad here. It's a little bit of space, a nice power rune, especially for a level 2 ulti that he's half a level away from. That would be a nice little timing if he can get there.
Yeah, if you can farm it in this 2 minutes.
Snake King is farming on their side of the map, which is at least giving you some equilibrium here.
Where do you go to farm right now?
Yeah, that is the issue. I mean,
PARIVISION are taking every bit of map you got.
Oh, we got pulled into it. That's
okay, well, even the neutrals hate Falcons, apparently.
Snake King, no luck today, but
it's going to be an Epicenter, though. They don't have a relocate to be able to bail out the Leshrac, so he's definitely going to die here, surrounded by heroes. He tries to get what kills he can out of it. It's going to be 1. The second, though, not quite good enough. Triple S arrives just a tad bit too late to take advantage of the situation. They will get Malrine, though. Okay, so they still find another kill off of it. Even when Falcons strike in PARIVISION and seemingly have an advantage, they still trade 2 for 3.
They threw everything onto that Iolash, and it looked a little convincing. I mean, better than I thought, given how much survivability they have early. The pipe came in late, so that helps Falcons a lot there. Just able to power through the survivability with everybody joining that exchange. That's kind of what it takes right now. You get a decent amount of gold out of it. Not the worst outcome with that amp damage rune. Of course, you're not going to win this fight overall. Yeah. No shot of that.
We are going to see that constant spread from the Venomancer. Put everything on the IO, then it spread over to the Leshrac. That'll feel pretty decent, but the fact that it took him so long to get through the Leshrac, that last bit of like 300 HP.
He almost didn't die. The pipe came in. Almost keeps him alive there.
Imagine if Triple S has a Blink Dagger, which he is so close to, right? In that same situation, he's hitting a Ravage, and they're getting even more kills out of that.
Satanic, he went the Orchid, so he's going to create a threat of his own with this Naga. If you're just trying to push a wave out as a support or something, he's going to solo kill you on that side of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be very nice. He's playing on the same side as the Luna, who yet to have the Manta. So there is actually a potential kill there in the next, like, 30 seconds. But
a lot of problems to solve in this game. Your Falcons right now. You have to take Roshan, which, of course, can power the Slash even more.
Yeah, this game's been going so fast, spiraling so fast, and I can't believe it's not even 20 minutes yet.
Any anti-healing you can build as Falcons is going to be mega value here. So you have a Vessel on the Veno. I assume you're going to want to get a Scotty on Luna in this game at some point. It's just you're so poor on Skeeter. That is but a dream right now.
Yeah, he's going for the Ags next to full combo up with the Sand King.
Kind of an all-in play.
Yeah, just try and take 1 or 2 heroes out at the very start of the fight.
Zags Luna, super hit or miss.
Snaking's just dying to Illusion.
Yeah, get out of there, brother. Again, the map control that these heroes are putting out individually is what's giving Pari the advantage here. Though the lead has gone flat a little bit.
Yeah, it's stagnated a bit.
That Falcons efficiency, even in tight quarters, they're able to find a decent amount of farm here. They're really just looking for Sand King Ags. That's the biggest item for Falcons to try and turn this game. Take a great team fight where Pari clump, maybe around Tormentor, maybe around Roche. You go in with a massive Epicenter Magnetize. You can chunk some of these heroes down.
All right, Crit picks up a Blink Dagger. What's the game plan here for Falcon?
I don't think you want to make a move without that Sand King Ag, so
sure.
You're just chilling right now. I think you have to give up this Tormentor.
I guess I'm asking, why did he pick up Blink Dagger? Is it just is he going to be doing the Blink kickback? Is he trying to break the tether? Is he just trying to isolate a target?
It's about being able to go in from a super long range away, kick that hero back, roll on top of him. This is kind of like that traditional box Hero Spirit play we've seen over the last month or two.
Sure.
Isolate a target, be able to burst them down, and force Pari to chase that hero in, which in theory could force them to clump a little bit more, maybe set up something for the Sand King.
Yeah.
If you can break the tether and isolate the IO Lesh or split that pair up, that could be really nice. I think that's going to be a little much to ask for, but it is Earth Spirit, so maybe he will find a very clutch opening here.
There's that Ags on Maureen, so this is definitely going to be a true test of how powerful this Sand King actually is. Level 2 Epicenter with an Aghanim Scepter, but you're down 10k against a very tanky lineup.
They have a lot. They just got the Bloodstone on the Lesh, too.
They just got wraps on the IO, too.
They have triple wraps.
Yeah. Essence Ring,
pretty disgusting.
Mech, consecrated wraps on 9 class. He is super tanky.
This is a lot of magic resist to play into. Gonna have to hit a sick combo here.
Dire's top tower is
And if you're Pari, just take everything right. Start taking tier 2s with the Naga solo, go into the Roche, take it quickly. You have a little bit of minus armor to put into that. You even go early high ground here if you really want to just damage test them.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, we don't believe you have the DPS to take us down, especially if we put an Aegis on the Lesh. Just go high ground with Edict. Start putting the pressure on Falcons to respond early here and don't let them do their usual map shenanigans.
That'll be interesting
like
to see what PARIVISION chooses to do, because that's not really the game plan for Siren in the first place. Right?
No.
So are they going to play more for what the Leshrac feels like they can do, or what Satanic?
I think you play for the Lesh. I think you should always be playing for the Lesh in this lineup.
Okay.
They were threatening the Roche. Falcons, they do respond with that Sand King timing. They find nobody in the pit. They're going to scan the high ground, which hits.
Might be a wasted smoke.
Oh, baiting with the illusion.
Okay, that's a good play. Managed to get the anchor out of Triple S.
Nothing more, though. Another nice power rune bottom, too, if you can score it here. Both of the mids.
Oh, yeah, Arcane Rune.
Do get it on the Sand King. Okay, that's something.
And now we wait. Wait to see if PARIVISION are going to force the Roshan, which I just don't think they're the kind of team to do that.
I don't think they have to either.
Yeah, much more likely they just play the map until they feel like Falcons out of position enough to either get a pick-off or do Roshan without them contesting.
Yeah, you're going to build a Goldie here with the Naga Siren being able to consume so much on her own.
Man, they still haven't given up that safe lane tower. It's deniable, but at 23 minutes, Falcons shut out of objectives.
Yeah, no tier 1 tower for you. I agree with keeping this up, by the way. This is a tower that is honestly a little scary to go and try and last it when you can get reload on.
Yeah, well, sure.
I assume Snaking will go down here at some point, just drop a Plague Ward or something.
They even have the safe lane ward to really scout it out ahead of time.
Yeah, they're baiting that 100%. They're just waiting for somebody to come down here, try and score some free gold. Got some big items on the menu as well. You get the BKB on Lesh. He's going to be super tanky on that front line. Butterfly for Naga, same thing. You're just upping the HP even more. And of course, you know, a classic little heart on the IO if you can get there as 9 class. That would be quite a luxury item in this game.
You think that's stronger now in this new IO? Right, outgoing damage amplification, closer to full health.
It shouldn't matter, right?
Sure.
Well, maybe a little bit. Yeah, I guess if you're playing for the damage, so it's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's definitely a damage combo here.
Let's be honest, so I feel like if you get the heart on IO in a competitive game, I don't know what your odds are, but they've got to be pretty good.
Yeah,
regardless of the patch.
Solid 80%. Maureen, Cop of the Orchid, has a haste rune, but will not be able to use it here. Mass rotations from PARIVISION, and that's the sign. They finally found the opening. And full out for Roshan.
Yeah, but the bottom tier 1 claimed by the Viper, the bigger prize, Austin Falcons.
He TP'd for revenge for his tier 1 tower. They're going to come back in with the relocate, TP in. And
they left Roshan half.
That is really surprising. Good Falcons actually do it while they're all hitting on Amar. This is kind of a weird situation that Falcons have found themselves in. They, I guess, don't have the damage for it.
Yeah, who's going to do it here? The Luna?
Yeah,
Ags Luna?
Yeah, Ags Luna. Yeah, you don't really have the best physical damage to do so. No threat, I guess, from Falcon stealing it away.
I mean, I think we all knew someone was going to die on this bottom tier 1.
Yeah.
Somebody had to pay the price. But you have to claim a tower in this game. You can't lose this game without claiming a tier 1. That's just too embarrassing.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Well, it's going to switch over to the other side, which is where PARIVISION already is, so...
Honestly, not a bad death if you're going to die for this tower because it stopped the Roche. Maybe now you have another chance to contest it here.
Yeah.
It's going to be a... maybe the Viper's not up in time. I think you have to contest it, though. You just don't have a better comeback opportunity in this game than already clumping around that pit, as scary as the fight is.
That's kind of awkward, this whole Roshan throwing away the Leshrac and stuff. This has slowed down the play significantly.
This fight is super split in terms of where heroes are, though. Falcons are like trying to approach it from 3 different angles. They have the Sand King from the back, but Pari are not clumped. They're not overplaying their hand right now. They're really respecting the team fight.
They just let no one sit in the pit with a BKB, and he's going to take the Roshan, grab the Aegis. No response whatsoever from Falcons. If anything, they're going to be the ones to lose heroes here.
Now, there goes the epicenter. They're going for the IO where they can. The Eclipse goes off, but the damage is being split. And look at how tanky he is. He's going to relocate away. Crit comes in, hits him with the stun, but doesn't matter if you stop the IO, but you lose every single one of your heroes. It is absolutely not worth it. They are going to be able to get the Aegis out of Leshrac. That's one, but...
your damage is dead.
Yeah, you've lost all of your damage. It's just the Viper left in this case. 4-staff forward from Snaking. That is a dieback for the captain of Falcons. 5 position goes down yet again, and PARIVISION now up 17K.
That might be the nail in the coffin on this one. The survivability is way too high. You threw everything on an IO, and he walked it off. That is pretty disgusting. That is the amount of heal that's coming out from this lineup, the amount of buffs. You have that Naga song going off as well, which is stopping heroes coming in, also healing them up. Then you're getting the double heal on the Lesh. The Lesh is completely untouched in the majority of this fight. Yeah, like you're able to bring him down, but he's still doing so much damage. Now these cores are basically out of control. Maybe you have BKB on Luna there. I can kind of see that fight come together. You can stand your ground a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. Just feels more than likely, especially with the extra life, you're just going to run out of time.
Yeah, that's what I think. Like, yeah, you get him the first time, but the second time he has free reign.
Yeah. I mean, look how much they committed. Double ultimates. Even the Venomancer ultimate ends up getting spread over to 9 class.
And they kind of wasted the Lesh BKB. That's kind of the sad thing for no one here, but it doesn't really matter. Like, he's like, okay, whatever. I'm just going to throw the life away. You can put all of your core damage onto me after 20 seconds. And by then, the fight's over.
And Snaking shows up, and he still doesn't have any spells. He threw them all around in the first life, bought back, came back, and didn't have much. Oh, Satanic. He's going to stop him. Real fast reactions from Maureen to at least get a Burrow Strike. That is a prayer, especially with the neutrals potentially stopping up, but there's the dust from the relocate of 9 class.
Yeah, a little Boglet almost saved him.
Really did.
It's the hero well, I guess he didn't deserve.
And it was way more than he needed, or way less than he needed. Well, BKB next for Luna, but it feels like they're so far behind in item timings. You get to that, but then Satanic he's coming online. Like, the Leshrac is still the biggest threat, but this Siren is creeping up.
Build more wraps, win Dota?
I guess. That's kind of what it looks like right now.
That's what I'm learning from this game.
Nice hit from Jakalis. Helps get the kill on Snaking. Triple S is getting big. That is a fat Tidehunter. The Luna's gonna die like this?
Dude, come on. Oof. It's just way too easy right now.
22 kills, 22,000 net worth lead. There is seemingly nothing that is stopping PARIVISION from taking this game one, and no one. He's going to display just that. Goes up to high ground brazenly.
He's got Shielder in the bottle, too. I mean, in case you needed some more tankiness here.
Yeah. He hits mid. Satanic. He'll hit top. And these tier 3s are going to be chipped away in the 35 seconds. The Luna still needs to come back alive.
Rolled that Partisans brand too, so more spell damage and mystical for magic resist. He's dealing more, he's tanking more. He has like 54-60% magic resist in the fight.
Ravage just catches 3 before they even get the Luna back into play. They're trying to kick this Viper out of play for PARIVISION.
Okay.
They will actually manage to keep him alive.
Something gets your Luna back here with everybody alive, though your Rax is gone.
Yeah, 1 lane of barracks. 5 seconds left for Luna, and PARIVISION say, all right, a little bit of reset. And if they want, they could just play the map. They have Scotty on the Naga Siren. She is getting very tanky, over 3,000 HP with the wraps as well.
Already has that level 20 for the extra illusion. It's even more wave cutting, more map control. Satanic sending illusions to all 3 lanes here, directly outside Falcon's base, basically saying if you don't do something, this map is over for you.
BKB for 9 class, there's no way they can kill him now. At least not easily.
I would have opted for the heart, you know, for the style.
No, of course you would. Stylish guy.
I guess when you got Puppy on the team now, you know, you gotta watch the crazy item.
It's true. Shard for the IO. A little bit more damage and some more healing for the IO.
They've got everything they need.
When he's got a BKB, he can actually kind of play frontline.
Oh, he's just gonna go in. Yeah, absolutely no doubt about it.
All right, Falcons, what kind of miracle hold are you going to put together here? Otherwise, this game is going to be closing out at 35 because PARIVISION's not going to wait for another Roshan. They're willing to just keep it going. No need for an Aegis.
Just keep sending it down the lanes here. Got to look for some sort of clutch kickback, isolate a hero. Because there is no Aegis right now, so you can just all-in burst one of these cores, particularly the Lesh, take the big DPSer out of the fight. That's your big condition. You can always get relocated out, though. That's
yeah,
also another option.
It's like the Viper has to put the threat on the Leshrac, and then somehow either the Earth Spirit or the Sand King have to intercept the IO.
You can't, right?
For the relocate out.
You can just BKB reload.
Yeah, it's true.
There's nothing that stops that play on the no one, so kind of surprised they didn't force the fight there.
Yeah, they don't know it, but there is a timing coming here. Very small one for Falcons, but they finish up the Aghanim Scepter on the Viper, and then it's going to be the BKB for the Luna.
How do you find a fight, though? Like, that's the Naga problem in this game. Falcons have never been able to force an engagement unless Pari are willing to give it to them.
Yeah.
You're just stuck killing waves forever until Pari hit their timings, then they force the issue. You don't want to fight then. You give up more objectives. You fall farther behind. Your catch on the map against the Naga is just so pitiful that you can't regain any of these camps or any of the map control. It's a very, very strong Naga pick in a vacuum. Like, it's almost so debilitating for Falcons to play against, it doesn't really matter what it's doing for Pari. It just makes Falcons' game impossible to play. He's quite farmed here. Some nice CS, almost 600 CS for Satanic. I'm sure he's enjoying himself. This is every carry player's dream.
That's true. 30,000 net worth at 32 minutes on the main stage. Feels pretty good. Hard up next for him.
Sneaky move into top.
Yeah. PARIVISION just seeing if they can sneak a pick off and take yet another objective away from Falcons. They want to come deal with this illusion. No one's going to show up with this fresh side device, and immediately the Ravage to try and stop the Earth Spirit pullback. It does manage to get him out of the Ice Blast, but doesn't matter. There is plenty of damage when it comes to PARIVISION's full squad. They miss 1 or 2 spells. It doesn't really matter. There's plenty more where it came from.
Nice little surprise game through this top lane. Don't even give Falcons an opportunity to somehow take a stable engagement. Now you get 1 lane more to go. Roche spawn, potentially 20 seconds here. I don't know if it matters.
Yeah, the PARIVISION don't even have to go back. All the lanes have been so well controlled that this bottom lane was pushed into the tier 2 already. No one will take that. And in quick succession, let's poke at the high ground. Now, whether or not they commit.
No, you sent it. There's no way this Viper has buy in a game like this. Only went for the kickback, but didn't get it.
Immediately going to be side-spiced, and here comes the Epicenter trying to do what they can. Nightclass, he's actually getting a little bit low with the BKB being committed, but look at the damage that comes out from the Leshrac and Satanic's Naga Siren. They easily overwhelm the Falcons heroes as they push into him. Crit will try and get snaking to safety. Not even that is going to work for you. Triple S just going to gobble up more and more of the fish. They buy back where they can, but the damage is done. Megas are almost here. Blink in, Burrow Strike, no damage behind it whatsoever. They try and hit a Magnetize, but immediately the side device on the Viper. Amar, the only damage dealer they've got. Hurricane Pike managing to push away from the stun, but he can't stop Satanic, who will just run him down. A godlike spree to clean it up, but it's the IO Leshrac that took over this game one.
That was a disgusting game. That was just like a formal execution of the map, right? We're not even going to let you play Dota. We're going to run you over with the stronger, faster mid-tempo. We're going to control the early towers, the early runes. We're going to create space for a carry that makes the map impossible to play because you just don't have the cores that can stand on the lanes to shove it back out. Extremely well executed. Maybe not the most exciting game from like a teamfight standpoint or big plays, but in terms of how to win a Dota game, how to control map, control farm, be more efficient, create the invisible threat on the map, right? Because you're always afraid of this reload coming in. You see a tied solo mid, you're afraid of what he can set up. There's these phantoms stalking Falcons that game. They can't overcome it.
And Falcons, they got all their signatures, but it doesn't work in game one. Where do they go now?
Well, now they go to the back of the ropes because that's where they are. It's a crazy game from PARIVISION. This IO Lesh knocks it out of the park, Quinn.
Yeah, this is incredibly high octane and incredibly impressive from both these players. I think they were all over the place, making kills happen constantly and being exactly the tempo their team needed. I mean, this is exactly how you play this hero pairing. It brings a tear to my eye to see it done so beautifully.
I mean, I just love that 9 class identified that IO got that buff on overcharge. Like in the past, you have to buy a shard on IO to get the spell amp on his overcharge. He got that for free in the new patch. So I was wondering if any players would be willing to experiment with that, given that Bloodstone is back. There are spellcasters that could be more viable from the mid lane, like Leshrac. They identified that. They played it today. It looked incredible.
How many fish did he eat in the end? Do we know?
Like 7
Very
or 8.
important.
It was okay. You're not getting as much damage block as you used to. You used to be getting like 4 for a kill, but yeah, this combo was great. I was a little bit unsure about their ability to initiate based on having an IO support and an A, but with Leshrac being fast and IO making him faster, he just simply ran at enemy heroes and he killed them, and he didn't even need to land a stun. He just needed a little slow from his lightning. He needed to walk next to them. Those heroes died, and he snowballed the game in a huge way, just putting pressure on the map, and they got so far ahead that every fight after that felt much, much easier, and Naga eventually gets to be the hard carry of the game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what stands out to me from this game is that, and from the prior games too, is that PARIVISION has a higher understanding of the meta right now than some of these other teams, right? When I look at their draft, I didn't necessarily think it was better. I thought it was worse going into this game, but they clearly showed that was not the case. And some of that may be execution, but I also think that they are understanding some hero combinations and some heroes that are either frauds or not frauds very, very well. It's very impressive, and they've clearly done their homework, I think, more than maybe any other team has so far.
I guess it's up to us to really try to decipher what part of this was like, oh, actually, this hero might be busted right now. And where the other part is, well, actually, PARIVISION just played this strategy, this style so well.
I think they just played incredibly well, and Leshrac is really strong right now, and IO, if you pair him with Lesh, is really strong, and AA with his Ice Vortex that got buffed as well, you pair it on top of that, and it's just so much damage. But they played incredibly. Like 9 class on his IO, we keep talking about him, but we talk about him for good reason. He's not afraid of new patches, he's innovative, and we watched him in that top lane. He got early points in Wisps, and he was just farming stacks in the enemy jungle. He just took their stacks away. Not many IOs would get that early point in Wisps just to be greedy. He plays for his own game as well.
Yeah, it's a good place for IO to be, really, because the Wisps, I think, got buffed. I think they do about 150 damage with 1 skill point if they all connect on heroes. So it's not bad to get in the lane. It actually contributes to getting kills. And then, like you said, the Ice Vortex amplifies the damage that you're doing magic-wise. Well, he also has an innate that if your HP is full, you're doing minimum 5% more outgoing damage to the guy that you're paired with. So he has a spell amp talent that he got, and he's doing 5% more, and all of those percentages are being amped by the Ice Vortex. Like, you're basically increasing your Lesh's damage once you get 4 points in overpower or overcharge by 20%. Like 20% spell amp to that mid guy. And you could do that by like level 7, level 8. What time did he max it out by? He actually only got 1 early, but still, it's 8% plus the 5% if he's full. It was just a lot of damage up.
Yeah, and I'm assuming some of that damage is also highlighted in some of the clips you chose.
That's right. Because the early game was really a lot of it. I mean, 6 minutes into the game, they already had a 2k gold advantage, right? So they wanted to kill this Leshrac. The crit ends up missing the jump. Look at this rundown. The damage is like crazy, crazy high. 7 minutes in, then they just cross the map. They're super fast. He's got extra mana regen. They can run at their opponents. Snake King, who wants to sit back in the jungle and farm, he doesn't really get to do that as much as he would like to. And then after getting that kill, they're like, okay, well, we're also going to kill the Luna here. Just look at this damage output. Spirit damage, Pulse Nova damage, Lightning damage, Edict damage, all of this is getting amplified by what the IO is providing here. And that allows them to take towers afterwards and accelerates their game in a really big way. They get the tier 1 here at 7 minutes, then Luna doesn't have a lane anymore. She's forced to AFK jungle, and while she tries to catch up, look, they just run at her again. What can she do to defend herself against this? There's very, very little. And as the game continues, this is much later, 25 minutes, 13k gold advantage, but that's going to be the same thing. No one's going to run in, deal lots of AoE damage. They've got pipes, they've got Ravage, and 9 Class is just amping this damage up. He's got some anti-healing on him, but he's going to stay alive for a very, very long time. He didn't even have to press his mech until just now. And they have an Aegis as well. So all of that, and Leshrac still ends up shredding them. And so, yeah, the IO buffs definitely making a big difference.
Yeah, and those clips as well, like no one was top net worth early on. Like he crushed that mid lane. I believe he solo killed Malrine as a Sand King. He just out CS and then he went top with like that 1.5k extra net worth than everybody else and completely annihilated that side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing in the zone right now. I think, you know, we questioned SSS, is he going to perform on stage? And he absolutely did. I think this guy he has the clutch gene, both in the tiebreakers and also in this first game. He's locked in, he's doing his thing. It doesn't feel like he's stressed at all. I think you can see that in the way people play, the tenseness, the moving backwards. You can see it in their clicks. You can feel it oozing through the screen. And all I feel oozing through the screen when I watch that guy play is confidence. He's owning, he is the youngest player in the lobby, and he's playing like a beast. So mad respect to him. And I think PARIVISION as a whole, I think all of them are in their element and playing their game. They're not inhibited by the pressure, by the crowd. So I think Falcons, you said backs against the wall, and I think in a lot of ways they are, both in gameplay and also in their actual, serious position.
Yeah, it makes me a little worried because we've seen Falcons play through a lot of patches, and normally their heroes don't necessarily change too much. They are just solid enough on the ones that they play that they make it through and they're on top level every single time. This is the first time where on the new patch I'm like, was that just not getting used to the tempo that PARIVISION was setting, or where did it go wrong? Because even if this game would have lasted 18 minutes, I don't think they would have come out on top.
I don't think so. I genuinely believe the problem was that PARIVISION walked into that ready with the 1-2 combo, which was the Leshrac plus the IO, and we saw something similar right when the patch dropped. Xtreme Gaming was like, oh, by the way, second phase, we're just going to pick Mars plus Phoenix. You just have this like cool combo, and in this case, it's even more powerful because you're pairing new patch heroes with heroes that are also staples. So Leshrac got ignored some of the series earlier today. Well, this one, it was the perfect Leshrac game, and then they paired a hero that they thought was overpowered, the IO. Those two together just broke the whole game open. And when they win the lanes that hard and he roams that much to kill heroes and kill tower, the game is just kind of destroyed from where it was supposed to be for Falcons.
I'd also say that Viper is a bit of an outdated hero. Like, he was quite popular in the last patch for a good reason. We know that he got it taken away from him, the Nether Toxin tripling in effect. Like, he gets that later, I believe, from a shard or something. I didn't even read it. All I read was Viper got nerfed. I was like, yep, that's good. So the fact that they picked Viper even after the nerfs is like, you've got a bigger hero pool, ATF. Let's dig into deeper pockets there.
Yeah, they'll definitely need to do that for the next game, because one more loss here and they are eliminated. Before we get to that second game, we are going to take a quick break, but not if you're in the arena, because it is quiz time. Stay tuned.
Hello, Birmingham. Are you guys still awake? Not fully drunk yet. Fantastic. Well done, everybody. Hello, we are here in the arena live yet again for another fantastic session of Kahoot. Now, you guys might see a QR code if you're in the arena popping up pretty soon. Scan that with your phone so you can play along. The person who answers fastest and most correct on our quiz questions will win a fabulous prize. Yes, that's right. This incredible coin commemorating your time here at ESL One Birmingham. This is a one-to-one. If you go to Valve's offices and give them this coin, they will make you immortal. Are you guys ready to be immortal? Wow. The crowd really doesn't care about that. I'm so sorry. All right, well, stay Crusader forever, fam. All right, you guys at home, you can play along as well, as we will get into our questions very soon. So please, scan that QR code at home, and if you are here, and if you guys are home, draw a QR code, and then scan it yourself for fun. All right, our boys are coming in. What'd you guys think of that last match, by the way? Pretty hype, huh? You guys want to see more IO? That was an insane amount of support for IO. I think that's the best. I haven't seen that since Anna was playing that shit. That was crazy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. 10 more seconds to sign in. Please do not use an offensive name in there, please. I see terrific with lobster. That's very, very good. All right, this one is all set. We are ready. Hooters, are you ready for question number 1? All right. This is called stats. Everyone's excitement just tanked. Here we go. What hero has the highest intelligence stat gain in the game? Jesus, I don't know. Oh, God. They should have got purged for this. This is not good. I don't even know what armor does. How are you supposed to know what intelligence gain? But hopefully you guys are intelligent enough in the next 10 seconds to take a guess. Is it going to be Invoker, Skywrath Mage, Lina, or Little Pugna? Who knows that little guy? We'll find out in 1 second. Ooh, gracious me, there it is. It was Pugna. No one got that right. Winnie Elephant got that right, well done. What hero has the highest strength stat gain? Is it Centaur, Tiny, Primal, or Brew? Good God. Nerds out there, this is your chance. I think about 8 people know the answer to these questions in the arena, and they are pogging next to their non-existent friends. Here we go. Stat lovers. Knoxville? Nahaz, are you out there? This is your chance. We'll see if they find out in 3 seconds. The highest strength gain is... No one's getting this right. I don't blame you guys. I don't blame you. You guys left your basements to come here, so of course you don't know about stats. What hero has the highest agility stat? Well, I'm seeing a pattern here. Could it be Anti-Mage, Terrorblade, Morphling, or Hoodwink? I don't even know which one of those is an agility hero. I guess all of them. Probably. What kind of hero is Morphling? Well, good luck with you. I lost a long time ago. You got to have 5 more seconds to put in your answer. And the answer was terrible. You guys knew that one. All right. Here we go. Knowing Ostrich in the lead. What heroes have the highest overall stat gain in the game? Is it Leshrac and Lina, Bloodseeker and Silencer, Outworld and Earth Spirit, or Nature's Proffer and Pangolier? Ladies and gentlemen, could it be Nature's Proffer? We'll find out soon. We have 10 more seconds. This sounds like the beginning of a really bad fan fiction ship. Bloodseeker Silencer, that is disgusting. All right, let's see what we got here. Here we go! Oh, no! We're not good at stats, ladies and gentlemen, but that's okay. Among the following, who has the highest agility gain? Oh my God, among the following, could it be Medusa, Morphling, Silencer, or Lone Druid's Bear? Lone Druid's Bear? He's a hero now? Incredible. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, you too could be a hero to your community and the world, even if you're owned by an old man. Here we go. 5 seconds left to drop in your literally impossible answer. And we'll find, oh my God, no way. Lone Druid's Bear, our winner is Magnetic Mink. Where is Magnetic Mink? Oh, right there. There you go. Please, Magnetic Mink, find one of the ESL staff. We will give you your free token that you can give straight to Gaben for Immortal. All right, thank you so much. Please enjoy griefing those games until you have returned back to Herald where you belong. Everybody else, thank you guys so much for playing. Hope you guys are ready for Game 2. We'll be coming to you soon.
There's a lot of work that Falcons need to be doing right now to prepare for game number 2. PARIVISION blew it out of the water in game number 1. They smashed it. They did very well. And to be honest, if previous results are anything to go by in previous drafts, more importantly, there's not a lot that Falcons know about what is coming next, because I feel like, Purge, you talked about how they came in with the IO-Lesh combo. They knew beforehand what they were going to do. If you're PARIVISION, you're not going to do the same thing again. You're going to have the second strat ready, no?
Yeah, probably. And it's also going to put Falcons in a position where they're like, I guess we can't go into the second phase without banning one of those two heroes. It's probably going to be the Lesh track. That's the most obvious one. But maybe they have another combo that they want to pair with it.
Yeah, what if there's another IO combo and then you have to worry about the IO? Because he looks great this patch.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing for Falcons is that they lock in terms of gameplay, because draft obviously is very important. I think this IO-Lesh was clearly a problem, and I agree they'll probably ban it out. But I think this is where your resilience as a team really shows. Can you bounce back? Can you get over the fact you lost the game? It felt hopeless. You kind of got ransacked and, you know, recover, because I think that is what defines your run throughout the tournament. If they do bounce back from this game and they start going on a run, then this game is the pivotal point.
Yeah, for this game number 2, we're going to have everything swapped around. So PARIVISION will be a second pick and Dire, and Falcons, they chose a Radiant pick as not the pick priority, by the way. PARIVISION got to choose first, and they chose second pick, so they might have something in mind for their overall last. And respect is given here by Falcons with the IO ban, also the Tidehunter and Beastmaster having to suffer there.
I feel like the Tide ban just means they want to run back the Veno, that they believe in it, because I don't really see them having a Tide response in the first phase for any other hero, right? And the IO ban makes a lot of sense. I think it was the more important piece in the IO plus Lash puzzle, but now they've given away the Weaver as well, that PARIVISION have been very happy to play.
Yeah, I mean, they can definitely pick that on 9 and second Lash and Silver and Drifter. But they can definitely respond to Venomancer with Weaver. It's a slippery hero. You don't care about any of his slows or any of this garbage. You can get on top of him on the back line. So there's definitely some validity there, and they're clearly thinking about it. PARIVISION deciding if they want to ban the Veno out.
Oh, they ban out.
What
that
the?
Instant pick Void Spirit for Falcons. This is a flex pick.
It's very common to pick your offlaner first in your overall draft. Protects you, you know. Safe. Let him get tanked a little bit.
I mean, I understand it, because they've left Puck in the drafts for PARIVISION, which they banned out in the previous game. So they think, okay, if we're going to give away the Puck potentially, we're going to secure the Void Spirit before it gets banned out in phase 2. And if it's the Weaver that they're going to respond to, Void Spirit does fine.
I mean, also, with this PARIVISION team, they're so incredibly random and off the cuff that I think it's a little bit of, if you can't beat them, join them. Like, if we can't predict what they're doing, then screw it. You can't predict what we're doing either.
And that's a Leshrac pick without IO in tandem.
Yeah.
Because they see the Void Spirit.
Why do you think it's good against the Void Spirit in that case?
Well, it's quite good against Void Spirit mid. Like, it's a strong laner against it.
So you think it forces like Void to be offlaner in some ways? Or at least like makes it easier for them?
Definitely a possibility. It is Falcons. They have played offlane Void Spirit. I don't know if I want to see that in a potential elimination game for Falcons, but we've seen them like win TI with an Ursa offlane pick. Anything is possible.
I mean, I think it's the kind of hero that Amar can clutch up on. Like, I think he's, honestly, between the two of them, I think he's the better Void Spirit player. And I also think these sort of weird, zany heroes, right? You mentioned the Ursa. I think that is sort of Amar's wheelhouse, just saying, I'm playing this hero this game. And they're like, all right, you're the drafter. You click the button.
I'm kind of surprised to see the AA get banned as well, but there were fixtures of the last game. I mean, it was amplified damage with magic resistance amplification, but to see both of them banned out, I guess they're just worried about the Lesh getting out of control. They're just going to have to deal with a normal Lesh, but I worry they're putting too many bans in this basket.
Yeah, it is generally not a good sign to just sort of be blindly banning heroes from the last game without... Like, you look at this game, Leshrac and AA, there's some amplification there, but there's also redundancy in that it's a lot of damage heroes. There's not catch to back it up. Like, picking those heroes back-to-back can give you a lot of vulnerabilities, and it's also not good against Void Spirit because you want catch, you want lockdown, you want some beef against Void Spirit. So banning AA is very much you picked it last game and you won, so we're banning it, not like it's good for this game ban.
They will also have the AA ban just in case if they go for their 4th pick on the Alchemist. They've already preemptively banned it, so they don't need to waste a ban for it for the last 2 picks. We talked about Alchemist. We also talked about the Lifestealer that AA is potentially good against. So with PARIVISION, feel like it's that comfortable for them. Maybe just take it out with that. Oh, we're doing it.
He's not drinking that quickly, but he is drinking.
Yeah.
Okay. Boo!
That's not a boo.
That's okay.
That's
He gave it
harsh.
his best. He gave it his best. All right, we got the Ursa ban by PARIVISION.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly just... I have no idea what forward they're going to pick. This guy, you can see him. He's thinking. He hasn't said anything yet, so they're not sure yet either.
5 seconds remaining.
And you just pick your 5 and you let him cook for a little bit. Let him think, because he does love his Rubik, and he just picks it here. I was going to say, he wanted maybe to see 1 or 2 heroes to go for that Rubik pick, but they think a Void Spirit is enough. You steal the Remnant? Sure.
Yeah, a lot of his spells are really solid for sure. He's gotten quite a few buffs. He can reduce overall damage, so he's a little safer to pick 2, because before it's like, if they didn't have physical damage that you're reducing with Arcane Bolt,
Ooh, double kill.
he just felt a little bit rough.
Triple. No. Double kill and a half.
Nah, I mean, I'm so impressed and I'm so enthralled by this PARIVISION team right now because they're just picking. I have no idea what they're going to pick at any given point, but it's working. And I think that's so cool and it's so rare. Not just for in general, but I think also on a new patch, people tend to gravitate to what gained the most win rate. What is everyone else doing? And they're saying, we don't care. And I think that's really awesome and it's working. And I'm really curious to see if it keeps working.
Yeah, I mean, that brings me back to the post-game interview when Snaking was talking about how stressed Falcons are, that there's a new patch and they have a lot to prepare. And Satanic and 9 Class were just like, oh yeah, we're good at new patches. We're chilling. We have a lot prepared.
I mean, Phoenix is, I think this to me is a very sensible pick. It's good with Void Spirit because you've got the catch, you've got the guy who goes in with a lot of follow-up damage behind him. And I think it's also a hero that's pretty good against Leshrac and Rubik both. You're very good at...
I don't think he knows.
I don't think he hears.
It looks like hot tea also, guys.
Okay, that's a good meme. I like that. Do that again.
I think he realized towards the end. Oh, that's wonderful. There's
so much.
Tusk. Are these the same people?
Oh my, that's a fast drinker.
Dude, that guy's gulping. Okay.
Oh, it's fine. It's fair. That's a lot of volume.
It's fine. Ooh.
He's still...
The guy's laughing.
You can't laugh and chug at the same time. It's good.
Well, this guy's fighting.
There's thank God he's got a beard. That'd be on the floor right now.
Oh, it's no, like no.
Just keep tilting it upwards.
What the? That's enough for you, good sir.
Underlord and Tusk being picked up.
Yeah, what I like about how Falcons responded to this Rubik was they picked 2 supports that don't really give Rubik good spells to steal. Like, you can't ever really steal Supernova unless Phoenix took his hands off the keyboard. And with Tusk, again, it's fine to steal Ice Shards, it's fine to steal Tag Team, but that's not like the ideal Rubik steal. You know, when you think about Rubik, you think about big ultimates, you think about Primal Roars, you think about Ice Paths.
I'm curious to see how the Underlord works out because he doesn't get as fast anymore, so he's going to farm slower, but they buffed Firestorm a little bit, they increased his aura a little bit. If you think about Underlord and Rubik together, they're both damage reducers, basically. Underlords, I mean, both of them are going to reduce physical damage with Fade Bolt hitting. But especially the auras on top of that means damage out of Falcons could be kind of mitigated. With that said, they don't see the heroes yet that they're trying to mitigate. It's probably the mid hero and the carry. But these two heroes should be good at a lot of the different things that they could be picked.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool pick, and I think somewhat the story of these two games is PARIVISION's got a pipe offlaner. They've got the tank ability. They've got heroes that are beefing up and being impossible to kill. And Falcons is picking typical Falcon style. They're playing more of a carry offlaner. And I think you can see the effect of that playing out through the game, right? Falcons just has trouble killing PARIVISION. And they still have a chance to put Void Spirit mid, pick that Aura hero. But I'm somewhat doubtful. I think it's probably offlane Void Spirit, which means we're in a pipe versus no pipe scenario again.
A cheap stick. That's cool.
You know how you could deal with a pipe versus no pipe? You just pick only physical damage. Then what do you do about that?
That's true.
But then he just doesn't buy a pipe and he's double beat you. He just simply says, okay, Crimson Guard, I guess.
Guys, that's a Clinks. Hasn't been doing too hot on the new patch, but people do feel like it's worth it to pick.
I mean, it's a good hero to kind of shove Underlord out of the lane. Like, his very high damage, he pokes him.
Oh, they're standing up for it.
He's almost celebrating before he's finished.
Oh.
He's giving the heckin' so-so sign. I don't know if this guy's...
Oh, his arm's going to shoot up
he's
so
doing
fast.
It. He's doing... They're almost all doing it.
This guy's cruising. That guy gave up. The other guy was cruising. Don't. You didn't finish it.
Sometimes you just got to admit defeat, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Clinks is also a classic Leshrac counter. Lesh is a hero that runs in, he's just sort of blobby, and Clinks stands from far away and shoots you with 1,000,000 arrows. Drink that tea!
He knows.
There's no way he knows.
The smallest sips ever. It's like a little baby bird.
Somebody has to send that to him. I hope he sees that.
I don't think Clinks really got nerfed much. I just looked at his patch logs. It's very, very small stuff. Should still be very viable. And the upside for him is that his opponents have really bad jump. So he can kind of just sit in the back, outrange his opponents. If they overcommit on him, he's got a big Supernova. He's got a Tusk that can cover him. It looks like definitely a good pick for this game.
Yeah, that's a great point. The jump is going to be very minimal up until Lesh gets a blink, which is a much later on item. So they're just going to have to address that with maybe a carry who jumps from Satanic. But I think the Clinks looks great. It's just a matter of Skeeter Clinks. How do we feel about that?
That's a good point.
I think he can pull it off. I think Skitter it's obviously not like his Ursa Gyrocopter tier of comfort, but I think it is a hero he's played a lot, and I think it fits his style of it's not a hero that farms a whole lot. It's a ganking hero. It's more tempo, right? He's sort of playing the pseudo offlane for his two very farmy mid and offlane. So I like it, and I think it also plays into the point you said about it's physical damage, right? You've got a better mix of damage now. You're not too committed on magic damage against a eventual pipe coming from this Underlord like last game.
Guys, there is something else going on here because PARIVISION is using as minimal amount of bonus time as they can, whereas Falcons have only got that 1 second left. So they are kind of being pressured on time here, and maybe partially because PARIVISION has been picking pretty rapidly the last few picks and bans.
Puck is still in the pool. That could be their last second here. They have 5 seconds to pick.
Yeah, you better decide.
Yeah.
Random?
Ooh,
wow.
We have not seen that hero in a little while. Talk to me.
It kind of got nerfed. She lost all of her facets, so her ulti does less damage. I think the ghosts come out faster. But there are a bunch of new items that could change her success. Like Bloodstone, hypothetically, could be good on her.
It's physical damage, right?
Yeah.
You're playing against this pipe Underlord typing that we've talked about. It provides that. It'll provide you with tower push. Maybe they thought that that's something that they were lacking early on. But more importantly, lanes against Leshrac. Last game, Leshrac's Snowball began from the mid lane. It began from Mallory and just getting beat up on one of his melee heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I think how the lane goes and how the support rotations work around mid is very, very important in this game. DP is a hero that is horrendous from behind, but can snowball the game really hard. You start opening up towers, and suddenly Underlord doesn't have time to get to his auras. Woohoo! And I think it also is a hero that Mallory's been practicing. I saw him playing it at a pub, so it's not like he's pulling this out of nowhere. He did have the idea that it would be good. Drink that tea. Ooh, big blow.
That was a good step. Somebody better send that to him. Yeah. I will lose my mind if he doesn't see that.
All right, PARIVISION's final pick coming in. A hero for Satanic. A hero that can deal with the Void Spirit Tusk lane.
Gap closey, ideally.
Yeah, I was looking at Faceless Void for him until the Death Prophet came out. Like, if you're losing your towers early on and you're dependent on a Chrono, it might be too hard to pull off.
Ooh, Broodmother. Okay. Satanic has played this hero in the past.
Yep.
It's a swarmy type hero. You can gap close for sure with the webs. You can get on top of the clinks. You're given mischance when you attack. This looks pretty nasty.
It's a terrifying Brood game. It has.
He's so
It's
chill.
so funny. It's so funny. No, it is great core matchups against Clinks, DP. It's great against both the supports, especially Tusk is like awful against Brood because you shards, I don't care. I'm a spider. I walk right over him. So this is an amazing pick, and I am really worried for the birds.
It got some buffs as well in the most recent patch, so its lifesteal is better. What I like about Broodmother versus high cooldown heroes like Death Prophet is like, sure, with Death Prophet, you'll get that exorcism, you'll take a tower, you'll take an objective, but in that entirety of downtime, Brood has the entire map. Like, she can move from lane to lane. You can't really do much about it until your cooldowns are up.
Yeah, I think the script has been flipped. I think instead of a game where Falcons, they want to like chill and farm and get to their timings, I think they need to play fast. They need to make moves. They need to have, they need to be one setting the tempo, or this spider is going to ransack them.
And I feel like they don't have the best tools to actually catch her. Death Prophet is the AoE silence looked great prior to the Brood pick because all of these enemy heroes need to cast spells. But how are you going to lock down Brood and guarantee her death? Like, you almost need to buy an Atos or something so you can layer all of your disables. Is offlane Void going to have the setup and the disable to get kills on her? He's not a traditional offlaner, so it just seems kind of difficult.
No, I fully agree.
Nice. Nice.
His shirt even kind of says nice. Drink something, Snaking.
Hold. Oh.
Ooh! Anyone else? What the? Dude, he like turned his head. That's a new tech.
Really odd.
Great tech.
I've never seen somebody drink like that.
Doesn't have to move.
More side.
I think there's a big lesson here to hydrate well before you play a Dota 2 game, that's for sure. I think there's a lot of pressure on Falcons to do well, right? They open up with that Void Spirit, they put it on the offlane, so they clearly have a game plan in mind. They saved the quote-unquote reveal to the very end, which, let's be real, at this point, isn't really a reveal. We kind of were expecting that Void Spirit was going offlane. So they must have that plan in mind. How fast are they going to play here, we feel? Because you kind of have to put the pressure on PARIVISION this game if you're Falcons.
You do. You need to pop off on this Void Spirit if you're ATF. Your Death Prophet does not have the pop-off ability that you do. It's a very cooldown-dependent hero. You have to be the one.
Okay, let's see if they can be the one, or let's see if PARIVISION can 2-0 the Falcons. That's the question. That's going to be answered in game number 2.
The pressure is on for Team Falcons, but they've dealt with pressure before. The question is, will their style trump them here in Game 2? Because we heard from our panel, they're going to have to play a faster game of Dota 2 than we saw in Game 1.
Definitely equipped to do it here. They have some nice skirmishers, a lot of low cooldowns they can play around, a carry that can get active, and a support duo that should be able to hold the line a lot better than that Game 1. They are against another really cheesy last pick, though. I think that Naga did them really dirty in Game 1, and here we got a last pick Broodmother, a death sentence in some patches. On this one, who the hell knows? But Satanic is super comfortable with the hero, and I have to expect that if he ever gets to build up some spiderlings here, who is clearing that out? So the pick definitely looks very scary here as we go into another game where Pari have a lot of lane shove, a lot of team fight, and a scary last pick.
For me, it was the laning phase of Game 1. We had Amar picking up a Viper against a carry that he couldn't pressure.
Yep.
We had Sand King Maureen to give up that lane up against the Leshrac. No one did an excellent job of pushing him out and taking as much as he could out of the mid matchup. And they couldn't even really do much about the Tidehunter with compared up with the IO. So this time around, does Falcons have lanes that they can actually lean on? Or has PARIVISION managed to deflect that once again?
The lane should be better for them. Something that was interesting last game is we discussed backstage, like, why not put that Viper mid against the Lesh and the Sand King against the Naga, right? Why did they force those heroes into the roles, into the lanes that were the worst matchups? That game could have looked a lot different if they had swapped those cores around. Here they did a similar thing where they had a flex hero with this Void Spirit, so you have an option of who are you going to put against this Lesh. DP is a kind of good matchup against this hero. Like, you have to gap close on both sides, but in theory, DP is a hero that can outrange Lush a little bit. You siphon into him, you sustain, you can just bring him down with an overwhelming ultimate. That's kind of what you're looking to do. Exorcism is not a spell Lush enjoys playing into. He doesn't have early armor. You also did not want to send DP against Brood here. That is a death sentence for the hero over time. Sure. Void Spirit's going to fare a little better. You have a double melee lane against Veno. That's a little concerning, but you do have an all-in kill threat with the Tusk, which is one of the ways you can abuse this hero. I don't think the lanes are super convincing for Falcons. I do think they can maybe outskill Pari a little bit here if they really step up. But I think Pari's lineup looks easier to execute to me, and I favor it because they just outplayed them in game 1. Yeah, straight up.
Absolutely. I was a little doubtful of that draft in game 1. Certainly not going to question PARIVISION again because they were really cooking something in that game 1. Had the game well in hand by pretty much 5 minutes. It felt like it was already doomed for Falcons.
I also want to point out this Rubik Underlord. This is a lane we used to see a lot. I want to say like 3 or 4 years ago because it's a double damage reduction lane.
Yep.
This Rubik got buffed a lot. He got changed. This damage reduction now affects spell and attack damage.
Right.
So it also has a talent. You're going to get up to 36% reduction from this Fade Bolt going through. The Underlord aura also got buffed slightly. It's now up to 32%. So you're looking at what, 67, 65% reduction on average later in these fights for the right click coming through on a hero like Klinks.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty. I mean, adding in the spell reduction is just kind of crazy to me. I mean, this means that normally the bonus damage of the Clink through his Searing Arrows would be kind of fine against that damage reduction. But hit by a Fade Bolt, he's going to be feeling that real bad.
That's what I'm wondering. Some of these hybrid carries that used to do better against Rubik isn't that good anymore.
Right.
I really don't know. This change on paper seems super busted to me, and I expect to see a lot more Rubik because of it. He lost his magic resist, but he gained a lot more potential for the team.
Get into a battle here, managed to pull him back into the tag team. That is going to be your first blood. Going to Amar. Now, will Amar die here? Can Crit manage to get the deny? It's open there. Satanic pump fake. Who's going to outplay the other? Amar now going to make a run for it with the shell, and he's not going to die at all. Satanic would rather let Amar live rather than let the opportunity for Crit to get the deny. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Skeeter's already dead. Snake King will try and get the cleanup kill. It's core for core on the other side of the map. Snake King, oh, what a dive! Managed to make a play for the Lotus and gets that Lotus. He does not live for it.
Oh, he had Fairy, but 9 class also had one, so maybe a smart idea not to waste it here.
Yeah, better just die, keep the extra resources for the next round.
But a value Lotus to steal. You don't want that Lotus going Pari's way with the Underlord coming back in the lane. Rough lane for Skeeter early on. Nice for Falcons, they do get that all-in kill top. I think that's exactly how you want to play against the Veno. Just 100 to 0 it. Don't let him play this attrition lane. Your lineup does have that capability, though. Amar, he's going to stay up here. He's very low. This is painful to just linger in the lane like this. He did get a salve, so should be able to boost back up here if he can remove some of the DPS going into him. And the Equilibrium is in a really good spot for him right now. So that's why they didn't want to have to go to base here. You want to keep him on the lane while the Equilibrium's in a good spot. Sure. Get that juicy XP. Try and block the small camp stack. We'll get to it, so this will maintain position for this lane for a long time. Have to have a good start here. The Brood is going to be terrifying once the ult comes out, so you need to get as much now as you can and try and set Satanic back.
And these two are the guys to be able to get that initial jump on the Broodmother in the first place, right? These are your two initiators, both in one lane.
This is your entire catch for the entire game. So them having a good start will bring this lineup together for Falcons. Also have to start thinking about this level 6 mid. It's a very even lane right now, but Malrine has a slight edge. He's going to get to 6 at a pretty nice time. Maybe you have an opportunity to go mid with that Exo, try and find the kill on the Lesh with the Tusk plus DP, which is a super strong.
He's got a slight CS lead, but he's got a pretty massive net worth lead. He's a big chunk, 400 up on him.
Of course, it's a regen out of the Lesh. Now, this is going to be a nice opportunity for Falcons around this mid lane. The Tusk Death Prophet combo has been a classic forever. It's one of the best fours to roam into that DP lane. You lock people in to that Exo Siphon. You can also snowball save him to kind of reset the Siphon heal, get another one off. It's pretty nasty if you end up skirmishing into it. So I think this is a huge point of attack for Falcons this game. They need to get some value going there, especially with what happened game 1. I feel like no one just... I mean, what was it? That was like a pub for him, right?
Yeah, it kind of did look like it. Slowed down by the blood grenade. Skeeter going to be pulled back into the pit here. And try as you might from Snake King to stop the attacks from coming with the Fire Spirits. They will come through all the same. 9 class, the one to take the last hit.
Well, Snaking, you are the carry now.
Pretty much.
He is higher level. This is not what you want to see for your Clinks. He is suffering XP-wise by a large degree. CSing okay, but needs
Mar on the run here, but he's got no more spills left.
Yeah,
he is
done.
certainly dead. That is going to be a 4th kill out of PARIVISION and a 5th as Crit tries to make a move around that level 6 you were talking about. Maureen pops the Exorcism, but he's got nobody anymore.
Just died to the Edict behind the tower isolated. Kind of a poor move from Crit in the end.
Yeah,
Not
what happened?
expecting the Rubik to be there, but very aggressive nonetheless. Pays a big price. Yeah, I don't think Crit's happy with that kind of play. Like, he has done this kind of play with Tusk around a mid lane ult a million times. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a decade of that for him.
Especially on some of those old teams with Ovid, so gets to come back in here instantly.
Nice
though.
catch there. Managed to get the shard, blocking in 9 class. No one. He's going to try and threaten these supports. He's not going to save 9 class's life, nor will he be able to get a turn kill.
Exo
that
runs
just
out.
keeps the pressure on mid.
I guess the upside there is you used a lot of the Lesh's resources. He has nothing left to fight with. This should be this tower effectively gone. Either get it low enough and all in it, or you don't get it low enough so it's deniable. They're going to keep it out of deny range for now.
Amar will be the one to take the Wisdom Shrine, so he's struggling a little bit in experience. And he certainly can't be left alone in this lane for much longer.
Dire's middle tower.
So
He's
it'll go
through this
to,
weird period where he's not quite 6.
I think you have to give it to him here. It'll go to him and the Tusk. So the Phoenix misses out, but Snaking got all that extra XP bottom. So it kind of bounces out here. Much more even laning phase, though. Falcons will get to play some Dota this time around.
I feel like your 3, 4, and 5 are all so experience dependent. It really sucks that Amar's not having a good enough time in lane that he has to take the Wisdom Shrine away from his support.
It's starting to add up here. The Brood is just...
There's that level 6, and immediately the turnaround, though, with the tag team. Crit has made the call that they can fight this, but it's certainly not the case. Satanic is healing way too much. It's not even close, and Crit is just going to be the one to die for it.
There's no chance you're fighting that. There's a significant amount of lifesteal early on in the game. He has the web regen as well. Good luck. The Spider's going to start to build up here, and this is the real problem in this game. It's not, to me, it's... Yeah, the Brood's going to be a crazy carry later on, but who goes and clears these spiders and fights easily? Like, you don't have some hero... I mean, that's your best spell, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty pitiful.
It's looking a little grim up here.
And even with the support, Satanic's just not afraid whatsoever.
Dude, they have to bring 4 heroes, and they're going to get a Veno out of this, which it's something.
It's something, but it's not the Satanic Broodmother.
Exactly, and I think we're seeing the pressure that this hero is going to put on this lineup this game. You have to respond, you have to respect it. That's going to mean bringing a lot of numbers. That's going to open up opportunity for Pari around the map if they can utilize it. Already got a little bit of a victory with the Power Rune going no one's way, a regen for the Lesh. Continue to find these really nice runes. Orchid first for the Brood, so killer build here. The mana regen, you have to build some sort of mana regen item on this hero early. There's an Exo. Exo number 2 going into the tower.
And with the high levels of Crypt Swarm, she can at least kick some of the spiders out of here. So this is going to be PARIVISION just forfeiting another tower, it looks like. They are going to make a mass rotation to the other side of the map to try and equalize things, take a safe lane tower of their own.
Interesting they don't want to fight this because you do have the Fiend's Gate. So you could sit the Underlord bottom, make the smoke play top, and then connect. The Brood was very low on resources, though. That might have dissuaded them from taking that fight. And they were still missing ults on the supports. The Rubik just hit 6. Still missing the Veno 6, and that is a lot of their early team fight there. So they'll just trade it out, but more gold for Maureen, having himself quite a strong early game on this Death Prophet. He is the most farmed hero in this game, and he will be rushing the Raps. They learned from Game 1, Austin. They went backstage. I'm sure the first thing AUI said is, you guys need to buy more Raps, because that was ridiculous.
How many Raps are we going to be seeing in this game? Underlord's not going to go for it. He wants the Rod of Atos instead. Meanwhile, mid lane, Crit makes the initiation. 9 class is caught here. Here comes the big bad Underlord, though, with the pit caught onto 2. No one looks to run them down. Still, with a jump in from Amar, they've got a bit of damage. Maureen's not sure. Can I take this fight against no one or not? He's being burned out by the dive getting, but he has the damage to at least kill the opposing mid laner. He'll die for it, but it was all of PARIVISION's heroes showing up into this mid lane matchup. Skeeter arrives just a bit too late to have any impact.
It's not the worst outcome for the DP, considering you're stuck in that fight without Exo. It's usually, that can be a really rough moment, and you were outnumbered.
Skeeter saw something there. He thinks maybe I can get a cleanup kill, but it's already out of sight.
He just needs to get a fast SO this game, and then he can join these plays.
A fast SO and a fast shard, right? That's another tool that they would have to deal with the Broodmother.
The power of the DP, he gets a lot of damage done in this fight. Almost 3,000 damage coming out from Death Prophet here. 4 Crypt Swarms, triple Siphon, double Earn.
And the Underlord's just a big juice tank there. He's able to keep his HP pretty high through just siphoning up the Underlord if he wants in fights.
If you had a little bit more there, that's a really nice fight for Falcons. So how are you going to have to respect the Siphons going off?
Maybe a reason why they didn't want to contest for that safe lane tower.
Though they will be nice spells for the Rubik to steal. The Siphon on Rubik is absolutely nasty.
Yeah, combined with the extra AoE, it's pretty interesting.
He has level 4 Crypt Swarm right now. So some nice spells for this Rubik to steal in this game that are a little difficult to cover.
Yeah, what you do is Death Prophet. If you don't want to give up Spirit Siphon or Crypt Swarm.
Your best tool is you just silence Rubik, go on him, kill him early.
Sure.
You do not want to let him turn those plays around. So, yeah, Atos for the Underlord, kind of interesting.
Not a single Raps being built by PARIVISION this time around. Not for the Leshrac anyway. He's going Kaya for now.
A very strong departure from all the itemization in Game 1.
Yeah.
That seemed very patch-focused. You know, we're going to get the EHP up really early. We're going to tank up. We're going to take this game over, end it at the 30-minute mark. This seems a bit more spread across the board, fighting, skirmish.
Triple S, he can get out of here with just a TP, but is the damage already overwhelming him? He's making a run for it. Pit gets out of range and goes to the TP. They have no stunts to stop him.
Phase created as the smoke comes through. Oh, Lesh Rubik gonna find crit.
Oh, run right into him and telekinesis, kill him before he can even get a snowball off.
That's a lot of damage coming out. Level 4 Fade Bolt, level 4 Crypt Swarm. Do not want to skirmish this Rubik early.
Big burst.
Also, the CDR that comes out from Spell Steal now, really nice for these early skirmish spells. It adds up, right? If you get a 4th Crypt Swarm off instead of 3 in a fight, that's a big difference.
Sure.
As this gets leveled up. This change is also really powerful if you have.
There's a Rod of Atos. Rod of Atos into Pit and Snake King. He'll make a dive away, and he still has the HP. He's going to go for a TP out, so he will not have to use the Supernova.
That's nice. You want to keep these spells alive if you're Falcons. You need to find some objectives or team fights with the Exo and the Egg this game. Because you're not going to have a lot of interaction with Satan. He's going to continue to farm up. He's going to outfarm
Smoke
them.
Wrap, catching the Rubik immediately. Start off with silence, blow up the Rubik first. Got that kill. Now chasing after Triple S. He's going to gate.
No stuns available.
He's going to gate to mid, and yeah, Crit has nothing left in the tank.
Maybe you can take this bottom tower with the amp damage and the Exo.
Yeah, Malorine's going to pop it immediately.
So this will be the last level 1 Exo, but if he gets 3 tier 1s with all 3 of the level 1 Exos this game, he's pretty happy with that. As a Death Prophet, continuing to push up this net worth chart. Has the early Raps, has the Legion Shield. He's pretty tanky here.
And in a timing where they still have their off-lane tower, and the Wisdom Shrines are going to spawn in 15 seconds. PARIVISION, what are you going to do here? They don't seem in position to take either one. Okay, they're going to TP back. They're going to defend their own. And with the Exorcism dying out soon, it's not a fight Falcons feel confident taking.
They got another smoke out of them, though.
Yeah, they read the situation, saw the smoke.
It's a lot of early smokes here for Pari. Interesting if they'll have some later on for some of those Roshans.
Are they ones really that have to set the tempo in the first place, right? Don't PARIVISION just kind of sit back largely for the most part, let this Broodmother get nice and fat?
Yeah, you want to play around Satanic's timings this game. I think Game 1 was a lot about no one on that Lesh with the IO pair. He's driving that game. Every time he gets an item, you feel super strong. In this game, it's going to be a lot more about the Brood. Keeping heroes stunned around the Brood, giving him some support auras, making space for him in the fight. He's going to deal a lot of damage. He's going to scale really well here. He also doesn't want to be the first point of contact. That's the biggest thing for Party. You don't want Falcons jumping your Brood early or at the start of a fight. You need to let him come in with all the spiders and just clean up.
Got him on the Orchid. Snowball pickup. And that probably means the Tusk is dead. Can Amar get out? Makes a step away. Hits him with the Remnant. And another step gets some distance there. So Crit gives up his life to bail out his offlaner Amar.
Oh, that's worth it. Keep this Void Spirit on the map. Keep Amar in the game. Also going Raps now. So the Rap advantage will go Falcons' way this time around.
Okay. Win for the early Yules, which will help against the the Orchid, but it does also mean you may just get set up like there's still telekinesis and split earth that can catch you on the come down from Yules.
I think it's just about having another stun in the lineup. Their stuns are very limited. They need more lockdown. You need to keep heroes in place and controlled so they don't just TP out on you. The Clinks and TP can actually chase them down. Like, you don't want to end up in a position where you have to go Atos or Yules on TP here. You want Malrine to buy whatever he feels is going to scale the hardest and keep him in this late game. Does have level 2 Exo available.
It is interesting, by the way, they're taking advantage of the double earn potential. Telekinesis tossed back into the pit once again. Here comes the Yules, but he's still going to come down and be pitted.
Yeah, nothing
he's
to
just
do.
dead. Like, I can see it, the Yules, and like why he would want it, but there is going to be a lot of counters when it comes to the self Yules, at least.
The pit is really annoying for Falcons lineup this game. It's a strong Underlord game. Especially if Triple S gets the 4s. He has Crimson Pipe.
Oh, look at this play. With Desto and Exorcism, they're going to sneak in a Roshan here.
This is super, super fast. You have Tag Team, Deso, Exo level 2, and you have a Shield Rune in Malrine's bottle. So he feels invincible right now. He's absolutely the strongest hero in the game.
And Fire Spirits make sure that Roshan doesn't do any damage to you in the first place. So
the only downside for Falcons here is DP is one of the worst Aegis carriers out of mid.
Sure. They give it to the Clinks, who is not one of the best carries with an Aegis
Yeah,
either.
it's like,
so.
is Aegis doing a lot for you? Not really, but you are accelerating the game. If anything, you kind of want to Void Spirit this game, honestly.
Yeah.
To Amar.
Wonder when Crit is going to pick up the Shard and get drinking buddies for himself. Because it does feel like a very good... Like, he's going to have to play both Initiation, but it also feels like a lot of times he's going to have to play safe for these heroes. Pull them out of the pit or Snowball save them.
I could see it being nice this game. The armor is actually quite nice with lineup because they have a lot of squishy, high damage heroes that don't buy a lot of early armor. You can Drinking Buddies them up. Like 10 armor on DP is amazing. It's one of the best heroes to armor up.
Here comes the Orchid, and yeah, Amar knows, okay, what do I do here? I self-Yules, I'm just going to get pitted on the come down, so he's caught. Rod of Atos even just to ensure it.
They have really had his number, not letting him get this lane out against the Brood, and no one else can go up here against the Brood, so that duty falls to him every time.
Feels like two very different ways that they're just canceling out Amar's impact. They leave him at a ghost lane initially in game 1, and now they're just killing him over and over again.
They've really neutered him here in this series. They're going to start to converge on
the duo continues. Another pit, another telekinesis, Rod of Atos if needed.
Man, that chain stun is just nasty. You need 4 stabs here at some point if you're Falcons, some way to get out of the Underlord's AoE control.
Look how fast Satanic is taking this tier 2.
Getting to the point in the mid-game where this Brood is taking a lot of real estate and starts to pose the question towards Falcons, do you have the catch to find me?
I think they do not.
It looks rough. You can scout him a little bit with this Clinks. If Skeeter's confident going up here in terms of where are their sentry obs traps, but Pari have been on point with it. They are putting up defensive traps to scout this Clinks if he ever invades the Brood's area. There's just no ability to set up on Satanic right now. You can always gate into him if the play comes.
9 class now has Skeleton Walk, so he's going to be running around the map invisible too, which is just perfect for 9 class.
Oh, he's in his element right now.
That's right.
Getting a little ward action on top of it.
Trying harder and harder to catch Satanic here. Skeeter's trying to scout things out. Amar's just running through some Venomancer wards.
This is the risky play. Trying to scout this Brood with the Clinks. High reward, high risk.
They have the sentry there already in place. He's immediately going to be Orchided in some trouble. Amar does manage to get a nice step forward. Dekalis is going to die immediately. And the Clinks is already gone once. He's going to come back and make a run head for the hills. He's got to get out of here. But no one. He's going to track him here with the Diabolic Heat. And they got him on the dust as well. He's going to die twice. Falcons try way too hard. The pressure is beginning to make them crack.
It's what the Brood's designed to do. Make you feel like the map is unplayable.
Taking on the way out. 1 for 3.
Such a risky play, and all of that is way too easy to set up because you have that sentry obs in that top lane. Just scouts all that movement going to that upper jungle to try and contest the Brood, and you pay a massive price.
Straight to the other side of the map to take a quick Tormentor while there is 0 threat. Sandwich Brood, says Satanic. We're not going to catch him sleeping.
The other issue with that play is that's a play that DP just cannot join. And she is your strongest hero right now. If you're playing through somebody as Falcons, it has to be Maureen on this Death Prophet. That's not an area of the map he can confidently go into and take a fight. He's level 15 already. I mean, he's having himself a beast of a game here. You have to find ways to use it.
Well, Falcons, they kind of seem to be settling in for, especially after that failed pickoff.
Oh, they're just going to farm now.
Yeah.
You have one shot at that. And if you blow it, you're going to feel like you're behind. You're not going to be able to go back up there. So,
which Maureen is probably going to feel terrible about. He was having a pretty good game, and now what do? You've already taken all the tier 1 towers. Your team probably doesn't feel like they want to get aggressive.
You
just
can
sit back and farm.
You do have Tusk Blink. This gives you some more aggressive potential to bring the DP into the play. Smoke into Pari, just jump somebody, EXO, run in. Does have Yasha Kaya, so he's pretty high move speed already. Even with the treads, he's still sitting around 460 on this DP. That's enough to close the gap.
Looking mid, makes the initiation off the step. Couldn't get the dive fast enough away. Here comes Crit, though. Tried to catch Leshrac, didn't get him inside the shard. And now the response from the Underlord, and Maureen is left with nothing to siphon onto.
He has to find something.
I mean, they're going to run after Dakalis. This is going to be a bit of a stretch, but they are going to try and get this one kill. They're running into Satanic Jungle area. The Broodmother, they don't get the kill, and now they're in trouble. Pulled back in. This Death Prophet has to fight her way
Even
out,
deeper.
chasing F. Yeah, they're just in on deep. Dakalis turns and comes back in to give him the poison, knowing that Maureen is going to die for all this.
Ran out of siphons. They used so many early. Done for the second half of this fight, and now Falcons are in big trouble.
The Supernova is the only thing that is protecting these two Falcons cores, and Skeeter cannot get out. He gets bursted down. Snake King can't get away. 9 Class jumps after him with the stolen step and finds a 4th kill for PARIVISION.
Falcons are getting outplayed hard in this series. PARIVISION are playing the map better. They're utilizing the last pick in the draft better. And they're just outclassing him in these team fights. The way they're kiting it out, playing the distance game perfectly. I think the Tusk Punch went onto the Rubik as he jumped out.
Yeah, what was that? He like
he Astral Step dodged it, so you didn't have Punch on the Lesh, which really hurt you in this chase. And look at the kiting here. Like, they're just wasting all of Maureen's siphons early before fully engaging with the Brood.
Yeah, he gets like 1 second of siphon there on no one. They outrun the snowball turn.
And he has nothing left here.
Yep.
Sustain. They're still kiting him out. Shard's kind of blocked the Brood there, but now you kite out the egg, right? You're still waiting to engage. Satanic waiting for his moment. Just perfect gameplay in this team fight.
Ghost Scepter, great choice there from no one as well. Made him a lot tankier. Has the full out Krella's Croizet now. So he's a beefy boy.
It's a nice little like mini nihilism type item for this hero.
Exactly.
Be able to run in, be Ghost Scepter, and ignore a lot of the Clink's physical. Still deal a lot of damage, so I like the idea.
Slows down the restoration of the Death Prophet as well. Well, this is going to be a Broodmother game through and through at this point in time. BKB, really nothing to touch him. Like, what is it? They got to blink punch him, and then what? Once he gets off BKB, he's untouchable. Can't do anything with shards. He's just going to web walk over it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This is a very scary point in this game for Falcons.
And the map gets constricted. Once again, 9 Class getting the quick little jump in, telekinesis, and snowball save on 2 different heroes that are quite low. They're going to come back in and just immediately die. Tries to make a dive away. Snake King still going to be in some trouble as the poison is on him.
That's just high ground.
Yeah.
This Rubik is doing so much work in terms of setup this game, especially with some random spells like the Skeleton Walk, the Astral Step. It's increasing 9 Class's range by a huge margin, and Falcons they're not ready for it.
And again, 9 Class finding the opening. Not expecting the extra mobility on this Rubik. And telekinesis tossback is all it takes because PARIVISION up 16,000 net worth will crush Falcons in any team fight.
This has been an extremely one-sided series.
Yeah.
Pari just had their number in multiple ways. The draft, the map, the team fighting, the itemization, it's just all felt better here. Even the laning, right? I don't think we really saw Falcons win either laning phase. They got crushed in game 1. This one was closer, but wasn't convincing by any degree. Now you're down to racks. I mean, your best play now as Falcons is you have to use this next EXO, secure yourself Roshan, and try and swing it off the back of that. You will not have Death Prophet BKB for that fight.
Skeeter's sitting on no Desto charges. He's gotten one kill so far.
Does have the shard, does have Dragon Lance.
Snake King, who had been farming so peacefully for the first 20 minutes of the game, had a relatively early Spirit Vessel level 10. Now he's still sitting on that vessel and is yet to hit level 12.
It's not the part of the map you can go to.
Nope, that's going to be entirely controlled by the Broodmother. Everything else is under the territory of this Underlord Leshrac. They can be anywhere on the map.
Oh, Mar, he might get caught in. No, he gets out of time. Okay. He saved somebody there, but the map is shrinking so fast.
Yeah, caught on the left side of the map, caught on the right side, barely escape in the mid lane. There is nowhere you can go to farm at this point. Just a couple of camps, that's really all the control they've got. And certainly zero control over the Roshan pit. PARIVISION seems like they can take at their leisure. Satanic may make the call that he wants to get Butterfly first, but we'll see.
They have an Axe coming in for the Underlord as well. That's even more control around that pit. Closing in on the Lesh Shivas. These are just huge items. You have to contest the Roche. There's no way you can just give this up.
Well, they're not going to. They think that BKB on Death Prophet is a must-have, perhaps.
That might be true, but I think this is also a must contest.
Yeah.
There it is. Does have it.
Yep, but here, too late. They start pushing out towards the Roshan pit. Well guarded by Triple S. He's going to be in position here. They can kind of block things off with the shards, perhaps. A shield rune, keeping the last rank very healthy. Nice telekinesis toss back there from 9 class. And the throws, Supernova's going to be popped, but Satanic popped to BKB and just goes to work. And they don't have enough to threaten Satanic.
Oh, he got
physical
siphoned.
damage of both the Exorcism and the Clinks are just not doing nearly enough.
You're not killing that, man.
Trying to outrun the Broodmother and go for the backline cores. Another telekinesis save. Malrine does what he can, does damage, gets no kills.
He knows he's fully committed in that fight. The Siphon Steal on Rubik means you're never even killing that lone support. A last salvo from Falcons here in an extremely dominated series.
We talked about this backstage a little bit. The Rubik, that telekinesis save is going to be way better with the increased AoE. Look how far he was able to throw him.
That's boom. That's just full force staff, and it's pretty fast. So
yeah.
Absolutely bailing this Underlord out from a lot of single target DPS. Unfortunately, you have no stuns to throw into the Brood here to protect the egg as the Tusk goes down. He's your only one. Siphon on Siphon. I don't even know if 9 class had to throw himself away there.
Yeah, he was actually far enough away, but still, the extra touch. Leaving Malrine with absolutely nothing. All they got out of that was the Leshrac. That's what Skeeter managed to cobble together, and that does get him Crystallis and halfway to Daedalus.
He's also just not able to heal that much on the DP.
Yeah, no. Not in this game, not in this situation. Broodmother makes that pretty easy. Makes that kill on Snake King look simple as 1, 2, 3. They do have links on the other side. Managed to kill the Underlord. That's something.
Yeah,
but Satanic is apparently not concerned that he's missing an offlaner. Takes a tier 3 and forces a buyback out of Snake King.
Got 3 minutes on this Aegis.
If they can manage to get to Daedalus, I don't know if that actually changes things too much.
This is a 5-on-4 technically. That's why Falcons are trying to find something. They just don't have Exo for 5.
I mean, Satanic does have Aegis, so, and he is strong enough for, I think, 2 or 3 heroes. This might actually just be PARIVISION being the stronger of the two, even without the Underlord.
They also had Underlord buyback, so
that's true.
Gotta be a little wary there.
To a future of grief. To a future of grief.
No one having a good time with the voice lines because they are quite happy, and it's Falcons currently having their game 3. PARIVISION up 25,000 net worth. Again, just a monstrous net worth lead by insane. 30 minutes.
The GPM they've extracted in the series is ridiculous.
Making the map small for Falcons, who are normally able to play all 3 lanes all the time, farm up some of the jungle, but here, they're left with a pittance.
Daedalus for the Clinks, that's the biggest item you're going to get in this game, probably, in terms of the damage upgrade, and you need as much damage as you can get right here.
Yeah.
It's just not cutting through the butterfly.
The other cores have nothing. Telekinesis tossed back on the Death Prophet, trying to get the BKB out of him, and they got it. Satanic, he has a poke at him, just a little bit of a damage test, see what he can do to the Death Prophet during BKB.
Well, now you just do that again.
Exactly, right? The next time you telekinesis toss back, what is Falcons going to do? Well, they're going to try and make the initiation first. Nightclass already tries to make the jump, does hit that telekinesis. So wrap around with the amp damage, though. They managed to make the jump with the speeder amp damage. They've already killed Nightclass, now looking at the Underlord, but he's got a Ghost Scepter. They can't even kill the Underlord.
Gotta
They
get
get
something
the Death
here.
Prophet, and all they give up is a Rubik.
Come on.
No one barely outside of the range. Skeeter just gets run down by the gate. The Aghanim Scepter stops him in his tracks. A basher for the Broodmother, and still a minute on the Aegis. This is going to be another lane of barracks, if not full-out megas with 55 seconds left for the Clinks.
Just absolute destruction.
Series not close at all. These two teams were not evenly matched whatsoever. It seems PARIVISION have come up with some much better ideas. Oh, he jumped back into the pit. Self-fuels, still stuck in the pit. Snowball still stuck in the pit. You ain't going nowhere. GG is called, and PARIVISION, just like that, make short work of Falcons.
Oh, there will be no repeat here at Birmingham for them as they'll make a swift exit. Pari way too prepared today. They were better in the drafts, better on the map, better in the team fights, better in the laning, better in the itemization. Did I leave anything out? I mean, it's just across the board.
Just better all around.
Yeah, they're just better today. I don't even think Falcons can argue it. Like, this is... Maybe you're sometimes, better in one area, worse in others. You get a little outplayed. This was just absolute outclass. So that's definitely some confidence for Pari going further in this tournament in terms of are our ideas working? Yeah, they're working quite well.
Yeah, very, very well indeed. I mean, talking about a team that is, had a little bit of a roster shuffle, new offlaner, new coach, new patch.
This is the best they've looked, I think.
Absolutely.
Since that, I mean, really confident in our ideas. It almost blended some of their old ideas where they gave Satanic like a map control hero and played away from him, but he's still creating a problem you have to address. I like that aspect of it. They had some global mobility. They had crazy catch on 9 class. Everything came together.
All right, well, let's go to the main stage. We got Flax on stage with 9 class.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for 9 class! Ah, the roar of the crowd. Very nice. Thank you, Birmingham. And 9 class, incredible game there. That's really fun to watch. Just busted new heroes. You seem to only pick the OP stuff every single time, the weirdo OP stuff. Did it feel pretty good to play on the main stage with these kind of new crazy heroes?
Yeah, it's super good to play at front of crowd. So, yeah, I missed it from TI, and it was like 6 months, and now we're back.
Yeah, and the crowd loves having you back, am I right? All right. Let's talk a little bit about Io. This hero looked absolutely busted in your hands. Obviously, you're carrying the old man, no one on the Leshrac, but it was a lot of the Io plays, huh? Do you think you're ever going to get this hero again?
I think no. We back to TI meta when the enemies should ban my heroes, or I don't know. This Io broken, I think.
But a lot of pros have been saying that Rubik might be super broken as well, of course, besides Doom, who has been banned every single game. Rubik seems super, super strong. Did it feel good in your hands?
Yeah, it's Rubik. You have save, you have magic physical reduction now. It's just good hero, yeah. If you play good, it's with hero good.
Okay, if you play good, the hero is good. Very surprising. Thank you so much, 9 class. Now, I do have to ask, you guys seem extremely prepared to face off against Falcons. You knew what they were going to do. You did extremely well against them. What was the prep going into this? Were you looking to take them out?
What? I don't know. We just played our game, and Papi prepared like drafts, and we're not like super prepared to Falcons. We just we know Io Lesh, we will destroy them. We know Rubik, good hero with Underlord. We're just playing our Dota.
So you didn't even care. You just destroyed the guys who just won Birmingham last. You don't even care? It was just another team?
Yeah. I don't care.
God damn! All right! Hell yeah! All right, any words out there for the fans? Obviously, you said it's a big deal. A lot of PARIVISION fans out there that I've talked to personally today. Any words out there for the 9 class lovers?
Thank you for your support. Last time in Birmingham, I was top 3 in our team. So I will try to reach more this time.
No, that wasn't good, and I will try. Tell them that you are taking this home, 9 class. You will win this. Just a lot. What? Okay, great. All right, well, top 3 for sure. Thank you so much, 9 class. We'll let you go. We'll go back to the panel.
Oh, PARIVISION is looking so scary here on the stage. This was just another game where they get a strategy out that is like, okay, you know, this is good in this patch. We're just gonna play our Dota, and it's once again, Quentin, they just do it.
Yeah, this was dominant. There's no other way to put it. And I think this is a draft that looks more cohesive, and they showed it. They just ran them over. This game was not close at all. Slack said it's the previous Birmingham winners, and they made them look like a pub stack of 4Ks. This is crazy.
Yeah, it also forces Falcons to have to go through Dream League qualifiers because they cannot get any more points out of this ESL One Birmingham. And correct me if I'm wrong, Purge, but does this mean that PARIVISION is undefeated on this patch?
Yeah, that sounds about right, because they had a bunch of wins that one day, the tiebreaker day, right?
They did.
They're sitting really good. And it feels like Satanic is a Satanic when he joined the team, which was like, he's going to pick some random hero. It's the perfect hero for the game, and he's going to outplay everybody. On the last patch, it got a little stale. He was picking heroes that everybody expected. Yeah. They knew how to play against it. They knew how to punish that. He didn't get to do his special sauce stuff like we just saw there.
Yeah, Satanic's pockets are deep when it comes to heroes, and it's easy to forget that when metas become very established and all of a sudden you see, okay, that one patch he played Terrorblade every game and Morphling. Oh, another patch where he has to play carry DK like every game. Oh, another patch where we see Satanic on Bristleback like every game. That's not the case with this one. We saw his Naga Siren, we saw his Broodmother. He has so many heroes that he climbed the pubs with, and he got his ranking that got him scouted to Yellow Submarine. So many heroes that he's capable of playing, and I'm just glad that PARIVISION are willing to give their players what they're feeling.
Yeah, it's spooky. Of course, in the first game, Falcons was aware of what PARIVISION was going to do. They banned the Rubik. They banned the Nature's Prophet because they knew, and then they couldn't ban those in the second game. And then at some point, you're going to run out of bans.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you play against a team that, to be honest, is just outclassing you. You feel like there's a million holes in your boat. You got to roll with duct tape, but there's too many holes. You can't cover all the holes, and that's how it is with these bans. They're banning everything they can, but PARIVISION is honestly just the better team today. It was not close.
It was not close. On the receiving end of PARIVISION's aggression was Team Falcons, and for the final words of Falcons, we're going to head over to Slacks, who's standing by with Snaking.
We're great. Are you guys good? Oh. Hello, everybody. Yes, we are here with Snaking. Snaking, thank you guys so much for coming in. I know that it sucks to do exit interviews, but they send you because you're the most professional and you give the best answers and you're so handsome and cool. So let's talk a little bit about that series, unfortunately. I mean, can't feel great coming out of it. What do you think happened?
Honestly, it's a bit of a blur for me personally. I didn't play very well. I think I could have played a lot better, and I'm disappointed in myself. So, it's a shame.
It is a shame. You got a lot of fans in the crowd. I mean, but not to give you a little bit of copium, but it is, new patch, all that. I'm sure you guys worked very hard, but maybe with some time, it will be a big improvement, I would assume.
I mean, hopefully so. I think we just have to find what exactly we want to do. I think today we was a bit off. Our synergy in the second game definitely didn't work very well. I think the game was 50-50, and then we just kind of lost control.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, it was a very tough competition. A lot of guys on fire this tournament. With you being so educated in the scene and so intelligent on these teams, who do you think will be taking it from here?
I think Tundra probably has the best chance of winning this tournament. I think they're in good shape and have good understanding of the patch, so they're probably the favorites.
Okay, very well. And since PARIVISION was able to knock you out, would you like to provide the other teams with information to sabotage them to make sure that they cannot make it? Is there anything that you would like to say, one word? You don't have to answer that. You do not have to answer that, but you can.
No.
Okay, great. All right, consummate professional as always. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give it up for this GOAT who takes the exit interview every single time? We love you, Snay. Please torture Skeeter and make him do one of these one time. I would really love to see someone cry again on one of these, and I bet he's a crier, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll get tears next time. Thank you, guys.
Tears next time, but this time, I mean, it's still all smiles. You got to respect the opposition there as well and focus on yourself for the next one. But for us, we were going to focus on just how PARIVISION did it this time around, because it was once again very dominant. Still, a very different strategy that PARIVISION went for compared to that first game.
Yeah, I mean, that first game was really all about the IO and Lesh, and while this game was very dependent on the Lesh being able to burst the Death Prophet, it was, for me, really about that last pick Broodmother. The last pick Broodmother created so many problems for Falcons to deal with. It was strong on lane versus the Void Spirit. It exploited the high cooldowns of Death Prophet, where it was able to take the entire map. He just farmed so quickly, and they didn't have a great way to fight into him. And as that game progressed, you could feel Satanic becoming scarier and scarier, and it didn't really seem like they had counterplay to this.
Yeah, the Orchid was really effective as well against Void Spirit. It forces him to use defensively, but every time that he does that, Pit of Malice is there to guaranteed catch him afterwards. So it basically turned this like supposed to be cool offlane hero who's evasive into just a problem in your draft. So, and it gave them gap close and movement speed. He could run wherever the heck he wanted to in the fight. They didn't have good disable against him. It was such a great last pick.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, this series just highlights to me the difference between when a team is in the zone, when a team is clicking, and everyone is synergizing with each other, compared to when a team is just off. You could feel it. Falcons are just off today, and PARIVISION was super on. They trust each other, and everything they did just felt natural. There was no weird forced moves. It was just, they're just doing good stuff all the time. It felt almost flawless in the way that they kind of just had control the whole time.
Yeah, I'm just surprised with how much of a change it's been since their group stage performances and when the patch came out. Like, this patch was a godsend for them, and they're exceeding our expectations too. They've come in with ideas that we weren't even theory crafting when we were talking about 9 class. Nobody talked about Io when we were theory crafting what heroes he'd bring out.
Yeah, it is. It's been a really good patch for PARIVISION for sure. And in this game, Purge, what stood out most to you?
The stuff that I wanted to look at had to do mostly with the pressure on the map that PARIVISION did. I mean, at this point in the game, 9 minutes in, Malorine on the Death Prophet, it's a strong hero. He went for a fast Vessel. That gives him kill potential, more damage, raw HP, all things you want. And Cryptstorm looks great here. If he hits 3-man Cryptstorms like this, he's doing 900 damage, he's tanking the whole team. And this is the glory of Death Prophet, is at this point in the game. But eventually, it's going to start falling off a little bit. Here we are, 15 minutes into the game. Omar does some like side lane ganks, but look how vulnerable he is to these ganks here. The Orchid, the Pit of Malice, he's just a vulnerability. He's somebody on the map that can die. And this is when they started getting their net worth lead, when they're getting kills like this here. Here's a Aegis fight. Falcons slightly behind. The first death for Clinks was not difficult for him to get much done there. Then they're going to see Void Spirit try to escape. Same thing, Pit of Malice, damage over time, stealing spells to kill him, and even no one ends up catching Skeeter on the escape as well. Edict is going to spot him too, so they just started getting more and more gold advantage. And the Death Prophet, who looked decently strong before, is kind of just a vulnerability here. You can like delay his death, but he doesn't do that much damage. His disable is starting to get countered by BKBs and auras and things like that. So their draft just kind of fell off. I wasn't super inspired by the Death Prophet items. They were fine, but it just wasn't the perfect hero to win them the game.
Yeah, I mean, DP against Brood is just a horrific matchup. I guess time passes, you can't do anything. He kites all of your spells, he lifesteals through your damage. It's just, this matchup is a joke eventually.
Yeah, it was a rough one for Falcons. And we talked earlier a little bit about how there's a lot of teams that come up with their own ideas, and how there's a lot of teams that try to see what other people are doing and doing well, and are like, that's something that I'm going to use. Do you think Broodmother is going to be one of those, Quinn, that we see here come out? Or was this very specific? As I know you wanted to take a little bit of a closer look at the carries.
Yeah, I wanted to look at Satanic versus Skitter, because I think Satanic, since the patch, I agree with Mir, he really has shown a lot. I think he's been getting to play more of his heroes. And I also agree with the way they've been drafting. They've been going back to the previous style, which is just last pick Satanic's hero. Just don't think about anything else. They prioritize second pick in this game, and they give him the last pick both times. And I think it really shown. I think he is the best player on this team to give last pick to, and I think he is the player that shines whenever you give him all the tools. I don't think he's a first pick player. He's not the kind of guy who wants to play in countered matchups. He wants the best possible game matchup. And I think with the new patch, it lets him dig into his brain bank of all the good matchups, of all this is the best hero against that hero. And I think you can see it here. Like, Broodmother is something that I think other teams could try, but it looks so great here because he picked it in such a perfect game. And I think that, lends itself to Satanic's excellence in this series, because I agree, he looked like the Satanic of old, the kid that drops on the scene. Everyone's like, holy crap, how can we beat this guy? He's too good.
And good news for everyone, we're going to continue to see him sip some tea during the draft, potentially. that turned out to be it as well, as PARIVISION does move forward. Now, they are not the ones that still have to play today in the lower bracket, but we're going to take a look at the bracket and see where it does put them, because their opponent is already known, because it's going to be Aurora that dropped down to the lower bracket yesterday. And that seems like a tough matchup as well, Parj.
Yeah, I mean, every single team that's left is amazing, frankly. We're looking at top 6 now of a 16-team tournament, so getting to the end, I mean, you got to beat these teams if you want to get through, and after watching PARIVISION do what they just did, I have a lot of hope for them. They looked on fire. Like, I could see them upsetting Aurora Gaming right now, and I don't think I would have believed that at the start of the day.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely. Like, they've just powered up so much with this new patch, and you can see it on their faces as well. Like, they look happy, they look excited to play. In their interviews, they sounded so confident, and they're the kind of team where, even though Aurora has been excelling this entire tournament, how do you really prepare to draft against PARIVISION? Because nobody knows what they're going to pick until the day that they pick it. Yeah. With other teams, they're still picking along the same, maybe one or two new bands sprinkled in, maybe a new hero sprinkled in, but it's been Beastmaster. It's been Bristleback, it's been Phoenix.
Now, there was one big question mark we had at the start of this series, in particular in regards to PARIVISION, because new on the stage was Triple S Quinn.
Yeah, he is very much new to the stage. We talked about it being his first major, his first LAN performance, and I think he knocked it out the park. I think he's been playing amazingly, and I think he's really crucial to the way this team plays, right? They got what they consider to be more of the typical off-runner, right? DM plays sort of the situational weird heroes. SSS plays all the standard stuff. They pick him as hero early. He gets countered, and he doesn't care. Both times he got countered, and he owned anyway, and I think if they keep playing like this and SSS keeps playing like this, I could see them make a run all the way through and win the entire tournament. I genuinely think that is not even a stretch, and that is rare, that you see a team go from the state they were in the group stage, which was a travesty, to the state they are now, which is looking insanely strong, maybe bordering on unbeatable so far, right? They haven't lost the game since the patch.
Yeah, potentially also extra good for Triple S that with 9 class, the way he says it, we're going to go back to, you got to ban 9 class heroes, otherwise you lose. And if you are banning 9 class heroes, it means that Triple S can get his Tide, can get his Underlord, no problem.
He's been able to get, like, good heroes for the game, honestly. Like, he got some little response. They pick Underlord. Maybe it looks a little bit goofy, but good against the Void. It synergizes with the Rubik to reduce the damage that the enemy squad is doing. Like, he's just doing staple stuff. He's not getting stressed out. And generally, when players like this start off on their new LAN and have a couple good games, it usually carries them for the whole tournament. It might not last for months or something, but to have one good tournament under your belt is going to do so much for your nerves long term.
Yeah, it's looking good for PARIVISION. If it continues, we'll of course have to find out tomorrow morning when they're going up against Aurora, see if they can continue their success. For now, we're going to see if other teams can continue their success. We're going to have a break, and of course things are going to happen here in the arena. No worries for that. But after that, more Dota here for ESL One Birmingham with Xtreme Gaming taking on Team Spirit.
When the dead gods slaughtered a monastery, one angry acolyte survived, the Anti-Mage. He swore to eradicate all magic, leaving a blood-soaked path in his wake. But even a path of endless vengeance leads somewhere. And for the Anti-Mage, it led straight to her. You voted for Wei, but to understand the apprentice, we must first know the mentor. In Tales from the Lore Keeper, Wei, Part 1. Brought to you by DHL.
with it, then smell you later. I've been breaking my back, giving all of myself. Never count me out, I know it all too well. Like hearing the voices so loud, blocking out all the sound. I can never slow down until I take the crown. Until I take the crown. I was never looking down, had these real big dreams, trying to hear that crowd. Think of my family, I wanna make them proud. Can't hear my haters, guess they ain't that. Hearing the voices so loud, blocking out all the sound. I can never slow down until I take the crown. Until I take it.
and I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action. Getting to the top and I do it with force. Every day fresh when I'm dripping in sauce. My destination, I'm staying on course. Yeah, right on track. They wanna test me, I've been through wars. Never boxed in, I've been breaking down walls. For my whole team, I've been opening doors. Run that back. Getting paid, been doing my thing. I stay fly, it's like I got wings. I'm on top and I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action.
Oh my god.
Getting paid, been doing my thing. I stay fly, it's like I got wings. I'm on top and I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action.
In our days we stumble, yeah. No direction, we ain't for nowhere, we ain't for nowhere. Nowhere is our home. Cast out, chosen rejects, we are one. Nameless. We are without name. Yep. Nowhere is our home. Scream so loud, the silence breaks. Scream so loud, the silence breaks.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time once again for the DHL Drop, baby! Woo! That is right, my friends. We are gonna have the DHL Drop once again. We're gonna look at our creative signs. We're gonna see who did the best job, and the winner will get a very special prize. It is a golden ticket to join us on grand finals to see who will win the mega prize on the Super Drop. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the signs. How you guys doing? You ready? Fantastic. All right, I'm going to review some signs here. Let's see what we got. Greed is good. Very good. Yatoro, Dota2Ireland.com. What's it like being the only Irish Dota player?
We're doing a LAN party in 3 weeks' time in Belfast.
You know,
come.
I'm sure, yeah. You get even more drunk than here. Thank you, my friend. Absolutely. All right. BKB has an active question mark. My carry dying at 50 minutes, no buyback. I think they had vision there. So true. So true. Absolutely. Oh, this is nice. Wind Ranger is trash. Very nice. Violence there. I love it. You're sucking up to me, and that always works. Well done. All right, nice picture there. A Pudge theme one. Lick it like Largo. You don't have to ask me twice. All right, Ari, you have my heart. Lena's feet. Hello, it's so good to see you. Hello. All right. Make Techie's great again. What does Slack's feet smell like? Punches fourth chin. You're so right. You're so right. Thank you so much. Electricity. Oh, if that was Tsunami, you would have won. All right, Birmingham Beer. Quinn, meet me at the 1v1. Where is the Kobold? This is a pretty good sign. The real NPC to MVP. That is a good Kobold. That is very good. Say what, Satanic? Oh, the Largo Bruh. Ah, beautiful. Legion Commander Jungle. Not again. Get out of here, dude. Nobody likes that again. Boo. I heard one boo and I agree. What is the best feud in Dota 2? And they're flipping. Tusk versus Bristleback. Absolutely true. Oh my God, look at that. They made a Tusk versus Bristleback. Oh, okay, that's pretty tough. All right. What does Slacks know about the Hoodwink website? Thank you so much for coming. You can't be Satanic, there you go. Fantastic. Hello, are we streaming here? What is this?
It's just video for
just our home log.
Okay.
It's like you can win on the lose, you can win on the left, you can lose on the right, and vice versa.
Okay, well, we only have one broadcast here, so I'll have to ruin yours. All right, I just said a nasty little word there, so they can't use it. I was stupid, and this guy, do you two know each other?
Yeah.
Who is this stupid guy?
My best friend.
Aww. I don't think you're stupid. What's your favorite hero? Yeah, this guy's stupid. What's your favorite hero?
Yeah, the sign might be true.
Oh, no. Well, keep thinking about it. We'll come back to you. Don't worry. Smells like Team Spirit. Love it. Oh, nice Kez here. Beautiful. Why Kez? All right, very good. With the outfit as well. All right, well, crowd, I've got some finalists here for you. I'm going to need your help. Excuse me, Lena Speed, could you please come up to the front, please? All right. Everybody's here! All right. Crowd, I need your help on this one. I've got 3 for you, and I need your applause to find out. Do you guys think it should be the Largo fans? Largo! Yeah. Should it be the custom 3D printed Tusk and Bristleback Fight Club? And should it be King Lena's Feet?
What's up, my guy? How you doing?
Damn, this guy already thinks he won. Jesus Christ. All right, well, we're going to burn it down to the bottom 2. I love you, Largo Boas. You guys did great. All right, final 2. Let's hear it, crowd. Should it be Tusk versus Bristleback? You're cheering for them, Lena's Feet. All right. And should it be King of Lena's Feet? That is so unfortunate. I think you did win. I'm sorry. Clearly, these guys should have won. You're incredible. I'm so sorry. Come back tomorrow with another great side. I love this. But the crowd is out of their minds, and they chose you. Any victory words?
My name's Jeff.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, well, congratulations, my friend. You have won the golden ticket, baby! Well, if you survive to Sunday, my friend, we'll see you then.
I might do. I don't know. We'll never see. I might die tomorrow night.
Based. All right, let's go. Thank you so much, Lena's Feet. We're going to get out of here. Guys, check out this fantastic piece on Team Spirit as we get ready for our next series.
Making the playoffs feels good, to be honest. We wanted also like the first place, but the second one is also okay for us. I'm actually so excited because crowd gives like energy like nothing does.
Blue there with the stun, Toro laying in the damage, and Rin CQ is down. The Doom comes out too late. All you found is a liar, but we've talked about this before. The Sun with the same Panto is there, not letting a single member of his team die. A responsible captain through and through.
80% sure that we can win this tournament. Like usually we either suck at tournament at first and then or just we win. But for now it's like kinda hard to deal with.
The Ravage don't catch him as soon as he comes in, and he's caught by the X-Form. They're coming in with the damage from Yatoro. Oh my God! A couple of hits from Yatoro, and the Razor's gone. And that should be it. GG's called. Spirit will close up this game.
I mean, we won a lot of tournaments, like TI, Riyadh, so and for us is I'm missing only ESL One trophy.
At that point, he will have the entire Thanos Hand of Rings completed, but I think he's maybe underplaying things if he said that they've only won a few tournaments, but so many of them are against this opponent. It's time for our final series of the night, and I'm not biased, but I do think we saved the best for last. It's time for Spirit taking on Xtreme. I get chills every time I see this matchup, too.
Oh, it's an absolute banger, and especially in Birmingham, one of the best crowds in the world. I'm sorry when I say that, people always say like, no, SCA is better, but there's something beautiful about a Birmingham crowd, and with this series, it is a match made in this camera. I'm very good at my job. Match made in heaven.
Not pandering in the slightest, obviously, but so far they've been showing up, Effie, both the players and the crowd as well. Day one is delivering in spades.
They really have. It's been a great day. And you heard from Collapse in that pre-match interview. He said nothing gives energy like the crowd does. So if you guys want to see him play better, you have to get really loud.
Any Collapse fans in the house? Any Spirit fans in the house here in Birmingham?
There we go.
They're holding back for XG, and also it's dinner time, all right? They're going to come back quickly, you know, midway through the draft.
Pace yourselves.
Yeah.
Especially because, Quinn, oftentimes when these two teams go head-to-head, it goes long into the night.
Yeah, these guys are no strangers to barn burners. I think they have the tendency to have the longest, most epic games. And I agree with what Collapse says, that the crowd powers them up. I think both these teams play much better on a stage, and specifically a stage with a crowd. I think that energy, it makes them play better. I think a lot of these players on XG especially are older school players, and so I think having that crowd is more what they're used to in an older age of Dota, and so I think this brings them back to that old era where they were the dominant teams. They were the GOATs. I think especially for Ame, you think back to some of his iconic rosters. So I think for both of these teams, it is awesome to be here, and I'm just excited to get to watch these two GOATs go at it.
It is tragic, though, that one of them will have to go home because this is still the lower bracket. This is still elimination, and Xtreme only just narrowly fought their way out. We got to see them just like 5 hours ago, T, and it was not the smoothest way to move through this bracket.
It wasn't, but it was the perfect way to progress through a bracket, right? The fact that as you lose a game, you know exactly why you lost it, and then to show the adaptation. This is the reason why this series is going to be good, because both Spirit and XG, they're not afraid to go, you know what, we kind of fucked up. But we know why we fucked up, and we're going to go fix it. So this entire best of three, we might be seeing things in game one that won't even be seen again in game three, potentially, because both of the kind of captains, the coaches, they're not afraid just to, you know, throw a new hero into the mix.
There's so much value in, at this point, we've seen 4 series in bracket, and then we had the tiebreakers, so there've been like 7 series of tier 1 Dota on this patch so far, and I don't see a trend yet at all.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's legitimately, I don't think I've ever seen a patch quite like this with so much diversity of heroes between teams. It's honestly crazy.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like you and your players, right? Like, what is it that stood out to the players on these teams when they looked through the patch? And that's why we saw PARIVISION have such a standout performance, because they have players that look for kooky things. Spirit and Xtreme Gaming might not get that crazy, not that kooky, but they're still teams that have busted out pocket picks time and again.
Maybe, delete facets, you make a pretty good tournament. Next time round, Valve can maybe delete talents, and then they delete innates and delete ags, and then we have like nothing.
Out of all the things, you didn't even mention neutral items. That's usually #1 on most people.
I know Cinderin loves them, that's why I want to keep them in the game. But, I think there is a product of deleting something which was so, gripping towards competitive Dota. When you take that away from a pro player, it is really anyone's game on kind of how to play the game once again.
And Effie, these, for Spirit in particular, they are no strangers to having to adapt quickly whenever a patch drops, especially mid-tournament. But what does that mean in terms of their trajectory for success?
Yeah, so I actually took a little bit of a deep dive into seeing how Team Spirit have done on recent patches. And no, these aren't all the patches. These are the tournaments that dropped within 7 to 10 days of a new patch or during a new patch. And what I thought was really curious was that the ones highlighted in yellow, as you can see, Dream League Season 27 and Season 25, these are the ones that the patch dropped mid-tournament. They got first place at Season 25 and second at Season 27. So it feels like when it comes to patch adjustment, they can do it mid-tournament quite well, but when the patch cooks for a little bit, when it's been like a week or two, they just fall off suddenly. So I would say, based on this history, they're in a good spot to just clutch through things mid-patch.
thriving in the chaos. That is something that we have never been too surprised that Team Spirit is able to adapt to, but still, the results being that clear are shocking, and these are the 5 players that are going to be making it happen. Quinn, we got to see the opening ideas of these teams. We got to see Spirit play their upper bracket series earlier. Where are you putting them right now in terms of adaptation to this new patch?
I think they're not fully there in the way that maybe PARIVISION is, in terms of having all their ideas clearly, battened out. I think they are decent on it for sure, and I think their form has been steadily improving over the course of the tournament. And I think that's always like the Spirit thing is they're always improving, they're always learning, and they have to hit this breaking point where they've learned enough that they don't drop that series and get eliminated. Because I think if they keep the winning going, this team becomes an unstoppable snowball. And by the time they've reached like the lower bracket final, it's just hopeless, and they're going to annihilate you in the lower bracket and then win the grand final after that. But I think they're around the breaking point where they need to have a really good grip on things and get through this series, because if they can get through it, then the confidence and then the, Lisan Al-Gaib's Yatoro comes through, and then you got problems.
And Yandex did find a way to add that roadblock T. They took them down and brought them down to lower bracket. How'd they pull that off?
I mean, they had some really nice bans against the Spirit in their upper bracket series. And what Quinn was mentioning, I think that reality check for Spirit on the new patch, you learn a really great lesson. And like their Game 3 draft, you look back at it, it wasn't the one. But for Yandex, of course, they were able to win out both Game 1 and Game 3. And of course, there are 2 heroes here that Quinn is very well versed with, the Leshrac and the Pangolier. They had just a really good focus instantly, right? What is good? And what have we seen today succeed a lot of times throughout the series is these heroes. So I think maybe XG, if you are wanting to make this a competitive series, take a little look at Yandex, maybe steal a couple of their bans. And I wanted just to note the Lifestealer ban, right? The one that Spirit won with. To me, I think Lifestealer, great hero, got a really nice buff, but should it really be first phase banned? I think that's maybe reactionary, and that could maybe get forgotten about between these 2 teams for now.
Yeah, we've seen the Lifestealer go through and just not look that great, even though it's a strong hero on paper. I still think that it's a hero that has to come out later in the draft and be countering a lot of different kinds of heroes, especially for teams like Xtreme Gaming and Spirit. While they do have players that on paper are super hard carries, they look best when the carries are able to connect to their team. Like we saw Ame play Lifestealer today, not look so good. Pick heroes like Weaver and Monkey King that can connect and look so much better.
Yeah, I mean, I think they also want their hero picked later in the draft, which goes back to first phase Nake's ban is maybe getting a little ahead of yourself, right? I don't think Ame or Yatoro wants to have first pick carry. They want that last pick. They want the 18. They want those juicy spots because they're the star of the show. They're the anime protagonist. And in some ways, they kind of are, right? They put their money where their mouth is. And so I think you have to give them the tools to succeed in the way that they want to succeed.
And if they want to succeed head-to-head, when is the last time that Xtreme Gaming have succeeded, Quinn? It has been a bit of a hot minute since we've seen them want to LAN, but these 2 teams have some history in that regard.
Yeah, so the last time that XG won a Tier 1 LAN was Snow Rui over a year ago, almost 2 years ago, against Spirit. We all know these teams have a storied matchup, but I think whenever it comes down to the really clutch moments, XG tends to have a little bit of an advantage. I think, there's always the Yatoro versus Ame, the too much respect, all these memes, right? But I think there is some truth in that. I think Xtreme, for whatever reason, when it comes down to the line, I think they have a slight advantage over Spirit. So I think even if, maybe you can say Spirit's form is a little bit better, I think XG, it's been a long time. I think they're better on LAN, and I think they've got that slight advantage versus Spirit. So I'm looking for them to show up and show us the true, like TI level XG form.
I mean, the clutch factor from Xtreme Gaming to me really comes from one player, and that player is XXS. Whenever Xtreme Gaming are like popping off on LAN, it's off of his plays and him holding it together through really difficult matches. We even saw that TI where they got grand finals most recently. It was all XXS powering them through some really difficult situations.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot fault the guy, right? Even earlier today in their loss in the game 1, the MOUZ, he's still putting on a show, the Brewmaster as well. And then you look towards the supports. I think they stepped up a lot for XG with the Dazzle Tusk. One thing to note though, I think XG, they're showing more depth in the patch with their drafting, where I think Spirit, the reason why they are in the lower bracket is because they just had a really bad draft day in the upper bracket. And I'm yet to see XG really falter with their drafts on the new patch. But Spirit, they've already shown like they're not really accustomed to it. And I think that maybe the experience in the coaching role might come to light as well in this series. Like their prep has to be, S tier to progress through the lower bracket.
So then how much am I allowed to read into this series that these 2 teams played, like 3 days ago, where it was a 2-0 for Team Spirit? Do I attribute any of that to what's moving forward, or the environment's changed, we're in the front of the arena now, and I think that was also pre-patch as well, that series.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think the patch and also the time, I think both these teams benefit a lot from having a little more space, a little more time. I think they benefit from a longer tournament with more games to learn. I think in some ways they can be slower learners compared to maybe like a team like a PARIVISION. And so I think they've both changed a lot, and I don't think that series is too indicative of what we'll see here today. I honestly think a lot of it comes down to who woke up today, who's on form, who is done the good prep. I agree that I think the coaching plays a big deal. This is Milan's first, I think, major tournament he's coached for Spirit for sure, and I think for any team in general in a long time. You compare that to Xiaowei, who's like one of the most legacy people in the entire scene, and so there is a little bit of a differential there, and I wonder if that plays an impact on the series.
Yeah, it also helps that PVision handled Falcons so quickly, right? XG, they're not tired, right? If this was like a repeat of the Liquid series that we had at Valahia, where they're playing like the longest day in the history or something, or second longest, that could play into fat. But XG, they look at that series, go, we got to play already? So yeah, they're going to be pretty good.
And then in terms of that previous series, Effie, if I'm ignoring the Spirit versus Xtreme result that was 3 days ago, I can at least get some data from Xtreme series earlier today against MOUZ. How encouraged or discouraged were you watching them get that victory?
I'd say I'm encouraged, but just to backtrack to a previous point, what encouraged me was when Ame was playing fast heroes that could play with his team. I felt encouraged there. That game one, like these lifestealer archetype of heroes, I don't think he should be bringing them out in these lower bracket finals, because while they can work for him throughout this whole tournament, even during group stages, when he was on an AFK farmer, they did not look good.
You like Jug maybe? I hear he's a big fan of Jug.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not fighting that one.
No PTSD whatsoever, no negative associations.
And I guess in terms of spreading his wings, he's been not really locked into any one hero. He has been doing a little variety platter in terms of carry picks.
Yeah, he said in the interview that he's happy to play whatever he thinks is good, but that's pretty much how XG's always drafted. It's like strong foundation in the offlane with some team fight, a support that will hold his hand the entire time, die to 12 smokes in a row, and then Ame will be like, I will out-carry you. Like, that is always their archetype. So he's going to be creative. Sometimes, I think he may be too creative, like he picks too many heroes, and if he just cleaned it up a bit, maybe they'd play better, but I respect the fact they always seem to stick to their guns on it.
Yeah. On that note, I really hope that they could break that archetype a little bit, because even though Team Spirit did lose in their upper bracket series, Laurel looked pretty strong. And I think when Laurel is playing better, you have to think about drafting around the mid lane and shutting him down. So if you're Xtreme Gaming and you're building these drafts just around Ame and not about how to activate NTS with your supports, you might run into the Laurel issue, because especially in his Storm Sphere, he was putting games on his back. He looked good.
That's why I guess Yandex's focus in that upper bracket, as you had pointed out, T, was quite a bit of Laurel targeting in those first phase bans.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think the return of Laurel to Spirit has given them a new lease of life. I think pre-Laurel's return, their ability to play the comebacks of the late game, it was fading. Like, Spirit was losing all their aura, and then Laurel back in the mix, like the things he does in the early game, sure, he might die here and there, but it's those deaths that kind of like create a domino effect to, wait, now Collapse has got an extra jungle camp to farm, your Toru's now got a BKB. Like, these things all stem because Laurel is willing to sacrifice himself. So that is like a big thing that you have to be ready for. Like, if you fall into the Laurel trap, you now have, TI winning offlane, capitalizing on that.
Yeah. I think you were telling me, Quinn, that Laurel sometimes shows up to a tournament and decides to be the best player that tournament.
Yeah, I think he's incredibly clutch, and I think he is also specifically better on a stage, better with a crowd. I think he's someone who shines under pressure, and in these random online games, you see a Laurel game as, what was that? But I think on stage, when it really matters, Laurel can massively own, and I think he is a seriously underrated player, and I think that lends to his strength, that people don't think of him very much when they think of top mid players, but he is.
That's why I feel like maybe the best opportunity to see him power up in front of the crowd is get to talk to the crowd. Slacks, what you doing out there?
Hello, Tsunami, and hello, Birmingham! You guys awake? Birmingham, I'd like to share with you a very small but deep story, all right? Hello. Would you like to hear a small but deep story?
Okay.
All right, great. Thank you so much. I was speaking to some of the teams yesterday, some of the teams that were playing here today. And you know what they said to me? I said, are you excited to play in front of the crowd? Are you pumped up? And one of them said to me, no, because I don't think anyone is gonna show up on a Friday to watch us play. And now, Birmingham, I want you to remind them of how wrong they fucking were! These boys have been here all day. They have been pumped. They have been hyped. And Birm has shown up, especially for this next match. We've got a lot of people excited in the crowd, cheering out there. Let's talk to some of them. Vibe check. We got a wave, man. Why did you wave and then point to him? What was that? All right, what is your name?
Sorry?
What is your name?
Oliver.
Hell yeah, Oliver. Who do you want to win this bench match? Do you know who's playing?
No.
That's great, Oliver. Another classic interview for us. Now, why did you point to this man?
He wants to get interviewed.
What do you want to say?
Hi to my family in the Philippines. And my wife. Hi, Harmony. I'm here now in ESL Birmingham. After 20 years, this is my first LAN. Woo! Let's go! Be nice! Philippines, go!
I gotta give it to you. Thank you very much. Absolute clutching that you are married. Well done. Well done, my friend. Absolutely. Hello. How are you doing back here? You looking amazing, man. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good. Good.
Who do you want to win this one?
Tundra.
Okay, well, keep those brewskis going, my friend. You're doing absolutely, don't go anywhere. We'll get there eventually. Hello, what does this say on here?
PSG, LG.
Do you people know who's at this tournament? Did you just show up? What is this guy? PSG, LGD, pick puck. Okay, great, man. I hope they're listening. All right. Fantastic. Okay, does anyone here want to get ready for the next match? Berm, I love you. I need you, and I will tell you. Coming out to the stage, put your hands together for Team Spirit! A team that many people in the crowd are ready for. You guys have been in the front row all day cheering for Xtreme. Can you help me yell for Xtreme?
The players are taking their seats and we are preparing for the final series of the night. Another elimination series that Xtreme is going to have to stave off if they want to remain in this tournament. But boy, is it going to be a tough one against Team Spirit. Now, as we prepare for the draft, Quinn, I've been noticing something that's a little bit troubling to me.
What's that, Neil?
Is Pango a hero again?
I think it is.
Oh,
I think
no,
it is.
Man.
I don't think he's broken. He's not what he used to be. He's not the fearsome terror pangolin we saw in the past, but he is pickable, and he's a flex, which is something that teams always like to have. And I think for both these teams, it's a hero that all four of the players are comfortable on. So Collapse, Laurel, both prolific Pango players. And for XG, same thing. NTS and XXS, both really, really solid Pangos. And so I think it's definitely a hero we'll see either picked or banned in most of these games, if not all of them.
T, the reason I cited it is because in both of those wins that Yandex had against Spirit, they first phase banned the Pango. And I was led to believe that after double jump gets taken away, I mean, Homie basically had his fastest taken away before everyone else anyway.
But he had some subtle buffs, right? 7.4, he had an extra duration on his Rolling Thunder. He does have the 20 talent to reduce the shield crash. So if he does get to the Ags, he gets to level 20 with Diffusal and Blink, he can kind of role-play old Pangolier. So he's been consistently getting buffs to his ultimate. And that thing, it is scary when you get to just run through the fight for what feels like the entire engagement, like 12 seconds plus.
He got some swashbuckle, shield crash, damage buffs, you know, slight little tweaks. But I like to think of it as heroes that didn't really have facets. Going into this new patch where facets were removed, they got buffed by virtue of that, by the playing field getting level. It's why we see Earth Spirit feeling a lot better too and his win rate going up.
Yeah. That covers one of the flexes. Effie, you've been giving your flowers to XXS, which has been well-deserved. Anything I should be keeping my eye on for the off-lane pool in this new patch?
I mean, his Brewmaster looked good.
For sure.
So I would be really afraid of that one if I were Spirit.
Not only that, it's like Tidehunter. It's been rising up a bit, just the little blob in the offlane that can exist and buy time, and that's often something that you want to look towards XG. If they weren't playing like they did in Game 2, Game 3, I would be talking about these slower offlaners that can just like stand in front and then give Arme information. But now that I've seen them succeed earlier today, I'm like, I don't want to see that anymore. I want to see aggression, the bruise, the play forward into the map. There's a lot of opportunities for XG to mirror some of Spirit's moves.
If they want to do the aggression, Quinn, I see a lot of aggression is coming out of FY because the homie, he's been on his Tusk as the king, well deserves it.
That's right, the Tusk King back where he rightfully belongs on the throne. Maybe they're trying to. And I agree. I think the aggression from XG is very good. The last time that they played versus Spirit in that 2-0 earlier in the tournament, I think part of the big problem was XG tried to pick for late game, and then Spirit just picked better late game. And so XG sat around and farmed, but lost late game anyway. And so I think you've got to make a choice in this draft, whether are we actually playing for late game? And if you are, actually pick the better late game. So if you chill and AFK farm, it's good for you. And if that's not the case, then you need to be okay to push the tempo and run them over, play fast. They tried in that second game earlier in the tournament, but just didn't succeed. And so I think if they can execute a little better, then that could be a very good style for them.
I wonder if FY watched the last series and was like, is Rubik a hero?
There we go.
Time? Or has he just abandoned that hero entirely?
I feel like if the draft enables it, they will pick it, right? They're not going to be afraid to go for it.
9 Class is out here picking it even if the draft doesn't enable it. Homie's picking it like second hero in the draft.
It's 9 Class, right? Let's chill. Let's not try and overanalyze his hero pool, right? Like, he does what he wants to do.
Well, consistently the thing that whenever we got FY for interviews during Dream League, the thing that he cited, and I'm sure most Rubik players would say it, is that he was historically just too weak in lane to justify picking him. So what has 9 Class been leveraging now in this 7.41 Rubik that justifies these early picks?
Well, Rubik's got damage reduction now, right? Like, that just makes him trade better and makes him a stronger presence in teamfights without actually casting spells.
Yeah.
Imagine casting spells on top of that.
That's a crazy concept, yeah.
I mean, the man we just saw on camera there, we see him now, Panto, I think for me is always kind of a big question mark for Spirit, because I think when you think of Spirit's dominance, you think of the Maposhka team. You think of him just owning, always being a big influence, and they have not won a tournament yet, a Tier 1 tournament with Panto, and so for me, I have my eyes on him. Can they actually win on the big stage, because they have lost multiple finals in a way that is not typical for Spirit, and I think he very much is yet to prove himself and has a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, I think the pressure is on him because in some of their losses as well, like the clutch potential of the late game, when you see Panto in those moments, he isn't able to clutch up, and of course you can then reference the poster of the past would have been able to do it, but he unfortunately has had moments on Tusks and Warlocks of 7.4 that it hasn't really worked out, but it is a matter of like he has the skill, you just need to get the confidence at some point, and maybe at Birmingham you can find that confidence, just like this man is finding the confidence to down an entire pitcher on screen.
Yeah, I wonder if Panto himself feels that. Like you said, he was unable to clutch up in some really late game moments. Like that's definitely gonna add up on his psyche.
Oh no!
This man.
Oh wow!
We take those.
We take those.
We take those. Hell of an attempt, my friend, but it's only day one. Don't worry. You'll get plenty of opportunities in the future.
Can we do that, Tsunami? Can we do that, please? 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 Are we allowed to?
Put it in the maybe pile for right now.
Maybe?
We're going to spit all over the monitors.
You'd be surprised. I'm pretty good at it. Yeah.
I'm glad that you're pointing out Panto, though, because in terms of the picks as well, I don't feel like he has been spreading his wings as of 7.41 hero picks. I've been seeing like the Warlocks, the Treant Protectors, stuff that I would have seen a week ago. Which, granted, I don't know if the 5-position pool has widened as much as other roles, other than like, what, Lich?
And we've seen Venomancer. I think that's a hero that I think I look toward to him to see, you know, are you playing this hero? We've seen Enchantress and Paravision. There are a spread a little bit, and I think Warlock has dipped off some. Like we saw Yandex prioritizing Jakiro, but I don't know if Warlock is even close to the same level he was before.
I mean, there's Batrider as well, right?
Yeah.
I think 5 Batrider looks really solid. If Spirit are willing to drop that for Panto, I could see that being a very effective pick for them.
I mean, Venomancer was kind of ignored in the Spirit Yandex series, right? In the first phase of bans. Earlier today, it became a first pick priority or a ban for XG as well. So if Venomancer is suddenly getting respected or even picked up, other heroes like the Pango and Leshrac might also then become available.
And as more time passes, these teams get more opportunities to scrim, to pub, to look at the statistics and see what heroes are the most likely to bring them to success. As we get into game number 1 of the Elimination Series, it's Spirit taking on Xtreme, with Spirit targeting out the Shadow Demon, the Ursa first phase ban, as well as a Timbersaw. Xtreme, they stick to business as usual. They take out Doom and Largo.
I like the idea of banning Timbersaw. I'm not sure what first pick is going to come out to justify it. Maybe something like a Hoodwink or an Enchantress. But when you think about XXS and his clutch factor and his ability to carry games, Timbersaw is one of those heroes to do that. Like, that's the hero that he does play, even though he hasn't been picking it recently. It's something you always have to think about.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the double ban of protection, right? Ursa and Timber, they delete the bristles, the tides, the centaurs, kind of the foundation of your mid game, where let's say your Tor is trying to sit back and farm a bit, you need that guy to stand up front. Both of these heroes will delete that hero.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me wonder if they have something specific in mind, or they feel like it just generally counters Collapse's hero pool, you know? Like, if this is banning for a hero, it's also interesting because these heroes counter a lot of heroes, like it's all the melee offlaners, so it's not easy to just directly ban something. Like, you see these heroes and you're like, that leads to something, but what is it exactly? Is it Tide? Is it Centaur? Is it, you know, there's like a million of these fat stun offlaners.
That's the joy of early day 7.41, right? Like, you see the bans now, maybe in a month's time, you're like, it obviously makes sense, but at the moment, there is an aura of mystery behind it.
It also means that there aren't as many high priority first phase bans. Like a week ago, you have to take out the Treant Protector, the Doom, the Shadow Demon.
They don't know them yet.
They don't know
why. It's up in the air. Maybe if they can continue this logic for the entire patch, then it would be great. When teams get when they believe they know what the meta is and they start hitting down these foundations, that's when it gets boring. First pick Alchemist though, that's
it's not boring yet.
Gracious.
Yeah, to be fair, I think post Birmingham, I'll say it's boring. But during Birmingham, you know, does he buy the Ags? Is he giving an Ags away? Is he actually going for Orchid and breaking the game by himself? There's a lot of nuance to Alchemist.
Quinn, I liked your justification as to why Alchemist has kind of re-entered the meta. You mind explaining it again?
Yeah, I mean, the ancient camp behind the safe lane tower is back to a medium camp, which is kind of why Alchemist was broken maybe a year ago before they changed that camp, was because you could drag the two camps together, you acid spray them both, or your 5 can just chain stack them, and now that's back. Alchemist, he has those two camps again, which means you can get a much faster Radiance, and the faster you get that, the faster you farm. It expands itself, or whatever the heck, you know what I mean. So the Greevil's Greed, it multiplies, and you farm faster and faster and faster the earlier you get it, so it matters a lot. And I am shocked, though, that they first pick it, because Yatoro is not a player that typically likes Alchemist very much.
It contradicts the previous point made on the panel.
Yeah, like when you think of him, you think of the Agi carries. Sure. You don't think of Alchemist, even in patches where Alchemist is broken, where everyone is first banning Alchemist, Spirit will just completely ignore the hero because they don't like this hero.
What if it's a game 1 bait, where it's like the Alchemist we've seen back in the day when giving Ags was a thing, right? It used to be also an offlaner, right? I think 33 and Seb in that era of Dota would go, you know what, I'll just shove my wave, I'll still buy my Ags for my guy, because yes, there's this better camp for the safe lane, but there's also multiple camps for the offlane out to do it. Maybe Spirit have like a little cheeky playbook available, or it's very simple, we want carry out.
Maybe Yatoro is just blossoming as a player.
Yeah, it
likes heroes that he didn't like before. I mean, when we've seen carry Alchemist look really good, it paired on this patch. It paired with something like a Largo who buys an early Ags, and then Alchemist eventually refunds the Ags very early on, gets the bonus GPM, the bonus damage. It looks quite busted actually, refunding the Ags to your teammates. So I wonder what kind of Ags heroes Spirit are drafting around. Like, what are they picking for Collapse or Laurel that justifies the Alchemist pick?
Yeah, there's Pangos, you could argue there's a little bit of voice for it for silence, and then there's Largos. There's so many different options, because that's the joy of it. Multiple heroes have really good agnums, but you don't get to see them in light, because realistically it's going to be a 3rd item for the hero or the 4th, but when you get it thrown into your kind of inventory, you're like, sure, I'm now a pretty good Axe hero, right? So I think there's 20, 30, 40 great options that we don't even know about yet.
Yeah. How about in terms of countering him as the hero? Health restoration counters got buffed significantly. We're seeing Ancient Apparition show up post-patch as a support. Why not just go back to the traditional anti-Alchemist heroes?
Yeah, I mean, there's also I forget what it's called, the staff, the Cruella de Vil thing that you press and steals all the HP regen.
Right.
That item is very, very good against Alchemist. I think they've already responded with the Phoenix, which is a classic counter against Alch, because, I mean, he's a melee hero, first of all, so he's not that good at killing the egg, but also you have all this high HP damage, you have this % burn, and you're pretty good at going through the gate and maybe killing him, fighting those camps, and shutting him down before he gets to the 6 and reaches that unkillable, I'm farming, doopa-doopa-doo point.
Like, have supports that just go, you know, like, block the camp. Crazy idea, but just do something.
This is the most XG thing I've ever seen, though, is pick 2 team fight at the start of the draft. Oh, we're playing in front of a crowd? We're in lower bracket, we're picking team fight.
But like a puck in this position, I think on 7.4, we'd be scared for the puck, right? There's multiple counters still in the pool, but moving into 7.41, I think teams are just getting more confident, just going, you know, we'll throw it into the mix. And I say that, Spirit, they go for the 7.4 counter to the mid puck by taking the mid Slardar. You out CS the puck, you run down the river, you're getting the runes, so you kind of win the rune trade. You kind of accelerate the game too quick, that Puck always feels like he's kind of chasing into the game rather than like controlling it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the two things these the Slaughter and Alk have in common is the minus armor strategy, but I think
minus armor?
That can be an avenue for Puck to actually defend himself, and that you have a clear Shiva's purchase here. So your build has like been given some clarity. You're already thinking about that really early in the draft when you know your hero was picked. You're thinking, what are my builds? Even just starting build. But these three heroes, it's difficult. You can't buy a Lincoln's because there's too many stuns. You can't buy Yules if he buys an Orchid. So I think your strategy is to tank up, is to play on Sunray behind you, and to be not a tank Puck because it's a little much, but to be okay getting stunned a little bit because you're not going to get 100% bursted. So he's looking for things like Shivas. He's looking to tank up a little more, and NTS I think is insanely good on this hero. You always talk about niches and players like this, but when you play against this guy's Puck, you can tell why he picks it this early in the draft. He is very, very competent on it.
Yeah, and it's a hero that's hard to bully regardless of what you pick. And Spirit have gone for the Lion counterpick. I mean, in the old patch, it would have been the Shaman, right? With the Hex. They go for Lion instead. Lion did get a little bit of buffs, but in essence, it's very much a Team Spirit hero. Like, sets up on side lanes, is another stun. Now they've got 3 stuns. This is where they can play make on the map. Because this is where they can clutch up and find kills that maybe would not have existed without this pick.
They just push wave so easily that everything they mention in FE comes to light, right? Like, sure, they go for the Tusk and just keeping it simple, right? I think the Tusk can have an incredible game this time around. Any snowball save on a Slardar initiation, Alk or Lion, you have to blink in, and now it's like, oh, this guy's now snowballed. I'm now out of place. Do I have BKB available? Are my team following up? So I think Tusk can actually be a real, kind of big playmaker here. But they need extra damage. When I see Puck, I see Phoenix, I see Tusk. It's control. You want to fight in one area, but there's not that kind of killer hero right now to really kind of chop the heads off of some of these heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if why they've held the offlane this long, right? They could have picked it on 13 if they were sure that it was Alchemist carry. So I wonder if they're actually uncertain if it's support Alchemist or, like you said, some offlane Alchemist. Like if there's some trickery.
Surely there's some cooking behind
the curtain.
There has to be.
Well, they went for the MOUZ anyways. They weren't willing to hold on for that long.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting because MOUZ is not generally a counter to Alchemist. Alk is farming hero, he's like tanky, he speed farms, and MOUZ is relatively low damage, so it's not typically a hero you would see against Alchemist. It's better against Drows and the squishy guys, right? You've already got a couple stuns on your team, you've got Tusk, you've got Puck for coil, so there's some control already. So it's an interesting pick to me compared to something like an Underlord or, I mean, Timbersaw's Band, something more of that nature that's higher damage against the Alk.
Spirit, though, all of their heroes, they need their hero to initiate to do the damage. They can't just throw a spell from the fog, right? And when you look at all of XG's heroes, they invite that type of aggression. When you initiate, like, I've already mentioned it once, but with the MOUZ pick as well, it's now 4 heroes that if you jump into a fight on Spirit, you're going to be reminded, like, are you taking the correct fight? Because if you're not ready and on the same page, XG will happily rebuttal that.
Yeah, that's a great point. Their counter initiation is quite bonkers right now on Xtreme Gaming, and Team Spirit can't necessarily match that counter initiation with a team fighting spell of their own. And sure, they could take a team fighting hero now on 18, but it's still going to be hard to play into. So they need something that can just make sure that once the initiation is there, it can stick to that Tusk, something that can hunt him on the backlines, like search for him, make sure that whoever Slardar plus Lion are fighting don't get saved.
Labs is talking. When that man talks, you listen. And he said, pick me Primal. That hero was 0-3 though so far, and this is an extremely weird draft from Spirit.
Yeah.
It's 4 single target stun guys. I don't know if I've ever seen something quite like this, especially from Spirit, a team that prioritizes team fight and scale so much. This is straight up bizarre, and I don't know if I like it.
Yeah, here's the thing though, on the new patch, we said the same thing on Tiebreaker Day about PARIVISION picking the heroes that look really weird together. All they had to do was press their buttons well, and it worked. So maybe it can work.
All Spirit's heroes will naturally be thinking about, again, ignore some farming item, BKB and Blink. All 3 cores are saying the same thing. And against XG, what's pretty good? A BKB and initiation. So yeah, I think for Spirit, they are just playing for the, you know what, we'll farm our game whilst XG's farming and trying to get little old Arme online. We're going to have a Slardar and XG to just delete Arme when he steps up. And we'll also naturally itemize in the first 20 minutes of the game, 25 minutes of the game to try and deal with you. So I think Spirit's respecting XG by going, we are just going to hit creeps. We might play a slower game on paper, but when we're online, we're ready.
But I feel like they still need to diversify a little bit. Like, assuming that it's an Alchemist carry, then they would need the 5 to correct in terms of like AoE and team fight. And the 5s that are historically good at that are things like what, Winter Wyvern, Crystal Maiden. Like, maybe they're not the easiest to pick. Ancient Apparition, potentially.
Yeah, I definitely think those are options. I think they're considering all of them. I mean, I'm still so interested by the fact that this first pick this Alk, but it honestly ended up being a pretty decent Alk game. It's good against Puck, it's good against Mars. It is bad against the two supports, but at the end of the day, any given core doesn't particularly care about support matchups unless it's like Huskar versus A, then you care. But generally, items can deal with counters, and so if they have some support counter, if you just farm enough, then it's fine. So it's a game where Alk was first picked, but he's not fully countered. Like, it's still a pretty decent Alk game. Now, oftentimes the carry can be the nail in the coffin for that, so I'm curious what Ame goes for in terms of, is he shutting down Alchemist late game, or is he saying we want to play faster and stop you from getting to the point where you're farmed?
I mean, Ame needs to be able to survive, because he knows he will be triple, quad jumped by Spirit. So he does need to find that hero, and then for Spirit, is Alk just a carry? Are they going to surprise us on the last pick by finding a new hero?
Even if they do, though, they don't get 24.
Jakiro! Oh, great. Sorry.
It's a carry Alchemist.
There it is. Nothing special.
Jakiro is the most boring team fighting 5 like that they could have come up with. It feels like they didn't want to try anything too crazy.
Yeah, they could have 5th stunning guy now.
It's a macro pyre. They needed something to throw out there.
I mean, they could have been like a Winter Wyvern or something. They could have been something fun. But Jakiro, the twin-headed dragon, it rounds it out. You can't really complain. It does what you need. Secure the lane. Get Spirit online.
I mean, there's an idea that when you're killing somebody, you throw down the ice path, and Tusk can't really snowball because he's blinking into the ice path. So maybe they see it as their security against that save.
Maybe. Drinking Buddies can also potentially then change it back the other way.
It's very true.
I'm just scared for Ame. Like, his draft already needs some holes to be filled, and you now need to try and outscale and do enough damage to kill a Primal, and a Sladder, and an Alchemist. It's a lot of damage needed for a carry.
Well, there's a carry who eventually builds a rapier if he needs to. Gyrocopter is the 24th pick.
And I think it harmonizes very well with the draft that they have going. And what I like about it is that it'll get active early on. It's not some Ame AFK farming game. That's not how you play Gyro. You need to move this hero to other lanes and make plays. And it's a nice, well-rounded draft by Xtreme Gaming.
It gives life to the laning phase, right? The best way to delay Spirit getting online, of course, is win out the laning phase. And then, as much as you joked about the rapier, I'm actually looking at, for them to get some kills in the mid game, I'm like 4th item rapier potentially, get the Satanic, the BKB, like stand your ground. But yeah, it's a very simple looking lineup from XG, whilst I think Spirit, they're the ones who have kind of been changing the script a bit more than XG.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really cool they picked Gyro here. I think they chose the route of, we're going to play fast, we're going to attack you, we're not caring so much about like the late game or the scaling. I think Slaughter and Alchemist are both generally considered pretty good against Gyro in the long stretch, so they've decided, I think it's really good for their team chemistry and for the way their draft works together. They've got the aggression, they can make moves and things, and so I think they've decided, we talked about it during the draft, are they going to go the fast route or the slow route? I think they've gone the fast route, and I think that's very exciting, interesting to see.
Yeah, the only comment that I would make is that if this patch has taught me anything from the games that we've watched, is the drafts that look very cookie cutter and make sense don't end up working out as well as the ones that look very strange with a bunch of unique heroes the way that Spirit has.
Embrace the uncomfortability. Although I'm still left wondering why the Alchemist, if not the original idea of here are some Aghanim Scepter synergies that I may be able to whip out, but I don't really see that out of the Spirit's heroes picked. So then I'm still left wondering why the Alchemist, but perhaps Spirit will justify it. As you said, Effie, it does seem quite clear to me that everything I did used to enjoy about, oh yeah, this draft makes sense to me, it's wrong. It's not how you look at it anymore. It's a brand new era of Dota. And Spirit and Xtreme are hoping to prove that in front of you all in the crowd. So let's get ready for our game number 1 with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
We have for you tonight here is Xtreme Gaming going up against Team Spirit. Both, I can't wait to see how this one goes down. Both
this is going to be great.
Coming in with pretty different approaches, right? We've got this insane amount of team fight from Xtreme Gaming, whereas Team Spirit is all about the single target lockdown and just blow them up with the burst.
Yeah, much more single target and much more perhaps sitting back and waiting for those specific timings. Like a BKB looks incredible whenever Spirit's able to get them versus that mass team fight, but definitely looking at XG, looking to set that pace. This should be exciting. We've only gotten to see Alchemist really played by Tundra, and we've seen the way that the economy play for it, right? Gets that Radiance, gets the Aghanims. He kind of just farms forever, while everybody else just gets him that extra gold, of course, from that Ags bonus, and then they just play the game as kind of this 4 hero. So I'm looking forward to see what the strategy is going to be from Spirit in terms of playing against this monstrous amount of team fight.
And what do you make of sort of both ways the teams rounded up their draft? You know, for Spirit's side of things, it wasn't the most exciting final pick, right? They're coming with this Jakiro that I think a lot of us felt that we might have seen the last of last patch with these changes coming in, but no, it ends up being the one that they want to rest their final pick with. And then from Xtreme side of things, you were sort of saying to me during the draft, you were kind of wondering if they would have enough damage online. They end with this gyro. Does that sort of bring everything together the way you'd like to see it from them?
I can absolutely see it. Yeah, you've got some bonuses, of course, too, because everybody's just going to be held inside of an area, either from a coil, either from that, or from the Mars arena. You're going to be able to dish out that damage early on. And eventually, we got to see it yesterday. I think it was yesterday, right? The Aghanims from the Mars. Maybe we can get to these type of realms and bounds with this gyro gets to have that crazy amount of damage as he's spreading. I'm looking forward to a lot of things. But the Jakiro that you mentioned, I think like the panel was talking about, they were just looking for that kind of, let's get the roundup team fight hero. He can get Aghanims eventually. It's one of the best support ones too that can actually function too. So yeah, I can see the reasoning. And you said it too to me. There's a double hit. Sure, it's not the best versus the Phoenix, but something to at least maybe catch that egg off guard.
And also with just that additional hero, or you know, they obviously go for this primal, like things that the Tusk is not going to have an easy time getting saves off against, as the panel touched upon as well, right? Jakiro can also sort of throw a spanner in the works when it comes to trying to bail someone out.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got stuns, right? There could just be a slip-up where FY blinks into a Lion stun, blinks into an Ice Path, blinks into a unable to save Primal Beast ultimate, so gonna have to see how that ends up going down, and let's see how these lanes go.
Yes, because in terms of what happens up top, as you say, with this Alchemist right now, you have the potential to get so much gold early on. How do you play against that? Obviously, with the change up of the camps, you know, that's what we're referring to, how much easier it is for the out to find money early. Like, what do you do about that if you're playing against this safe lane out? Can you slow that down somehow?
I think so. I think there's definitely potential for like Xnova to take, you know, moves through the gate, block even those camps. I want to see players even do that, right? Early on, put a sentry or anything to block the camp versus this Alchemist, because that was literally the strategy when it first came out, when it was super broken, when it had those back camps. You just have to slow it down somehow, because in the famous words, of course, of Sin, Alchemist games can be Alchemist games, and maybe we are back to something like that, where you have to just deal with this Alch.
Yeah, no, we're certainly seeing some of the teams already very much feel very comfortable going with the Alch on this new patch in that position.
I wanted to mention something else. Like, I don't know, I'm seeing like the, you know, this crude enchantment now that you get to on the tier 2. It's so powerful for a hero like Alchemist. It's all about that health regen and attack speed and farming. It gives you everything that you want.
Looking at the lane setup so far, looks like Arme's having a pretty nice time on the first few waves down here.
Should be pretty free for him overall. As long as, you know, the Phoenix doesn't leave him. If the Phoenix leaves him, you can get killed pretty easily from that, the duo that they do have on Spirit. But as long as the two of them are there, should be a pretty good lane for Ame.
And what do you expect out of the mid matchup? With this Slardar, can you start to get a little bit of edge against the puck? Are you able to get some extra denies in this matchup?
At times, but I think the Nothingness Say should be able to hold his own. It's just going to be about the matching of the rotations and then the eventual early rotations where if the puck gets caught from one stun, the Slaughter can kill you because you have to do so much physical damage. And that's something we're definitely going to have to talk about. The physical amp panel did bring it up for Spirit. They're going to have that Corrosive Haze plus Acid Spray early on that can give them potential for any of these early objectives too, if they get off to a good start. Because as we were mentioning, XG overall, they definitely want to be the tempo setters this game.
No, we'll see if they're able to pull that together. Yeah, mainly around when those first ultimates come online, and they're going to have that kind of huge AoE potential, huge team potential top. And caught by a little bit of a stun there from the neutrals, might allow them to set up onto Panso. XXS also falling pretty low. The spear comes out. They'll get the first blood here, Xtreme Gaming, and XXS should be able to walk away safely. Yatoro won't have anything at the moment to throw his way. So getting the kill, getting that first blood, not losing anything in return for it.
Gotta love when the creeps turn against you. Stuns him right under everything there. Gets a nice tag team for FY. Yatoro will be able to get that Lotus.
Bottom. Team Spirit strike back. They're able to get in underneath the tower, run down Xnova.
But Ame's happy.
Coming out from Ame.
Can he close it?
See, he's
not quite.
A little low, yeah, doesn't want to continue to chase on. Collapse just having that bit of an edge with the movement speed. But Ame's going to be happy. You know, knows that both of the members of Team Spirit relatively low now in HP on this bottom lane. So Ame's going to be able to very likely continue to free farm. The top of the CS right now is this Gyro. He couldn't ask for anything more here in this laning stage.
Yeah, he's absolutely happy. If Xnova dies like that, sure, they're getting a kill, but he's using so many resources for him. He's set up for success down here as he's already free farming 24/5. I like this hero is very interesting now. Sure, you lost this chop shop capability, which not everybody was using for the most ways of disassembling items, but now you just get this afterburner for free, which is pretty cool in terms of laning phase and chase potential. Yes, your ulti, of course, is a little bit nerfed compared to what it was before without the secondary strikes, but yeah, I'm looking forward to see more Gyrocopter.
Yeah, that extra bit of mobility could be very handy against these kind of speedy heroes, right?
Even
When you have
Slardar, right? Like,
Primal or the Slardar, indeed,
Yeah.
running you down or trying to run away.
That
Might
being
be the
said-
difference maker.
That being said, though, they have 5 heroes with stuns, right?
true.
So sometimes
You're gonna get
mobility
stunned.
won't matter,
Yeah.
but yeah, just little things to point out, of course.
Yeah, and in terms of sort of saves across the board, yeah, it's going to be a lot of weight on the shoulders of FY to make those moves with the snowball, which is not always going to be that easy, indeed, as we mentioned earlier, just because of how much Spirit do have to kind of mess with those attempted Tusk plays that FY is going to be looking for.
FY getting this first blood is actually quite important, I would say. The fact that he gets to just have like boots, Windlace, you're kind of off the map, you're giving your Mars solo experience, and you're able to just move and make this stuff of extra pressure is pretty nice. It's something that Tusks kind of dream of having to start with. You don't really need too many items. Like your spells are expensive, but usually when you commit all of them, you're going to get that kill anyway. So having this type of start for him is very nice. And he can definitely make moves to these lanes. Can look to shut down on mid lane, can look to shut down bottom as well.
Absolutely, I won't be surprised to see FY get pretty mobile across the map around some of these early objective timings.
Because overall now, for XXS, he's got boots and double bracer. And yes, Hero is pretty threatening in a lot of situations, but, you know, he should be pretty fine versus the two of them up here if FY wants to play around these runes.
No, with FY sort of messing around with the pull, they're going to be able to maintain the wave in a pretty good position for XXS up in that top lane. And you can see already, 5.5 minutes in, already getting 2k gold more out of the map with this lane setup. It's, pretty impressive start here in the first 5 minutes from Xtreme in terms of how they're handling all 3 lanes, pretty much coming out on top of all 3 of them, as you can see on the CS right now.
Exactly. And the mid one especially, right? We've seen this Slardar do pretty good versus the puck in situations, but nothing to say.
He's stepping it up.
Phenomenal time.
Yeah, he's had some, not some of the greatest games on this tournament. He's had some rough appearances, but this one, looking to be on this top 4.
Did we jinx him?
We might have jinxed him. He's got backup. X-Nova's going to be here, and maybe he can turn and get a kill, actually. Get the Dream Call out on towards the 2 of them, and that's going to set up for FY and X-Nova to maybe bring Lyle down. They do. It will cost them likely both of their lives. The stuns back up from Rue, so Spirit will take out the 2 supports, but it is Lyle going down.
Good rotations coming in.
And around that timing as well.
He gets the rune.
The power rune, so nothing to say. The enemy mid's dead. Sure, he lost the 2 supports, but he lives. He gets the power rune. He'll probably take that.
Yeah, and I think for Laurel overall in this game is definitely going to be concerning, right? Because he is playing versus that Phoenix and versus the Tusk. There's a lot of attack speed, Slow Owen. I was just watching him attack, and I'm like, he doesn't really hit that fast between the Bitter Chill and just the Phoenix Spirits. That's going to be really annoying for Laurel in the mid game. Yes, his Crush will be very effective for his initiations, but his overall building up of these bashes might be hard for him. Just all that attack speed slow. 7 minutes. XG wants to steal this.
They certainly do. Nothing to say
for it too.
I mean, it looks like there's not going to be much contest at all from Spirit here.
I think that, they got to sack it.
Yeah, Root TP's over, but there's no way they can push them off this, so Xtreme Gaming
Great start.
will be able to find both of the 7-minute Shrine of Wisdoms in their favor.
A pretty beautiful start when they're a team fight heavy focused draft. They're going to have a big level advantage going into this early mid game just from getting those. Team Spirit. I want to lose this tower, it looks like, too early on.
Some decent damage has been done to it, though.
Yeah.
Less than half HP left on that tier 1 bottom.
I mean, the big thing is they don't want to lose this stack, at least. It's a nice little juicy one that actually just going to steal with ease.
Say, what can you do about this? Oh man, nothing to say. Start to clear through it. And Team Spirit, they can't really do much to stop that at all. They can just watch.
Laurel's too scared to swing in. So we were mentioning, there's definitely some problems for this Slardar running into this lineup. Can just get caught by so many different abilities.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And in terms of sort of the play style when you're playing with the safe lane out in this patch, how long is it until we see the out consider getting involved?
He doesn't really get involved over.
See the river, they get the stun opening over towards nothing to say. Hex to follow up. They've got the control to burst him in the river. See if Lyle can get out. It looks unlikely. The arena's down from XXS. He turns up, make sure that they get the kill in return. Dive fall from X-Nova allows them to chase down Rue as well. So even when they're losing their mid, losing nothing to say, they're still able to make Spirit pay for it. Getting Lyle the mid in return and also getting a support kill on top of it, Spirit. Losing 2. And XG, they're kind of fine with this. As long as they stay ahead overall, keep that momentum going, and Arme just continues to get all the space in the world down here.
Exactly.
So far, the early game, can't help but feel it's all going to plan here for Xtreme.
Does feel like it, and a little bit of, pointing out small little other changes that we've seen, this new neutral item. I think this is one of the really nice ones for Gyrocopter early, because you just gained 25 damage. There's no real 25 damage tier 1 item that ever existed before, and you're split-shotting it, so this can be very useful for that increased farm.
Yeah, very value extra bit.
Yep.
Trade-off is, doesn't care about it too much at all as the Gyro.
Of course,
early game.
Yatoro will be very happy. He's an alchemist, and he got weighted dice.
Okay.
So he's going to be getting that extra bit of gold, too.
Radiant's middle tower
But let's see how the pace of the game starts to occur, right? Is Spirit going to be able to slow things down, get that timing up? Is XG going to be able to just continue accelerating things, as we said, with those levels that they got from the Shrine as well? See where the next big hit is going to be.
Put the 3 of them down on this bottom lane, Spirit.
They set up. It is collapse level 6.
Looking for the opening.
It's dangerous.
It really is. This close to the tower, they can't go for this.
He's got Lotus, 16 Wand, double Fairy as well too. If you don't burst him, the Tusk comes in, or any of the other, pretty much any of the other teamfight controllers will be disastrous. But they're gonna invade.
Okay, try and take this tier 1 away from the top side, right? Try and get vision control, information around that area that Yatori would have liked to stack up and abuse early on. Not gonna get the chance. Xtreme, they want to take this spot of the map away from them early.
They're very strong at the moment, fighting around pretty much everybody having that level 6, right? FY very close to having it, X-Nova as well. The supports on Spirit, as we said, a little starved. Lion only level 4.5 at the moment. Spirit, probably gonna wait, let that tower drop, get their timings. But a 3K lead, seeing it already building up for XG. And they're getting stacks too. That's the important thing that I'm watching from them as well. And at the same time that they are pressuring towers, XG does have a double stack Ancient, a triple stack Medium at the same time.
Straight back down to the bottom lane, ready to keep that one held and safe.
Holding their towers.
Any potential push from Spirit, and we see it from Spirit, right? They're playing very cautious right now. They know that they're in a position where they can't really afford to overstep the mark, make any mistakes. In the river, Lal is going to try and get aggressive here on towards FY, but the clone's down and the snowball's up. They're going to try and turn with the burst onto Lal. Lal's got to run. The supernova,
he's taken out.
It's going to tick down low. The final rifle coming in. In fact, actually damage from Xnova ends up getting the kill. That's Lal dead again. Not having an easy time around this mid lane. You can see on the net worth, he's falling behind. It's going to be a hard game to play the Slardar from behind.
And they kind of need him to rally around, right? Collapse is probably going to have to just be that difference maker in terms of sacrificing himself now at this point to maybe get Laurel back in the game, because the supports are struggling, their mid struggling. Someone might have to take an extra back foot, let him get online. This tower's dying.
They're smoked up, Spirit, but they're really any way to start this.
Just too hard.
Not even able to get any sort of chance of getting in for a tower deny. They can't risk showing themselves.
They're going to continue need to slow things down until Collapse probably has the Blink Dagger, which he is pretty close to.
Okay.
And they do at least now have Rui level 6, so maybe they can look to make a duo move when they have that combo, but for now, does feel like XG. Great control of the map. Level 7 on FY, Panto still quite not level 6 on the Jakiro.
Can't. And around this mid, again, Lal, it feels like he's got to be so careful. You see the amount of members of XG that are still here holding this mid area.
It's going to be scary too, because I'm mentioning for Collapse, right? He wants to probably get Blink and maybe try to make a move, but there's so many counteracting plays that XG can set up for. Either the Tusk, the Puck, the Mars. They have 3 different, pretty much perfect ways to respond. Let's see where they do go. As we said, they do want to just hit the creeps on the side of Spirit, at least for those timings. Let's see what XG wants to do to accelerate things. It looks like bottom tower is going to be the choice.
And their lineup, I mean, it's going to be a lot of investment into Blink Daggers, right?
It is. Blinks and BKBs.
Yeah.
In particular.
It's, you know, it's going to be a lot of money put on the initiation, and if they're behind, they're going to continue to be as they continue to just lose kills across the map. Now, when those Blinks come online, it's going to be so difficult to make plays that allow you to actually win the fights, right? Sure, you might get in there, get the opening stun, but are you actually going to have the damage to kill off any of Xtreme Gaming? Because Xtreme Gaming, their lineup, I mean, sure, sort of outside the Puck, who, you know, you rely on the control, but the rest are kind of tanky. Like, even when you have the burst of the finger and such, it's not going to be easy kills for Spirit.
No, the concern really is if you even do get that one kill, are you going to be able to get out also, right? You might pop one target, as we said, a lot of single target on Spirit, but the amount of overwhelming AoE damage that XG has, Spirit has to be very kind of like perfect with the way they pick and choose that pick off so that they don't take a head-on team fight immediately afterwards.
Find the chance. Catch FY here as FY went for the courier snipe. I mean, FY is going to get back up on the way. Xtreme, they're considering fighting this when he's the whole 5-man of Team Spirit, so the rest of Xtreme will fall back. They don't want to start running to that fight there, so yeah, Spirit get the kill, but as you're seeing, it does require a heavy amount of reaction.
Yatoro's got the Radiance though, so he'll be able to get that farm increase, but still showing up the fights for him dangerous. So much burst damage, so much control. Still very fragile until he does have, I mean, honestly, the BKB in particular, but he's not going to go for the BKB next. You go for the Ag, so you get that extra GPM from your allies. Well, GPM from killing creeps, but they get a bonus, of course.
Do they want to fight this? 14-minute wisdom. They're not going to be able to stop XXS from getting the pickup on it. They will line up the ice path into the pulverize, but the waning silence comes into play.
They're all here.
Gets locked down on the walls, Collapse. Yatoro's trying to enter in, but Collapse, he's already dead. Dream Coil holds down Yatoro for now. They'll just back off both sides. I mean, Xtreme, they got what they came for. They get the Shrine of Wisdom, they get a kill on top of it, and they don't lose anyone.
Nope, they used all their ults, and they're going to be able to cleanly disengage without having to worry about much of anything. Spirit tried to get something back for themselves, but just unable to. Yeah, I really do feel like it's going to be some time until we do see Spirit really just look to strike back fully.
It's going to be difficult.
That means you're going to be into these 3 cores that are farming very well. Not just the cores. The 2 supports are having a phenomenal time, as we were mentioning, for both FY and XNova. And it's a good Phoenix game. Have to just keep looking at it. There's just limited ways to hit this egg. I think Phoenix is probably going to be on the rise, even though we have seen the blind spot, whatever, the miss rate disappear. It does feel very effective right now versus these tanky heroes anyway.
And just so much setup for it, right? You've got the
there is.
arena,
You
you've
got the arena, the
Dream
coil.
It's not going to be easy to run away from the egg, as you say. You can't necessarily kill it, and there's a high chance you're not going to be able to get away from it.
No. Collapse. We'll just get Spirit away. A 4K lead still, as Ame continues to be just behind that Alchemist.
Very impressive farm on the Jara to be able to keep up in that fashion, because Yatoro is getting the farm, right. This is not necessarily an Alchemist that's been slowed down, so the fact that on the Jara is keeping up.
Can they get a pick off?
Pretty impressive. They'll look to FY.
Nice shards.
He blocks Lyle off, but the ice pass down. They will manage to chase and get the kill, so
that's how they have to play right now.
Taking what they can get. They'll be able to turn it into a tower as well as Spirit, so they'll take the tier 1 down on the bottom lane.
I think that's how they kind of have to play, especially when these cooldowns are on cooldown, right? When these big cooldowns, you just look for any type of pick off with your single target. Get some type of tower pressure as well. So they will get that tower. Yatoro does not get the last hit, but either way, he's happy. Laurel does not get the rune. Nothing to say, gets a really nice one.
Yeah, they've done an excellent job of controlling those power runes each and every time. They're stepping up in the mid lane Xtreme. Rue, he has been seen off to the side. They're going to swing over towards him. He's going to have Panto there trying to help out with an ice path, but the jump forward comes in, and now the arena there able to lock down Panto as well. Xtreme, they get both of the support, double kill, but nothing to say. I mean, any time you show anywhere near to Xtreme, especially when they have their ultimates up, they're going to be immediately on you. And with this sort of lead that they have, they're barely having to use many at all, right? At this point, it's not like they have to throw the arena, the coil to get these kills. They just need one of those ults, and they're going to be able to take you down.
Pretty much any of the disables, because Yatoro, they know he's just not going to turn up. And even when he has this Aghanim's, he's not going to turn up, right? It's about giving it to your teammates. You sit back, get the extra Greevil. So definitely just continue to set that pace on the side of XG. Still only 2K lead, but this is that kind of Alchemist thing that we see how fast he does farm. It's only going to go up.
Yeah, there is going to be, a slightly inflated net worth on Yatoro.
Curious when XG is going to like really accelerate things. Probably that Aghanim's on the side of Ame to be able to just go for these Roshas, right? Go for that Tormentor when it spawns in the next 3 minutes. I mean, because that Spirit, I don't know if they're going to be able to contest that Torm, because I don't think the BKBs will be online. And it almost feels necessary to have it, at least on one of these 2 main cores, Collapse in particular.
Because overall, in this patch, with these 2 lineups, like, XG, they do have Ame on this Gyro. Is there not always going to still be that potential for them to also play it slow if they want to and save? They can. Or you really do feel there's still going to be, it's a riskier way to try and take the game?
I think they
if you have the option of getting ahead and shutting it down sooner.
Yeah, I just think if you have the option to, right? You know what the Alchemist is going to be doing, right? You might as well look for those extra fights to get yourself into that better position. So I'd imagine they do want to continue to accelerate things, play as often as they can with pretty much every time they do have like 1 or 2 ultimate up, at least go try to make it in use. And Spirit, they're just going to sit back. BKB, as we said, is probably going to be the next big one for Collapse when he has that to go for those team fights. Still has to watch out for a punch, of course. There is that availability that's going to be there from the Tusk.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
In the creeps.
Here we go. And they're going to get aggressive here with the smoke.
Eggs number 1.
See who they can find down here on the bottom side of the map. At the moment, you know that Collapse was around. I mean, Collapse...
Why snowball?
Indeed, the snowball timing was there. Collapse,
oh my god, the timing!
He tries to go for the pulverize, but the spear comes in, and Collapse gets quite a nasty surprise there.
A bit unlucky. He was farming the wave with the snowball, but it happens. It does happen. Blink already finished up for FY. Very fast that he has this one already.
And they're going to get Rue as well.
Another kick.
Xtreme looking very good here with these early moves. Ame even being the one there to take both of those kills. He'll be happy with that one.
Oh, there's an amp damage bottom. Could they use this potentially for the
You got
Roche?
Roche with the amp. I don't know if they've seen the amp damage. They
I don't
haven't
think
seen
they
it.
did.
They might just be... Okay, they will now. Nothing
Okay.
State's going to have eyes on it. They don't even need it, maybe. He can actually save that for plays elsewhere, because they're taking down the Roche pretty reliably.
They're looking super comfortable right now.
Yeah, we'll see
we have
play,
to
as
see
you
it
say.
again.
FY just cleaning up the wave, as I guess you got to kind of expect, right? Because all the creeps were
They
low.
were at that little
It was
little
at that
fraction.
point where he was going to go and nuke them. Yeah, unfortunately, Collapse jumps in. Honestly, either way, probably was going to be in trouble because there was pretty much the entire team waiting behind FY to sort of back him up. And yeah, the space is there, Xtreme. They get the Roshan. Now Aegis on this gyrocopter. They want to keep pushing the issue. They certainly can.
And actually, one of the sadder things too about that, besides it being the snowball kind of thing, it was also right after he got gifted an Aghanim. So even gives even more gold because he dies right after having that 4K increase. So, unfortunate for the side of Spirit, but XG, very fortunate for those moves. Free Aegis now for Ame. It looks like Tormentor, right? Tormentor time.
I think so. Just keep ticking off the objectives at this point if you're Xtreme.
And for Spirit, just keep hitting the creeps, get those blink BKBs.
They do not want to get involved in a fight anytime soon, at least not until Yatoro makes the call. When he's ready to get involved.
I mean, they're keeping, the gold, right? This is the thing about this Alchemist, is how insane it's really going to be because of how much you enable your teammates and yourself.
And it has looked pretty strong in some of the other games that we've seen it when teams play around it. Again, another catch here, XXS. He's quick to make the move up top whilst the rest of them are finishing off the Tormentor. Catches Lyle by surprise.
They may be farming, but they sure as hell aren't able to
in
fight.
The river as well, FY's ready to chase down further kills. Finds Panto.
They're recognizing.
He's got nowhere to go as FY and nothing to say will finish off the job.
Yeah, they're truly recognizing they are just completely avoiding us. If we see anybody show, somebody better be there to get that catch. We do see that. Nice play from XXS. 1-0-9. Getting closer and closer toward his BKB, which will be quite good this game, of course, versus the lack of team fight that they do already have on the side of Spirit. All right, Yatoro. It looks like his call is 1 Aghanims is enough. Sure. I need BKB, and you guys need me to start getting involved.
Absolutely right. They need this Alchemist just in case it continues to speed up that much more from Xtreme. Now, so far, Xtreme have been very proactive around the map.
My worry really is, though, he is not strong on Yatoro.
Like
He's just a BKB
die.
Radiance, and this Gyrocopter is pretty tremendous now at this point. Ame, all that gold is being infused onto himself, of course.
They've got to somehow, obviously once the Aegis is expired, find that chain stun, right? They have to kind of catch them before they get the chance to put the BKBs. A lot of weight's going to be on the line to get in there without opening Hex so that they can just burst through this gyro before Ame just starts raining out the damage with the flak.
Exactly. Are they going to look for a potential smoke move here? There's a ward place. X-Nova sees them. Okay. They see this smoke completely.
Hard to catch them by surprise then.
And it's into Aegis.
This is, yeah, it's a risky move from Spirit. And one that XG is going to be very aware of. Maybe XG allow a support to get picked off.
FY.
They will.
He'll tank it.
He sort of trades his life for denying them the amplified damage rune. Helps to take that.
Yeah, it's pretty, like, not bad, right? You break the smoke and you stop a DD from them potentially getting to be able to catch your gyro or catch your puck. Yatoro will be able to turn up, though, get the tier 1, open up the map for themselves for once here in this game. How's the build looking for the puck? I saw nothing to say. Going for the Parasma build, and then, yeah, the Shivas is definitely going to be necessary this game versus the Slardar and versus that Alk. Super good. Sure, it's not going to be the heal reduction, which used to be amazing, but this armor is very effective this game. And AoE increase. Can't write that off either. Definitely small things for the puck that is pretty cool. Can have some pretty decent impact. Ame, BKB's done.
And for Spirit, I mean, we did see there, obviously, they were starting to get interested in making those sort of aggressive moves themselves with that smoke. Are we going to see that again from them, or was that sort of a rare timing that they felt that they might have had to be able to catch them by surprise, and now it's back to hitting the creep?
I think it was, I have BKB on Yatoro. Let's try to catch them with this off guard. Now they know that I have this. Let's wait and be a little careful, but it is XG now with everything at the ready, looking for themselves that move. XXS, I believe his BKB is coming on the courier as well.
They might just find Collapse here.
He has BKB.
It's true, and he's a step ahead. Don't quite get the vision for the setup. They could settle for just a straight up tier 2 tower push if they want. Still with a minute left on Ame's Aegis.
Good vision set up here from Spirit. We'll be able to watch them all over here. The execution from Spirit has to be pretty insane in these team fights still at this point. I mean, I say deficit, even though the goal doesn't really show up, but you can feel that, you know, the strength from the XG's team fight draft.
Absolutely, Ame is just getting to hit all the timings that you needed to see from him on this gyro to really bring this lineup from Xtreme Gaming together.
And he's going to be getting buffed up too. The thing also about like this drinking buddies is it gives this crazy armor, right? It gives 10 extra armor to a hero like Gyrocopter also. So he's actually sitting at, what, 28 and then plus even more, right, from the Solar Crest. So he can be sitting at like 30-something armor.
A good catch at the side there.
A dream catch.
See if they can turn this into more Spirit.
That's
they know
that ward.
Xtreme's around. Tiame's going to go straight.
He got grabbed.
Pulverize is there. They're going to be able to catch Ame. Still got the Aegis for 10 seconds.
They might wait it out.
Brings Collapse down low. Aegis 5 seconds away from expiring. They'll look towards the egg. They're taking the Aegis out of his hand. They're going to be able to kill the egg.
Oh my god.
Well, now they can turn to look to take him down a second time. The arena's out. There's a good spear from XXS. And maybe Spirit, they can't kill Ame a second time because with the backup of XXS, Ame's ready to turn. Look for the cleanup.
Too much damage.
They will kill him off. Everybody's dying here. Yatoro and Collapse, they're actually the ones to get the ultimate cleanup. As
what a
Spirit
catch.
do actually end up managing to team wipe Xtreme.
That ward. The ward in the jungle catching the puck.
Wow, I mean, being able to do that in that situation as well, we saw, they kill off Ame the once, and it looks like with XXS coming in, getting this two-man Spirit in arena, that maybe Ame was still going to be able to clean them up, but Spirit, they played it so careful around that second life of the Gyro, the Spirit was actually able to end up coming out on top.
And Collapse kind of shown that he's very dangerous to deal with as well too. Yes, he doesn't do the most like physical in particular, but overall the spread damage with him and Laurel, it's a lot versus Ame. You saw him get chunked down just when he got Corrosive Haze from that trample.
Absolutely, really nice. Kind of weaving in and out of the fight there by Collapse.
Like, watch this. When he gets Corrosive here and then watch Collapse get on top of him, I was like, oh my god, the damage he took was actually absurd. So fast that he gets brought down.
Yeah, that extra control and damage. Yeah, Collapse, he played that perfect.
He did.
From the
That was
pulverize
beautiful.
into the BKB usage, and to just hovering at the side of the fight, getting back in there. Smiles there from Yatoro as he knows that whole series of events, it's absolutely just put Spirit kind of back in the driving seat this game.
For sure.
A massive team fight win for them there.
That was probably one of the harder points of the game for them to get that type of successful fight. But the fact that they get the puck before everything starts, now Laurel also has BKB. So now he's got protection to be able to not just get controlled and burst potentially from that Mars. Very nice move from Spirit. And sometimes it's just a ward that lets you get a catch like that gets you that ball rolling to get a team fight, even versus an Aegis. Because that Aegis was about to expire.
It was. Yeah, then they didn't even have to wait it out.
Nope.
They dealt with it twice.
Really nice plays.
Might have been a bit of a different story. Now, Ame he must have been pretty close to the Daedalus before that whole kind of scenario went down. He had a Daedalus in that situation. He's almost certainly being the one that remains standing and everybody else ends up going down. He, of course, wants to strike back immediately. Now that they do have the Daedalus online on this Gyrocopter, next fight round, it might be quite the different outcome if Spirit get caught.
They don't want to be the ones initiated on this time. They do not want nothing to say to die before a fight. But Laurel, as you said, he has a BKB, he has a haste, he has ways to play around a potential catch here if he doesn't get chain stunned.
Let's have a look here. Oh.
Let's see. Does he get chain stunned?
Yeah.
He's going it himself.
I mean, going over the BKB, he's going to try and slither away. And
he can walk away.
He's going to be fine, yeah, glimmered up as well.
Did not get the chain stun onto him there perfectly. No Mars in the area.
That sort of puts a stop to that approach that Xtreme are coming in with towards that mid lane where they themselves, they wanted to try and set up onto Lal. Maybe even Yatoro, who was pushing the wave out. They're not going to get the chance to jump either there with Lal putting a stop to that move.
And Yatoro gets to chill back, hit some more.
He does. XG, they want to go again. They know that they've got this incredible team fight. They want to use it.
Laurel now has the Ags also, so it's starting to rack up there. Starting to see them really build up. He's going to be much stronger in that team fight also, but XG wanting to find that catch. So if there's no BKB on the Slardar, they know they have that strength, that opening into this fight if they catch somebody. XXS has queued up the Ags, by the way. So we are seeing that build come into fruition.
It's all right.
Toro.
They were so close to maybe setting up onto him. Oh, he's actually brought down to the low ground, but yeah, they're already starting to back off. They'll be able to stick around, at least take the Shrine of Wisdom. So we'll get themselves another here. I think they pretty much had all of them, I think, apart from one that Spirit was able to take.
FY. Gets the punch.
Rue's going to be here to help Collapse out. Panto's there as well, and they're going to have the burst. They drop down the Macropyre and the Finger, and they very quickly deal with FY. Can they get out, though? Nothing to say. He's going to jump forward, get the coil out onto the both of them.
A lot coming.
Buying time for the rest of Xtreme Gaming to connect. And Collapse is still very tanky and glimmered up. He's able to run Lal's here by their side as well, so it's not as easy as they'd hoped for to continue chasing.
Collapse has a full Shivas himself. Now, they might turn and go for their own play here. Laurel's here.
Yeah, this might catch Xtreme by surprise.
He's going to be
a quick move.
He's going to be unbelievably tanky on this. from this Primal Beast.
Have a look. Maybe trying to bait a bit here with Yatoro cleaning out the mid wave.
It's going to be very hard to look like 33 armor before even popping the Uproar.
I mean, they might want to go deep here with the wraparound. Spirit, they want to get the jump first. XG, are they going to be ready for this one?
Success.
They see one another, I believe.
Bit dangerous to go under the tier 2 there.
It's a little bit too much. I think they know. They kind of let XG know that they're there, and then they immediately start to fall back.
If you jump there, that's kind of you're giving the positioning advantage to XG, right? I mean, then the Phoenix can position with this Sun, right? Then everybody can kind of just...
Xtreme is surely going to want to do something about this, right? They're not going to let Team Spirit just take this Roshan.
XXS, blink out. He's got the gem.
Oh, thinking about getting in on the front lines.
Poking
the illusion, back away.
Trying to poke the BKB.
Deletion. Spirit won't be able to finish the Roshan until they kind of get XG away from this area.
Alchemist ult on cooldown 20 seconds. Looks like Spirit's being a bit patient until that does come back up.
Check out the Roche situation. Smoke here. They want to get the jump. They need to get the jumper XG, as we've seen. If Spirit somehow are able to pick them apart, Spirit are absolutely in position to be able to take these team fights back in their favor if they get this big pick off at the start.
They can 100-0 most targets because of that function, you know, with the Primal Beast grab without them being able to get the snowball save. Definitely the potential.
They can catch XXS. Is going to go towards the wards here, but Lara's going to get the jump on towards him. XXS holding the BKB in the arena for now, but he's going to get caught by the Pulverize. F-Fly is going to jump in with the punch to put a stop to the Pulverize. Ice Path will catch on towards nothing to say. They get a Hex follow-up as well.
They got the puck.
They catch him. The Ice Path from Panda is perfect. And now Yatoro, he's in on top of Arme. Arme has to back away. Super with that, they're going to try and take down the egg, and with the attack speed of Yatoro, they can. He gets the double, kills on the Phoenix. XXS caught by the Ice Path.
What a fight.
Panto there just laying down these Ice Paths makes it so hard for any of these kind of initiators from XG to be able to play at the start of the fight. We see that, you know, nothing to say. Caught immediately, tripped up. The fight falls apart. They can't afford to lose this puck at the start.
I love the way Laurel's playing this. He's playing this very sacrificial type of Slardar where he's just giving information, trying to poke and prod these BKBs, and eventually he does, and eventually, as you said, they catch the puck again. Nothing to say. Not having a free time on this puck by any means. Back-to-back-to-back deaths for him.
Another Roshan, another Aegis. 12k gold lead now. But Team Spirit.
The Alchemist factor truly kicking in.
Yeah.
And look at this. Look at Rue. He's being so patient. Him and Panto just waiting for that puck.
And this
perfect ice path.
Sure, he gets the Dream Coil off, but the Ice Path buys easily enough time for that Hex to come out. As you say, the Rue was completely saving for the puck. And at this stage, once the BKB, the Chemical Rage is up on Yatoro, the Supernova is just never going to stand a chance in these team fights.
There's sometimes just, like we've mentioned it a lot of times for Spirit, there's sometimes just the way that they recognize exactly where to use the spells on which hero. It just looks so beautiful, and right there, kind of picture perfect. XG starting to fall apart pretty hard, especially their mid laner. I don't even say he's struggling. Ame, he's got his work cut out for him.
He certainly does. You know, the game definitely taking quite a bit of a turn after that fight up at the top where Spirit were able to deal with Ame 2 times round and get that team wipe. You know, Yatoro's played it pretty cool this game, and we're very much seeing, you know, how comfortable a team like Team Spirit are around, you know, just playing around this type of character.
Which is usually, you know, that panel was talking about too. Alchemist is not usually one of those big Yatoro type of heroes, but you can definitely see just because of how powerful the hero is. But enabling your other cores is great. Laurel is super happy this game because of it, and so is Collapse. Getting these early Aghanims has been crucial. Now with a 13k lead with the Aegis and a full AC on Yatoro, they're starting to get to some pretty like over tanky methods where how does XG actually deal the damage versus they only really have Ame.
I mean, that's I feel like this is probably that point of the game where Xtreme's kind of looking at one another and say, well, I guess we're going late again then, guys. You know,
like
just let's farm it up, get Ame to be 6 slotted.
Which they can do.
Yeah.
They can go for the Aghanims on the Mars, right? They can go for these damage items on the Gyrocopter still to be able to get that scale. The Butterfly can be very strong timing for him, but he does need time in it. Feels like Spirit, they might be accelerating now where they feel like they can start knocking on the door.
Oh, for sure, yeah. They really kept that cool for the early game. Xtreme, they tried to make those team fight moves occur, and it looked good in the early to mid, but once that slowdown did happen up the top, started to go a bit downhill here for Xtreme. Spirit taking over.
This Alchemist hero, definitely going to be something that a lot of teams just need to keep their eye on. He did not die this game yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's been able to kind of sit back, hit these creeps, get these timings. Now XG, you can feel the posture of them. It completely changed, right? They're playing so much more defensively.
That's the thing,
very afraid to step outside, which means Alchemist is going to farm an insane amount these next few moments.
He's going to be able to get all the Aghanims, completely just slot himself up as well.
Give one to Panto. He's already having a pretty great game on the Jakiro. Give him an Axe on top. So for XG, let's see where they do look to go from here. Difficult for them to step outside.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like, do they go for another smoke?
You probably just have to wait for some beautiful high ground defense, or like not like high ground in terms of their base, but a high ground in general, and just get this beautiful arena and get these kills and get that extra damage. Like, that's just kind of what they're gonna need. Because Ame is the only one really dishing out that damage now at this point for them.
Talk to me about this as well. You know, looking at Collapse's build, heavy on the sustain, right? Picking up the Bloodstone.
I love it. He's going to be... How are you going to kill him, right? This is so much sustain, so many different things that he can just focus onto him, too. 4,500 HP before he even pops the Uproar also. He's at 34 armor. That is going to be insane.
Even if you jump in, I put a stop to his Pulverize, right?
I don't know how
it doesn't matter. Like, he's just going to be trampling all over you.
His damage is going to be crazy in the fights, and his just damage absorption is going to be crazy in the fights, too. And with this Aegis still for about a minute, looks like they're considering perhaps going for that poke again. They throw the scan on the high ground. Toro knows he can walk up and beat on the building with that. Satanic is done.
Just taking the barracks
so fast as well.
Yeah, he's just able to walk up, take the range barracks.
Man, the fact that he really just gets... You get the extra Greevo Greed stacks, and you get 50 bonus attack damage from when you're giving these Scepters too. I mean, this is crazy. It's like not even just like a mini Midas kind of thing that you're investing with your teammates, you're also just getting so many benefits from it. 3 stacks. Given away. Next fight, there's an Axe Macro Pyre. That's going to be so hard to deal with as well. Yeah. Because the elements continue to grow for the side of XG.
Especially because they do have so much stun, right? They're going to be able to hold you down through the entirety of that Macro Pyre. It won't be easy to save someone from that.
And even just waltzing through the Macro Pyre is going to be problematic because they're just going to be kind of stuck taking all that extra damage too. And yep, any moment that ticks by, the gold lead is 3,000 or 4,000 gold has gone up in just the last 2-3 minutes.
Shiva's Guard done, but nothing to say.
Maybe that could be one where they look to smoke around. But again, they have to claim a high ground potential. What's he going to take? More of these neutral items.
Illusion. Now starting to step back out onto the map Xtreme.
Keeps the Crude, gets the Skriok. That's a nice one. Even more damage absorption that he's going to be able to do versus this Gyrocopter. Smoke up. XXS needs to pretty much get it. He needs a double spear. He needs to get a pretty much perfect initiation as this Mars, or counter initiation, that is, if the BKBs start to tick away. He's going to be crucial to look at for that extra damage for Ame.
Radiant are scanning.
Spirit seem pretty aware this is going on from their positioning.
This is going to be a tough fight to take for Xtreme. Game's changed quite a lot since those earlier moments.
And I'm sure Spirit overall in this game there was not really any sweat going on, right? Yatoro's been able to sit back and
I think,
he didn't die.
Yatoro was probably kind of keeping them together, saying, guys, it's fine.
Yeah.
You're getting a free farm, you're going to be able to get your Aghanims online.
Something's got to be done about this Alchemist in some upcoming games, because he just cannot get this type of free game, it feels. Walking up to high ground.
They could just walk up and hit the barracks if they want. They got the creep wave coming in.
They might catch somebody on the TP also. Okay, next Nova TP'd in a safe spot.
I'll try and slow down Yatoro. Get him off the barracks for now.
Laurel. Jumping in.
They're going to jump at the same time. Both of them trying to jump over one another. Lal has to put the BKB and run away. Collapse has got the Pulverize in on towards XXS. They're focusing Lal here. Caught him in the Dream Coil. They'll be able to bring Lal down. It's 1-for-1 right now. Collapse going in deep there with the Onslaught. The Supernova's out. They're going to try and burn them down with the summer. At least heal up Ame here to keep the Gyro safe. Punch up on towards this Primal, but Collapse, he's so tanky. They've got the Ice Path control. Drinking Buddies to try and drag him to the side, but the Concoction comes in. There's going to be FY gone. The Hex comes out onto Ame. He'll pop the BKB. He's trying to chase down the Lion. Will get rude, but it cost him his life. There's 3 dead on Xtreme Gaming.
Spirit's too strong. Collapse is still full health. Charging through absolutely everybody. Yatoro's 25. They might just stick around. Ame, 75 seconds till he comes back up.
It's just the damage at this point is just not there from Xtreme.
No, it's only Ame, and he can only really focus one target, as we see here. He got Laurel. They did at least focus that slaughter, but everybody else was in jeopardy. He can't get his flax off onto everybody else. Can't get that Dream initiation that they wanted. As you said, the Mars jumped at the same time as Laurel jumped.
They went straight over one another.
Yep.
Which at the end of the day definitely favored Spirit.
Yatoro, plus 310 damage, bringing this building down very quickly. Gonna have Abyssal also. You saw how long Ame was disabled in that last fight too. I want to say it was like 7, 8 seconds. It's gonna be even more now with that Abyssal picked up. 30 seconds, still no gyro. Yatoro forcing as much as he can.
I respect the fact that the respawns are coming in from Xtreme Gaming.
They got more objectives, more creeps to hit also for Yatoro. Continues to get that insane amount of net worth. And you see that, the split fight, definitely favoring the side of Spirit.
XXS gets this arena off, but because Lyle made the jump, it meant that the rest of XG couldn't connect with that arena. And sure, Lyle does die, but he's already pretty much done his job.
Like, Ame needs to be able to have, like, arena down and him flacking everybody. This one, he flacked nobody. He literally was just hitting Laurel because of that positioning kind of breakup there that Spirit was able to set up.
The Hex. Into the Ice Path.
Into the stun.
Into
the stun.
Concoction.
Into the Hex.
Completely controlled and only managing to get the BKB off at the very end. So did not manage to get much worth out of that BKB, that fight at all.
No, it is not easy for him to focus fire pretty much anything. And he's going to need every little buff up in the world.
Yeah, FY, as we saw, you know, he's got his work cut out. There's only so much he can do when it comes to trying to make these snowball saves. It's not easy to do at this point of the game.
No, and he even did get like good drinking putties pull, so he did give him that extra armor, but it still doesn't matter when he's completely controlled and can't really attack at all. Lead up to 21k. Roche soon on the horizon. Spirit in prime position for it.
Taking over the triangle area, making it very difficult for Xtreme to get out on the map.
Ame needs this butterfly.
He's close.
He really, really needs his butterfly at the least for the next fight. This next fight could be one of the last around that Roche pit. And nothing to say. Does have the Shivas, right? Does have his Parasma, but if he gets caught in a stun, might just die. You see too much overwhelming damage.
And they're smoking up, but this Roche is going to go down
fast.
So quickly. They're not going to have a chance of getting anywhere close to this.
What, 7 seconds? He's got the butterfly, but now they're into an Aegis and a refresher
shard. They want to fight this edge.
And
then might be just getting a little bit desperate at this point, Xtreme.
Just the pace that they were able to kill that was insane. The corrosive haze plus the alchemist.
Oh, he's going to go for it. XXS. He's in with the jump. He's going to be able to catch the three of them. The BKB's come out. Yutori's ready to turn. They're in on towards Ame. Can he stay on top of him? The bash, the crush, they're locking him down. Ame's trying to heal up, the bash comes through again. It's Ame out for 90 seconds. They have to pulverize on towards FY as he'll get run down, punched down by Yatoro. And Panto, he's toying around with nothing to say at the edge of the fight.
That just might be it.
With 4 dead, it's not looking great here for XG. Spirit ready to run down the top lane.
Just beautiful little plays. That top play, pretty much all of it from there, right? When they catch the puck initially, when they get that type of fight, when XG had that first Aegis from there.
And they're going to call it.
They do.
GG's called. Team Spirit take this game 1. XG, they just couldn't deal with this Alchemist lineup. Comes out first. You do see their approach or their idea in the early to mid game, right? They get this team fight online. They try and get it going, but
it feels
perhaps it was just that sort of fragile in terms of strategy, in that they had that one move up top where things didn't go great. They lose Ame twice, they get team wiped. They were never really able to get a hold back on the game from that point onwards.
It just feels so stressful. You just have this looming Alchemist thing that's in your head that he's farming so fast. His team is getting so much as well too, and you're not getting that crazy type of scaling either. That was pretty much picture-perfect way that Spirit would want to play this type of Alchemist game, where they're not falling too far behind, only like 3 or 4k at the maximum. Something's got to be solved about this hero.
I think so. You know, we know that some teams right now on this new patch, they know exactly what to do with the Alchemist. And this game, Spirit, Yatoro showing us that they're definitely one of them. You've got to consider this pretty heavily going into the drafts now. I mean, almost certainly, right, we're going to see this one show its face, whether it's a pick or a ban, very early in the game 2 draft, right, Fog?
Yeah. Overall, I think Spirit, these, like Laurel and Collapse, great ways of resetting and jumping in another team fight, though. That was beautiful.
The team, as always, there seems to be the case from Spirit. Yeah, they're kind of coordinating the team fight. Too much for XG to deal with this time. Spirit, take game 1.
And they do it with an Alchemist. An Alchemist that was picked very early on, Quinn, and I was surely expecting a bunch of Alchemist counters to come out from Xtreme. And that didn't happen.
Yeah, they kind of just picked standard XG stuff. They picked teamfight, they picked heroes that work together, but Spirit just had too much beef. Everyone just gets a bunch of HP from the Ags. This is honestly a really crazy strat that I don't know if they have clear counters for, or if they even are clear counters for. It's kind of honestly a messed up strat. Everyone's just way too tanky. It looked very like one of those strats that like this looks like it might be really imbalanced.
Yeah, it's just like the inevitable timing that heroes will come online, right? For XG, they did a decent job. They had the Aegis, but with Pot getting caught off first, the first clip in his highlight package, right? And then they're fighting where like Arme dies with the BKB and they have to respawn and try and fight. Like that fight was maybe XG's moment to overcome this like Ag's timing, but they lost the fight, and now another Ag comes in play for Slardar, and then more tankiness occurs, and the pick-off and the brawl, and can Gyro really do enough damage to kill these heroes? The answer, clearly no.
Yeah, they were playing quite well in Xtreme Gaming up until that fight all the way up top near Team Spirit, and it does feel like against Team Spirit in general, you can't really make that many mistakes because they'll capitalize off of it, but versus an Alchemist draft on top of that, you're just giving them so much effective GPM.
I mean, welcome back to Alchemist in Tier 1 Dota, right? 1036 GPM, 1045 XPM, right? Like, it is the hero that can do that. Other heroes, you know, you have to play one of the best games of your life, but Alchemist, you chill, you shove wave, you know, force feed Ags down the gullet of your other cores, and you're going to have some pretty good stats.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... I mean, it's very, I think, good recovery from Spirit. It's an early game that is not going so well for them, but they were able to stabilize the game, and they're kind of just chilling and they're farming their Ags. Like, they know that they have this window, this timing coming up, and I think it's something they prioritize specifically against XG is having some sort of, I don't know, they just respond very well with win condition. Like, they picked very confidently, they just picked the 3 beefy boys, and it looks weird, and we're all questioning it. I certainly was, and they have some clear reason for it that I don't think XG was aware of. I don't think many people were, and I think it's, I don't know, I think they did really good prep because I think this game is a lot of, they came into this game with a strat. We keep seeing that on this patch. People coming into games with strats, it seems to be the way to win games at this tournament right now, and they, I don't know, it just owned.
I'm telling you, the weirder, the better. That's what we're discovering on this new patch. We can't look at a draft and say this makes sense because that means something's wrong, something's not good enough.
So then if I'm to water down what the concept of this draft is, aside from the top-down idea of it's an Alchemist game, which we have oftentimes heard is an adage in Dota, what are the nuances of what makes this such a powerful pick?
It's just the calm, inevitable timings that you're going to hit, right? Like, I think even Spirit, under the pressure of the early game, they weren't, like, breaking. When one guy dies, another guy shoves another wave. You buy time through just having the map in a good state, and it's like the BKBs, the Ags, the Shivas, all of it comes together, and then you just fight and one in unison. So I think when you have an Alch on your team, it's just about trusting each other, going, you know what? If the game's rough, at 25 minutes, that's our window, but you all have to subscribe to that time.
Yeah, and the way that Xtreme Gaming's draft functioned is that it was very teamfight heavy. It was hard to run into them. It was hard to make plays in the early game, but that was their play from the start of the game to the end of the game. We're going to go in, we're going to press arena, we're going to press coil, we're going to press teamfight spells, we're going to kill you inside of the arena. And if that didn't happen, their draft kind of fell apart in these later fights. Whereas for Spirit, it was all single target stun, single target disable, playmaking, and we saw that happen when like Lion would survive an arena. Suddenly they'd get a hex and turn the fight. Saw Primal Beast on the outskirts just pulverizing who he wants.
So Quinn, how about you show me how all this beef turned Xtreme into jerky over the course of this game?
I will show you that very much indeed. We've got some clips here that I'm pleased to show you. All the jerky and beef you would like as we'll begin now. I think at the start of the game, we'll see it here. It was going pretty well for XG. There's some skirmishes, some fights here, and it may look bad at the start, but they bring the numbers. XXS TP's in, the Gyrocopter rotates, they bring 5 heroes here, they get a couple of kills, they end up trading 2 for 1, and they push Spirit back. I think stuff like this is very, very good and a nice rotation by XXS that does very good things for Xtreme here, and you can see that they still have the damage, right? There's another fight here where it goes very well for them. It's the early game period where Spirit has not quite got to their timings yet. They don't have the BKBs. These spells are kind of just owning them. They're pushing them back. They take their Wisdom Rune. This is all going very good for XG, but you can feel the clock ticking, right? They've got a 4K lead here, but it doesn't really build a whole lot. If we go to the next clip, it's only 2K at 24 minutes, and that is not what you want to see, and this is where things start to turn, where Spirit, they get a couple initiations here or there. I think that was sort of the story of the game in some ways, is who's getting the jump. And here, Spirit gets it, they cancel the TPs, and now they're stuck in no man's land, and it's a complete disaster from here on out. And from this fight onward, I think you can start to see the beef kicking in. In this fight alone, I think Spirit just outplayed them off of clean execution, off of really, really good jumps, and just impressive play throughout the fight, the way they're kiting it back and forth. Some supports die here, but it, you know, for the greater good as they clean up the whole fight. And I think really you start to see in the next fight, the repercussions of this one, where they clean this up, and then now he ends up dying in the end. We'll skip to the next fight, where this is honestly a pretty good counter-initiation from XG. They punch the Primal as soon as he ults, but Puck, you can see he jumps in, he just gets annihilated in 1 second, and nobody from Spirit is really that low, and I think that comes down to the draft, to this Ags combo. Just giving everyone Ags seems to be really, really imbalanced, and something that XG is going to have to consider for next game, because this was a problem, and something they just don't have the scaling for. And if we're honest, XG, they're a slow team. They've always been a slow team. And I think they've tried to play fast at different points. But I think against a team of Spirit's caliber, who, in my opinion, is the best team at stalling out hard games ever, I think picking something that you're going to snowball, you got to be really, really confident in that strategy. And I don't think they were all the way there, because the game stagnated at some point, and then we see what happens.
And they were starting off that snowball by handing out the first of the Aghanim Scepters to the offlaner. Effie, let's take a look at the numbers between Collapse and XXS, because I think they're going to be a little bit more promising for one of them than the other.
Yeah, I mean, both offlaners played a great game. As you can see, XXS had 84% team participation. That's the kind of stat that you see when you get an XXS Mars. And honestly, no notes. You know, he did his job here. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Whereas Collapse, you look at him this game, he was the first Ags. He had the responsibility of making the most out of that first Aghanim Scepter. Or maybe we could have seen Xtreme Gaming roll over Team Spirit. He did have that one death after he got the Ags initially that looked pretty bad, but he was able to just get on top of whoever he wanted when he had that BKB. It just came in so clutch.
I mean, it's just not natural to have heroes get a Blink, a BKB, and an Ags all kind of in the same window, right? Normally it's like you get one, then you have to make a really good move, and then you get another move, and then you get the next item. And that's why, conceptually, Ags, it will always break the game. Giving an Ags at the right time, and especially when Collapse is able to utilize it like that, it is a busted combo when you can really showcase it. I think Pure and Yatora are probably the best two at it. Maybe you can throw Nightfall into the mix, but there are some very strong ALK teams at this Birmingham.
And now you gotta come really well equipped to deal with it, because if Xtreme Gaming lose another game, then all that effort that they had this morning against MOUZ are unfortunately going to come to an end, because they will be eliminated. But I'm expecting a full series to go the distance. For that to happen, though, we need to get to our game number 2, so stick around, everyone, and we will be back with game number 2 of Team Spirit versus Xtreme.
You guys must be so tired, right? I mean, there might be one more game. Birmingham, you guys are tired, right? Let me hear it. No, what? Okay. Maybe you need me to wake you up. Birmingham, are we still awake here? There we go. Well, I hope you're awake. I hope you're thinking, because it's time for another quiz. Yes, that's right. We're gonna have a QR code on the screen. I promise it's not about stats this time. Please don't leave the building. Please, this will be a cool one, all right? You guys watching at home, you can play as well. You're not gonna see a QR code because you can't win the very special prize. We have a very special prize here. This is a commemorative limited edition coin. And if you find an Ice Frog and you give him this coin before the next patch, he will let you write the patch. Absolutely disaster. It couldn't be worse than this one, but it could be rough. It could be rough. All right. Everybody ready? We are logging in the game right now. You guys at home can play. If you guys had a patch, if you could make it, would you guys make Facets come back? Can I get a yay? Do you guys like that? They're booing! Ice Frog, congratulations. They are booing. All right, we hate Facets. I'm with you guys too. All right, here we go. So we're still logging in. Hopefully you guys at home can play. Hopefully you in the arena are logging in. We've got some heavy hitters in here, such as Graceful Bear and Proud Seahorse. Wonderful. Okay, this, my friends, Hooties, get ready to blowfish. Here we go. This is lore, yeah, baby! All right, someone booed. Get that guy out of here. All right, who among the following is one of the fundamentals of Dota 2? Is it Chaos Knight, Morphling, Phoenix, or Underlord? All right, you guys have some time. Remember, the faster you do it and being correct is what gets you the most points. And I will tell you the answer without looking at the screen in 10 seconds. Hopefully you guys know this. All right, hopefully you've been watching the lore especially Tales of Lore Keeper, sponsor content here. Everyone, please click on the link. Here we go. 1 second, without looking, you know it's Chaos Night. Am I right? Yeah, the boys! Educated. Well done, Zany Badger. In the lore, who escaped Dark Reef Prison? This is so easy, guys. Come on, come on. Is it Slardar, Naga Siren, Slark, or Lone Druid? Dark Reef Prison. Who here remembers Siltbreaker? Anyone? One guy clapped. All right, that's a Siltbreaker lover right there. Thank you. We went there, guys, in the lore. In 8 seconds. Again, I will close my eyes. This is so easy. 3 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all know that is Slark. Come on, that is Slarky Malarkey right there. Thank you, Silly Badger. Well done, you're doing great. Which hero was revealed to have a sister in Crownfall? Ooh, this one's tough. Was it Centaur, Ancient Apparition, Winter Wyvern, or the Juggernaut? I know not all of you can read, so this might be a little tough for Crownfall. All right, you had to read the text. Very sad. But we have 10 more seconds. Again, as a resident lore keeper, I will not have to look at this. This is some very known knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, in 3, 2, 1, that is Juggernaut! Oh, you got what? You guys, come on! Vicious Parakeet, thank you so much for knowing the lore. Who is considered the Grand Magus? This is extremely, who is that? Right, anyway, we have Invoker, Skywrath, Rubik, or Pugna. The Grand Magus. Indeed. Now, fun fact, one of these guys used to be a Grand Magus. That's some deep lore, but is no longer considered. That's deep lore, but is not permanent to this. So don't think about that. As we go in 2, 1, and of course, if you play him, you know he's the Grand Magus on Rubik, and Invoker was once a Magus. Can you believe it? Absolutely. Peaceful Lobster, well done. And what are Disruptor and Axe in the Dota 2 universe? The answer is bad in this patch. No. Are they Oglodi, Keenfolk, Ogres, or Mira, Effie? Are they Effie? I don't know. We'll find out. Miraya! That's definitely real. You guys should pick the last one. That's real for sure. Thank you so much to our quiz writer. In 5 seconds, this one is easy. Here we go. It is Oglodi. Absolutely. Fun fact for you, Lifestealer is also an Oglodi. Did you know that? How crazy. Our winner is Peaceful Lobster. Where are you in the crowd? Peaceful Lobster, right there. Come up to the stage. We've never had someone down here with it. Everybody that has a premium ticket is a real goon. But this guy, you actually won. Congratulations. You get the key. You did it. Any words?
Easy.
Oh, you've made an enemy of everyone in the crowd. Come here. I got to give the lore master a hug. Thank you. Thank you for paying attention to the lore. And thank you guys for watching. We'll see you soon, my friend. And yes, more games. Mwah.
He spoils me.
I love him.
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
Welcome back to game number 2 of Team Spirit versus Xtreme Gaming, where Xtreme are clinging on to their tournament lives. They are down 1 game right now, and I don't blame them. Going up against an Alchemist strat, who could have seen that coming? But I will be critical about one aspect of the previous draft from Xtreme, and it felt a bit 7.40. When we saw them earlier today, it was Ame Weaver carry. They were doing Venomancer. They were adapting to the new patch. But T, I feel like most of the 5 heroes that we saw from Xtreme in this previous game, I could have seen that in 7.40.
You easily could, but the fact is, it's the way they set up the heroes, right? I think poor old MTS on his park, sure they had a good start to the game, but they allowed for Slardars and Lions and Jakiro. So many stuns got thrown into the draft for Spirit because XG, they threw him to the wolves on the mid lane. It's like, again, they answered it quite nicely, but the inevitable ability for them to counterplay NTS on his park was also the unraveling of XG. So maybe if they want these heroes, protect him just a little bit more in the draft.
I think Spirit have shown us that drafting 5 stuns is better than drafting 5 teamfight heroes. Just easier to play. Honestly, playing with lower cooldowns and
He is him. Himself. He is the guy.
it just felt like they had more freedom
That is true.
on how they wanted to approach fights, who they wanted to go on.
And I respect XG entering this draft, removing the Alchemist, right? I think because it is so early in the patch, you don't really know, like, what are all the Axe combos? Are we meant to break the game at 20 minutes? If we don't, are we able to deal with the fact that everyone's getting this shared economy? It is a scary concept, and I don't think you want to answer that during a series.
They let Beastmaster through, though. Team Spirit have been first phasing a lot of Beastmaster, especially during the group stage of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, calling Spirit's bluff a little bit, saying maybe, hey, maybe we'll first pick it, but no, they want the Pony Man. And I think this hero is really strong right now. That's the only hero I've played since the patch has come out. I won all my games, and this hero feels great. The item builds, all the new items that came out are great on him. The wraps, the Bloodstone is changed, and the, I can't remember what this Ghost Scepter item is called, but that item is really good too. So the hero's got a lot of different builds. He can do a lot of different things, and he is very, very strong.
I mean, Leshrac will be remembered in this patch because he was relevant. Relevant? That's really bad
Prevalent?
English. Sure.
Relevant and prevalent?
Yeah, I kind of made a new word.
I see.
like
Relevant.
I've been awake since like 7 this morning, and I haven't had a beer. It's crazy. Anyway, Leshrac, the fact that he is patched in due to items is kind of funny because in Dota, it's always like you look for the hero, like Quinn's mentioning. I just enjoy when you see a hero only survive due to Bloodstone. Like, what other hero in the game is so like beautifully attached to one item on his survival rate of a patch?
That's true. They're a tried and tested duo. But also, I do think the loss of facets really benefited Lesh, because before you were choosing between if your Edict did a lot of damage or if you did damage to towers, and now you can do both.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think that is, like, also both your facets were kind of, like, Chronoptic was nothing, and then your other facet was, like, kind of nerfed you. So he just got, like, hey, we're chill now, and it's very nice. But this is cool.
Yeah.
This is, like, one of the most old school counters to Lesh. I've been waiting to see his Sniper because he got really buffed, and he's sort of back to, like, his spirit of the hero, which is be long-ranged.
Yes.
You can maybe do a build where you actually put more points in take aim, compared to people putting stats over maxing it before. So I like the changes to Sniper a lot, and I'm really curious to see how this does, because this is a true counter to Leshrac when you go back in the day. So I'm excited.
Yeah, when you think about it, it was so silly that Sniper, his entire identity was being a long-range fighter type of hero, and then they just took his range away and they made it attached to his ulti scaling. It was an odd choice, but I'm glad he's back.
So then it's more than just a lane counter, or is that primarily where Sniper versus Leshrac shines?
It's definitely best in lane. Leshrac will probably rush Blink, and so there's sort of this cat and mouse game that happens with this matchup, where Leshrac is hunting you, and maybe you buy a grenade early, you buy a Force Staff early, just try to keep yourself alive, and there's this dance, because if Lesh commits on anyone else, then you peep him to death. And so there's sort of a 1v1 happening the entire game between Leshrac and Sniper, where they're looking at each other and keeping each other in mind. So it's a very cool matchup that, you know, plays itself out over the whole course of the game.
The reason I posited the question is there any way that we turn Leshrac into safe lane, and now your counter pick of the Sniper is not so valuable anymore?
I mean, potentially, if you are willing to run an IO with it, like we saw PARIVISION do, that could maybe be a safe lane, but it's not something I see Xtreme Gaming doing.
I mean, it's also in full role, you can find answers for FY where he can gap close on the Sniper, then he's finding the Sniper's wasting his grenade or his Hurricane Pike on the 4 position, and then Lesh with his blink is like, ha, you've wasted it, based on this like little mini fight that both Lesh and Sniper will have the entire game. So maybe the 4 role can also kind of answer these problems rather than just allowing it to be an isolated, you know, mid versus mid the entire game.
Yeah, no, for sure. And there's also certain heroes that mess with Sniper's itemization. There's like Mars, where you want to buy Pike and Grenade against Leshrac, but as a Mars, now you need a BKB. And so now you've got a really weird mess of, you don't want Pike into BKB because it's very low damage. But if you buy just BKB, then Lesh will still kill you through it. And if you buy just Pike, then you're getting arena'd and dying. So there's certain combos like that that make Sniper's itemization imperfect, and so you can almost always die.
We'll see who Spirit choose to target out as with their one ban.
It's a long-range gulp cam.
Fun fact, by the way, I bought this guy a bit earlier today.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, it went to good use, T, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I'm just worried how many he's had. Because about 4 hours ago, I gave him 1, and he was already like maybe 3 in, so... I have somewhat responsibility over this man now.
They're really mulling over this ban. I'm with you. I feel like MOUZ would be an obvious take against XXS, so just eliminate it.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what else they're considering. I think these bans are important, so they ban the Tusk, like T was mentioning, that sort of 4 jumper hero. And they just steal the Mars. Yeah. Okay, so that's what they were considering. Things like this are interesting. When you steal a hero, it can open up holes in your draft because it's very hard to consider everything. And now you've picked 2 cores back-to-back. Maybe there's something that you didn't think of that's now good against both of these heroes because you're thinking shorter term. MOUZ is good against our Sniper, and it's hard to think like sort of chess style, 5 moves ahead. Like, what does this do for now their draft?
This is what I want to see between these 2 teams in the first game draft, right? Like, they are thinking always, right? The Lesh to the Sniper to counterpick the Mars. Now, XG going for a Dazzle because, sure, your Mars will get a jump onto my Lesh, right? But Dazzle will always be able to save me. There's a lot of just back and forth between them. It's not as if they're drafting for themselves. It's just reactionary picks, left and right.
Yeah, it's nice that heal supports aren't really countered by MOUZ anymore. Maybe not nice for MOUZ, but nice for the Dazzles and the Shadow Demons and the Ringmasters, because that Bloodsport facet got
be gone.
taken away.
Thank God.
So now, if you're MOUZ, you kind of have to make a decision whether you're going on a core or the supports were going to be saving the cores, which makes his gameplay much more difficult.
Yeah.
Oh.
Holy cow.
Well. Classic.
Holy cow indeed.
You want a gap close on a Sniper?
That's what his friends call him.
This is a one way to do it. Now you found your solution for who's going to bully the Sniper. And someone just popped a balloon.
Every time it pops, my heart jumps 6 beats.
Do you have one of those little the phobias? I don't know what the name is, but...
Popophobia?
Sure.
Loud soundophobia?
Apparently.
Well, either way, actually, they go for the Spirit Breaker. You have to note that MOUZ is pretty decent against Spirit Breaker with the Spear, and then Sniper with the Shrapnel slows. It's just a little clunky for Spirit Breaker. But in the end, at the end of the day, him just going in with the Bulldoze, soaking some of these spells, will just open up everything, and it gives all the information you need. Will he go for the Aghanim's and Wave Shove? Will he go for the early Shard, potentially, to eat through some spells? There's a lot of options for FY, but at the end of the day, BKB on the cow, get in the middle of the fight, that's all he has to do.
Can you summarize SB's bajillion changes?
TLDR, Aghanim's, when you bash someone, it then also pushes that guy back, and if he hits another guy, that bashes him. So when you hit creep wave, you delete every creep wave in the entire game. You are bonkers broken, probably a core in the future, and then Shard is now playing our pocket. So when you put it on an ally, you soak the spells, basically a Lotus Orb, and you can put it on the enemy, so you soak the enemy's 4 stars and glimmers on that guy, and it goes onto you. So it's a very cheap way to just eat utility from either team.
That would be a very cool way to see it used soaking supports, but we see the double support fix.
Yeah, I mean, there's also not many single target spells, so maybe the Shard isn't too good this game, but supports are great in this one from Spirit.
With this AA plus Willow, this support duo is actually quite difficult to play against if you're Leshrac. Like, Leshrac is not a hero that can play well into ranged damage, and Willow with her Brambles on top of the Ice Blast, like, it's not going to be easy for him to maneuver around this fight. And these heroes can do ranged damage to him as well alongside their Sniper. This Flash game looks tough.
It's insanely hard, and it's the risk of first picking a core against Spirit. They're the best core counter pickers in the world because they counter you on a conceptual level, not just a lane counter, right? Some teams will say, oh, we're going to pick this really obnoxious thing against you in lane, and they leave it at that. But Spirit says, no, we're countering you every single which way. We've got stuns for you. We've got supports that gank you on runes. We've got stuff that makes it hard for you to play without BKB, and we got stuff that owns you if you have BKB. Like, if I look at this game, I don't see a clear itemization route, and on top of that, Dazzle's not saving him either because he's getting A blasted when he gets stunned. It's very tough.
Yeah. I mean, also just the fact that they've countered him so well on Spirit without compromising draft integrity on their own end is really impressive because now they have heroes to enable the Mars arena. They have heroes that are strong side laners, so don't necessarily get run over by anything they see on Xtreme Gaming. And now they have their pick of the litter of melee carries because AA pairs well with stun heroes and ranged carries.
So I have some balloon management to handle.
Well done.
I'm glad you brought that up, though, Effie, because it does feel like so much of Spirit's draft does seem very reactionary. Like, you pick the Leshrac, I'm counter-picking with Sniper. Then I also need to follow it up with MOUZ. Now you pick the Dazzle, well, I'm going to get anti-healing with AA, and you have Leshrac, so I'm going to make Willow make your life hell. But still, while doing that, they still have a solid draft of their own.
Yeah, it all works together very nicely. I'd say the only thing that they're really lacking is some kind of save for the Sniper, who may be getting run at a lot by the Spirit Breaker. But you know what? TP. Good item. Just TP in if your Sniper's getting charged.
At least for XG, they have all this chaos, and for Spirit, when you're praising all the spells they have, what happens if they don't combo the spells perfectly, right? The Blast plus the Arena, you mentioned the positioning of Sniper, surely Spirit Breaker and Brewmaster, their job is to eat the Arena, eat the Blast. Surely they're going to die, but Arme still has all the information available. Sure, they don't have last pick in the draft, but I am looking at Spirit Breaker, Brewmaster. They need to be like the MVPs of this game for XG to feel good.
Yeah, we need XXS to have one of his pop-off games.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very good Brewmaster game, and Brewmaster is one of the types of heroes that can enable Alesh, who has such a hard game, because he sort of breaks Spirit's idea of we're killing you when you run into us, because it's very difficult for these heroes to burst Brew. They don't kill the green panda at all, and even the other ones, you can throw some random guy up. It's just not that cohesive for them to actually kill the pandas. So when you run in and you have all the magic resistance, they can't burst you, and you press split, and you cause chaos and make it to where Leshrac has more freedom to fight. That is awesome.
Yeah, I love this so much. It's just like, on a new patch, you have to go, what are some classic counters? Like AA, Willow, Sniper. It's all about hiding in the fog, having the positioning. Back in the day, Spectre is the counter to that. No fucking idea if it's good on the patch or not, but conceptually, in the history of Dota, it's good against those three heroes.
They've changed their ultimate like 5 times. What is it currently? Is it the single illusion or the team illusion?
It's the team illusion.
It's the team illusion.
But they're buffs on cooldowns. Like, her cooldowns got buffed, so she has her spells up longer. They made her stronger on lane. I believe she got more HP regeneration on lane, which makes her laning better. And there's also an Ame specialty. Back on PSG LGD, he would pick Spectre all the time versus Linas and Snipers. Like, this is something he's happy to play.
But the question is it Radiance? Is it Blade Mail? Are we looking at early Orchid? There's a lot of like old builds, and Spirit, sure, they go for a lifesteal. He at least can like 1v1 the Spectre in the game, but I think it's less about the lifesteal and that. It's more, will lifesteal Infest who gets jumped? Maybe he can be a little X factor, but wow. I know, I just gotta say, I just love the drafts from both teams in this second game. Like, you have to respect XG creating the chaos, Spirit trying to bring up this kind of explosive one-core death strategy, and a Spectre. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly as hard of a Sniper game potentially now as it is a Leshrac game.
Yeah.
With Spectre, you've got a lot of stuff to deal with. You have cows and ghosts and all sorts of nonsense. But it is a very, very good lifesteal game. Like, it's good against arguably all 5 of these heroes. Spirit Breaker's maybe a little two-sided, but at the end of the day, it's just support. Lifesteal will have a full free laning against 2 melees, and it's very good against Spectre in the game, and so I think Xtreme has a lot of, in some ways, pressure on them to get the ball rolling and get to a point where their ball can overrun them, and it's not the lifesteal just beating them to death.
So for as valuable as Spectre is as a counterpick to the Snipers and the Ancient Apparitions, she still fell off the face of the earth for like the past 6 months, T. Why has she not been relevant in general?
I mean, you can't really contest Wisdoms at 7. You can't really fight into the game. Your itemization path is not understood by anyone. It's like Radiance was a thing for a bit. Like I said, Vessel was a thing for a bit. Blade Mail was a thing. Orc was a thing. I'm listing so many items. No one kind of agreed what was good. But you're just slow, and you need to have the team play for you. Luckily, this time around, they have so much map play through Spirit Breaker, Brew, and Lesh. It kind of makes sense, but yeah, I think it's kind of make or break for Arme. Like, if he buys one wrong item in this game, I can see things falling apart. So he just needs to understand Spectre better than anyone else right now.
Well, let's see if he's able to show it off, or if this will be one in a list of heroes that he may regret picking in an elimination game. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for it. Game number 2 with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Neil. Yes, game 2 time here, and my goodness, we've got a couple of classic carries here from classic players. You know, one side we're getting this Arme Spectre coming out here for Xtreme Gaming, and Spirit, they close things up with the Yatoro Lifestealer. What do you make of this, Fog?
I cannot believe we're getting a Spectre in 2026. I know me and Quinn have been talking a lot about like the anti-mages, the Giga carries, the super late game ones. Really looking forward to see if this is going to end up working out, because on paper, as we've seen in in the past, a long time ago perhaps, Spectre can do very well versus Sniper, but the other hero that he has to watch out for is Lifestealer has traditionally had a pretty good matchup versus Spectre in terms of setting the pace of the game, not really letting him get to those later stages, and just being able to overall maybe out-sustain him if it does get to these late stages. So we're in for a treat, that's for sure.
So in terms of what the Spectre can offer in this patch as opposed to the last patch, it's nothing really changed, right? It's just kind
numbers.
of buffs across the board.
Just overall number buffs across the board. It's going to be the Radiance build, I assume. Yeah, he queued it up. Okay, so it's going to be that build, I assume, that he's going to go for. And let's see if Yatoro goes for a bit of a different style, because I don't know if you want to go Radiance.
Oh, I think it looks.
And I'm looking like it's just like the what do you call the Matumba Man kind of build that we saw.
But the Armlet Deso.
Armlet Deso. If he wants to do it, you benefit both of your other cores with it too, right? Sniper and Mars are going to be doing that extra damage.
I mean, I don't mind it as well because you can go for this Armlet Deso and fight right, and the Sniper, Lau can do that extra bit of farming and hitting the creeps right.
And then he
plus
can
you're more aggressive as the Lifestealer.
And he can do what Quinn was mentioning, where sometimes can be a problem for Sniper, is then maybe he can go for the grenade and the Hurricane Pike. Sometimes Sniper can feel kind of weak because you don't provide damage if you do that build, but if you have a Lifestealer going for this gung-ho damage build, that's cool. And looking at some armor values, I gotta say it, Leshrac, pretty squishy in terms of armor. A lot of them are going to be a bit weaker to that if he does go for it on Yatoro.
Yeah. And I do like that Xtreme, they definitely addressed the fact that that Sniper was thrown out at the start of this draft.
They
right?
did.
You have heroes to get in his face. The Spirit Breaker on top of the Spectre. Right? These are two of, historically the nasty kind of counters the Sniper does not enjoy playing against.
Absolutely. I think that's also maybe partly a reason why Yatoro, why they went for the Lifestealer. On top of it being the benefit of it being versus double melee and all the other reasons we said, he's a pseudo-safe. It's not the best by any means, right? But you can go into a teammate, help him out. Some cool little things that you can do. Definitely be able to save out Laurel. And yeah, let's see how these lanes end up going.
Let's have a look. We'll see the setup here. So in terms of the bottom lane, Spectre, as it always has been, right? A hero that in the lane is kind of happy to play safe and secure. You've got this solid support that should be able to keep you
traditional,
exactly, healed up and safe in this matchup. I mean, should the Dazzle be enough to keep the Spectre fine against the Mars and the Willow? Because that's a strong combo as well.
We'll have to say, right? Because this is pretty much the traditional kind of thing where it used to be the Warlock every game with the Spectre, something like that. So we'll have to see if Xnova can. It's a lot of damage that comes out between the Mars and the Willow, but I feel like Ame might be able to stand through it. As long as Xnova doesn't get caught too far out of position, should be able to keep him sustained in the lane. But let's see.
And in terms of the mid matchup, obviously this is exactly what Lyle saw and he wanted to address. Gets the Sniper against the Lesh.
Very nice.
How bad can it get for the Leshrac in this matchup?
It can be pretty rough. I mean, in terms of last hitting, I think the Lesh can do pretty decent because you're just lightning all the time. But in terms of the game state, you're always going to be running into a Sniper, which is the dream for a Sniper. He's just going to be able to act as a turret, peep you from a distance. And these items, I'm wondering if he does do this Orb of Frost, right? Something small like this you didn't see in the past on Sniper can be very beneficial versus something like Lesh now. Keeping that distance. And yeah, let's see how this top lane, top lane we don't really have to look at too much because it's pretty much just going to be Yatoro free farming and them just pulling lanes. But what's going to come perhaps because of that pulling of lanes is, will it give opportunities to FY to get some charges perhaps, to look for the setup on Laurel for them to get early kills with the Lesh. Difficult for sure to do so, but a possibility if he does get a good angle.
And in terms of the Ancient Apparition pick here for Panto, we did see some of it in the previous patch, but I feel like already in these first few days of the new one, we're seeing a little bit more frequency in terms of how many games we've had and how many times we've seen it. Is this hero back for some reason? Is it better?
I think it's better.
It's better now?
Definitely feels like you do a good amount more damage, at least in terms of things, but I think in this game in particular, it's versus the Lash and there's a Dazzle, right? They're looking to just not let the Lash do that thing where he gets graved and then healed up and comes back to the fights. He's just gonna die, even through the grave potentially, if it's timed properly.
Bottom, creating some good damage here. Collapse getting rather low. Trying to turn their attention over towards the Willow instead, but with the Shadow Realm, he's fine.
Ame's doing decent though, at least in terms of that sustain, getting these, 9 last hits now for himself.
Could only get easier down here. Levels in the dispersion.
And he's got a stick coming out too. There's something about Ame, he never buys the stick at the start versus the Mars. It's one of the few players that just doesn't care for it. He wants those stats early on.
Top lane Yatoro taking quite the hit here. Off the rage and back off.
Decent damage there from XXS. Yatoro's actually quite low. They have regen, but they're passing him tangos. Panto just decides not to for now.
Left on Panto, as you're saying. There's still a fair far in bottom lane. They'll get the spear. Ame, he's
gets
going to
the
get
kill.
the kill first. So
And
first
maybe
blood will go the way of Xtreme.
he'll get the Lotus on Collapse, so should be safe. Has a salve also to be able to heal up. But Ame gets the trade, gets the first kill. Little heal coming in, the dispersion, that stick, maybe one of those. He had like, what, 2 charges? I think he just got it delivered. All these little things.
Keeping him alive just long enough. That wave was in a bit of an unfortunate position for him, though, so...
Top,
Collapse able to get a good few denies in before Arme returns to the lane.
And Yatoro's just playing at 100 HP because it is this double melee that he should be okay versus.
Sure.
He could give me...
It's a little risky.
Right, like he gets double bashed or something ridiculous.
He's feeling happy to live on the edge for now.
Why we'll give a little love tap there. And we're seeing nothing to say mid lane, as we were mentioning. 19-5, handling his own versus that sniper for now.
Okay.
And just in terms of, later on when he's charging in versus sniper, what the sniper can do versus him, of course.
And in terms of sort of charging in, do you expect to see some early attempts from FY to try and get an angle in on the mid to set up for a kill?
I was thinking perhaps right now they might be able to close the gap on Panto. He stepped up a little too far here.
Let's have a look. He'll try and stand his ground and trade damage with FY, but indeed the neutral walks up, gets the kill, and Yatoro, he's the only one actually benefiting from this overall because he actually gets a kill. Nobody there to deny FY in terms of the neutral creep, so...
Right, that feels bad. That feels very bad for the Spirit Breaker. Trying to make that move, and that means it's less time that you can maybe make that move on the sniper. But I actually was thinking perhaps there are those opportunities that you can go for him.
Look at this, straight out on the map. FY is going to TP over to the mid, just see if there is an opportunity for the angle on Lal.
Might be able to here. There's TP reinforcement coming in.
A lot of damage onto Lal though here. Caught in the river. Lal will fall, and nothing to say is going to be fine. So FY might have died up top, but he's very quick to make that move. And well, same time down bottom, Spirit, they look to strike back and get in on top of X-Nova. Arme at this point not having enough damage really to offer up to get anything in terms of the trade. But that was a quick move mid, and one that it just seemed Lal wasn't quite prepared for. Something you've got to always be aware of, right? When that Spirit Breaker's died and is respawning, he could be coming into any of the lanes.
He also got bashed. He did get the secondary bash. You see Panto writes it right away. 100% they're saying, because I think perhaps if he doesn't get that second bash, they might maybe get a trade kill.
Sure,
maybe.
Yes. Yeah, indeed. It's very likely that Nothing to Say would have had to stick around that little longer.
Just perhaps.
To trade his life to actually end. He bring down Lal.
So yeah, I'm glad that FY did this, because it's definitely possibilities, and now at this point, your Brewmaster can probably be left alone. So I think you can now open up the map either with these, the smoke or just these charges when you're not
looking at bottom. We'll try with a lead in here. Brambles will hold back X-Nova, but he did get the poison touch in on the Collapse. Good God's Rebuke, though, to put a stop to the charge. So a little extra time here for Collapse to back off.
And he'll be okay.
He's going to be fine.
Always going to be the case versus the Mars.
Yeah,
all visibilities.
You've got to kind of hope that he's already used the Rebuke to clear a wave, and even then maybe Spear's available. Yeah. Yeah, not an easy core to gank as the Spirit Breaker in the laning stage.
Yeah, not throughout the game mostly. All 3 abilities just stop your charge. Even just the arena stops your charge when he plops it down too for some reason. So it is very pesky type of matchup at least to deal with. 6 minutes. Support's making the moves since Lifestealer can now be in a 1v1s versus the Brew. Gonna see heavy rotations coming in.
Well, look, it's going to be the haste rune down bottom.
Denying it from it. Nothing to say. But
We'll be able to get the pickup before FY is able to get himself. And maybe with the haste rune can actually try and turn a setup onto FY. He's going to go quickly for the TP out, but the assassinate.
Oh! Split! That was exactly timing almost.
Whew. That was pretty much as close as it gets there. FY getting away.
Nicely done from FY. Sure, top doesn't have that benefit from getting the kill initially, but now making some nice little rotations, getting his team some space. Anytime that you're pulling any type of aggression away too from the Spectre lane can be nice, right? Yeah, now he's just versus that 1v1 in the Mars. So he's getting some fair extra last hits on Ame.
And in terms of the carry matchup, you'd say, well, overall, between the Lifesteal and the Spectre, as long as the Lifesteal's on a similar level of farm as the Spectre, he's quite all right.
Yeah, he can eat him back. He can fight right back with him with the open wounds and just be able to hit him and then increase physical damage. It really does matter when you have this Deso build. I'm so glad to see this because I feel like I haven't seen this matchup in so long, and I haven't seen this itemization either. That's the cool thing.
Yeah.
Because last time I feel like I saw this, it was a Radiance Lifestealer probably. But now we're going to get to probably see that Deso.
Yeah, and in terms of what this pickup in this itemization, you think this was what just very quick thinking from Spirit when they saw the Spectre, that Yatoro probably was the carry player, made the call, say, hey, the Lifestealer, with this approach, it's the answer.
And the fact that he has a sniper and a Mars, right? It's 3 different heroes that are going to benefit from that Deso, and it will give them extra objective taking, which they kind of were lacking. I wouldn't say the best at taking Roche on their lineup, but getting that extra minus armor could allow them to kick the pace up, which I would say they want to do. You don't want to play too slow versus Spectre when you're playing a sniper draft. But we'll see. It's level 6 for Yatoro's been hit. much more of an even game, at least in terms of net worths and levels this time around.
Yeah, we are.
Same minutes.
It does already feel in this patch, you know, heroes, pretty much those two heroes, right, such as the Doom and the Alchemist, just kind of changed the game completely. So, you know, we're not too sad when they're not actually in play.
No.
Let's see something a little bit more exciting.
Fanto should be just fine.
He's going to be able to grab another bounty rune.
Oh, just kidding. He walks into nothing to say.
And indeed, nothing to say. We'll be able to pick up a kill. Lyle's heading over.
Can they get the trade?
Assassinate.
Bramble.
It's time for the Brambles to come in. It's a good route there from Rue. Catching onto the two of them. Nothing to say. Superlo will be able to stay just out of vision. So they'll have to turn towards FY. Actually, wow, FY's got backup. Arme jumps over and Xnova's here with a shallow grave. They can just turn and kill off Law.
Oh, what a play.
FY survives for now. Rue with the final hit for the Shadow Realm will be able to take him out in return. And Yatora, he's turned up to the action.
XXS.
But the split's online. They can go straight for Rue. He's already used the Shadow Realm, so no way to protect himself. And Xnova's still alive. Yatora's trying to chase him down and continue to look towards him. He's going to head over towards the creep and jump in with the Infest for that final bit of chase down. He's coming for him.
Get stopped.
He does indeed. The Brewling's there, able to hold him up in the air. Still, though, as it comes to an end, he's got that extra bit of movement speed. XXS, can he hold him back from Xnova? He can. This Dazzle just able to walk away as Yatoro can't quite find the trade.
They were so quick to sandwich, too. As soon as I saw the haunt, I was like, wait, are they going to have... They actually brought the numbers so quickly.
Well, they're going to keep it going.
Moves.
But look, Spirit, they want to strike back onto Arme. They know he's alone. They set up with the Arena. Backup's on the way, but Arena gets... You know, it's enough lockdown and control to burst him down with the backup of Lal and Rue.
This is action-packed. 5
That's
to 5.
a quick move, yeah, to make that sort of play when they knew that, you know, everything had sort of been thrown into that top move. The Spectre was not going to be safe under his tier 1 tower. So Spirit, whilst they might have suffered in that situation in their own jungle, they do quickly make sure they find something in return for it.
Yeah, and let's see if Ame does want to show himself back up to the lane too much more after that. They did use the Arena, so perhaps for the next 70 seconds or so he can go down there, but has to be careful pretty much every time Arena's up. He could just get killed from an extra rotation.
Eyes around the mid once again from Spirit. 10-minute power rune coming in.
Laurel, 2 deaths already. It's a difficult sniper game we're seeing already. The
not
charging,
an easy one.
the Spectre, everyone just closing the gap onto him. Traditional old school counters are at least showing their worth versus the sniper.
And in terms of sort of saves, they don't really have it right.
No,
as you said, outside of like a clutch sort of infest play, these supports pretty heavy on the aggression. Not a lot of ways to protect the sniper until those items are online when he's getting charged in upon and jumped upon by this Spectre.
Yeah, when Rue has 6, right, that's going to be pretty useful. The Terrorize is one of those other great saving factors for the sniper, but not quite there just yet.
There we go, indeed. The neutrals also enjoying a drink here at Birmingham.
Where's mine?
FY getting some final bit of XP down on this bottom lane, trying to get that level 6 online. Collapse. Looking towards him, he's got the Arena back up in less than 10 seconds, so get the spear over towards him, but doesn't actually quite line up with the Brambles there.
Off the mark.
So not going to really have any sort of damage to threaten the Spirit Breaker. FY is fine, and now has Arme back by his side.
Arena is back online.
Arme will have the Haunt to play with at the same time. It's Yatora turn up, a bit of a surprise there for FY. He's going to try and charge away, but the Assassinate's coming in. There's nowhere for the Spirit Breaker to run, as Yatora's presence allows him to take the kill and to potentially get this push going onto the tier 1 tower. Arme, he backs off, doesn't want to be anywhere near this.
Can they pressure elsewhere here? Looks like the Bruce should be able to get some decent damage top, but they're not making a rotation to play around this, so it looks like Spirit's going to just get this bottom tower for no exchange for the side of XG. Might just be able to fully finish it off here. And he's committing for it. So I am super excited to see this Deso build, how well it's going to work with his team and work versus the Lash rack. Because this Lash can be incredibly fragile. Since he is going for the Blink build on Nothing to Say, since he's playing versus Sniper, he wants to be able to close that gap. But that could be dangerous.
I mean, the work is going to be cut out for Xnova on the Dazzle.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
The Shallow Graves are going to have to come in very, very clutch.
It's like a double-edged sword, this Blink Dagger, potentially, for Nothing to Say. It could be incredible of him just bursting down a target, or it could just prove to be his demise if he overplays his hand too far.
And they just don't really have any sort of like instant catch or stun right to stop this Lifestealer from getting the Rage off.
True. It's just the Spirit Breaker if he can get it from an angle. But that's, can be kind of complicated for sure.
So Yusura's going to have a lot of freedom in these team fights to just run around and get to hit people with his Armored Deso.
Yeah, overall, their team fight control is just a little bit easier to execute, I would say, on the side of Spirit, just with the Mars, with the Sniper kind of peeping back, the Willow follow-up. On the side of XG, they have to get the Primal Split angle, kind of, with the Spirit Breaker.
Well, we'll see here, trying to find the angle with FY and Nothing to Say. They want to go for something big with the Blink Dagger reveal of the Leshrac.
Hey, they'll kill anybody they find, that's for sure.
Let's have a look what they can get here. At the moment, Spirit pretty far away from this move. Maybe they can get an angle in on the mid. We'll see who shows. At the moment, just Panto was hovering around to find that XP. It's not a big catch, and ideally nothing to say wants something a little bit more than that. And even if they go for this one, up by the tier 2, it's spooky. Lul's around.
Ooh, if they can get Laurel, though. They did see him for a quick second.
Well, they got the sentry down. They know that something's up around there.
Yeah, they
So nothing to say. Not able to make a play here with the Invis rune.
And now bottom, the play. Ame.
Going straight in. Gonna be able to jump over towards the mid.
Ame.
Turn on towards Lal. Ame has to back off as he's very low. It's enough, though, to take out both Lal and Panto. Collapse, he's got the arena ready, but the split's up from XXS, so now Collapse is in a bit of a rough spot. Bash comes in from FY. Yatoro's TPing over. Wants to see if his presence allows them to sort of turn this team fight. Collapse taking a lot of damage from the Brewlings. He'll back up under the tier 2 tower. He's trying to hold the arena, of course, for when the split comes to an end. It's the XXS.
Can they get out?
With the Brambles, Yatoro wants to move in. Of course, still a Mithril Hammer away from his Deso, so doesn't at this point have that kind of a offensive amount of damage he needs to really be able to strike back. So XG, they can back off. I mean, that was heads-up move there from Ame, right? No panic as he's getting gone on. Looks for the chance to jump over towards the mid, keep himself safe, and stay on track to get a pretty decent timing on the Radiance. He's obviously got the Talisman of Evasion picked up. Just about 1,800 gold away from the Relic. Big stacks being cleaned up here as well by XG.
This is great recognition, really, from Ame. He sees that it's Collapse also on him bottom, right? And the fact that there's no Mars in the mid lane, that's the protection for the sniper. So he does get that great chance to just get the move through on top of him there. So another death. That's Laurel with 3 now. As we said, a difficult game for the sniper with all that gap close. And we saw the blink, of course, really pay off for nothing to say there. And now he doesn't have damage. So again, the next time that he goes in, probably just is able to delete one of those heroes if the Mars isn't in that right position. And Collapse, it looks like it is going to be the Yule's build this game, at least as the first one, perhaps, before that blink. Is playing versus the Spirit Breaker, is versus that Dazzle, can have its uses. See if he does commit for that. And Yatoro, he is showing him that he is the #1 farmer, though, by a decent margin. He is quite a difference between him and Ame, actually, 1,300. That's going to make a really big difference.
Yeah, this Deso timing is going to be super solid.
And it's going to be very good, as we said, with the other 2 cores as well. And we're seeing Laurel. He is going to be going toward that Mage Slayer route. So going to be able to reduce the damage. So as we said, not really going for that full scaling. And he does go Blink instead. So I was kind of feeling like Collapse was debating which one he did want to fully go for here. And I think this reach is going to be important for him to get near the sniper.
Exactly. And, you know, having that set up to allow Lal to pop off and just being able to get on top of this Dazzle, right? You want to try and destroy any chance of X-Nova coming in with the clutch saves.
Either a defensive or aggressive blinks.
The Collapse is ready to go. See what angle he can find. He's going to get the jump. He finds X-Nova. X-Nova will get the ult out, but not able to protect himself, so still ends up getting blown up by Spirit.
But the other, I mean, the core gets away, so they'll be pretty happy that on the side of XG.
Was the blink reveal from Collapse?
But he didn't use Arena, so he does have potential to look for that with this tower pressure that they're looking for now. Oh, and they might. Oh my god, they actually see Ame.
They're going to get the chance to get the jump onto him. There's an Ice Blast coming in as well. Ame's in trouble. Oof. He didn't expect them to keep looking down that side of the map. Ame getting caught out.
Can be the problem for Spectre. We don't see it very often. We're seeing it here, but he still is running into some problems of being incredibly fragile. If he gets caught from pretty much anything, he's just gone. And he's the bottom of the course. Even though we're seeing the sniper have the difficulties, it's also Ame. Just does not really jungle fast. That's always been the problem about this hero's farming pace.
Yeah.
Until you get the Radiance and your Mantas and stuff, you don't really hit those creeps that fast. Lifestealer is at a way better pace for him. I mean, this is very early.
Pretty much just over 2 levels ahead of Ame as well.
Yeah. And yeah, level 12, it's actually important, right? Having that extra infest can be pretty important to save if he's in the right place. Around with Collapse too, they've got the infest bomb. Anybody they find very quickly
absolutely,
will die.
especially with an Ice Blast coming in, they kill anyone.
I look at Nothing to Say's health, 1200 HP, 8 armor. He's going to die in like 3 hits.
And he's going to blink into the wave. They're going to see him straight away. They're throwing a blast. It's almost not even necessary. Too much damage here just for Collapse and Yatoro alone.
Spirit starting to get the ball rolling very nicely here for this Lifestealer.
This is just going to keep happening to the Leshrac, right? Anytime Nothing to Say shows himself on a wave, he's going to be pretty dead. Even when that BKB's out, it's unlikely to allow him to farm in any sort of aggressive position.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so he's got. This is like the old build from last time that we've seen from the patch before, right? Most of the other players we've been seeing them go for the Consecrated Wraps and then the Bloodstone kind of build. He's going for this Blink Kaya style. could be painful. As you said, Xnova, he's truly got his work cut out for him to potentially get those saves, but it's not going to be easy. And Collapse, I mean, he gets to use the arena. They get to take the tower. 50 seconds until it's going to respawn. Is XG going to be able to make a move around that timing at all? They have their brew split, so he does have that with the level 12 and the Aghanims. So he does have that online. So I want to see them make a move around this brew.
I mean, they're smoking up, but it really is hurting them that they just don't have this Radiance yet on Arme.
No, it's been delayed so much. 18 minutes, it's quite late. But playing around the brew, XXS is very strong with this level 3 split, essentially, with the Aghanims.
Sure, but still getting the jump on Yatoro, as we mentioned, it's not easy.
No, not
Setting
at all.
up on his lifestealer, it's highly likely that Yatoro is going to get the chance to rage, run a decent distance, find a chance to infest.
And if you don't pretty much get the initial stun onto him here, you have to run away, because otherwise there's so much counter initiation that Spirit does have. So you have to have it come clean. And Radiance 250 away. They might actually go for XXS up here, but he's got buddies behind.
And the TPs are coming in here from Spirit.
Arena's ready.
See them charging over towards Lal, but he's already able to TP out. They get the spear connection into the Terrorize. They're locking him down perfectly.
They got him.
Not able to get the ult off at all there. XXS.
Spirit, just feels like a step ahead. They're losing an AA, but they're getting these big kills. This Lifestealer is getting truly enabled. 3,000 separation between him and Ame now at this point.
Yeah, that's a crazy difference.
It's a lot
19 minutes in. I mean, Yatoro, he's farming like an absolute beast this game.
And as I mentioned, in the past, a long time ago, because I'm a dinosaur, Lifestealer has been able to just eat Spectre. When you get this type of timing, you just rage, open wound him, and hit him, and there's nothing Spectre really does back to you by any means.
Another smoke up here. And this time, it will be the smoke with the Radiance potential from Arme. So we'll see how much of a difference that's going to make.
They didn't have to use the arena before, Owen. Spirit can look for this next fight themselves, too. And it could potentially be around that Tormentor timing.
Dire are scanning.
Will XG be prepared for them to fight again? Nothing to say.
Well, just suppose they blink away. Xnova. They're going to see him in the front of the fight. He's going to get the ult off. Will be able to grave himself to buy a little more time to live here.
No arena.
And they will be able to burst through Collapse. He's gone. Now they'll try and turn for more. Arme leading in over towards Panto and Lal. He's closed the gap. Lal's able to jump down to the river, though. He gets away. Panto gets left behind, but Arme, he's still alive. Lal's able to turn, take him out with that final hit. But both Lal and Yatoro are extremely low.
They got Yatoro.
XXS. They take out Yatoro. They continue to close in onto Lal. They'll try and turn towards F5, but nothing to say. He's in with the blink. Gets the triple. They take out Rue. They get the team wipe. Xtreme.
FY, how many bashes is he gonna get? Collapse just got completely controlled. He couldn't even get the arena down. AA Blast ends up whiffing over everybody because of it too. They saw the dazzle. They go for the initiation because it looks nice. It looks clean.
It does,
but he gets completely controlled.
Yeah, absolutely. Just quick moves as well from Xnova, getting off the Nothel projection, able to grave it, buy that extra time that they were having to sort of commit towards the dazzle. Very quick there.
And watch Collapse too this whole time in the meantime. Look, the AA Blast is coming over. He gets bashed, then he gets stunned, and the AA Blast ends up hitting absolutely nobody because of it.
Yeah, can't get the arena off at all. And at this point, Arme able to just go straight on top of the sniper. Sure, Lal lives that a little bit longer and Arme does die, but it takes so much from them, and they're left so low that at this point of the game, at the point of the fight, it's just fallen apart completely for Spirit. And without, again, it's all on that catching the MOUZ, stopping Collapse from being able to play his hand at the beginning of the fight. It's just, that's the crucial part of Spirit starting off any team fight, and they have to be able to burst through the dazzle a little bit quicker. Xnova so quick there with the Nothel projection.
That was kind of picture-perfect fight you could ask for on the side of XG for them to get all that. And Ame getting some cleanup kills. Yeah, he dies at the end, but it took him a bit of time to really bring him down as well. That was really nice. And that's the power of this Primal Split also, very early when you have this Aghanims.
Yeah, he's doing a lot.
You can see how much damage he did. He did. I didn't even look, but I think he did the highest damage.
Definitely carrying a lot in these mid-game team fights as the Brewmaster.
And getting that protection during a crucial moment for nothing to say. We said he went for maybe a double-edged sword build. He is 7-1-2 right now, so he is getting away with this Blink build because of that last fight in particular.
And just being able to help close the gap here for Arme, as you said earlier, is about 3k gold behind that of Yatoro, obviously off the back of that fight, starting to catch back up.
Significant. And FY too. He's getting close to a BKB himself. He has phase drum. The BKB is going to allow him to actually play versus that arena potentially if it does get off. Then he can freely, BKB charge through, pick the target that he wants to go for, unlike before. That was exactly when XG needed it. Now Xnova has a Holy Locket as well, starting to get some really big items for them. A BKB finish for nothing to say. Looks like they can probably fight again. Primal splits up.
Yeah, let's see if Spirit want to sort of try and address this if they feel that this is coming. Might not expect it.
Ooh, Brew.
It's looking very dead here. Spirit, they'll probably just let him go. And they're watching from the side, but yeah, nobody wants to get in on this if they're Spirit right now. I'll stay away from the play and just be happy with Collapse being able to work towards his BKB, and Yatoro getting his Manta style done, so he's got a little bit of extra way to protect himself and play around them in the team fight.
It's very nice for XG when they can walk in and get these type of kills. They don't have to use anything big, right? Primal Splits at the ready, they can still look for that potential fight if it does come to them too. They actually have vision here of Collapse. Charge angle.
So I'm going to turn with the Yules on a 1, but can only hold one of them back. The stun still comes in for nothing to say. Collapse dead again.
XG striking back hard in these last few moments. And Roche potentially, not really something they do that great until they have Manta, but then they could potentially threaten it soon with that Brew Primal Split. Just getting these sequences of kills, it's not really allowing Spirit to set up for anything either.
And what do you make of this? Was for the AA Panto, an early Blink Dagger rush this game?
All about just blinking in and popping that one target, right? We've seen this in the past where if you're getting some difficulty because of the travel time, you just need to blink and get that point blank.
Get the blast off.
Yeah, and he has Mars, right? He has heroes that are going to try to get the heroes all collapsed together anyway.
Sure, because at the end of the day, right, if you can get that blast onto Arme and Yatoro's in there punching into him,
yeah, or the latch,
you're always going to have the chance. Indeed, if one of those two targets is should die at least relatively easy to the damage of Yatoro. Being able to get the cleanup. So yeah, there's the Manta done for Yatoro.
3K lead at the moment for the side of XG. And now the Spectre, as we said, he doesn't farm the fastest, but now once he starts to get to these points, that's where we do see that crazy speed does increase. Manta's very close to being done. Spirit. I feel that their posture changed quite a bit in these last few moments. FY.
See if we can get an easy setup onto him.
He's got backup.
Rambles are gone, and indeed not only just a backup, but the BKB is on the courier towards him. Gonna look for the setup here on Aru, nothing to say, just pops the BKB, ready to commit in. They're gonna see if they can jump for more. Ghost Rebuke from Collapse will push back the attempted charge, but again, he's just caught, surrounded by the entirety of the
stun on Yatoro.
Comes onto the two of them. Yatoro's gonna rage and run away. There's nothing to say, gets the double kill, and Fest into Lal is be able to jump back towards the tier 2, but they can chase on forward. A blast is coming in, but Lal, he's going to get taken out. Yatoro will be able to turn, help bring down nothing to say, but FY standing on top of him. They'll grave FY, give him a chance to back away.
Yatoro is strong.
He's going to punch back now with the grave already used. X-Nova doesn't have any further way to save himself. Yatoro able to find a trade underneath the tower, though. XXS finished the Panto. FY's ready to charge back in on low HP. It's enough to catch out Yatoro and kill him off. It's only Rue left here on Spirit as Xtreme masterfully just take them down one by one.
Beautiful.
This time, FY able to disengage, looking to get back in, knowing that there was nothing else left to keep Yatoro safe on that lowest amount of HP that he was trying to back up to the stage of the tier 2 tower with. The Spirit Break is getting to be a little too annoying. Maybe this is the answer alone enough, really, to just kind of mess with this lifestealer.
He's kind of feeling like my MVP in this game, I gotta be honest with you. FY is just making way too much happen with his charge and disruptive plays, and this Spectre's working very nice, not just versus the Sniper, but as a traditional old counter to the AA, too. Panto's just playing kind of panicked. He doesn't know how to move, because he's just dying with his Radiance in the fight, too.
And just so many fights where, Collapse, he's not getting the chance to get the arena round
really
started. We've seen so many ways to just interrupt the flow of the MOUZ in these team fights.
And now Brew has a refresher, so he's got the double split. Almost closing the gap. I mean, this Sniper is not getting to play Dota.
No, it's not an easy one for Lal. We'll see here, Yatoro does seize the chance to punch back. The Grave coming in, FY able to back off, and as we saw, he did not take his eyes off the rest of the team fight. He was ready to look to get back in on there, look towards Yatoro. Rage is gone, there's no Infest, they know they can get the kill. Back in action, X-Nova does get caught out here, back around the mid.
Spirit might be able to get a roast just because of that kill.
I feel like they've got to try for it, right?
Yeah, they've got the Desto, they kill it pretty quickly. There also is no haunt for another 20 seconds or so, they should be able to do it.
Yeah, it should be long enough for Spirit to get this one cleanly. I mean, it's been hit by a scan. They do have the Brew split up.
They have both of the Brew splits up, and he is level 19.
I mean, maybe he alone, XXS can get in there and mess with them
he probably
to buy time for the haunt.
Spirit's looking for the fight instead.
Sure. They've got the arena, they've got the combo, they're going to try the jump, but they missed the Spirit. XXS is able to get the split off. And now nothing to say, ready to come in for the side. The haunt's up, they jump Panto, the charge in on towards Lal. FY coming in with the bash, strikes him back with the ultimate. Lal's gone. Again, the team fight falling apart for Spirit. XG, they're just ready for them. And they've got the answers. They can continue to chase down Collapse. Rue is going to try and help out here with the Terrorize, but he can't fit them all back. Yatoro is looking towards FY. Can they at least find him? They
There's
can't.
a grave.
The Grave's there. X-Nova's turned up. They get the Hex in on towards Yatoro. Jump forward with the Thunderclap. Yatoro, he's out. Once again, Xtreme getting the team wipe. And Spirit just looking completely countered in these 5v5s.
Literally, what, 3 or 4 fights in a row that Collapse is just unable to really get these type of arenas off. They're playing it so well
just
around these
a little
team
off
fights.
the mark with the spear. I mean, again, even if the spear connects, it might have still been a tough one because of how kind of farmed and tanky XX is at this moment, but it's an awkward start to the play.
Especially because their versus a well, Dazzle's dead, I guess, here, right, in this type of situation, so that's why they go for that all-in play, right? But they just missed it off the mark. Oh, does get the last hit on the Roche with the blast, but they will be able to get the Aegis onto Ame. Yeah, this offlane in particular for me, right? From XG right now, they're doing all the heavy lifting, allowing Ame to just get in, get these cleanup kills. It's this Brewmaster, it's this Spirit Breaker with the follow-up of the Lesh.
And Yatoro, even for the farm that he has, it's just these fights, they're too much for him, right?
He's
He has to
alone.
spend most of the time kind of investing in a teammate and hiding, and by the time he pops out, just completely outnumbered, and it's far too much for the Lifestealer to be able to carry alone.
And this is only one Primal Split, Owen. He had Refresher as well for the potential
He's
continuing
absolute, no, just nightmare this game, this Brewmaster. You know, 7-1-12.
And
If he gets the split off, at this point, he will. Not really a lot they can do to stop him. The fight just seems like it's over. Anytime fighting into these team fight ultimates at this point for Spirit, it's almost impossible.
I mean, Ame now at this point too, he is top of net worth. And it's a, Spectre may not be the strongest hero in general overall for certain things in terms of early game, but if he gets to these type of points, it's insane how strong he can be. Especially versus AA, Sniper, some of these very fragile heroes. And, he got the benefit of Cloak of Flame, which is incredibly nice as well.
Getting to the point where he's like an item ahead of Yatoro, that matchup definitely plays out. It's just too much, right? Which maybe Lifestealer has potential against a Spectre, but the rest of the team at this point, they're certainly not looking at any positives when it comes to that matchup against this Spectre haunting in on top of them.
Which is crazy, right? From 10 minutes ago, when Yatoro was the one with a 3,000 gold advantage over that Spectre, it was just
Completely
3
gone.
or 4 fights in a row that they got completely destroyed.
Now, Ame bringing the Spectre back in fashion here around a very nice sort of team lineup.
And it's good to see, you know what, honestly, I might be a Spectre hater myself in terms of the hero because it ruins a lot of supports, but it's good to see our hero maybe potentially coming back into the meta that we haven't seen for so long.
Yatoro.
Charged up.
He's by the tier 2, FY. Nice little man to dodge up the charge. Still going to look for it though with the ultimate. And they're moving in here as well. Ame, he'll turn quickly to kill off Panto.
Yatoro's in
chase down
trouble.
the illusion. Indeed, Yatoro's got Rage back up in a second, but he's already gone. Ame gets the double kill. Oh, this is looking pretty rough now for Spirit.
6 times or 7 times they're just able to kind of run through him there. Spirit unable to hold the defense. It's all falling apart from when they caught Xnova in the front line. The bottom fight, essentially. Just because of how that whole fight kicked off.
It's going to be a difficult one here for Spirit to turn around. Turn around, tough games in the past. This one's going to be pretty nasty, and it does sort of show as well that it's been this way in the past, right, where sometimes the sniper as a first pick, it can get dealt with. And we've seen this game, XG, they've had a very good approach to that. Like Lal, he's just so vulnerable in these team fights.
And the Spirit Breaker overall is looking, honestly, it's looking really, really good. Maybe it is because of that sniper as well, too, but FY is making it look like a very strong hero right now.
Yeah, he's having a lot of fun on this one for sure. Very farmed as well. I mean, he's getting to the point where he's pretty much overtaken Collapse.
I mean, he's going to have fun, too. You know why? He's got Aghanims on.
Right,
so now we get to see the real fun of the bonk back and forths.
So what do we got? Let's explain for the viewers at home. They did a new change here with the patch, right?
Yep. Well, I mean, T was saying it before, right? If you bash people, you bash them again if they bash into another target. But if you get it on creep waves, it can be pretty crazy how much you're bouncing all people all over the place, and you farm very fast. It's just amazing on this hero now.
Alright.
And more damage, of course. Ame sees Laurel and Panto, the Dream.
Come back to the high ground with a grenade. So hard to kind of get the damage done to Ame. Yatoro's going to try and step in onto him.
He's just tickling now at this point.
And Ame's not afraid of punching back, especially whilst he's still got the Sages here for a minute on the Spectre. Go for the bash next Ame, so it's going to be even more frustrations for those of Spirit that get jumped on by this Spectre during the Haunt. And he moves in.
It's starting to get pretty overwhelming of which cord, who do you want to actually burst down? And there's a Dazzle behind them as well. Who are you going to focus on? Because now at this point on Spirit, you have to just go for that 100% all in on a one target, but you have to know where this Dazzle is. And yeah, the deficit is truly starting to show in terms of how you're going to actually burst them, right? This Brew is tanky. The Spectre is incredibly tanky. And even the Lesh now at this point has gotten to a point that's very durable. So you can't actually go for that play that you kind of wanted to, that we saw Collapse try to do before in the river.
Panto caught out here in the mid. They might just be able to start pushing towards the high ground with that one. Yeah, XXS straight in. He's ready to pop the split and go to town here on the mid barracks.
He kills it so fast.
There's no way to deal any sort of damage really to these Brewlings right now. They can't take them down.
And they need that. I mean, the AA is crucial for them to try to even burst the target. 30 seconds without him.
XXS is trying to see if he has some sort of setup here behind the barracks. We'll be able to pop the Lincolns on Collapse.
Charge.
Gone. They're ready with the jump. They look to try and close the gap in on towards Lyle. He'll pop the BKB and nothing to say. Ready to chase Lyle right up towards the fountain. It's Lyle dead.
Bash.
Now Yatoro's getting caught out with the bash. He'll get the rage off. Tries to turn towards FY, but again, he's so low, he has to back off to the fountain to heal up, and they cannot push Xtreme off the barracks. It's going to be a second set of barracks taken here on the bottom lane.
His Brewmaster also looks insane how much he's been able to do this game. This one, of course, just sieging freely. 20k lead now for them, getting back-to-back pickoffs on the cores. Spirit might have to do something desperate.
And just any sort of comeback mechanism from the high ground, it's got answers right from Xtreme. You know, you look towards the sniper, one of those heroes that's fantastic at holding it, and there's just so many ways to break the high ground right and just jump straight past the buildings.
They need this.
And go for the sniper. Like, these fights are never going to be safe now for Lyle.
They need this to connect, and it might just be met by a whole force of XG as well. He's actually just joining his team.
The Tormentor guard here for X-Nova.
Try to go through this here. Maybe just hoping that somebody actually goes through themselves. Not going to be the case, though. But they're going to look to hunt. I feel like they have to do some desperation moves like this to try to have a recovery in this game. But all of XG, very aware. They back away.
Back, heal up.
And FY can just really clear those waves. Can they get the setup onto him? Yes, Bulldoze.
Should be pretty dead here.
Yeah. Not enough status resistance to protect him anywhere in the world.
He's going to make them look for him. Oh my god, that was close. But Rue will be able to get the final touch on him and take him out.
Yatoro got the hit as well too, so he did get a Deso stack, at the least a small gain. A very high mountain to climb.
Closing in on the Silver Edge.
Something.
Here on the Lifesteal, about 700 gold, and have that Demon Edge.
Full Butterfly though for the Spectre, so continue, as you said, a full item or more ahead now at this point after those 5-6 fight wins.
Yeah, was looking at the Basher first, but changed his mind up here, Armate. Opting for the Butterfly. Yeah, I
doesn't really
just
need the
because he
Basher.
knows exactly that he's that far ahead. That with the Butterfly, it's going to be pretty much invincible. They will have no real easy way of taking down these illusions anytime soon.
They don't need that extra bit of control versus the Rage Lifestealer at this point. They can just kind of walk through them, as we're seeing. Top, looking for XXS.
Look at the Yule setup. Can they burst him?
Let's see. He's very tanky.
Yeah, he's going to get to press the ultimate. No problem at all there, XXS.
Can they kill the Brewlings?
I don't know if they can.
They're very tanky as well.
Yeah, he's going to be able to run. So indeed, they will not be able to. The only thing they get out of that is just forcing that's at least one of the splits out.
Which does mean there's going to be a very small window. He's got Refresher.
I mean, you might have to go. Yeah, if the smoke comes out, I think you have to do something with this.
You kind of just have to YOLO, it feels like. And maybe they can catch Ame down here if they do full connect. He is a bit split away from his team.
It'd be a huge move
also
here.
Hard to kill. He's got Butterfly and the Radiance. It's very hard for them to focus hit him.
Trying to make this place 24k behind his Spirit, but looking to see if they can abuse the fact that there's at least one of the splits on cooldown. But you can see with the formation of Xtreme right there, but they're probably going to come looking for us, looking for this fight, but we're still ready to take it. Doesn't matter. We've still got the Refresher ready for the second split.
He is under vision. He'll give the charge.
Get the opening. FY's in there, gets the setup. They get the knockback as well. Yatoro just completely 100-0, not able to press anything or fight back at all. Off to the side, they'll try and look for more here with the Horn. Collapse. And it's the pushback army with the spear. We'll give them the chance to blink away.
It's been a long time since I've seen that type of global threat in Dota, where it's just like a Spirit Breaker charge and the Spectre, just because you don't see the Spectre anymore. But what a combo. Even a Lifestealer that carry dies in seconds, and now Collapse.
He's stuck around for the creep wave. FY's on top of him, coming in with the bashes. Collapse. They'll have to blink back up.
He's got the TP.
And they should be fine here, so at least they're able to make some sort of space here with them chasing him. He's also able to get through the Twin Gate.
But they lost Yatoro, and he needs everything at this point. Anytime that he's dead, you're just seeing all three of these cores getting that insane farm. And FY is about to surpass the MOUZ and the Sniper,
FY
perhaps.
is massive this game.
He played so well this game, honestly. The top kill initially, but then the charge on mid, he's kind of been setting the pace, getting these amazing team fights for his team, even getting those bashes, the RNG.
I mean, would you consider this hero still like a very situational one, or do you think we might actually see teams look towards the Spirit Breaker as quite a solid pick in this patch?
I think we could perhaps see
look
it more.
At
Look at the damage!
Charge onto the two of them, it blows up Panto!
Holy, he one-shot him pretty much. I gotta see the damage. I want to see.
Absolutely.
I want to see it. Where's the fight recap? I want to see how much he actually just took from the Spirit Breaker.
Absolutely terrifying for Spirit now, stepping out on the map whilst this Spirit Breaker's charging about. Yeah, you see there, straight away.
1,800 damage.
1,100 magical damage coming in with that opening. Roshan, easy pickup here. Arme
Starting
takes
to
the
cruise.
Aegis.
They are truly starting to cruise in this game. 28,000 gold lead, something you don't really see with a Spectre lineup. What's a Spectre?
Might have seen a bit more of it, especially in these drafts, as I say, when you get something like a first pick sniper coming through, you know, Arme and Xtreme ready to look towards those old school ways to play against it. Now you can imagine, even though it did come as that last pick, as soon as that sniper showed, Arme was starting to talk about the Spectre potential.
I mean, they're the old school players, right? They're the ones saying, hey guys, I mean, these heroes are still going to be good versus Sniper, and absolutely the case.
Yeah, LoL's having a difficult game.
All of them really at this point after sequences since the 20-minute mark. It's been 20 minutes of domination from XG. And limited moves that Spirit's been able to really catch, because every time they try, the ulti from the MOUZ has just kind of been stopped by something.
They haven't really been able to get anything going around any of the cores on Spirit. All of them seemingly having some pretty strong counters coming out from XG.
And it was Spirit who was the one who was counterpicking, essentially, right? Like the panel was talking about for the majority of this one, but it's been XG who just got that big window around the 20-minute mark to get themselves in this spot. And now 4 minutes with this Aegis, Ame is very comfortable. I just want to see FY charge again and get like, I want to see FY get like a 3-man charge on a creep wave. Because he's got the Yashikaya as well too, so the damage is going to be pretty crazy from him.
30,000 gold lead here for Xtreme. Looking in a great spot to be able to push this series to that game 3.
They're showing some respect, at least, of going just straight for the high ground, even though they have this crazy advantage at the moment. There is the Silver Edge on Yatoro. He's pinging, scouting people out. Hard for his team to get near him, though.
Xtreme, with their positioning, they are so ready to react to any kind of move from Spirit.
And Ame now with a full Orchid too. The nightmare for the supports continues. They have Yules to at least play around a bit and a Ghost Scepter, but...
Toro.
He's found.
Straight away, FY's on top of him. They've just got the control. He's not going to get a chance to live whatsoever. You just cannot show out on the map right now.
And the base jump.
And nearly killing off Panto. He's going to jump forward himself here with a real Spectre. Of course, still 2.5 minutes on the Aegis, so Arme's not really bothered about much whatsoever.
No Lifestealer. There's no damage.
There's no buyback available either here for Yatoro. And XG, they're ready to just dive up towards the fountain. FY comes charging in, gets the knockback. The pretty much the 3-man bash there as he knocks between them, 3 of them.
That looks so cool.
And the push is coming in. The tier 3 taken on the top lane. XG onto the barracks. They're going to be able to get the mega creeps. And as I say, Yatoro not
45 seconds
available with the buyback. He's just got to sit back and watch the base get destroyed here by XG.
Another split.
XXS ready to come in with the second split to get this game over with. As the tier 4s are gone, they're onto the Ancient. Collapse are going to try one final stand here around the arena, but they've got nothing to follow up. The Ice Blast will be there onto Ame, but this game is over. We're going to be going to a game 3 here as XG strike back incredibly hard with this game 2 draft and play. The Spectre comes out, looks pretty good here. They knew exactly when to pick it. And if anything catches Spirit by surprise, right, maybe that Lifestealer reaction was their one hope of having a way to deal with it, but it got so far behind that they just were never really able to pull anything together from that midpoint onwards this game, Spirit.
Literally from 20 to 40 minutes, it was just XG just running the show. And I think I think the draft complements the Spectre a lot is the big thing, right? I think the Spectre, of course, versus the Sniper and versus the AA, he has his merits. It can be incredible. But I think the fact that he has this Spirit Breaker that's able to do this and enable him as well, and he has this Brewmaster and Lash that he can play around, is what allows the Spectre to look so good in this game after that 20-minute mark. they kind of just rolled over him after that. And you can see that Yatoro, at that moment too, he was what, 3,000 gold ahead of the Spectre.
He was
when they
super
went for
farmed at the start. That
yeah,
kind of initial armlet deso timing is pretty much as fast as you could hope for on this lifestealer.
Just a broken team fight when the Collapse couldn't get that arena off and they just couldn't finish off that Dazzle. And then from there, XG played it beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. So many times where the Collapse just couldn't get that opening, couldn't get that chance to make the move. X-Nova and FY, the two supports dancing around them. X-Nova with the saves and FY just getting in their faces every single time. What a performance there from XG. Cannot wait to see what goes down in Game 3. It's 1-1 now between Xtreme and Spirit.
Series is going the distance, and that's what we like to see here in Birmingham, especially in a fashion like this. The teams that seem to be breaking the mold of what we've expected so much for the past 8 months of Dota are getting punished, and the ones that are exploring new horizons are being rewarded, like with the Spectre.
I mean, this is why I love Dota, right? Like, you see a problem, you need to find a solution. Some teams, they want to follow a script or a playbook. People say Lifesteal is good, people say this is good, but for XG, the reason why they're potentially making this lower bracket run is because they understand that there is like this little concept in play, and then they find the little things. Like this time around, it was the Spectre, and sure, the early game was sus. The reason why we don't see Spectre is because of that early game. It was really awkward for Arme, but eventually, due to Leshrac, the Spirit Breaker, my guy, they eventually came online, and then it was just a clinic from XG in the late game.
Yeah, FY was just in his element this game. Every highlight we see, he's charging in. He's just setting up for everything. When he got his BKB later, he was going with 1v4. He was a menace. And
look at him!
Look at him. It's just the FY show. And this brings me back to Dream League Season 27, where he was busting this out when no one else was playing it. This is a hero he really enjoys, and when he can get active on something like this, it makes it really hard for enemy mid laners, Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see when creativity pays off like this. I think this is why, part of why watching these two teams in particular play is one of the best series in Dota, is because they're so creative, they respond to each other. They're not just saying, oh, we pick the same stuff we always pick. They're responding to what the enemy team does. It's a back and forth there. There's a dance. In some ways, I think the draft is almost as interesting as the game is. It is really fascinating to watch what these teams do, especially in a new patch like this. So I think it's awesome that they pick Spirit Breaker and Spectre and all this crazy crap. They're countering each other. This is a really fun game to watch, not just from a gameplay basis, but also the ideas and the strategy that go into it. That was awesome.
Especially in terms of progression of from Game 1's draft, leaving the Alchemist effectively unanswered to now incredibly effectively answering the sniper problem. Because there was the back and forth initially where Spirit, they saw the Leshrac and was like, okay, I got sniper. And then I'm going to take the Mars so that you can't counter my sniper. And then I'm going to make your Leshrac's life even harder with Ancient Apparition and Willow. But this time, Xtreme did not just fall asleep at the wheel. They were like, no, we still got tricks up our sleeve to deal with your sniper.
But you've just described the same thing that's happened to both teams, right? In the Game 1, there was a puck. The puck got shut down. There's no game to be played. In Game 2, they early pick a sniper. He got shut down. So either team, whoever kind of reveals their hand early, Zhao Wei, the Milan, whoever, they kind of full send counter it, right? So maybe both teams need to understand, like, you can't just reveal heroes this easily in this type of best of 3.
I also think there was a secret carry on the side of Xtreme Gaming in Dazzle where it wasn't addressed at all within Spirit's draft. And we saw in a lot of fights when Yatoro was trying to make plays on the Lifestealer and chasing a hero that was low HP trying to get a trade, Dazzle was completely untouched in the back, graving everybody. And the only jump that they had for something like a Dazzle was the Mars. So if Mars wasn't getting the initiation on Dazzle, no one was dying.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in the draft. Like when you steal pick this Mars like this, suddenly you're opening yourself up in this way that Sniper and Mars, the way they work together, they're both very vulnerable to being jumped on in a random floaty way, right? You think of things like Storm Spirits and Embers that would traditionally be good against both of them, but they found the perfect pick in the Spectre from the carry position, and it shows, right? There's all these awkwardnesses in the way they're playing, and when they get jumped, they kind of just get haunted on, and they just are running. Everyone is just running for their lives in opposite directions, and they're just dying, getting picked off as they run through the forest. That was crazy.
To add a bit more context to your point with the Lifestealer, the Dazzle. Lifestealer did 16,000 damage, Dazzle did 13,000 healing, right? So it's like when you look at the numbers, it's like you can see that Dazzle kind of shut down what Lifestealer was trying to achieve.
Show me some more numbers on what these carries put up. I want to see what everyone is here for, the Ame versus Yatoro show. So let's put them to the test and see what they were able to come out with.
Dang, I mean, Ame had a pretty rough start this game, whereas Yatoro felt like he was free farming on the lane, but as that game unfolded, Xtreme Gaming were able to just keep running at the sniper to keep forcing plays with the Spirit Breaker, and Ame just found his way into the game. All it took was a charge into him haunting on top of it, and his gameplay was great. Also, poor little Panto on that Ancient Apparition. He tried to play Dota, but every time he stepped out, he was getting haunted, he was getting charged. Ame made the support's lives a living hell alongside FY, whereas Yatoro, he tried to do the same, but he just couldn't. He didn't have the catch, he didn't have the force behind him the way that Ame did.
If you're as excited as you want to be about Spectre returning to competitive form, every support player out there is having PTSD from whenever Spectre is incredibly meta and you are just not allowed to ever emerge from fog.
For the sake of everyone watching, like Spectre, he isn't back. Because of the Sniper and the Willow and, Ancient Apparition, it kind of created the perfect storm for a Spectre. So if you are about to go play a pub, don't just first pick a Spectre and say, Ame did it, I can do it too. There was a lot of conditions to make this Spectre work.
They justified it well. Quinn, you want to show us how well they made this Spectre pick work?
I would love to show you, as we've got some clips of him pressing Haunt and everyone dying, because that's kind of what happened this game. Starting with the first Haunt, I think it's really important that you use every single Haunt cooldown, and they did that often and early. See here, already at 8 minutes, as soon as they get that Haunt, they get up in the enemy's business, and there's a big invasion here into the woods. And I think this is very, very good. It's important you get these kills early. As Leshrak talked about the first pick, Lesh, he had a great game despite the early start because of these kills, because they're getting involved with numerous heroes. There's the Haunt, they get a sniper kill after getting the AA kill earlier, and then Brewmaster runs over too, and they get an extra Willow kill on top of that. All this XP, this huge XP injection into these heroes is really, really important to get their game going. As they get this last Willow kill, and then everybody kind of just runs for the hills after. We can look at the next clip. Similar story. Ame presses Haunt, he's kind of bouncing back and forth doing the Spectre Classic, and this immediately just starts, I don't know, as soon as you press Haunt, you just see everyone, you get a perfect jump from this Leshrak going to Blink first build, and they all just die, and you're already off to a great position. To go to even the next one here. It's more of the same. They jump to Dazzle, he gets Grave off on himself. Oh, you're fried now, buddy. As the A Blast comes through and hits Dazzle, sure, yeah, you killed their 5. Congratulations, guys. And now you just get run down to the ends of the earth by Spectre. Even Ame drops in this fight, but it's just not enough. As I think XG, they pulled one out the bag here with the Spectre, and I think they really showed that they had the better idea for this game. They outthought Spirit, and it came through in the heroes and also the play. I think they played an exceptional game on all 5 players, and this was honestly the key to success. We got one last clip here. This is really just gravy, though. At this point, there's not too much Spirit can do. The Spectre has come to full fruition. 7k gold with a Spectre is like 400k goldly with anything else. They just press ult and the whole screen evaporates, so kudos to them for being brave enough to pick a hero like this, especially in an elimination game. I think it's very easy to go back to what is classic, what is simple, what is easy, but they say, no, this is a good Spectre game, and we're going to pick it because it's a good Spectre game. We're going to trust our gut, our read, that this is pickable. So massive kudos to them for having the massive cojones to do this.
And maybe Team Spirit biting off more than they could chew with that first phase Sniper. Like, the hero did get a lot of buffs, and on paper, great versus Leshrak on lane, but as Xtreme Gaming showed us, there's a lot of old school counters as this hero. It's something that you really have to support within your draft with melee heroes and save heroes, and no good save heroes were really in the pool for Spirit, so Sniper was just free food.
Got to go deep into the archives as you want to find a solution, and both of these teams being put to the test. Do you have solutions against Alchemist? Do you have solutions against all of these other heroes, the Snipers, the Leshraks? We're going to find out which of these strategies are going to come out on top as we have a game number 3 ahead of us. Stick around, everyone, and we'll be back with the final game of the night here at ESL One Birmingham 2026's first day of arena play.
Good evening, ESL One Birmingham. So good to see you yet again. Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are y'all feeling in the audience? Oh, damn, much more awake than I thought. Well, my friends, I've got some great news. We got your feedback from the stats one. You guys said too hard. We got your feedback from the lore one. You guys said cringe. We now have another Kahoot for you here today. Very, very exciting. Now, we do have another prize. This is, yet again, a fantastic commemorative coin. And unlike my Alcohol Anonymous coin, you guys get to keep it after ESL One Birmingham. Congratulations on that. Fantastic. Well, you guys will see a QR code right now. You know how this works by now. Scan that QR code if you are here in the arena, and you can win our fabulous coin. If you guys are at home, scan nothing. Your eyes to the screen, as you can play along too, and you will only win my undying admiration. Let's go ahead and get this rolling. What is the quiz? We will find out soon, but just sign up. Most like everything in your life, just sign up without even thinking about it. Sign it. Don't forget to subscribe and follow and do whatever, you Zoomer kids do. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, all right, let's do a tester here. How many of you guys are over 20 years old? 25. 30. 32? 35? God damn, you guys are boomers, let's go! 37? Really? 40? You guys are just wooing. There's no way, there's no way. Well, don't worry, that's Dota. 3, 2, 1, I missed the category. Who was the winner of ESL One Raleigh 2025? Remember, the faster you click, the more points you get, but you also have to get it right, okay? Was it Team Falcons, PARIVISION, Tundra, or Xtreme Gaming? 2025 ESL fam. Who could it be? I think I was there. I should definitely know this one. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. It was PARIVISION. Well done. Very even there. Smooth Yeti clutching it. Well done, Smooth Yeti. Who is the winner of ESL One Bangkok 2024? Falcons, Team Liquid, Na'Vi, or PARIVISION? Ooh la la. I know, guys, that these are inferior to the ESL One Birminghams, but please, I know you guys watch all of them. Do not flame the other ones. Okay, 9 seconds left. Absolutely. And 5 more. Team Liquid. When do they play at this tournament? Here we go. Hey! Team Liquid was not right, guys. It was PARIVISION. You guys, fanboys. Cute parrotfish into the lead now. Who was the winner of ESL One Birmingham 2024? Now we have a lot of people. Who here was at 2024? Yeah! Welcome home, Birm. All right, if you guys get this wrong, I'm gonna be so pissed off. But don't worry about it. Here we go. You guys were here with 10 more seconds. That was Falcons, Team Liquid, Bet Boomers, and OG. All right, 5 seconds left. It's time for our fanboys to go full copium. Okay. Yes, it was Falcons. You guys remembered that one. Okay, so thank you, Snowy Piranha. As we continue, who was the winner of ESL One Kuala Lumpur 2023? Goodness gracious. Was it Gaming Gladiators? Did they ever win anything? Team Liquid, Azure Ray, and Falcons. I'm sure Quinn won something, and Celery. They're in the building right now. Could it be them? All right, 10 more seconds. 5 seconds left. Do not Liquipedia it. It's too late now. It was fastest person to say yes, so it's not worth your time. And there you have it. Azure Ray won, you goddamn noobs. It was not Gaming Gladiators. Quinn never wins anything. Who was the winner of the ESL One Berlin Major 2023? Boomers in the crowd. Apparently the entire crowd. You should remember this. Here we go. Was it Thunder Awaken, Team Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, or Virtus Pro? Okay, let's find this one out. 2023. Any guesses? Oh, that guy said Mineski. That incorrect. Thank you so much for your help. 1 second left, and it was Gaming. They actually won something? I forgot about that. Congratulations, Gaming Gladiators. Back in the day. Our winner is the Vibrant Squid. Who is the Vibrant Squid? Start waving. I'm looking. Vibrant Squid? Vibrant Squid. Do we have a squid in the building? Do we have a Vibrant Squid? Over here? No way. No way. I've been talking to this guy all day. Get over here. Show me your phone. Show me your, okay, now show me the pictures on your phone. Show me your chat history. Come over here. You get the key. Congratulations. Well done. Any words out there? Any shout outs? Our big winner here today. Please give it up for Chainsaw Man. We all saw the ending of that anime. Absolute dog shit. This guy needs your support.
Shout out to Liquid Jabs.
Okay, shout out to Jabs. Jabs, if you're watching, you got a big fan right here. Thank you so much. Congratulations on whatever made-up lie I had about the coin. Thank you so much. And we'll get back to our Game 3 coming up. Don't go anywhere.
You're actually just like a true Dota enjoyer.
Well, I'm a game enjoyer. I enjoy video games.
Right, you like the atmosphere, the shake, the
yeah,
music,
like the whole thing, like the
ambient creatures.
Yes,
yeah.
You need all of it. Like it adds
you're
so
in
much,
the Dota world.
It adds so much to the game.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. We are at ESL One Birmingham. I'm here with Cristales from the team MOUZ. He's going to take us over some of his settings, good or bad. Who knows? We'll see what he has in store. Cristales, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic.
Yeah. Confident?
At my settings, not very, but you know, I know that
in Dota. Are you confident in Dota?
Also no, but like you know.
Okay, but maybe the settings will carry you.
I used to not even have a button for my courier delivery until like a few months ago. So.
But you have one now.
I have one now because I was told by Moon Meander like 20 times to do it. Then I put it, and then I just didn't use it.
Why is Moon telling you?
He always looks for like these random things.
Let's take you through some of the settings. Hotkeys #1. What are you playing with here? Not a legacy keys user.
No, it's not even sure what I think actually. I think I do not use these 1 to 3 5.
Are you a quick caster?
Yeah, I'm quick caster. I'm a
quick cast everything. Every hero?
Yes. The only spell I don't is Chronosphere. That's the only spell. Everything else is quick cast. For sure.
You know,
it's just Chronosphere.
There was another carry player I had earlier today who was also quick cast only, except Chronosphere.
Literally? I mean, that is good.
No, he had it. He used normal cast for any like AoE spell because he wanted to see the AoE.
Yeah.
So it included Chrono.
Oh.
So kind of the...
Yeah, I also have like a setting that like shows your range on spells when you click it, but it doesn't like, it's not like the actual like normal thing where you have quick cast. It's just whenever you click the button.
Yeah, it hovers.
It kind of like hovers the thing for a little bit. But I do have this. This is a good setting.
This is really funny because you guys are both carries. And you know, basically the exact same things. I've never seen anybody else do this.
Yeah.
Do you know who it is?
I always just want to like throw it on Skeeter.
That is who it was. How did you know? How did
it?
But how did you know?
Because we were both like dog shit at fucking faces points, so of course we're the only fucking ones who do it. It makes perfect sense to me. We both suck so much at this hero. It's a legendarily shit hero on my part, yeah.
Anything you don't use a hotkey for? Your mouse click for anything?
I feel like
you don't want a hotkey glyph.
This is also a not pressed button. These two I do not press. I figured that like taunt is probably like more important than activate scan. Although they did kind of nerf the taunts these days.
That's true.
Yeah, I will click my 3 and then I might click 1 or 2 actually. But I will click the 3.
So you're like halfway there.
Yeah, like halfway.
I think that's very common.
I won't get further though. Oh, this is a funny one. My pause is on F10. Because there was one time where I had a keyboard where like half my F5 to like F9 or some shit keys were broken. And then I was like, well, I can't pause now because the keys are broken. And then I had to switch to F10. So now my button for pause is F10. It's kind of good. It works now, but you know, I still just keep it like a homage. Oh, that's something I actually have. I have camera zoom in.
Yeah, why? You don't have it locked?
No, I don't.
So if you go down the setting, the lock zoom is not.
Yeah, I don't have to look zoom. I can zoom in, I can zoom out.
Why? What are you using it?
I mean, like if I'm bored in a pub and it's paused, I would use it.
Okay, so you don't use the zoom in any real game.
No, I only like all I do is like I will zoom out at the start of a game because it zooms in for no reason.
Yeah, that's why people turn off.
Yeah, but that's the only time I use it. That's to zoom out again from the start. I'm like, that screen looks a bit weird. Something's a bit off, and I zoom out, and it works.
It's like a fidget spinner or something.
You could call it that.
Yeah.
That is kind of what I use it for.
It's a little degenerate, but I kind of respect it.
Yeah, I think it's good.
The camera shake. You're talking about the camera shake, man.
I mean, yeah, I was saying, like, I used to always have this on. I don't know who told me to turn it off. I don't know if it was, like, in secret, it was, like, with Poppy or something. Someone told me to turn it off one time.
Smart man.
No, not a smart man. Like, what happens when you're, like, all the way, like, off screen, right? You're watching mid, and all of a sudden your screen starts going, and then you're like, oh, shit, I've been stunned. And then you know, but otherwise now you just, like, what? You hear, like, a little sound, you see your HP pool going down. Like, it doesn't feel that severe. Like, when you get ganked, it should be like a fucking jump scare. You know, like, holy fucking shit. You're just like farming ancients, you're like looking at the top lane and like, what the fuck? Your screen starts shaking and then you know that I'm dead. But otherwise you're like, oh, you know, I gotta go
two things on
dying
that. You don't think in team fights it's disruptive?
No, it's epic.
So you like the atmosphere.
Another setting. This setting, full.
Full everything.
These are full.
Full music.
Yeah, full music.
Just blaring.
I get the
screen shaking music
bro,
blaring
they have,
in the middle of a
they
team
did like
fight.
all this work, like these poor artists on like making really good music for the game that's like I don't know what the word for this. It's like dynamic, you know. Like if the fight starts, you get this music comes up, if the fight goes down, it goes back to normal music.
So you play better in the zone.
Yeah, like it's immersive.
Just cooking.
Yes, like if I turn this off, I just feel like it's so empty, you know. It's so sad.
Once again, I fundamentally disagree with it, but
who's the pro player?
I respect. Let me finish. But I respect it because I can see that it's making you better. You know?
Yeah, it makes
you're feeling it.
Yeah, it's like it's good. I love this. This is good.
Full video settings. You a high graphics guy?
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, I'm a high graphics guy. I watch everything.
Yeah.
Everything's look good. I know people like turn off shadows and fucking make their trees look ugly and like the whole game looks like shit. It's like, I mean,
you're actually just like a true Dota enjoyer.
Well, I'm a game enjoyer. I enjoy video games.
Right, you like the atmosphere, the shake, the music,
like the whole thing, like
the ambient creatures.
Yes, you need all of it. Like
you're in the Dota world.
It adds so much to the game. Like,
so what do you think about these guys who they turn the music off, they turn the ambient
I mean, again,
off,
they are boring. They are try hard. I think it's just cringe. You know, like you're supposed to play games to enjoy them, and these guys they will take out every single bit of enjoyment until there's nothing left.
Just machines.
Yeah, they're just
automatons.
Exactly.
Robots.
Like they don't have fun playing this. They're just fucking tired. But there's someone's also kind of good, so it's kind of shitty. But I don't know. I think I cannot play without this. I need everything to be fun.
I don't know. You're convincing me.
It looks good. It just looks good. It feels good.
Yeah, I'm kind of buying it.
That's right. Yeah. But other than this,
no chat. Even in the pubs.
That is when you need it. It is in the pubs.
I know, but are you one of the guys with no incoming chat, but you still type to people?
No, like I will turn on the chat to type to people, because if I'm going to type to someone, that means that I want to battle. You know, I'm there. I'm there for the back and forth. Like I want to have you flame me back so I can go even harder. Because if you don't flame me back, it's like it just feels like, what's the point?
What are we doing here?
Yeah, like what are we doing here? You know, if I call you a fucking bot, then you need to come back and say some shit, and then I can like go more.
All right. Well, thank you for watching, everybody. This has been Crystallis from MOUZ, taking us through a lot of his settings, good or bad, let you decide. But thanks for watching. We'll get you next time.
You saw it, we had Pudge unfortunately chewing on a few cables, but we've sorted it all out to get ready for the final game of the night. Elimination on the line between Xtreme Gaming and Team Spirit. And I want to do a quick poll for those of you in the audience. It's around 9:45 p.m. on a Friday. Could you make some noise if you went to work today and then came to the arena?
That's a lot of people.
Right, now the others, the one that's took a day of holiday for work to then come here and spend the whole day here.
Make some noise if you took vacation off to come watch some Dota.
That's a lot more.
I know my UK crowd. You know, we have holiday days. We're going to use them when we need them. And this is a very good reason to use your holiday day.
Honestly, this should be a bank holiday. This should be an official government-mandated holiday.
Yeah, we kind of need like UK teams or players to win.
Hey,
Ari's on his way.
I said maybe, you know, like again, this will be the the foundation of the future bank holiday for Brum.
I look forward to it. We'll see if he can inaugurate it, but that will come tomorrow. For right now, though, we need to get to the thrilling conclusion of this final elimination series, Xtreme Gaming versus Team Spirit and Quinn. So far, I think Game 1 and Game 2 have delivered exactly what I was hoping for.
They most certainly have, and we can only hope for more of the same in Game 3. I'm really curious to see what they do about Leshrac specifically, because that, I think, was first pick last game. Spirit has first pick this game. So does Xtreme have the answers for it, or are they going to ban it out this game?
That and Alchemist.
Yeah.
Yep, happiness can be bought, as Spirit proved Game 1.
I mean, both games have been built around like the first pick, right? The first pick Alchemist, and we speak about Aghanims. It's the first pick Leshrac, then activates a later Spectre that we praise, right? So I think first pick from both teams has been really, really good. And we'll see if, of course, XG is going to allow the out through. They don't, they ban it out. And XG, they self-ban the Leshrac because they have so much stock in this hero, they do not want it in the pool.
Makes sense, but it does feel bad banning your own hero, so we'll see what Spirit takes instead. They still banned the Timbersaw, so I guess that was like, you better ban out. We're making sure you ban out.
Beastmaster slips through, and FEU said that Spirit's been leaning on it quite a bit.
Yeah, they also just ignored it last draft when it was let through, so maybe they think it's just too old school now that a few days have developed in the patch.
Yeah, on 7.41, I don't know how much they've been really going for it. There have been multiple drafts where they've had access to it and dodged it. But instead, they want to go for the Pangolier, a hero that we were hyping up earlier today, but in the hands of either Lar or Collapse, it can do a lot of work. It's so much backline finding with Rolling Thunder, eventual big damage through Ags and Diffusal. It is a scary hero, especially for Spirit.
It's also a flex, so not that easy to respond to it. They haven't started getting into the reserve time yet, but there are definitely options here. You could pick a mid, you could pick a carry, you could pick a support that is just like generally good against. You can look at things like Bane, stuff like that. You just have to consider how much is our counter going to get countered. This is something that I like because it's sort of more general. This is also a flex in response, so you're not giving away too much. And it counters Pangolier throughout the game if it's just, you know, core to core, if you're not laning against each other, but it's also good against in the lane if they're both mid. So this is a pick that makes a lot of sense and also one of XXS's best heroes.
Yeah, I think the Slardar needs a +1 to make it a true counter to the Pango in the sense that you want this like TA, this ranged carry hitting the Pangolier while he's amplified, making his Rolling Thunder basically useless if you have that kind of carry.
Yeah, whenever we used to play Spirit back in the day and we first picked Pangolier, which we did many times, their classic response would be Bane or Grimstroke plus Drow Ranger or Terrorblade. That was almost always the go-to. And so Spirit definitely knows how to counter a Pangolier. And I think what you're saying is definitely true. You want that range carry type hero. Drow Ranger and TB, I think, are what stick out to me as the two classic ones. So I'm curious if they go for those or if they've got a different idea in their back pocket.
I don't know if I got a full read-through on it, but T, why did Shadow Fiend just vanish after the patch dropped?
You put me on the spot, I'm trying to remember. It's like souls got reduced, and then the damage also got reduced, and it scales on your level now. So it's not as simple as just like walk the lane, get max souls, and I think it's like, rather than 26, it's 20, I think.
Okay.
But basically, souls are a little bit in the bin.
Extreme gaming.
Because that, I would have thought, falls under the archetype of the +1 ranged artillery to go with the corrosive haze of Slardar into a Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, they nerfed his damage. T is correct that he lost his max souls. They've gone down by something like 6. And it seems like they're making a push to make SF a spellcaster again. Like they gave him the raised flows, I believe, as a shard. I can't remember. He gets it somewhere later in the game. And then they made it so that his Ag's Requiem does max damage as well in the returning Requiem. So it does feel like they want him to just be a mid hero.
Gotcha.
They're saying, play this hero mid. Stop this Mask of Madness nonsense.
Since you started talking, by the way, I've been scrolling through the patch, still trying to get to S. That's how... Don't worry.
Well, you got to get to V, because a Venomancer shows up for Extreme Gaming.
I give up. Yeah, Venomancer, a hero that was really important in the previous series for XG earlier today. Kind of forgotten about, at least in this one, until now. Most likely the position 5. You kind of enable your lane to play through. You're kind of like a budget Jakiro, but you know, you kind of bring the same damage. And then when your carry moves to jungle, you kind of take over the lane. And if your carry wants the lane, like a Gyro, like an Alp type hero, you will then happily go farm the camps behind the tower. So it's just super efficiency that your 5 and carry can both jungle and lane once you kind of break into that kind of 5 to 6 minute window of the game.
I do think it's a little odd they pick it into Pangolier. It's generally against Pango, like you want to respond to this hero. If you pick stuff that is just sort of blasé, then he gets to roll around and do his thing, then it can you know, smite you a little bit later. Because Veno definitely is not the follow-up damage, although we wouldn't expect that from the 5, but it's a hero that's not particularly good against Pangolier. If you Gale him, he's like, okay, and he presses one of his 2 mobility spells or he rolls.
Phoenix and Pango both have the same answer, right? They don't care about Veno in the game.
Yeah.
They'll just fight on their own spells, and the Veno, it just feels at the moment it's like a casual pick to try and enable the laning phase, but there's nothing else to really read into it as of yet.
Yeah, I think that's standard for Extreme Gaming. Like, they will value 5s that can secure the lane for Ame, and if they have teamfight on top of that, that's a plus. That's why they love Phoenix so much.
Of the games that we've seen so far, this is the most conservative of the drafts that we've seen, where no one hero is dictating how the drafts are going to play out yet.
This is make or break though for XG, right? Normally with Slardar, you want to hold it to offlane or mid, right, to the end of the draft. Is Ame going to step up here, pick a carry blind, not knowing his counter carry matchup? And if they don't pick that, then they're actually going to expose the Slardar in the draft, Spirit can then unflex their Pangolier, and then they get the counter pick. So this double pick for XG, due to the first pick Pango, I'd argue is really, really difficult. Like, Zhao Wei's got to kind of cook up something right now.
Yeah, and if they want to pick a mid hero and save carry for last pick, then what mid is it you're picking, right? The Lesh is banned, your Puck lost, and if you pick it, you're instantly getting Void Spirited, which they banned before, so they're clearly not comfortable with. I don't know what... Tinker's been nerfed into the floorboard, so you're not picking that. So what NTS hero are you even looking at if you're picking mid here? I'm not exactly sure what that would be.
Yeah, I mean, there's still his Razor. Like, that's one of his stable mid heroes as well.
Yeah, that hero just also tanked like 4% win rate, and even Amar's not picking it.
Okay.
So I wonder if he would still go for it, because it is a hero he's very comfortable on.
When Sand King works, now they've got the flex open between offlane and mid, the Sand King and Slardar.
It does exist for sure. I kind of feel like it's probably just Slardar offlane, Sand King middle. I'm a little... I don't mind it. I'm just worried that if they don't execute on it, then you are picking heroes that, once again, Phoenix will egg after you initiate. Pangolier, if he's not the one getting jumped, he'll just Rolling Thunder. Sand King Slardar blinks in. Now Pango's broken your backline. There's not like this cohesive jump from XG.
Yeah.
They do have damage, right? They've got big magic damage of Sand King. They've got Slardar for the physical, even Hoodwink to throw in some amps. Veno, when he gets Ags, to throw in amps. Like, they have plenty of damage. Just have to make sure it's really perfectly used in the fights.
They can both get countered by the same style of hero, too. Like the Huskar-esque hero.
Don't tell me with a good time. Yeah, I mean, it is 2 like blink stun bears, and I think that can also definitely open up weaknesses in your draft when you've got 2 heroes that are very reliant on blink. When you spend, 2 of your cores spend their first 4,500 gold on air that just lets you start fights, then it can be a bit redundant because the heroes want to do the same thing, and you can definitely run low on damage whenever you get to the mid-game period because you're just fine blinks, right?
Morphling for Yatoro.
He's kind of... I mean, I cannot remember what changed to him in the patch, but if we just use historical data, right? Morphling into Slardar, it's a free lane. Against, Sand King, it's going to be good to take over and get that free stun from you. Even taking over Slardar is going to be nice. So, yeah, it is kind of like the hero you want to pick in this type of position. Because no matter what, I think these heroes will eventually hit a problem of, wait, how do we kill a Morphling? With Manta +1, he will become a major issue for XG.
It's got that Yatoro clutch factor as well.
It's true.
Right.
You know what also has clutch factor? A 24-pick anti-mage for Armin.
I was already thinking about the
Were you thinking about it?
Oh, dude.
There we go.
Always thinking about it.
All right, okay.
All events.
Well, I'm gonna jump on
the.
Okay.
You mean anti-mage?
But imagine it, right? A game 3, book your ticket to a Saturday at ESL One
It's
Birmingham.
so bad against Pangolier.
That hero's win rate.
Hey. We don't care about that. We're living in the moment, okay?
This man picked Spectre for crying out.
There it is. It's the carry versus carry matchup we care about, not the other stuff. Ah, well. All right, back to reality.
Mira is right. The hero's win rate did tank. So it leaves questions about what they are going to look at.
And it feels like they still need that ranged damage type of archetype if you have the Slardar plus Sand King. The issue is if you've got double ranged on the safe lane, it makes it very easy to just gate on you and dive your tower and kill you.
Yeah, it raises the bar of execution very high. You need to put a good ward, you need to position yourself well, and you need to lane well.
And they banned one of the ranged carries that could have defended itself in Huerta.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to go for this type of option, then Klinks is still kind of a hero. You can defend yourself through just better positioning, hiding in the invisibility. When your team connects, then you kind of burst out with like Deso, Daedalus. I think then there are some kind of quirky ranged options for XG, but it is probably the safer bet.
Is Terrorblade just dead? Like, what is going on? Why has nobody touched him yet?
There have been a handful of final phase banned Terrorblades against like the Lunas and stuff like that.
It was also banned out in the last game. Team Spirit did respect it.
Man, I wanted Drow. It was such a good Drow game.
Yeah.
I didn't even say it because I was
anti-mage first.
You didn't want to manifest.
It's like
they're not
the heart
pick
says anti-mage. Yeah, no, of course not. But it's like it's nice sometimes in a draft to live in a alternative world. It's.
I respect that.
Yeah.
What? I haven't seen somebody dab.
I respect that. I respect that quick pan away. The cameraman knew his job. That was good.
Terrorblade Scotty still exists. I think it looks fine.
Oh, it exists.
It exists. Don't pick Gyro here, XG.
Oh, Underlord ban. Come on. Aren't they teasing the Terrorblade a little bit? Aren't they kind of like nudging Spirit? Hey, we're gonna want Terrorblade.
Yeah, they don't know where this Pango's going.
Until
Spirit still leaving the flex option open until now.
What other turrets are there? Sniper's not good.
TA?
TA is an option, but it doesn't scale very well against Morphling is the issue. It's more of an early game thing because Butterfly is really good against TA.
Right now the problem is Morphling will hit a 25-minute timing of I am technically unkillable, and the carry has to be able to match that for XG, because if the carry also follows the let's break down the map and let's kill them, Morphling will just run the show, right? The Void Spirit now picked up with the Pango, the supports, like they are ready to activate the Morphling very quickly through the aggression.
Yeah. The nice thing about this Void Spirit as well is that we talked about the Veno that came out early on and how Pango doesn't care, Phoenix doesn't care, Morphling doesn't really care either. Now Void Spirit also doesn't care. You have this mid hero who's going to jump on both of your supports and you're not getting much value at all out of your second pick Veno.
No, it's very true. And like you mentioned the range carry, and I totally agree, but this is one of the weird things about leaving when you need a specific kind of hero, but you leave it for last pick. It's very weird because then they ban those options because they have eyes and they can see that. And so now you end up in a spot where you've got to dig really deep here, because when you look at Morphling, the classic counters are Anti-Mage and Phantomizer. They both suck here. So they pick Beastmaster, and that is not going to scale well. So they've decided we're going the tempo route. We need to win quickly because they will not win slowly.
But we've already spoke about the amps that XG have, right? Both Hoodwink and Veno can apply that. Of course, Veno through itemization down the line. Slardar as well. Like all of XG is built on play a strong laning phase, get your smoke usage, and make sure it's really, really clear. Because if you smoke, go for a kill, don't connect. Like, we've said it multiple times. Morphling will run the show at some point in this game, but it's on XG to keep breaking down the map and to keep just being super aggressive, like they were in Game 2 and Game 3 of the series earlier today.
I mean, this XG draft is good on paper, right? Because it takes objectives, the laning is fine, they're going to hit a very early timing compared to a Morphling draft. But Xtreme Gaming earlier, they tried to play tempo and they just couldn't play perfectly. They gave away the one fight to Spirit, and Spirit just took it. Like, it's not Xtreme Gaming's forte to end games quickly.
But Spirit, they lack some damage with this lineup, right? Outside of collapse of a Diffusal Blade, Lal is at the setup, Lion's setup, Morphling needs to farm, Phoenix Shaw, Little Spirit here and there. There is a major window where if XG do hit their stride, the team fight should go XG's way for a good 20 minutes in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I hope for XG that they understand like the reasons they pick these heroes, right? That it's not sort of a panic or a last ditch, but it's a, hey, we think this makes sense. We see angles into the game. I think there's a lot of timings that happen and pass in Dota that you're not really aware of unless you're in the game and you're playing. And so I think it's very possible they have a clear idea of, we think this timing is very strong, or that timing we have this itemization that negates what they have to do. And so I hope for their sake that they have those good ideas and they prove it.
And for Team Spirit, their draft is just pretty obvious. It's like, let's get our Morphling to a very strong point, then we have teamfight, we can play around him, make sure that he can 1v1 the enemy carry, and it'll be easy off of that.
Yeah, in the spirit of Kyle, with some old analysis he would used to do, it's like, if XG don't win this game in the first 2 Aegises, then, you know, they're going to lose the game, right? Like some arbitrary thing, but this is kind of what I see here.
All I know is whenever these two teams go head-to-head against one another, every single time it's a treat to watch. And the fact that it's coming on a patch where we get to see so many new strategies that we don't even know. We look at these drafts, never really know which one's going to come out on top. So Birmingham, I don't care if you took the day off, if you came in from work, or you're unemployed, are you ready for Game 3?
Right, game here in Birmingham, game 3 here in Birmingham, Spirit versus XG. We've had 2 games that kind of halfway, by that halfway point, they both kind of looked over, right? Yeah, it's been one team sweeping away the second half of the game, and then the second game, likewise the other way round. Here in game 3, what do you make of this? You know, the end of the draft, XG, they end with the Beastmaster, no real surprises there. We know that they feel comfortable with just getting Arme this as the carry. Spirit showing us something a little bit more spicy. We're getting this Morphling coming in for Yatoro.
Perhaps a bit more risk-taking in terms of being able to play this hero, because we have seen the win rate overall did go down quite a lot, but XG definitely looking to set tempo, and let's see if Spirit overall, like the panel was saying, can they slow things down? It's pretty much going to be the case this game. Can they get this BKB or this Mantum butterfly timing for the Morphling? Will XG be the team that's just getting these Roshans, getting these objectives, getting this team fight, which they have very strong timings of, and just take over the map? We'll have to see. There's some really cool things that I know T was talking about toward the end also, in terms of amplification of damage. Hoodwink and Veno, they have some really cool ways to just get this damage amp in order to buff up these heroes like the Sand King and the Beastmaster. Sure, it might take some time later for like Aghanims and the Shards, but this is a lot of damage amp that can come out with the Slaughter as well too, right? Like, they're going to be amping both types of damage at some point in this game, either physical or magical, once they get to these items.
And for Spirit, so what do you think they saw about this game that made them want to go for the Morphling for Yatoro? You know, what was sort of there that made him feel like this was going to be the game to sort of take this sort of carry that could get to the point where there might not be much to deal with it?
Elimination game, just play your best, you know, your most comfortable kind of style. If you think that you can get to the late game, what's the best late game here that you can play? It's, I mean, for Ame, right, his Morphling is definitely up there for the ones that he likes to play. Even if it might not be in the strongest position, we'll have to see how it does. And it is, you know, he's versus Slaughter, right? So already that high armor he's going to be having is probably one of the reasons that he was already looking at this Morph, as we just saw him miss a last hit.
We'll see. Yatoro will lock in. You know, we'll see how things play on in the laning stage. Obviously, that last game, he was also able to get an insane amount of farm early on the lifestealer, but it just wasn't enough down the line. I think that, you know, this time round, that, I guess, is also one of the differences, right, when you're playing a Morph in this sort of situation compared to the lifestealer. This is one where if you do get that sort of level of farm and get ahead early, there's a lot more you can kind of do on your own if things are falling apart around you, as long as you can kind of push it to those later stages. A lot more potential, perhaps, across the board, as opposed to trying to do it all on a lifestealer.
You're a true late game carry. However, your laning is so much, everything is just kind of weaker now at this point, and this is not a weak lane at all from the side of XG. This is an extremely oppressive, pressure-based lane that can absolutely get kills on either hero here.
Okay.
Much stronger than the lane of the Phoenix and the Morph. The level 2 Panto might just be dead.
Bushwhack's there indeed on towards him. Follow up with the crush. It's going to be first blood. Very likely Panto can't survive this as XXS finishes off the job. Gets first blood here for Xtreme.
Definitely some worries early, I would say, for the side of Spirit, because I think overall, XG does have at least 2 lanes that look really, really strong. The mid lane, the Sand King can have a bit of an edge over that Void Spirit, and then, yeah, bottom should be seeing this Beastmaster kind of free farm. Top, I mean, honestly, I'm also quite worried up there, too, so it could potentially be this situation where they have these 3 winning lanes with a lineup that also wants to accelerate and play tempo.
Absolutely right. This is exactly what Xtreme needed, and it looks like they might have the setup for it in this laning stage.
Yeah, mid probably maybe more of a even-ish matchup. I just haven't seen it since the the barrier kind of changed in a way. So just waiting to see how Laurel does end up doing in that one.
Obviously, XXS getting that first blood. We know our last game on his Brewmaster, he did an incredible job of setting the tempo.
Honestly, both of these two, right? They were literally the ones kind of setting tempo and just being the ones dictating the pace completely. And they're on heroes that kind of do the same thing, honestly. The Hoodwink can make movements around early to set up for early kills, either bottom or mid, or just enable. And the Slardar is definitely going to be pretty oppressive in this game versus almost everybody, except that Morph. And yeah, he's set up for success to free farm on the Slardar. Phoenix and Morphling don't really pressure him by any means.
And in terms of tempo, why do you think XG, with their last pick, going for the Arme Beastmaster when there was a lot of potential, for a greedier carry to be picked up, why do you think they didn't want to go that route? Because we have seen in a lot of their games, they don't mind pushing to the later stages of the game.
He likes the Beastmaster. I think it's just something that he likes to play, and it does play perfectly around their tempo. It gives them objective taking. Like if they're going to be able to get an early Roshan or an early Tormentor and maybe set the tempo because of that with this Beast, which just gives them that, pretty much free Rosh, right? A Corrosive Haze and a Beastmaster with Axe, that Rosh is dead. Pretty much just to those 2 heroes, so at least for me, that's why, and perhaps maybe something about the Pango, right? He's got a way to lock him down. They have multiple different ways to at least control.
Absolutely, yeah, that sort of raw follow-up.
Right, there's definitely some...
Burrow strike to the Crushes.
Bottom.
Over bottom lane. They get swashbuckled here by Collapse. They'll take him out. See if Arme can find something in return. He'll have the access again in a second.
Should have him.
Getting very low. Can Rue find a deny, maybe? The ball continue to slow down.
Rue also might die.
That's true. Arme's able to turn over towards him. The ball will connect.
The Axe.
Another set at the Axe.
He's got it.
This is why he likes to pick this hero. Finding these opportunities to get both of these kills. Massive kills here for Arme to clean up as the carry in the safe lane.
It's just it just feels like it's going to be a strong hero potentially if others want to play it as well. Sure, this tournament has not had the best success overall, but Arme has really just been enjoying it. Yeah, that's a dream situation there. Panto comes through the portal. Wants to start breaking lanes perhaps a little bit here.
Not too much that he can do, really.
No.
Never keeping tabs on him with the Plague Wards.
And now, Yatoro, he's alone versus a Slardar Hoodwink. They can make plays onto him if he steps up far at all, and the lane's in a great position for them to go for this. This is actually a very sad position of lane for Yatoro. It's going to stay at this mark where they can go for those aggressive plays on the Morph for the next couple minutes. This is a very good start for the side of XG. We are seeing Laurel. He is handling his own, but the Sand King is ahead. And getting some extra stacks in the jungle.
Yeah, very difficult for them to trade back against XXS right now.
Nothing to say, it's actually 6.5 already at this point, and Laurel's just about to hit the 6, so a pretty decent advantage for the Sand King, who's also going to probably have stacks to go back to soon from FY as well. Kind of picture-perfect start in all 3 lanes, as we were saying. XG did set themselves up for success for them, and they are playing the lanes very nicely so far here. So for Spirit, might have to start breaking lanes a little bit here. Look to perhaps help Laurel. Because I don't see if they stay kind of passive in those lanes, I don't see them changing the outcomes of how those lanes look right now.
It's just difficult to get any sort of setup onto nothing to say in the mid. Even if Rue finds the connection, it might be difficult to find enough burst unless they kind of fully commit with both of the Astral Steps on Lal to kill nothing to say off.
If he's full HP, I don't think they can go for it, right? Like he's a lot. He's got phase, he's got raindrop, all these little stats absolutely add up. And Lion definitely does not provide the most damage at this point in the game by any means as a 4. Not like something like that Hoodwink who does a lot more early on. Speaking of the Hoodwink, FY is looking to play around nothing to say. Does have that regen. Maybe looking to check if there's some stacks as well too. They're probably anticipating some, but there's actually none.
Do they want to contest the 7-minute wisdom here? Nothing to say.
Possible.
Pretty strong here, level 7.
And Beastmaster has Roar, because they gave him all that XP, so he is level 6.
Yep.
I don't know if they're going to be able to contest. Spirit might have to just bring all the numbers.
Yeah, I think you have to if you're Spirit. You cannot let Xtreme get away with trying to push for the Shrine of Wisdom.
Okay, they bring 4 heroes.
They get the stun opening onto nothing to say. The Burrow strike away. They're still moving over towards this Wisdom, XG.
They got the Veno.
I mean, they'll be fine if the Venom dies, if it means that they get the Shrine of Wisdom. And indeed, Xnova does go down. Panto's going to be there to stop Arme, or at least try and stop Arme from getting the Shrine of Wisdom.
They're going for different targets. Nothing to say is going for the fight, while Ame is just going for Panto.
I mean, Panto's trying to continue to stop him from getting this. You know, he's playing around the edge, but he's doing a great job of buying time for the rest of the team to come over. I mean, Panto, he did so much there.
Is he going to live?
Is he actually going to survive as well? He is. I mean, Panto on the Phoenix
was sick.
Perfectly kind of weaving in and out of the AoE with that Shrine of Wisdom, just not giving Arme any chance to actually get the cleanup on it.
And nothing to say left him, right? He was like, I'm just going to go for other kills, but it actually ends up hurting quite a lot for Ame in particular. And Panto, he sacrifices himself. It requires a heavy shift of movement, but they will at least be able to get that shrine. But we're seeing a 2K lead for XG because of all these movements. They have the Slardar in a free farm position.
Yeah, both of the Blink Dagger timings should be pretty solid, but nothing to say. And XXS hit.
One person got sacrificed. Unfortunately, it was Ame this time around for them. But XXS, he was the one, as we said in that last game, to kind of just completely control everything with that Brewmaster. This is going to be a very quick timing on that Blink, as you were mentioning.
Yeah, they can really get the ball rolling once those two are online for the two cores.
And Xnova looks like he's just going to do some jungling on the side here as the Venomancer, still very effective.
In terms of jump potential for Spirit,
Going to be a lot harder. More about that counter initiation is going to have to come out with them from that Rolling Thunder in particular. They will catch FY.
Yeah, they catch him with the Remnant. Try and turn with the Bushwhack, but not able to lock down the two of them. So Lal gets something from his movement up towards the top lane.
Good aggressive moves while they're just, you know, jungling on the other side. So at least able to get something here. How's that Vessel timing looking? Not too bad for Laurel. A very good Vessel game, too. Versus all three cores, it's fantastic, right? Versus Slardar, Sand King versus Beast. If he's able to get this at a pretty good timing, that's going to enable the supports nicely, too, for him. He's going to pretty much have it after this wave and maybe another camp.
Nothing to say. Needs a couple more creeps, and that will be his Blink Dagger coming out.
They can definitely ramp up things quite a bit more on the next side of XG. The double Blink Dagger, as we were mentioning. The tempo is definitely going to be for them there.
Got a smoke ready on Xnova if they want to make a move straight away here with two of them.
This is so fast. 9 minutes. I mean, we used to see Malrine, of course, getting this phase plus blink timing a lot on his Sand King. This is pretty ridiculous. Might catch them off guard because of how fast it really is.
Here's the smoke play.
Xtreme is spotted under the ward.
He's having the sort of the tougher start right now out of the cores, so if they can continue to slow down this Pango.
He's trying to get that Mage Slayer online too to have that little bit of damage, you know, reduction versus that heavy magic that there is.
Ready to dive this. I'm gonna say, watching from the side, ready to go in straight away with the burst collapse. Can't escape this one. They'll drop the Roar. Nowhere for the Pango to run. They'll take that.
And Panto.
Turn it into a tower as well, and indeed over in the river. He's going to chase down Lal. Can he find something in return? He's looking towards FY, but FY's sort of dodging around at the edge of the vision here around the pit. Still though, the Remnant will grab him. FY tries to run with the burst.
Tanking.
Will come into play. Nothing to say. Coming in, gets the double to clean up the... They might even just get Lal as well.
He's out
of escapes. XX closes in with a crush. Brew will be lucky to TP out of this, but that was a rough move. I mean, Yatori tries to get involved. This hurts big time. Turning up this early as the Morph and dying, that hurts.
This Sand King Blink Dagger is just too fast.
Yeah,
like that bottom play, there's no way Collapse can expect it to come this fast. And then the TP, he just immediately has it still available because he walked all the way bottom for the play, so he gets the catch. And Yotaro was sitting at what, 200 HP?
Super. I mean, we'll see.
He's literally 200 HP. You can see the bar, right?
It's so risky and gets caught by the Burrow Strike. Pretty much immediately blown up there by the burst. Caustic Finale as well coming in from the Sand King.
I mean, he was sitting at
the Stinger.
He was full agi, legitimately full agi.
That was a risk that does not pay off whatsoever, and Yotoro's he's going to have quite the recovery that he needs to make this game, and we can see at the moment on the net worth, all three of the cores of Spirit falling pretty severely behind at this early point, just 11 minutes in.
And they have very good oppressive heroes in order to take over map when they get advantage too. The Slardar to take objectives, the Veno to dominate areas with these stupid little wards as well too. So overall, XG with a pretty much picture-perfect start to this game for Spirit. Somehow try to have to slow the game down, get these ultis online. They have Rue with 6. Can they get a finger kill?
Coming in with the smoke, you know, Yotoro wants to get involved. Maybe they could get the burst on X. No, but they certainly can. They'll get themselves something with the two of them.
But it's just a Veno kill with your first big ulti, right? Your first big finger, but maybe just feeling like they need to do something small rather than go for a big play and get turned on. They just want to get these small gains for now for the Morphling. This is rough, though. 12 minutes in, a 5K lead, multiple Blink Daggers. Aghanim's about to be done for Beast, and I feel like they can just keep rolling. They're not really cooldown dependent on the side of XG.
No, pretty much just relying on the smoke. Anytime a smoke's out, they're going to be ready to go Xtreme.
Yep, XXS has the bash primed.
And they get the jump straight in with the burst onto Panto.
These are very fragile heroes versus a Slardar at this point early. Both supports pretty much dead in one crush at this point. Mid tower. Can they hang on to this here? Looks difficult. Next Nova in the area. Can start setting up those wards, and he has buddies coming over. They have vision of the Sand King. And yeah, Lara will back away. Super hard for them to hold these towers at this point versus these double blinks. And now that Beast as the Eggs is done, they can even start threatening that Roche pretty soon.
Tower out.
Dire's middle tower
Spirit.
has fallen.
Just not wanting to show up whatsoever.
It's going to be a very slow recovery because Yotaro, he cannot get involved, so they're completely reliant on, I mean, the other 4 heroes to really make this deterrent play versus XG, who now, the world is their oyster, it feels like, in terms of where they want to pressure, what they want to go for here, since they've claimed all 3 tier 1s and just completely shut down the Morphling.
Yeah, they can just continue to go through objectives as they wish. Unlikely that Spirit's going to look to make any sort of counterplay. They're just not in a position to do so.
And it does feel like they do hit some really nice timings in terms of scaling, too. I'm seeing X-Nova going for the Vessel, since he's playing versus the Morphling. Playing versus the Phoenix Sunray, it's going to be really nice also. Ticking all the boxes, and for Spirit, like I said, it just has to just be, let's slow the pace of the game down. We need to just not let them just run rampant. But easier said than done.
Street having the luxury of just...
They can chill now.
Looking towards that next item, knowing that they're going to continue to be able to just get it at a pace that Spirit can't keep up with.
And this isn't one of those games, I would say, for XG where it's like, okay, we really need to push the envelope. They already kind of did it, a lot of what they needed to do in these first 15 minutes, getting these core items online. Nothing to say he's going to have, what, pre-16-minute Aghanims as well, too, for that scaling. And he's level 12. Spirit have to just find ways to slow things down, let Yotaro get to at least one of these items. Just fight around the egg. They do have that online for Panto now. They have the finger back up. It's difficult to protect these 2 heroes versus the blinks that XG does have at the moment.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe the finger is enough to kind of smoke up around and try and find a pick-off.
But you have to get the kill. If you finger and you don't get that kill, it's going to be disastrous. And these heroes aren't that squishy, right? The 3 cores are pretty durable at this point. Maybe just having to stay on a defensive posture on the side of Spirit and just hope they run into you when you've got the setup. But as you said, XG, not in a rush after they got this huge advantage in the game. Getting this next timing.
Spirit do look like they're maybe trying to bait a little bit around the mid. Brew and Panto ready here in the trees with the ultimates in case Lal does get jumped.
Might be kind of how they have to play, right? Just play for the bait game and hope that you can get at least a kill onto one of these incredibly strong cores right now to get yourself back in the game. But as the game slows down, it's actually XG just getting more farm on the map.
Yeah, they're farming it just that little bit more efficiently.
And nothing to say has an amp damage for this upcoming fight. The crush.
XXS, he's in. Gets the jump on a root. They get the push back to follow. They're going to try and turn the controller to XXS, but there he is coming in with the Epicenter and the Burrow Strike. Nothing to say.
They get a kill.
They will lose XXS, and they're going to look to dance around the edge and nothing to say. The Supernova stun doesn't come into play.
They don't see him. No detection.
Yeah, they didn't have any way to fight into the Sandstorm at the moment. I mean, all things said and done, it is them losing a line, getting the kill against XXS.
I'm surprised they didn't lose more versus a DD Sand King, right?
It came in, with the Burrow Strike Epi, but it wasn't enough.
Not bad, all things considered.
Absolutely. It's sort of the deficit they're playing at. They take that every single day.
Quick moves coming out, but Rue is actually reading the play. He immediately TPs bottom to protect Laurel. Looks like they might be able to make their own play.
And they still have the finger ready. So look at Lal and Rue.
Ame's pretty hard to kill with this Aghanims right now. Can they go for nothing to say? He is a bit more fragile, 1400 HP.
I guess he's just not thirsty.
He's not.
No. Anyway,
but Laurel,
the finger! They got him!
They got him. They got nothing to say.
There we go. He'll drink to that there.
I think that's the only one that they can catch with this combo right now, because XXS and Ame are too tanky. Can Rue get himself out of here? Looking unlikely. No TP available.
I mean, these are pretty big kills, though.
They're nice. They're very nice.
They get the chance to kill XXS, then they're killing nothing to say like that. Even if Rude does indeed go down here, the neutrals, no, not going to happen. FY
Yotaro
final hit.
Gets around the tree line.
Oh, they're
gets the
with the
shift.
Roy, shifting up. And that will be enough to stop Ame from killing off. And now they come in, they can turn, they get the remnant grab on towards him.
They are hemorrhaging big kills.
They killed XXS, they killed Nothing to Say, they killed Ame. I mean, the last couple of minutes, they just killed all three of Xtreme Gaming's cores. And Xtreme Gaming, they were 8k ahead.
I mean, Ame going for a play. He got the tree. Literally, he has the ward, and Yotaro got around the tree line before the roar comes out and gets the shift off because of it. But Ame going for that play alone, pretty crazy.
Absolutely. With the lead that they had.
Things are starting to
sure, they're still ahead, but they can't afford to do that. Just losing all three of their cores kind of individually across the map.
Yotaro is definitely like, guys, I'm catching back up.
Oh, he is. I mean, you can see it, yeah. Another sort of situation like that, and he'll start to take over as the Morphling. So, Xtreme, for as well as they were playing really for the opening 15 minutes, a little bit of a slip up there across the board.
Quite a big shake-up, too.
We'll see they could have maybe just in the mid, as you say, Yotaro getting the shift going literally just moments before the roar came in, and at that point, it's like, uh-oh, you know, Ame can't finish the job. Collapsed and Lyle there, turn up, back him up, and help Yotaro turn and get that kill against Ame.
A very painful death.
That's a rough one.
Especially with this type of lead that they had, as we said. World was their oyster. They
super comfortable.
They could have potentially maybe gone for more of a safe play of going into pit, right? Forcing a fight around there since they have Corrosive Haze plus Beastmaster Ags. But Ame going for a solo play. He's going to go for it again, it looks like, onto Yotaro. Does he get the roar in time? There's the shift.
It's just not quite enough damage to kill him. At least this stun doesn't result in Ame dying. Elsewhere, though, still losing teammates. FY's gone.
Yeah, this time it's not right next to a tier 2 where they're going to TP and have that follow-up. He will force Yotaro back, but he's going to be able to get back to farming very soon. Trying to go for these solo plays, though.
I guess it's just sort of worth the chance, just in case you do catch him.
Sure, if you do, it's a kill, right? Guaranteed, so. Mid, Rue, might be in some danger.
Shows out, yeah, they'll see him. Straight in. XG will get back to getting the kills themselves, even though it's not necessarily the big ones, just getting a support.
But it's a Vessel charge, which is pretty important for the Veno, at least, to be able to go for that. No, actually, the Manta's done for Yotaro, so not going to be as effective. Now, will they go for the Roche? I'd imagine so, right? Level 2 Corrosive Haze, they've got the Ags Beast. Looks like they want to play for a kill first.
Yeah, they've got the jump ready in the mid. Epicenter into the Burrow Strike. They close the gap onto Lyle with the pushback follow. They have the lockdown. Kill off the Void Spirit. Potentially there with that core kill. Now they'll see the chance to go into the Roshan and not be too concerned about Spirit entering in.
I saw that Ame. Ame started running top. He went to the wrong pit there for a moment, but will join his team. They will be able to get this rush. It should die very fast and very safe with the Beast plus that Slardar.
Any chance of anyone looking for a steal? Rue's got a bling.
Maybe he does YOLO for it. He's now showed himself with that sentry, so won't be able to. Yotaro, though, Manta's done. So, I mean, methods of recovery, he's catching up.
He really is. You know, considering, again, that they were not in a great spot at all out of the laning stage, any of the three cores. Yotaro getting to get online.
Can still just die pretty easily, though. Even though he has the Manta, there's quite an insane amount of lockdown and damage that they do have on the side of XG. Rue, keep himself hidden. 20 seconds, Tormentor. Looks like they are starting to prepare for it on the bottom side. Is Spirit gonna look for a contest? Unlikely. So wait for Yotaro to say, hey, I'm ready. And usually it is, right? It's usually that Manta Butterfly timing that he looks to play around.
Yeah, I mean, this is what very much worked towards their favor in the first game. You know, very much trusting in Yotaro's timing on the Alchemist. And likewise here, he has got to take the game on his shoulders here as the Morphling.
This is a nice lineup to do Tormentor. Always whenever you have Slardar and you extra minus armor, any extra sustain too. They had the Verdurus Dale down from the Beastmaster, extra heal from the Seeds. They're healthy to look for a fight. And that is the Aghanims that was finished not too long ago from Nothing to Say. So a much stronger fight overall. Spirit still very likely wanting to just avoid and look for little individual pickoffs if they're able to.
Collapse has got that Lotus though, so that nice little bit of an answer. That
it is pretty nice.
Pretty annoying for pretty much for two of the big cores. And
can reflect.
Benno has to be careful as well.
Yeah, can reflect some pretty big stuff. The catch.
Look at the opening. Into the burst. Jump forward from Lyle. They're going to be able to take him down without any chance of them fighting back. XXS, he's got to run.
Great play, Spirit. Recognizing pretty much every single time that XG split up, they're able to find these little pickoffs. All these matter.
Absolutely. They're doing a lot considering that they're a decent amount of gold behind in this early game.
Absolutely. And it's before, before the Morphling is really getting too much involved in things. It's just Rue, with this early Blink Dagger that he's been able to pick off, he's doing so much work.
Radiant's middle tower is under
21 minutes because of that move. Looks like they will not get their Shrine, though. Most of those have been taken away. But playing around Yatoro, all about that Morph.
XG. With this Aegis time, you've got to imagine that they're surely going to want to push for something more, right? They have to be looking at these tier 2s. Because already, the fact that Spirit are able to make such moves against them, I mean, it only just goes to show that if this game, this sort of lead does get lost completely by Xtreme, it's not going to be an easy one for them to hold on to.
No, Spirit has great late game, right? Morphling plus Phoenix in terms of scaling potential is going to be fantastic versus some of the physical damage. Ame is going for the build that I've seen him do a lot as well, too. He's going for this Manta and then potentially Butter. So not going to go BKB to kind of force and kind of press that issue and just kind of close the game out in any way. So see if that ends up working out for him. Amp damage for nothing to say. And I believe that is the BKB for the Slardar. So this is looking like they want to force for a tier 2 in particular.
Yeah, they've got to turn this into kind of a kill, into a tower, and then maybe even into a kill into high ground.
Oh, and Collapse does go outside a little bit here. They're aware. Perhaps they do get the stun.
They got the jump. He loads us off, but it doesn't matter. The bushwhack's in, and the burst there from FY takes Collapse down.
Very smart smoke, and they're looking to even fight bottom. Ame, does he get the roar?
He does. He gets the opening.
No shift.
The heal for the stun rate not going to be enough to save him. They bring down Yatoro. This time, Ame with the roar works out. The supernova will be quickly dealt with.
That was big.
Very quick moves there from Ame. Making that play with the team up top, getting in towards that bottom lane. 3 kills. XG gets back on with the momentum that they needed.
Point blank this time. Doesn't do it from a distance, gets right on top of the Morphling's face. Yatoro not ready with the shift this time. And that's your 2. It didn't get brought down, right? Because they did end up making that move, but they do get themselves a kill, get access into the jungle. 3 kills.
Bringing the bottom and the mid wave here. Whilst the 3 are dead on Spirit.
And they can sequence this perhaps into even more kills, right? When the Morphling respawns, there's still an epicenter done. Roar doesn't have the crazes of cooldown either, so for Spirit, it's not like they are free on the map now at this point when they respawn. Could still be XG to look for another play. Gem picked up, pretty early one for Panto. Doesn't want to let his Morphling get jumped.
Talking about the jump, that's the blink for Collapse.
So actually has a way to protect now at this point. Sure, he had the Lotus before to be able to protect the Morph, but now he can actually follow up and maybe be inside of a fight. But so far, that's not what we're seeing Spirit play for, right? It's not about the team fights. They got to just wait for that timing for the Morphling if he does feel comfortable. Until he does feel comfortable, that is. Getting closer and closer to the Butter. 2K away. But Ame's going to have his quite a bit faster. And he is 4K ahead. That is actually pretty ridiculous, his farm pace this game.
Pretty much, 3 full levels ahead as well here, Ame.
That's actually pretty important as well, too. That extra attack speed, of course, that you get from the Inner Beast. Absolutely.
Look at the jump here onto Lal. Bushwhack as well. It's a good amount of lockdown. Again, it's enough.
And then, sharpshooter.
It came through and actually connected on towards Rue, but Rue will still get the chance to blink away, but Xtreme, they got the bigger kill. They take down Lal. They can now get some pressure on the tier 2 top. Team Spirit, they'll look to trade down bottom at least. Yatoro will be able to finish off the tier 1.
Looks like they should be able to get 2 tier 2s for this pressure here.
That's what they want to do. Xnova and XXS look to finish off the top one. Let's take over the jungle a little bit more. Ame ready to get that Eagle Song out and make good moves towards the butterfly.
I'm impressed too with XXS how he's how he's keeping himself at the top here with all this kind of chaos going on in the game as well too. 4-1 and 5, and he's still 13,000 net worth on the Slardar. So he is still going to be transitioning and becoming this very strong core on the Slardar as well. So it's not going to be just like this Beastmaster who's be dealing this hard physical damage. It's also going to be this annoying Slardar in the face of Yatoro. He's going to have the butterfly pretty soon, but it's not going to protect him versus every single one of these right clicks that are going to come out. BKB done. Fair nothing to say. This fight's still looking very, very hard for the side of Spirit, and they're under vision. A lot of really good vision that XG's been able to place with these aggressive moves.
Still being careful about how they push for the next objectives here, Xtreme.
Yeah, without that Roche, maybe not wanting to push the envelope too much. They're running around as like 3 or 4, while Ame's literally just playing his own game completely in this one, and it's keeping himself at this massive margin between the next core, so.
Crazy amount of farm here on the Beastmaster.
It did hurt him the once when he went for the solo play, but pretty much for the entirety of the rest of this game, it's been pretty dream for him to do this. Level 20 has been hit. Swinging around, Panto.
Has been trying to keep this bottom wave pushed in. Coming for the twin gate.
He's caught.
XXS able to close off his escape. Nowhere for Panto to run. They can stick around, start getting the push going on this bottom lane. That should bring him very close. It's 500 gold short of the butterfly on Arme.
Yeah, Toro's got it, but this is not one of those. It might be a timing they go to play around, but this is not one of the easiest ones where he can just stand his ground. There's a lot of different control and damage from the Sand King in particular that can come out.
And they need everything. They need Panto. Still dead for 20 seconds on the Phoenix.
Looking to mount this fight. They've got that gem, so looking to control this area. Arme.
Gonna make this jump. They get the opening onto Arme. It's decent amount of burst, but the Glimmer Cape comes into play. Arme able to turn, get the roar off.
Reflected.
And it's gonna hold him in
He's
position.
burning.
He's just burned by the Sombra.
Nice Lotus by Collapse. Perfect timing as the arms went up.
An excellent buyback from Panto. Coming in, having that extra presence and damage with the Sunray. Indeed, a great turnaround there and a punish of Arme. I mean, every time Arme dies, it's a huge kill. Like, he's that far ahead in net worth.
I mean, that's why I thought he might go for BKB, especially after the Manta, but going for the greed of the Butterflies. Well, too, that gives them windows to actually go for the burst plays onto him. Yeah, he's got Force and Glimmer from his 2 supports, but if they full commit onto him, you can see they have kill threat.
Absolutely, if they get that Lotus out.
Yeah.
As they did, it's trips up his play quite a bit.
I mean, not having this BKB is going to be stalled out for some time, and it looks like Spirit's trying to get a big advantage because of that timing here. So he is just going to be, of course, finishing up that Butterfly, very likely on Ame. I'd be able to find more here. BKB is there for nothing to say.
It's around his wisdom. They want to try and stop him from being able to get the grab on it. He has to jump away with the Burrow Strike, but Yatoro's going to look to try and chase. The BKB's out for nothing to say, but it doesn't look like it matters. They've got the right clicks to take him out through it.
These plays, Spirit, heads-up movements.
It's just crazy that I feel like so many times this game we're seeing Spirit getting these big kills, and they're constantly like 7k, 8k behind. Like, that net worth difference seems to be nothing whatsoever right now. The Spirit, they're just playing as if it's not even there. They're getting huge kills time and time again.
Yatoro's catching up. He's top 2 net worth just off of that. And that was with the Butterfly timing. Getting these massive kills. Honestly, I really feel like Ame needs this BKB pretty soon.
Collapse. In with the Rolling Thunder and the Blink, looking to FY. Lars able to connect. FY in trouble.
Another kill. Can they get out?
I mean, there's going to be a buyback from FY. They have to try and punish Spirit for this. Success. Remember the crush on the wards, Lal. They'll find the Raw. It's time they get the clean connection.
There's a buyback from FY, though. A bit of a wasted one. Roche is up, though, so should be able to secure that with the kill.
They don't obviously have with the Rolling Thunder. The only ult available is the Supernova, so very unlikely the Spirit can do anything about this.
No, and this will die too fast to the Corrosive Haze level 18 as well.
And Aegis on Arme will make quite the difference in these moves. Right?
So that's why he doesn't want the BKB, right? He's just, I'm going to get an Aegis. It's kind of a BKB anyway. But yeah, absolutely get the BKB next, because then they can't 100-0 him. He should be able to get the BKB off in most situations to survive.
And as you'd imagine, what you're still, if you're Xtreme, looking for that timing to try and end the game and just not let Yatoro go absolutely crazy and be able to carry it against them.
Definitely don't want this to go 40+, I would say. Maybe not even like 30, 35+ perhaps, but 40+, that's when you're getting into the dangerous territories of this morph. Tier 2s are still available. Tier 2s are still alive, too. I thought they'd actually been able to claim that secondary one. But
it's been a bit of a slowdown.
It has been.
I mean, and with this Aegis, like, do you want to see them go straight for the push? Because it looks like maybe Arme's making the call of saying, well, with this Aegis, I'll farm the BKB first and then push. You'd rather see them go a bit sooner?
I want to see him get BKB, honestly. I want to see him...
You're cool with him farming BKB first?
I think you can get
Even
Tormentor
with the
control. If you can get some pickoffs, sure, but I think overall forcing the issue pre-BKB is just dangerous. There is potential for them to burst him. We've seen it now multiple times, so... Ame.
Leading the way.
Gets a catch, but the Aeon Disc is there. His team is coming from behind, though. They're on Yatoro.
Oh, see the rollout here, and in fact, the turn and the burst. XXS, he's falling incredibly low. They're coming to the Burrow Strike Epi, though, onto the 2 of them. Yatoro, he'll have to waveform out to the side. The Supernova will be a success, forcing them to back off for now. Nothing to say he's getting burnt down pretty low here. Has to Burrow Strike away and get out of this one.
Again, getting trades, though. They lose a Lion, but they'll get themselves a Slardar. Nova also getting picked off in the back. Laurel getting himself a solo kill. These are big moves. Spirit playing around Yotoro.
I'm ready to take tier 2s themselves. They force out the fortification from Xtreme Gaming.
You can see that Spirit, even they're not really playing as if they do have that big of a disadvantage by any means.
Absolutely, that's the crazy thing this game. This is pretty much the entire time they've been behind 8k gold, but you don't really feel it.
No,
because
really
Spirit,
impressive.
they're getting the bigger pickoffs. They're getting the objectives against an Xtreme Gaming that also has like this Aegis on Arme that Xtreme aren't quite pushing and going for these advantages as much as you'd maybe expect them to try for with this lineup. And I think Spirit, they're going to feel super happy about this.
I think so too, especially because I'm looking at Panto. This is an extremely high-level Phoenix, and he's playing versus three melee cores. This Phoenix can absolutely become that like fourth kind of core, maybe like third core in a way. Concerns for sure for XG. Of course, they've still got this Aegis. The BKB is pretty close, but that gold lead, it's pretty much just been staying at that 7k for 10 plus minutes.
And it just seems to not really matter whatsoever right now. You know, Spirit are not afraid of making these moves against Xtreme.
Look at the catch-up too. Collapse now ahead of the Slardar as well too. They have done incredible work this game to get to this point.
This hit with the creep wave should be the BKB. So they'll have 2 minutes on the Aegis with that BKB as well for Arme.
This feels like they got to get it done. They got to get a lot done.
It's got to be go time here for Xtreme.
They've got the banner too, so this is maybe just force even tier 2 and force a high ground potentially.
I think you do want to try and go for the high ground.
But it's definitely not going to be the easiest of approaches at this point versus a level 3 Egg of Morphling now who's gotten to the point of online. And even the Pango, as we said, he has Aghanim's. So his team fight's gotten a lot stronger. Level 20 as well, so shield crash cooldown down to 4 seconds.
Gonna head through the Twin Gate. See what they can find down here.
Let's see what they get.
I mean, Rue wouldn't be the biggest of catches. They might just sell for him. Smoke dispels. Ooh, what? A little blink there, Rue. I mean, he gets the Hex off as well. He's going to drive. There's no way. No, the bash comes in. I mean, if he got away with that one, would have been quite something, but he does not. They kill Rue off.
Honestly, I don't even mind them killing Rue in these situations. Rue's been very annoying in this game, so these type of kills are still fine.
Still, their illusions have been sent up to the bottom lane. They don't have creeps with them on the bottom.
They don't. They can't actually go for a tier 2 push off of this.
I mean, this Aegis, just 1 minute left on Arme.
Doesn't feel like it's gotten done what they really want. Sure, it secured him a BKB in particular, but this Morphling is catching up quickly.
Yeah.
Linken's soon on the horizon. A fantastic Linken's game, of course, versus that Beast. And even versus, he doesn't know this, of course, but FY's going for a Hex. Actually, he does know, because he showed it. So could potentially just block one of these big disables for him. This is a tight game. XG has to be, I feel like they can't really make too many more mistakes in this game, or it could just become that Yotoro Morphling show.
Even Lara, he's going to have pretty good scaling, right? Kind of what leading into that sort of right-click potential, essentially, with this Harpoon into... I mean, he was considering the Sky. He looks like at the moment he's also shifting back towards the Lincoln Sphere. But he's going to be pretty annoying. It's going to be a very tanky Void Spirit, right?
He really is. I mean, the Lincolns, I would really love if they have multiple different Lincolns to protect each other.
But that just makes the game so hard for Arme.
Yeah, even Arme or versus the Hex, they probably know that FY is going for it since he's been showing himself for some time. And he's very close to having it, so let's see if FY's Hex catches them off guard or not. Aegis reclaimed. Unable to really get too much out of it, as we said, besides just getting that BKB finished.
I mean, surely you got to look for the smoke now. This is the FY Hex reveal. It's complete.
It's just not.
It's got the BKB on Arme.
It's just not so straightforward anymore at this point.
It's getting kind of hard.
It is.
Yeah, that lead has just stayed so stagnant throughout the entirety of this game, it feels like. And even as it's been there, it just hasn't mattered. Spirit have got to play pretty much exactly as they'd hope to have sort of the room to do so.
I mean, the later and later it goes, right? The less and less an AK lead really matters, especially when it's a Morphling on one side. Rue will get himself a Shrine. He's keeping his cores nice and healthy on the mana too. I've been watching him a lot during this game, didn't mention it, but just following a Yotoro around, mana draining him, keeping him pushed up. Tense moments.
The Lincolns.
The Lincolns. There's a lot of also random control. Nothing to say does have a Basher as well too, which can just catch things off guard, as we've seen sometimes here from the Sync.
Sure, it's just what? Very likely that if Yotoro's already got the shift off, it's going to be hard to kill him through that.
Yep. XXS almost has AC. They might wait for this timing since he is close to it. They are still getting this the kind of dual kind of core, right? 2.5 core on the side of XG. It's just, is it enough versus a Morphling who also has the backup of a Pango and a Void Spirit? And this Phoenix who, as we're I think this Phoenix is going to be a big problem for them to deal with now that he's about to be level 20. He's 5 levels ahead of Rue. 3 levels over his opposing, supports as well too. He's insanely high level on this Phoenix.
Just can't really kill that Supernova.
No.
If Panto finds a solid position.
Not on the cores, right? Unless they literally just fully isolate it. The 3 melee cores versus a level 3 egg is very difficult to bring down. They seem to know where X-Nova is too. They're pinging him out. If there's ever a point where Spirit's the ones able to slow things down and get the Roshan themselves, that's going to be brutal for XG as well.
I did mention, I think it was what T on the panel saying about kind of that second Aegis timing, that's now been and gone.
It is a real thing.
So subsequent Aegis, as you say, falling into the hands of Spirit.
All right, big neutral items getting picked up here. Titanic Catalyst. I think we're going to see that one picked up by a lot of people. That one does feel incredibly strong right now. All right, smoke up. That's with the AC, so they're pretty all in.
They have to find something big with this Xtreme. If this move does not go well, they are going to be left in a position where they're really going to wonder how to progress.
If they can all in Ame, right? If they can all in Yatoro, he is literally everything for them, right? But if they can't all in him pretty much instantly, it can be so disastrous for them so quickly versus this Phoenix, versus this Pango follow-up.
They've gone for this smoke, but they're kind of split up.
Yes, they are.
Roshan, still 1 minute and 20 until we'll see that guaranteed respawn.
XXS has the Bash primed.
Have a look at Spirit hiding around the team. I mean, you see with Spirit's positioning, right? They know this sort of play is going on. They're all off the map on Xtreme. Spirit.
And Panto has an Aeon disc too, so if they jump him, he potentially could just live immediately and get that egg off. If they can catch Rue, that's a pretty damn good jump if they can get initially.
Sure.
But he's been very careful. His positioning has been top-notch this game. Every time they've killed Rue, they've actually gotten a pretty decent exchange. And now it's, okay, Nullifier.
All right.
For Laurel.
Okay, opting for the more aggressive pickup rather than getting that extra Lincolns here for the team first.
It allowed them, I mean, it's all about just all-inning a target, right? Can be very strong for whenever you're playing that type of game.
Just yet. Not going to find anything with that smoke attempt. Xtreme. Have to head back, deal with the waves at least, as that big push was coming in top from the creeps.
We're about to hit 40 minutes, Owen. This Morphling is in his prime form.
Yep, Yatoro is going to be feeling pretty good. I mean, even though, as we've seen, Ame pretty much a full item ahead as the Beastmaster. It's just, does this hero have as much potential and much capabilities in the later stages? And try and match it against a Morphling.
And also, is he going to get Roar reflected onto him or something, right? It's potential that Ame just roars himself and gets completely controlled in the fight, too. Collapse of full Octarine as well.
Yep.
The Phoenix, a full Refresher. This is starting to look dangerous for XG.
Let's have a look. They're going to head into the pit. You'd imagine the Spirit are going to want to have something to say about this one this time round.
Roar comes out.
On way over. There's a few Plague Wards sort of scouting out the situation.
They'll see Panto. They see he's got a full Refresher.
Fighting into this seems pretty terrifying if you're Xtreme.
How did they get the right angle of approach? Nothing to say. Has to get a pretty massive epi. And Yatoro is about to have BKB himself. So that with that call, the disable is just not really going to be him from there for him.
Neither team feeling confident about going to the pit.
It's going to shift. It's going to start making its way toward the top side.
And that's true. So they can try and set up on the other side of the map here, Xtreme.
I mean, Yatoro's just stalling. All the time that XG does not get that Roche, Yatoro is going to finish up his BKB, and it is done now.
I mean, with that, you imagine he's going to go straight towards the rest of the team and try and get involved in this Roshan play.
Do they have a smoke available? I don't think that they have one remaining on the side of Spirit.
So Xtreme's been through quite a few as well.
I think neither team has a smoke. Yeah. I've been checking around. I didn't see anyone carrying one. Kind of been spammed the majority of this time.
And does it have to be a fight first? Like, can Xtreme just head into the pit and try and take it?
No. Too dangerous at this point now. That just allows the Pango and the Phoenix to set up perfectly on top of you. This next fight. XG has to play it perfectly.
Both teams hovering on the high ground on their respective sides.
They've
There's
got
a
a
smoke
smoke.
available for Spirit.
I want to say the smoke's also up for the Veno. Yeah,
Okay.
Xnova also has it. Exact same timing they have it coming out. Smoke on smoke.
They can get the big jump, commit onto someone with the nullifier from Lal. Heading in around the mid.
Is Ame going to commit? I think he's going to commit his gold. They're all in, at least for Ame. That's a swift blink as well.
Lal.
Long
On
wraparound.
the low ground.
Jumps
He's in
in.
with the jump. It's going to catch FY. Let's see the jump in return from XXS coming in with the crush, but FY dead. FY will buy back. Supernova here. Yutoro with the BKB turns towards the Sand King. Nothing to say, just dies at the front of the fight.
So fast.
He has buyback available. Sharpshooter will come in to snipe Brew. Spirit starting to fall back after the second buyback comes out from Xtreme.
So XG might be able to get that Roche because of these buybacks, though. Spirit did force a lot in order to get those. XG's going to look for potentially a smoke
They
fight
want to kill first. Ame wants to get in there with a swift blink and the Raw, surely.
There's another egg available for Panto.
Okay, they have eyes on Panther. They're going to try and open up on towards him. They'll force out the Eon Disc. Put the refresher dive away. Buyback comes out from Rue. Oh.
Or can they force this?
I mean, now that they've got the full 5 of them back in, Spirit might want to fight back. Success. Popping the Lincolns.
XG used quite a bit. They used 2 buybacks. Ideally, they want to be able to get back and hit that Roche. They do kill it very fast with the Slardar plus the Beast.
They do see an amplified damage rune as well on the bottom side of the river, so nothing to say he's going to be able to head over and bottle that. So amplified damage ready for the next fight. Still Epicenter on cooldown for 40 seconds.
Laurel.
He's going to get the nullifier in on towards the Venomancer. The Raw's out onto Lal though. Lal, he's getting flowed, but the summer heal not enough to save him. Lal will fall. He's out for 80, no buyback on him. Xnova's going to get left in the river. Yutoro will clean him up, but no Void Spirit for a long time. They know XG. They buy back another one here. Xnova returning to the action. And now with the Void Spirit out on Spirit, Lal not available for the next minute.
They're going for a steal.
I mean, Collapse is going to try. He comes in with the jump, gets caught with the stun.
They got it.
They get the pick up Collapse. He gets the Aegis. The Bushwhack though comes out onto Collapse.
Yutoro's
gone. Collapse, he'll be back for round 2, but Yutoro dead for 90. Collapse, whoop, she gets the blink off to the side. Trying to run, but Ame has got eyes on him. They get the catch. The Bushwhack comes in, Crush as well. He might have stolen the Roshan and the Aegis, but the fight will be Xtremes.
80 seconds. They've got a big window to be able to go for this push here. Yutoro getting stunned.
I mean,
what a
both,
beautiful bushwhack from FY, catching the 2 of them together.
They both went in right. They were both trying to get this Aegis steal. As it ended up being, it was Collapse to grab it, but killing him off a second time. Yutoro being out for a minute. It's going to be a lot of chance to push on forward. We'll see again here. Collapse in first. Yutoro wants to join in. Waveforms forward, but the Burrow Strike jump in for nothing to say. With that amplified damage, a lot of just overall AoE damage being pumped out there by the Sand King. Too much for the 2 of them to live through. And even with that second life, even with that Aegis, he cannot survive. Back in action, the push is coming in. A lot of damage being done. The mid barracks are falling. Still 30 seconds without Yutoro, 50 seconds without Collapse.
That was, like, honestly, that was so smart the way they just used these buybacks, baited plays forward. Laurel not having the buyback himself, not having these numbers, massive.
Yeah, absolutely. Xtreme. They've been pretty patient in trying to get to the point where they get this chance to really sort of blow the game open, and they're doing it here off the back of those buybacks, off that Roshan play. They might have lost the Roshan, they might have lost the Aegis, but it's Spirit that have lost 2 sets of barracks off the back of that move. An Aegis steal that does not feel too good at the end of the day for them there, Fogged.
No, great, honestly, just such good buybacks, great identification, just so many stuns. A lot of disable that perhaps Spirit thought that they could just be able to get in and get out through, but too many. Level 25 now has been hit for XXS, so Corrosive Haze will not be dispellable on that Morphling.
I mean, the best thing that Spirit can try and do at this position, right, is get that gold for their own buybacks.
Yes.
Try and go for this fight during this next 4 to 5 minutes whilst they are without 3 of the buybacks on Xtreme Game.
But the 2 big ones will have it, right?
Sure.
Ame and XXS are still going to have it, so that's probably still is going to be their best bet, though, to at least try to get the number advantage. Or just kind of go for these, they might have to just go for these little crazy plays, because they do at least have a refresher shard that Laurel was able to keep from before. So maybe they can make some fancy play happen with that. Because we do see they have the damage to kill almost any of these targets. It's just the execution is very difficult versus so much control.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge for nothing to say as well. Already getting some great Burrow Strike entries into the fights. Now he's got a refresher himself.
As long as he doesn't die at the start of things. Remember, refresher does not give you the 2 BKBs, of course. Has to be careful.
Torres about to hit the 25. Getting very close to being able to go for the data. So I'll be interested to see if he does spend up for that, or if he does want to hold for buyback. He's about 1,000 gold away from having the buyback on Morphling.
He might feel like he needs the damage, but we'll see. Now up to 13k, back into that comfortable spot for XG for these next few moments.
I guess the question is, how much of a comfortable spot? Are we? Ooh, Game! He's going to try
Maybe
and jump
feeling
into
too
the river.
comfortable.
They catch him with the stun. Oh,
maybe
dear.
too comfortable.
Oh, you got to at these
He got
points in the
baited.
games, blinking into the river for these power runes.
You may be 2
That
racks
hurts.
up,
That
but
is.
they can still fight you.
Oh,
They
wow.
can still kill you.
Yeah, he's going to be regretting that one there, mate.
Back the other way we go.
Yep, 90 seconds. They'll see what they might be able to force out the buyback from him.
Oh, and they pass over the refresher shard to collapse. So he might be able to roll in Thunder and go for a play and catch them off guard in these next few moments when they think it's on cooldown too.
They can hit the buildings pretty hard around Yatora's Morphling.
XG, as we said, maybe feeling a little more comfortable than they should have.
I think so. That's why we see some of the best players in the world make that mistake sometime. They fall into that comfortable spot. They blink in for these power runes at a point of the game where their deaths it can be just so costly.
50 seconds now. This is going to give the availability for those buybacks that you were mentioning. Right now, they have the Morphling, the Pango, and the Void Spirit buybacks themselves off of that pickoff.
There we go.
Absolutely massive one for Spirit.
Fortification coming out. Spirit, they're not going anywhere yet.
Big creep wave coming in toward the top lane. Trying to get as much as they can.
Absolutely. Especially now at this point, 30 seconds left until the respawn. They know he's not going to want to use the buyback, so they'll stick around and try their best here to force for the barracks.
Collapse. Pump faking the roll.
New round of creeps are coming into the backdoor protection. Once again gone. They got to get themselves the melee racks and they'll play it safe now. Back off. So that little bit of a slip up in the river there, costing XG their mid melee racks.
Still can't really, we're seeing, actually, you can't really break your formation at this point. We're at the late game. This is the Morphling time. He's absolutely going to be able to burst you down with any type of control. So you have to be careful. You have to still approach this game very carefully.
Panto's got a lot of money as well. Look at this Phoenix. He's just got 5k gold in the bank.
He's debating about this Ags. It can always be this dangerous one to use because you can just get your teammates killed in some situations, but see if he does opt for it.
Yatora not too far off from being able to purchase the Daedalus and have his buyback. I mean, at the moment, a lot of them are just sort of keeping that buyback held safe. I mean, this game at this point of the tournament, right?
It's so tense.
You absolutely don't want to make that mistake that costs your team the game.
No, it's anybody's game at this point, and you have to be very careful how you show yourself outside. Sure, you have a 2 racks advantage on the, or like 1.5 rank advantage on the side XG, but Morphling, Pango, these heroes can absolutely play, even versus Mega Creeps, even if we do get to these type of points. Could be in for a long game. X-Nova about to have his Aghanims finished up too, so we'll have that extra magic resistance reduction on top of them having Boomerang. So honestly, it's an insane amount of magic damage that they can dish out now at this point, even if it is toward later stages. This stuff adds up.
And what's the call going to be from Xtreme now? You've managed to get the 2 sets of barracks.
You probably still can. Both teams can smoke and fight, right? It's all going to be about the initiations in particular. Ame has a lot of gold, I know.
Yeah, he's got to consider what he wants to swap out. I mean, ideally,
Eat the Ags.
Eating the Ags.
Yeah.
That's going to take a lot of money to do so and then get the next item and still have that buyback.
The Shivas will be nice, at least in terms of like survivability for him, but in terms of him being able to fight more, right, versus that Morphling in particular.
Yeah, because this...
Wondering if there's a better option.
Yeah, Yatora's getting pretty much the point that...
Oh, is that Yatora?
Yeah, we didn't see that. We didn't see that. You know, that's happened.
They were moving items around, testing it. It only goes down to 7, right?
Yeah, XG didn't see that, but they're going to go for a smoke up. And
this could be a very convenient timing.
Because this Morph doesn't have a BKB ready to press.
Does he have He doesn't have buyback.
It's getting late. You know, we're seeing both of the carries slip up. You know, I'm making a bit of a boo-boo in the mid lane, jumping in and dying at the rune attempt. And BKB getting pressed by Yatora when it didn't need to.
Collapse shows himself.
So, yeah, Yatora's not going to want to show his face for the next minute whilst he waits for the BKB to come back up. And also, whilst he is also very close to having the Satanic nearly done.
Nullifier. Always have to keep eyes on this one from XXS also when they're... This Panto Phoenix now not safe with this Aeon Disc. He can just get popped himself too. Satanic finished up. BKB, 40 seconds. Imagine Spirit plays on the defensive posture until that does come up at the least.
Yeah, Xtreme, they don't go too deep with that smoke.
Passing this gem back and forth between each other. being very careful. They're just hugging each other at this point.
Both teams, as I say, they don't want to sort of put the wrong foot forwards.
No, it's
kind of waiting for one another. We'll see if Spirit go a little deeper with their smoke. Now, Xtreme, they tried for smoke, but they don't want to go too crazy. Spirit.
They've been pretty confident in the way that they just burst a target, right? When they get the initial jump, we've seen Spirit have a bit of an easier time in terms of just killing that one guy that goes in. So if they can get that initiation with the Lion, could absolutely see them just pop a target.
Level 25's hit on nothing to say, so a decent step up in the damage output that he's going to have.
That's actually quite interesting. So he's just looking for more damage rather than looking for any type of slowdown of damage versus the Morph, because you could see arguments for the Sandstorm blind in this one. But
Hey. He's going to get caught. They find the opening here with a Hex. They find him at the side of the map. Arme's gone!
So many times Rue's been able to do this. How many catches are we going to see this Lion get?
I mean, they're on the high ground. They're going to look to try and fight back. They get the Hex opening. They'll look to burst straight through Law.
The egg.
Supernova comes into play. Can they kill the egg off? They're going to try their best to do so. They can. They kill the egg off. They get the two of them. They'll now look towards Yatoro. They'll catch him with the opening stun. Does get reflected onto Arme, but he got the BKB off beforehand, so not a lot of
stun on
damage
Yatoro.
on afterwards. The bushwhack there. They bring down Yatoro.
He has the buy.
Collapse. He's trying to keep the control over the Rolling Thunder, but Lunges does not do enough damage. Nothing to say. Gets over towards Rue here with the Bar Strike. Rue will get a decent heal off. Collapse with this Rolling Thunder continues to be quite the nuisance, but Rue's gone, and now Collapse, he just has to get out of here.
Doesn't look like he can.
Have a look, he's going to have to Lotus back up Blink in a second, but XXS already on top of him. Collapse gone.
These chains, it's too much stun for Yatoro. He's stunned for like, I don't even know, what, 10 seconds it feels like inside that fight? Look, if you bring it up on the tab there, he gets bashed,
into the roared,
bashed, stunned, Slaughter crushed. He's controlled for 10 seconds.
All right, XG. Only having to use the one buyback there. Was the big one, of course, from Arme.
Good thing he was holding that, though.
Absolutely. Had the money in the bank ready for that play.
This is a really cool game. Great little catch again. Now they get the cheese. They use it immediately, and they're going to go for the push.
Again here, started with quite the play. They get the kill, but they can't quite get out of it, because as we see with this setup from Xtreme, they knew that there's a chance maybe that Arme was going to get gone on like that, and they were ready to make this buyback play. Axe Supernova tries to save him, but at this point, they're big enough with the BKBs up to be able to beat down that egg, and it's just a little too much at this point for Yatoro to carry through. The Roar comes out into the bashes, into the bushwhack. He just can't do anything with the teammates dead around him.
And that's what I was mentioning. Sometimes it's the danger of buying that Axe Phoenix. Laurel maybe had ways of playing out of it, perhaps, maybe not, but either way, just you get your teammate killed. It just feels bad anytime that happens.
And here's the push. In terms of the buybacks from Spirit, they are going to be naturally respawning soon, but the damage already being done here to the base. It's going to be the range Rex gone.
He is going to be back up, and Ame does not have buy, but he does have an Aegis.
Getting the grab onto XXS will force out the BKB from him.
They play smart. This is actually really nice. They back off without finishing off that last Rax as Yatoro's respawning. That's actually really nice, because sure, Ame, he has Aegis, but he doesn't have buyback. So if somehow he dies twice, they're still a dangerous position.
Absolutely.
So I like that they played careful there.
54 minutes in here.
Things are tense.
Further steps towards getting that win for Xtreme Gaming. Just that final melee Rax here standing on Spirit's side.
Nothing to say, has some growth as well that he can go for here after having that successful fight, not having to use the buyback himself. He has 5,000 gold that he can look to spend as well.
XXS, he's got 8,500 on the Slardar.
Ooh, what's he getting, Moonshard?
Yeah,
Moonshard time.
Yeah, picks up a Moonshard. It's going to be able to get that out on him. I mean, we're seeing already right the bashes, how much they come into play. If he's able to just sort of stay sat on top of Yatoro, the constant punches coming in, proccing the bashes, it's so hard for Yatoro to be able to play if he gets anywhere close to melee range with the Slardar.
XXS for me has been the most stable in this series. Just all the games, honestly, looking like he has just an excellent impact. Only 2 deaths this game also. And yeah, this Moonshard's absolutely going to be a problem. Almost getting to the point, not permabash, but he's going to be getting closer and closer.
Yeah, and he's definitely the one right now that Yatoro is going to be the most scared of. This Slardar causes so many issues for him.
Yeah, the Slardar and the Sand King, honestly, the two of them is very annoying.
XG.
Ame, since he doesn't have buyback, of course, does spend the gold, eats the Ags, has a Shivas.
This could be a huge smoke for XG.
Toro.
Laps is heading out. Ooh. Gonna see him, but the blink's there. It's away from Arme.
Dangerous. How's the buyback? Yatoro, 400 from having it.
Very close. I mean, these buybacks are going to be so crucial.
Especially because we said, Ame, yes, has Aegis, but not having buyback can always just be still dangerous.
And honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if XG do sort of wait until he has the buyback available.
Honestly, there's possibly,
You know, with
before going
how
full
careful they've sort of played it.
True, very true.
You know, they know it's going to be very hard for Spirit to sort of get the pressure back out on the map with the fact that the creeps and the barrack situation favors XG right now. So maybe they just sort of wait through the stages on Arme, wait until he does have the luxury of buyback before they go for anything too crazy.
Yeah, they can look to just play the control constrict game, right? Play around the runes, play around getting all these healing lotuses as well. As I saw them just pick up a ton of them. I think they picked up every single one of them. So they're going to have these extra heals for their cores as well. That it's nothing ever really to laugh at by any means.
And what does the growth look like for Yator at this